Yo, what's up, Bryce? Can you hear me? Just checking ahead of time. Yeah, okay, you should be. What's up, guys? Can you all hear me properly? Yep, okay, good. Just making sure because last time I streamed, my mic wasn't working properly right away, so I'll start up in a couple minutes. Just gotta make sure everything's good to go. Just subbed, been binging a series, could not catch up on time, so here I am. Yeah, the series is pretty long. I've been running it, I guess, since like the start of NHL 22, but like it's been like too fun to like stop, so a little quiet, but I could hear you. Okay, let me see if I can maybe boost my audio a little bit if it is a little bit too quiet. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe I could turn up on my actual mic itself. Let's see. Muted. Looks like maybe that's as loud as I could go. Maybe I'm just talking quiet. Hold up. Okay. Okay, we're pretty much almost at 1 o'clock, so I might as well flip it over to the game screen at least for now. Oh, no worries, Saturn Otaku. Or what, if you want to be mentioned as Saturn, it doesn't really matter, but yeah, you probably just had your volume low or something, because I think I have like my mic set to what I normally have it as for videos, so. Okay, let me just see. Why is this on there? Oh, there we go. Damn, I'm still learning all this like stuff with streaming and stuff like that. It's kind of confusing to get used to streaming in real time in comparison to actually making videos. Okay, yeah, it definitely does. I'll just call you Saturn because I don't think there's anybody else that subscribed to me that has Saturn in their name, so. Okay. Almost 1 o'clock. It looks like everything is good. Yep, stream is healthy. Okay, good. Okay, so welcome guys to the stream. Guess we're gonna get started with the first off season because I think we have like 3 seasons left of the Houston series if I'm not mistaken, because I believe one of my friends said it goes to like 45, 46, so I think we have like 3 seasons left to try and win ourselves a Stanley Cup. If you didn't catch the last episode, we lost in the first round again to Minnesota. Last year we lost actually in the second round to them, so we've been bounced by them 2 times in a row, so hopefully we don't get bounced by them in today's stream at all. But as you can see, we lost in round 1 in 7 games, unfortunately. And then, yeah, Minnesota went on to win a Stanley Cup for the 2nd straight year, which is kind of impressive considering their roster I don't think was the best in that last episode that went up. And yeah, we're still running obviously with like Morgan Griffin, and hopefully Morgan Griffin can continue doing what he's been doing, but hopefully like we could get some help from other guys, because I feel like Morgan Griffin's been probably our best player on this roster by a large margin. Year 1 is 21-22 and it's 25 years, so I assume it wins in 46-47. Well, if we have 4 years, then that's good too. We could just get as much years done as possible and get the rest of the series done. Because if you guys didn't check my tweet and my community tab post, we're going to be starting the Hartford series on Monday, so that should be a lot of fun. But yeah, basically, with this roster in general, I think we do need, hopefully, if there's some like former players in free agency that we could bring back, since this is a draft of glory. But right now, Griffin's the only one that's really doing much. Sea-Doo had a good season, but he had a really bad playoffs, so we really need to just find a way to get this roster in terms of like depth scoring to be a little bit better. And when guys like Teratukin are dropping off as well, that's not the best thing, right? So. And yeah, Morgan Griffin is a certified beast of this series, other than like Jääskeläinen and Thornton, who I wish we still had because those guys are probably channel legends. But yeah, Griffin has been insane. In case you guys haven't caught up to this point where Griffin has been in our NHL team, you can kind of see what I mean. 67, 87, 107, 109, and 95 the year before, and in 107 again this year. So He's the best defenseman probably since Bobby Orr, or you could maybe say since Paul Coffey, because Paul Coffey had some really good seasons as well, obviously. But yeah, he's just been a certified beast for sure on that front. So that's what basically our roster looks like. Hopefully guys like Chad Burns don't start to drop off, because if they start to drop off, we're going to be probably running into trouble. Like, I don't think this team is going to win a Stanley Cup in this final stream, but if we could get some good production still from guys like Griffin and whatnot, it would be pretty nice. Yeah, he's the best playmaker in the league, and he's a defenseman. He's probably like an Erik Karlsson on steroids, basically, in the sense. Yeah, Saturn says he had COVID last week, so he binged my NHL 21 Thrasher series. Oh, that's cool. And yeah, sorry about to hear that you had COVID. Hopefully you're feeling a lot better now. But yeah, that Thrasher series was a lot of fun too. It wasn't like my best series, I'd say, but like we managed to put, I think, a pretty solid roster together, because we had Bergeron, we had, what was it, Carey Price on that roster, Kovalchuk, and then I think I kept Heatley for a while. I don't remember if I ever dealt him or not, but yeah, that was a fun roster franchise mode to do. But so yeah, I don't know what we're gonna do this offseason in terms of keeping this team together, because I feel like some of these guys are gonna demand a decent amount of money, because before we actually get into like the draft and all that type of stuff, contract wise, this is what kind of gets a little bit concerning. Sea-Doo's probably going to demand a lot of money, but he's probably not going to be worth it because of the fact he's 36 years of age, and I think he is dropping off. Like, he's probably going to retire within the next season or two. And yeah, after having 51 goals in the regular season and no goals in the playoffs, I don't really know if I want to bring him back, but we might have to. And yeah, welcome Hawks fan, welcome to the stream. I'm glad you actually made it. I wasn't sure if you were busy today or not, so because obviously you got yourself your job and whatnot that you have to do, so. But yeah, good timing. I'm just going over like basically all the stuff from last episode. So, but yeah, I don't know if Sam Sea-Doo comes back, because he just had such a good season, but then the playoffs he just completely dropped off. So he's gonna probably demand a decent amount of money. Like, if we look right now, he's wanting like $11 million, which he's definitely not worth. EA needs to make a roster sharing cross-platform so I can use your rosters. PS4 doesn't have any good historic rosters that I've found. Yeah, I totally agree with that. And PS4 has some historic rosters, but the thing is, the guys that I know that made those PS4 rosters, they made it only work for season modes, so it doesn't work for franchise. So if you're a franchise guy, like I would assume you are, yeah, then there's nothing you can really do about it unless you decide to edit their own rosters. But I think they use like legend players and stuff that are already made, so they don't do like the creation zone type of thing that I do. But yeah, Sea-Doo is going to be probably expensive to get back. I would like to try and get back a lot of the depth type of guys or third liners like Scuderi, Jacobs. Tertukin's dropping off like I was mentioning, which is unfortunate, but hopefully we could hold on to him, because this guy's got over 1,000 points in his career as a defenseman. And then obviously, like, I'd like to keep pretty much the rest of everybody if I can, but I think we might run into some cap problems, which means this team might take a little bit of a hit this season. So, and then goalie wise, obviously we do have a choice in goalie. As you can see, Daryl goalie, he's up for renewal. Vic Benson's up for renewal, and also Bradley. Bradley's obviously going to be a backup, I think, this season, since he's got medium elite potential. And he did play pretty solidly in the AHL last season and the season before, so I think he should be our backup this year. Which means I feel like Daryl goalie should be on his way out, because in a way I think I want to keep Vic Benson. But we could always keep goalie over Benson, because I think goalie was the better two in the playoffs, if I remember right. But yeah, we don't have a whole lot of good goalies in the system anymore, because a lot of them are kind of like capping out at their current overalls. So there is all that. And yeah, quickly before we get into the actual draft, I'll show you guys the draft class again, just because then you guys could kind of come up with who we actually want to draft for this team. Not a lot of these guys are probably going to end up making the roster by the end of this franchise mode, so this is probably just going to be a lot of players that are never going to see the day in light, but might as well just show you guys the draft class and see what we could probably get around our spot, because I think the scouts were recommending us this McBain guy, who's probably a guaranteed top 6. So I don't really know if we want a guaranteed top 6, because he's 3 years out. But if we have a chance on Sophilis, we might want to go with him, since he's got a 2-year ETA, because maybe he gets in before the end of this franchise mode. But we want to try and find the best NHL ready players as possible at this stage, I think, so they could actually get a chance to make it to our roster. But I don't think any of them will, but you never really know. So there is that. And yeah, I guess we might as well just get into the draft because we have 3 seasons to get through, and I know it's going to probably take a decent amount of time to assimilate through everything and whatnot. So yeah, let's get into the draft, and I'll show you guys like the draft board so you can see where we're drafting, and then you guys could give me some like feedback on who you think we should be drafting with our pick, because I believe we are picking like 20 something if I'm mistaken. Yeah, we're picking at number 23, so we don't have the greatest spot to draft in, but hopefully we could get somebody decent there, like still like a top 6 or a top 4, because I don't really want to get like a medium top 6 D-man or a low top 9 or medium top 9, you know. We want to get somebody that's going to be decent enough and maybe he could get into our roster as soon as possible. But let's go to the draft class again, might as well. So 23rd overall, what can we get around that spot? Just to see what is out there, and then you guys could let me know what you think we should go after. So at 23rd, we could probably get this Koltsov dude who we know nothing about. We could take that McBain dude that the scouts were recommending us, who's got probably guaranteed top 6 potential. Crawford, we don't know anything about, because once again, we're running into a little bit of scouting problems. So Nix's McBain, which I would agree with, probably might be the best option, unless that defenseman is still there. So if the defenseman is still there, do you guys think we go with the defenseman, or we just go with McBain, since we need forward help more than anything? Bryce is McBain as well, same with Saturn. Okay. So yeah, I think McBain probably is the best option, because our defensive core is probably our strongest point on this roster and why we still make the playoffs. So yeah, if McBain is there, we're definitely taking McBain. Yeah, okay, Hawks fan also says McBain, so it's a guaranteed that we'll take McBain once we get up to that spot. So let's take a look at the top 5 in this draft anyways. Trying to take this a little bit slow, because why not? Rajala is the first overall pick in this year's draft. He doesn't have any X factors, which is kind of interesting. Going to the Boston Bruins, medium elite potential, obviously 82 overall, just in case any of you guys wanted to take a look at that. But it's kind of weird that he has no X factors for a first overall pick. You think this guy would, but apparently he doesn't. And in Chicago at number 2, for Hawks fan, his favorite team, what are they drafting? They're drafting an 84 sniper medium elite that went 2nd overall. Why did Boston make such a boneheaded decision? What the heck? Okay, that might be the weirdest thing I've ever seen. That's almost like when Tugi did that one franchise mode where a franchise player went 2nd overall and he drafted him. Chicago getting a big steal in Donovan Girardi, though, at 84 overall 2nd. What the heck is this? This guy looks a lot better too, X Factors related. Like, I don't know why Boston didn't draft him. Big win, yeah. Nick says, when I do draft a glory, I mainly draft off potential and ETA. Yeah, that's probably the best option in terms of like building up a team in terms of draft a glories. Like, I think that's probably what we did in this series, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, Bryce Girardi is nuts. I don't know how he went 2nd overall, because normally you think he would be a first overall pick, because if we look at him right now, those 93s across the board in terms of shooting, while Rajala has worse shooting, he plays center, 79. How about Girardi? Girardi has better faceoffs as well, but he's a winger, so that's a little bit weird. Saturn says, seeing Boston do dumb things even in a virtual makes me happy. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Boston, but I'm also not a huge fan of Chicago either, so, but oh well. 5-star shooting 2, holy. I got a 77 low lead in round 2, and in the one I just started, X factored out, nice. Yeah, it's really nice to get lows and low leads. That's what I try and build upon in terms of my franchise modes, like my Arizona series. If you've watched that, Nick, yeah, I've tried to build up a good like pool of low leads in elite players in general. So, so yeah, that's Chicago. What's Anaheim gonna get at number 3? Are they gonna get a steal too? 79 two-way forward and DeFazio with no X factors, so not bad still, but definitely not as good as this Girardi guy. Like, I wonder how this guy's gonna play in his first season. Like, this guy, if he has some good seasons, he could turn into a franchise player, I feel like. Let's see about Tampa at number 4. They get an 80 overall sniper. Even this Lucas Denny guy, in a sense, could end up being better than the first overall pick. Like, he's got lower potential, but he actually has X factors, so. Campoli in your series early on was an 80 franchise and was a beast to start off, but halfway it ended up as an 87 overall. Wasn't that weird? Wait, which series was that there, Nick? Because I don't remember Campoli exactly. I'm trying to because I've seen so many players that are EA generated in franchise mode, it's hard to remember like who's who in a sense. Like, I don't know if that was in this year's series in my Arizona one. Oh, in this Draft to Glory. Well, oh yeah, I think I actually do remember him. That he was in Chicago, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah, you did say he just got drafted by the Blackhawks. Yeah, I think I do remember him now that I think of it. Did he end up retiring? Because I don't remember if he retired or not. Because if he didn't retire, we could always find him on the player search. And yeah, let's just see what Vegas takes at number 5, and then we will go up to our pick. So Hoyle is the 5th overall pick, only top 6 potential, but he is 79 overall, so that's not bad, I guess, for Vegas. So there's Christopher Hoyle. He led the league in points, yet ended at 87. Yeah, that is kind of weird. If he was franchised, it was medium franchise though. So I'm thinking because for some reason medium franchises, well not medium franchises, but low franchises, they don't grow that well. So maybe his potential dropped or something, and then he couldn't pan out higher than an 87 or something like that. I don't know. Or maybe he's just not that type of point producer type of guy. Let's do our pick though at 23 and see if we could get ourselves our center, which it looks like we can. Here's what went before our pick, just in case you guys want to see. There's Sofilis. There's Porter. Looks like a pretty solid draft. A 76 went 14th overall. So good steal there for the Rangers. There's a 78. Wow, okay, the top 15 of the draft is actually pretty good in this one. Like, when you're having 70 overalls and 79s and stuff going 10th overall, that's actually a pretty damn good draft. 68 goes medium elite as well, 9th overall. Yeah, this was actually a pretty deep draft, so I'm kind of mad that we made the playoffs in a sense, because we could have used probably one of these players. I think I'm at the 1 point. He was at 90, but it was statistical growth. Then he had 2 years down and fell off point potential-wise and lost his growth because of it. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, this is a crazy draft class. I don't think I've seen one of these in this franchise mode, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe there was one years ago, but hard to remember. So, yeah, we're definitely going to go with Reese McBain because all you guys want me to go with Reese. He only lacks size and reach, but it's because he's 5'8", 175, so he's not the biggest guy in the world, but he is 17. And, wow, okay, Saturn, I was not expecting to get one of these. Thank you for my first ever Super Chat. Really appreciate it, man. He says, in appreciation for all the great content you provided. Thank you, man. I really, really appreciate that. It means a lot. That's the first ever super chat I've gotten, so I've never seen that pop up in my chat before, because I think this is actually my first stream when I actually have super chats, so I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much for that. So, yeah, we're definitely going to take Reese McBain before this timer runs out, because if I forget about it, this timer would run out. So, Reese McBain, 17 years of age. Hopefully he grows into being a player decently for us. So, welcome aboard. And 65 sniper, medium top 6 with no X factors, but 17 years of age and 65 overall is not bad. He does have some really good offensive awareness and defensive awareness. Good face-offs too, but for a sniper to have 70 shooting, 1-star shooting, is a little bit weird, a little bit concerning. I don't know if he's going to simulate like a good sniper, but still really interesting there. I don't know if this guy's going to end up making it. Like, he might make it to our AHL team in a few years, but it's still like a bit of a weird one. The only thing is he played in the OHL, so he might not be AHL eligible for a while. I thought McBain would look better. Stats look weird. Yeah, the stats look a little bit weird, but sometimes they simulate good. Like, for example, Griffin has 73 defensive awareness, but he blocks a lot of shots and stuff like that. So he's not the worst defensive player ever, but that's a little bit of a weird one. But hopefully he develops into something decent. Maybe his shooting will just randomly go up after 1 year of simulation. We'll find out. Let's go to our second round pick at number 56. But first, actually, let's take a look at what goes around 56. So you guys can let me know. I don't think I've ever seen a sniper with 85 defensive awareness. I think I might have with, I don't know if Shelly in my Arizona series had good defensive awareness or not, because I know he did have good shot blocking, but I'm not 100% sure. He seems like a guy who will grow into 80 and will be a third line 20 goal, 20 assist guy. If that does happen, and if he does get that development before the end of the series, then I think that's not that bad of an option, because then we at least have some more depth scoring on our roster, because that's something we definitely need. So, okay, so our second round pick is at 53. So there is Cooper Millman, who looks actually not bad, doesn't have a weakness, and might be 4 years out. So there's a chance this guy could be low elite. So I am going to pin him for the potential for next round. This guy also has no weakness, and Hickman, he's guaranteed 4 years out. We'll pin him. Maybe he's low top 9 though. Yo, what's up, Dinboo? Welcome to the stream. You didn't really miss that much. We just drafted one player so far. But we're gonna just take this a little bit slow, even though we have 3 or 4 years to go through. I think this will be a nice little chill little stream by comparison to my roster editing streams, you know. I've seen players like him go 2 ways, 290 and 20. Guy who's an A plus never goes. Ignore the 290. 2 ways and 20 guy who's a plus player, and oh yeah, that's true. Need him top 9. Yeah, it looks like this draft class for the rest of it's probably gonna end up being bad of it, but let's sim up to our pick and see what's available. Actually, it was around 56, so never mind. Maybe I missed out on other guys, but there is a guaranteed low top 6, so this is what we could potentially go with, guys. I first subbed to you when you were in the tactics video. Oh, yeah. Yeah, shout out to Cole for shouting me out in that video. Like, that helped out a lot with this YouTube channel, because when you get a guy that has over 100,000 subscribers and I'm only at like just under 2,000, like it was like, it's pretty awesome. He's a good friend of mine as well, kind of like we follow each other on Twitter. We've talked a couple times, so. But the only thing is he didn't come and visit me when he was in Ottawa, which is unfortunate, but oh well. Check Rabbit. Hunter Rabbit, that's quite the name. That might be the best name I think I've seen. I might have shown that in last episode, I don't remember for sure. This game moves so much faster on Series X than my Xbox One X. Yeah, it's next-gen consoles are really fast. But yeah, Hunter Rabbit might actually be a good option, guys. Cool name, too. He's 3 years out, like, so he's probably a top 6. I'd say he's probably better than Arcabello, who's 4 years away and he's a guaranteed top 9. Or we go with a low top 6 who doesn't look bad either and he's also 3 years out. So I'd say it's probably between the two of these guys since they're both low top 6s potentially, or maybe one's a low elite. Hunter Rabbit is a sick name. Yeah, I agree, because this guy could hunt a bunch of rabbits, you know. Let's see. He might have a good shooting as well, so. Hawks fan says Rabbit. Saturn Taku says, if Hunter Rabbit had better shooting than the first guy he drafted, I'm going to laugh. Yeah, I think he probably will end up because of the strengths and stuff like that. Dinboo says, but those rosters are sick. Will you be doing things for NHL 23? Because I'm getting an Xbox Series S since you don't do PS4. Yeah, so there's a good chance that I will still do some rosters in NHL 23, but depending on how much, like, if I have a job or not still, like, I might not have a whole lot of free time to actually work on my rosters, so there's a chance that it might take me a lot longer than normal, because right now I do have a job that I work at 4 days a week, so my roster editing as of the last 2 months have been really downhill. Like, I have not done any roster editing since I think May, if I'm not mistaken. Gotta go with the upside and potential low elite. We have 45 seconds, so yeah, it looks like you guys are going with Rabbit, so we're gonna definitely go with Rabbit. Please do the 10-year one that Cole did. Oh, maybe. We'll see about that. It might take a long time if I do that type of thing. So there's Rabbit. We're just going to take him because of the memes and stuff like that and how good he looks. 64 low top 6, so almost the exact same overall, but lower potential than our first round pick. 1 year older and better shooting, but not actually by a decent amount, because the other way it was like 70s. So this guy's a better shooter. Doesn't have the greatest offensive awareness and passing stuff yet, but he looks like an all-around solid player. If he develops into something, then he could be maybe a good third-line shooter, maybe a fourth-liner, but maybe he'll become something decent. Cool name, though. Still sucks that he has no X factors, but whatever. Maybe they'll become something decent for us for depth scoring-wise in a few years, or they might never see the light of day. Who knows? So our next pick at 89. Let's try and get through the rest of this draft fast, because the rest of this draft is looking not the greatest. Okay, yeah, because we don't have the best scouts. Kent Keith, 5 years out, guaranteed top 9. We probably will never get to see that guy play, but we might end up just taking him because the rest of these guys, we don't know a lot potential-wise. This guy's guaranteed no weakness. If you guys like Andrew Bartlett. Jesper Jacobson, don't know anything about him either. What does Korea look like? Let's take a look at Korea. Hunter Korea, so another Hunter. Do we want to draft our second Hunter in a row? Good passing, apparently. Team utilization is not the best. 5 years away. So he would never probably see the light of day, but he would still give us some more depth options on defense, maybe eventually. I don't know if he'd even get a chance to play, but Hunter draft. Do you guys want me to get Hunter Korea since like the rest of this draft doesn't look the best? Like we might just Oh, this guy looks intriguing. Kenneth Boyce. Kenneth Boyce. What do you guys think about this dude? He's got no weakness. He looks decent, maybe. And then he looks like he could be 2 years out. Bryce's Hunter number 2. Nix's pick Boyce. I'm gonna just take a timeout quickly on this thing, just because, might as well, just in case, because this pick might take a little bit longer. I like Hunter, but pick Boyce. The 2-year ETA means he's a must pick. I'm liking Boyce. 2 years out on Boyce, maybe a low top 6. Yeah, Boyce might be a low top 6, to be honest. And if he has no weakness, he might be just all around a solid player and might make it. And if he does have 2-year ETA, it's at 3 out of 4 bars, so it's not guaranteed, but he might be something decent. And the good thing also is the fact that he's playing in the NLA, which means he could play in their AHL team as soon as possible if we want to. So yeah, I think Kenneth Boyce is the best option. You guys liking Boyce? Thumbs up? I guess, I don't know. I think he's probably the best option, even though it would be nice to take another Hunter. So yeah, I think Kenneth Boyce has to be probably the best option. Yeah, Boyce for Nick. Yeah, I think it looks like we're going to take Boyce because a lot of you guys say Boyce. So, Kenneth Boyce, welcome to the Houston Sharpshooters. Let's see how good you are. Low top 6, 64. So, the exact same potential as our second round pick, and I think the same overall as well, which is interesting. So, we've had a little bit of an interesting draft here. And he's already got better shooting than the sniper we drafted in the first round as well. But he is a two-way forward. Better defense than offense, which is interesting. Yeah, he's just all around a solid player. Like, he could develop into something as well. Yeah, it's not the worst pick I've seen for a third rounder. Definitely another solid pick. I totally agree with that. Let's sim to our next pick at 122. The rest of this draft I might have to auto sim because literally, like, look, our scouts, since we don't have the budget, like, they just didn't do a good job. There's a medium starter though. Did we draft another goalie just because we don't know anything about these rest of these guys? Like, I think at this point, might as well. Like, this guy's got C ratings. He's got good work ethic and maturity. So, I think, yeah, we might as well just go with the medium starter because the rest is we don't really know much about. And it's better than taking a medium 7th defenseman. So you guys think the goalie would be probably the best option in Ezra Viterel? You think he'd be the best? Because I think he probably would be the best just because he could end up being a decent starter. He might be only like a 50 something though if he's like 5 years out, which it says he is. So he might end up being probably our best option here with this one. And it's probably better than taking a low 7th that's probably never going to see the light of day. So I think we got to go with Ezra here. It's a cool name too. Hawks fan says Viterel as well. So yeah, let's take Ezra. Why not? Welcome to Team Ezra. See how good he is. 55 medium starter. That's actually not too bad, but 5-year ETA is going to be a little bit annoying. He probably won't end up making it on time, but I think that's still another solid pick. He's got better athleticism, or whatever you want to say, than puck control and reflexes. So yeah, all around looks like an okay goalie. If he develops well enough, maybe he becomes a good starting goalie at some point, but once again, we might never get to see him play. So there is that. Next pick in the 5th round. Let's see what we got here. Not a lot. Yeah, we might just have to take like whoever we see that has the best potential, which at this stage there is honestly nothing. It's just a bunch of unknowns, it looks like to me. So I think we got to just go with Landon Webb since we actually could see his potential. Yeah, he's probably the best option. 4-year ETA as well is not bad. So for a low bottom 6, but he probably won't end up making it. But I think Landon Webb has to be our pick here just because we don't know anything about anybody else. And it's probably going to stay the same for next year's draft and the year afterwards just because our scouts, the budget is not the best at the moment. So, yeah, I think we'll just take a Landon Webb here. Might as well. 59 low bottom 6. Probably never ever going to make it, but he has good shooting. He's all around actually kind of a solid player, but I don't think he's going to make it. So there's Landon Webb for our next pick. Trying to get through it as fast so we can get to the season sim, because once we get to the season sim, guys, it's going to be awesome because we are actually going to be able to see how good Griffin does, in which I don't know if he's going to eclipse his 109-point season he had at one point, but you never know. Maybe he will. because it doesn't. I think it matters more if he has good players around him or not. So Ford looks intriguing. 3 years out. What do you guys think about Ford? He's a 19-year-old, so he's a bit of an overager, but he's probably the best option at this point. Just because of that ETA, he might be lowly, but I don't really think he is, since he got passed over in one draft. Knicks' Ford. Yeah, I think Ford's probably our best option. Yeah, he's probably, yeah, because the rest of them are like top 9s. There is a potentially medium elite defenseman, but 5 years out and he's 20 years old, so he's probably going to be like 25 by the end of it. So, and we would never get to see him play. So, yeah, we're going to just take Ford, see how good he is, and he is a low top 9. 63, though, is pretty solid for a 19-year-old. He's a grinder as well, so maybe a guy for the bottom 6 at some point. Maybe he's like a future, what's his name? That Ferraro guy we had, I think. Yeah, Duke Ferraro. Maybe he'll be something like that. I don't know. That's at the best possibility, probably, though. And our last pick of the draft, and then we'll get into the re-sign stage, which you guys are going to have to help me out with, because we do got some big contracts up, as I mentioned before. Ruben Robertson might be the best option, 3 years out, maybe 20 years of age. There's also Dwight Carlos, 4 years out, 17 years of age. I don't think there's any low leads at this spot, right? No, there's not. So, what are we going to go with? Ruben Robertson, probably. You guys think we should go with Ruben? Knicks' Brielos. Wait. Brielos? Was there a Brielos, dude? Must have been my sorting. Oh. No, he says Robertson. Yeah, Robertson's probably the best option. I don't know if I saw the Brielos, so. But yeah, we'll go with Ruben. Offensive instincts as well as a defenseman is not bad, so maybe this guy could be a good like kind of player, almost like a Griffin, I guess you could say, but don't know if we'll ever see him. Welcome aboard, Ruben, as our last pick in this first draft in low top 6, 61 overall offensive defenseman, so not the best potential, but a decent overall again. He is 20 years old though, but he does have some good offensive stats, solid passing. Not really the worst pick, I'd say, for a 7th rounder, so there is our draft for this portion. We got a couple more drafts eventually to get to, but there is our draft picks: McBain, Rabbit, Boyce, Fitzgerald, Webb, Ford, and Robertson. So there is that. Now we got to get to the re-sign stage, which is going to be probably pretty tough, I would assume, to get everybody back, but who knows? I don't know exactly how much cap space we got. Only $39 million. Yikes. So I think we just got to qualify all our RFAs at this point, as we normally do. Because a lot of them are probably going to demand over $1 million, even if they're AHLers, because we know that from example like Houston, for example, is not going to get over $1 million at this point. So Ruben Rubber Robertson, that would be quite the nickname. Let's just hope for good old Ruben that he ends up making it to the NHL at some point. What about Bradley? What does he want? I feel like I should just lock up Bradley for the rest of the series just because he's a guaranteed goalie. He looks like he's not going to grow much, too. Yeah, so Bradley might cap out at a 79. What do you guys think I should give to Bradley? I think I should just lock him up for the rest of the 3 years or 4 years we have. Just in case we end up losing, like, say, goalie or Benson. Because, yeah, it doesn't look like he wants too much, so I could always just go up to 4 years at 1.4. Or something like that, and then he's with us for the rest of this series. I'll qualify Rinkowitz, because why not? Bradley 4 by 1.3. Might as well. I mean, it's a similar contract to what I gave to, what is it, Korea in my Arizona series, I think. So, we'll do 1.4 works. Yeah, we'll do 1.4, why not? He's going to be probably a solid goalie, so. Because I feel like also if we didn't lock him up, though, he might end up asking for a lot of money next offseason if he plays good. So, any unsigned guys we should sign before we look at our UFAs? Probably not. Do you guys think we should sign any of these guys for the AHL? Some of them aren't AHL eligible, but some of them would be. Because I feel like a lot of these guys are from the CHL, so we might not need to sign any of them, but I just got to hope that they get some growth. We got quite a lot of prospects. Mostly offensive prospects, so. And let's go to UFAs and look at this list. So this is where it's going to get actually pricey, because I know Teratukin still thinks he's worth almost $8 million, which he's probably not, but he deserves to retire with this franchise. So I think we need to re-sign him. He's probably the first priority. What do you guys think we should give to Teratukin? Just give him what he wants and see if he'll accept that? Because I think he needs to retire with this franchise because he's been here since he got drafted. He's got over 1,000 points. He's probably our best defenseman other than Griffin, so in terms of point production at least. Not in terms of overall, because I would say that would probably be Sedin. So what do you guys think? 1 year? And then just lock him up for 1 year? Because he probably will retire at the end of the year. Just based on only 1 year. Yeah, Teratukin has to retire here. Just do whatever he wants at this point. Yeah, okay, yeah, I agree with that. So let's just do 1 year at 7.75. And let's go to the bottom of this list first so we can let go of some guys that aren't going to make it. Like, Endris probably isn't worth signing. I mean, he has decent stats, but I don't know. I don't know if he's worth signing. I don't think he is. I'm going to let go of Stoner, though, for sure. Woods is top 9 potential, so we'll sign him up. 7.8 says M&K. Yeah, we could give him 7.8 if he rejects. People in your series ask for so much more than mine do. Yeah, I think it's because once the cap starts to rise and whatnot, then they start to ask for more money. I don't know if that's the reason why, but yeah, I think that might be to do with it. We'll sign a couple of these guys for the AHL because maybe some of them will end up making it to the roster at some point. I will let go of Morose from the AHL team, though, because he's definitely not made it. We'll sign Aegon as well for the AHL club and try and get the... It's so annoying. Festerini wants over $1 million. This guy's a 73. Like, I don't like that. Wharton really hasn't panned out, which is unfortunate because he was a first rounder. But he's probably going to want over $1 million as well, yeah. It's annoying. I'm going to have to write down some of these names, I think. And let's just give Endris a contract, why not? Just in case. But, Oh yeah, let's start off with the goalies because this is probably the most important part. So, Benson goalie. Which one of these two goalies leaves? Because Bradley's now going to be our backup guaranteed. Do we keep Vic Benson, who's been a very solid goalie for his entire career, who was a former sharpshooter that we brought back? Do we bring him back since he's 33? He wants over $7 million, so he's a bit pricey. Or do we bring back Daryl Goalie, who wants a little bit less, and he's only 27, and he hasn't had as good of numbers? Goalie because he's less likely to regress. Yeah, that's true. Like, I mean, Daryl Goalie did have one good season with 5 shutouts, and actually this last season 6 shutouts there, but I'm kind of partial to bringing back Benson because of Benson being like kind of like with us for a while. But yeah, I think it kind of does make sense maybe to go with Daryl Goalie since he does want less and he won't regress. Like, he'll probably stay right around the same point. While Vic Benson, once he hits like 35, 36, he's probably going to drop to like an 80 or less, like maybe a 79. So yeah, I think unfortunately we probably got to go with Daryl Goalie here. But what do we give him? 3 years to get him with the rest for the rest of the series and then give him like exactly what he wants. I'd keep Goalie around since he wants less and he's younger. What do you guys think? 3 years at 6.7, do exactly what he wants, or do we give him a little bit more because maybe he doesn't want to re-sign here? Or do we just try to 3 years at 6.7? 3 years is solid. The 6.7, is that solid as well? Or do you think it's an overpay or an underpay? The goalie has to get locked up 3 by 6.7. Okay, I will try and give him exactly what he wants, I guess, then. See if he'll accept, try what he wants, yeah. Might as well. Some of these guys might not want to come back after this team hasn't been able to get to the Cup Finals in a long time. And then AHL-wise, Vlasic, trying to get over $1 million still, which is kind of ridiculous. What about Richmond? Over $1 million. Are you kidding me? You want over $1 million and you're not even a 70 overall. Yeah, it's true. It's a bit of an overpay, but we need to kind of overpay on some players, so. So what about Sea-Doo? This is where it gets expensive. I don't think he's worth $12 million. He's gonna regress, and he's not gonna. If he puts up 50 goals next season, he's not gonna do much in the playoffs. I don't think we need to bring back Sam Sea-Doo. Unless he drops his asking price in free agency and he's still there at the start of next season. What do you guys think? Launch Sea-Doo into the sun? Yeah, I think we gotta launch Sea-Doo, because Sea-Doo is kind of like this type of player that I've never really liked with our franchise mode. Because we were playing him so good. Well, he was playing like kind of average 60 points. We then decided to let him go, and then he went to Winnipeg, signed an enormous contract. Was actually pretty good there at some points, like 106 points, but he kind of is just been a really streaky player. And then you go to the playoffs, and he had no goals in 7 games, so I think we gotta let go of Sam Sea-Doo here. Just because it's no point giving him over $12 million when he's gonna just drop off. Sam Sea-Doo is the weirdest guy I've seen in franchise mode, like so inconsistent. Yeah, that's pretty much the name of his character, is Inconsistent Sea-Doo. I don't know. This guy's just, yeah, I think we gotta let him go. So I'm gonna let him go. So best of luck in free agency there, Sam. We're not gonna give you $12 million, but if you're still there in free agency and only want like 5, maybe I'd be willing to give it to you, but I don't think I could give you over $10 million easily. So best of luck in free agency. Evan Scuderi, interesting player here, wants over $7 million. But if I go to 1 year, he wants 6.75. Scuderi could get an increased role with his franchise. He did have 74 points a few years ago. Hasn't really scored a lot of goals. He's more of a playmaking player. Doesn't really do much in the playoffs either. He was getting paid 1.35 last season, but he wants over $7 million this year. So what do you guys think? Scuderi, stay around, let go of. Scuderi is nice to have. Yeah, he is. I feel like we could just maybe give him a 1-year deal and see if his price comes down, because I don't know if I want to pay him for 3 years at 7. Especially when we got Jacobs, we got Yip to worry about, and then also if guys like Teratugan actually want more money than what we're offering. So, I don't know. What do you guys think for Scuderi? What should we give him? A 1-year deal? Depends who you could replace at that production. Yeah, I don't really have much of a replacement. What about Jacobs? What does Jacobs want? Jacobs should be relatively easy to bring back. I should be able to get him for $4 million on a 1-year deal. It's so stupid that creative players never want to resign. Like 90% of the time they do. EA is generated as like 10%. Yeah, I agree with that. It's kind of weird. Let's see, go to the bottom of this list again. I guess these type of guys I will have to write down their names, just because some of these type of guys we'll have to let go of and then re-sign maybe in free agency if we actually need them. So I'll write down Festerini. I'll let down Wharton as well. I know also Vitali's probably going to want a lot more than he's worth. And then it comes down to the actual roster players. So let's just go to Umberger for a second. What is Umberger wanting? I don't know if Umberger's worth 3.5. Do you guys think Umberger's worth 3.5? Like, we might need him for a top 6 type of role, because our defense, it won't be necessarily the best if we let him walk, I think. Because, yeah, 3.5 is a bit pricey for 78. I think next Draft to Glory you should be able to sign undrafted players to speed up the series. Yeah, maybe I will do that. I think I did a Draft to Glory like that on YouTube like that before. Yeah, I think I might have to do that sometime, because it would make sense. It would make it to where you could trade players for picks, but only picks. I don't know about trading for picks, but maybe just like if I need to offload a contract, I could trade them for like a player that's not going to make it, or a player that I will just let go of to free agency, that type of thing. I don't know. So what about Duclair? What is Duclair wanting? How much points did Duclair have last year? 22 points. I don't think Duclair's really worth the price point he's asking for, but I might just sign him anyways. He might be still there at some point, but what about a finish sync of $3 million? Damn, all these guys are wanting too much money, I feel like. Umberger has to stay. He's a glue guy. Yeah, I guess we'll lock up Umberger. Give him 3 years at 3.5 if I can. Knock it down a little bit. And then what else we got here? Yeah, Jacobs and Scuderi. I think I gotta lock up Scuderi still, because we're gonna end up losing our offensive touch and stuff. So let's try 3 years at 6.9 for the memes. Try and speed up this offseason a bit because we're already like I think almost an hour into the stream and I haven't even gotten to the start of the season yet, and we want to get through 3 seasons if possible, or else I might have to have another week before we start Hartford up. What about Yip? Oh, Yip wants 6 million, so I think Yip is gone for now. It's hard to want to pay over $2 million for a 4th liner. Yeah, I agree. I think next year you should prioritize letting go of players like Burns for picks in RFA and keeping guys like Thornton to get paid over them because you end up losing them for nothing. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think Yip is gone for sure, so I'm already going to let go of Yip because I don't think he's worth 7 million. And yeah, Saturn seems to agree with that, so that's good. Let him walk. Dane Lowe, what do you want? Dane Lowe wants over 4 million. Do you guys think it's worth it to keep Dane Lowe? Because their all-star defensive score is going to get a little bit too low, you know, overall. He's not really an offensive guy, but he's kind of like a glue guy as well, kind of like what Bryce was mentioning before. So what do you guys think for Dane Lowe? Keep him around for a year at like 4 point something? Or is that too much of an overpay? See if you can get Lowe to like 3.8 to 3.9. Okay, I'll try and offer him that low, but I feel like he'll reject. But if he is still available in free agency, maybe we'll be able to pick him up some point. 4.5 for a -6. Yeah, that's true. And let's just try the 3.9 for 1 year, see if we get him down a little bit. And then what about these guys like Duclair and Finalizing that are like kind of like 4th liners for us that want over 3 million? Like we just gotta hope that there's like some former players in free agency that we could bring back to this roster, because if not, our team is gonna probably take another hit this offseason, and then I don't know how good they're gonna be next year. Like we rely heavily on Griffin, I would say, if we're actually gonna be a playoff team or not. So you guys think of Finalizing, we should just give him what he wants for 1 year as well? Like he's not much of a player, but wait and see guy. Okay, yeah, we'll write down Finalizing and Duclair, I think, as well, just to see if those guys drop their asking price, because some of them might be there for a little while and drop that price down a little bit. So Finalizing and Duclair, and one is a right winger, one is a left winger. So that's good. And then what about Jacobs? What do you guys think for Jacobs? Because Jacobs is probably like the perfect 3rd line option, and he wants right around 4, or a little bit over 4, I should say. I'd be at risk, but maybe getting all these players be bad this year and then make a final push the last 2 seasons. Yeah, there's that as well. We could always do that type of thing. 1 by 3.5. This is glove save. Yeah, I'll try 1 year at 3.5, see if he'll accept that. I don't know if he will, but he might be one of these other players we wait for in free agency to drop their price. But I think we gotta have some of these guys get paid, because or else the roster reject is gonna just be really terrible on the bottom 6. So 1 year at 3.5 for Jacobs, and then everybody else I think is good. Yeah, let's just let go of the Whartons and stuff like that for now, because those type of guys, like I said, I will bring back potentially in free agency if we can, or if we really need to. But those type of guys aren't even NHL roster players, so. And then yeah, Duclair and Finalizing for now we'll be let go of. We might re-sign them in free agency. Is there anybody in the AHL right now that could get into the bottom 6? Let's see what we got here in the system. Hull's is 74, so probably not. Phillips is a 76, so maybe Phillips could get into the bottom 6. Jim Phillips, he does have good shooting. Has had some pretty solid seasons down there, so maybe Phillips could get into the NHL in the bottom 6, or DeSalvatore. Because DeSalvatore actually did play 1 season in the NHL, forgot about that, 31 points. So those 2 guys could be 4th kind of liners if we really want to. And then defensively, there's not really anything down there. A lot of unsigned defensemen too, so we should probably sign some of these guys for the AHL almost at this point. So yeah, let's just sign some of these guys that are unsigned so the AHL actually has more defensemen down there. Just because I want to make sure they have enough roster players. That's probably good enough. And then yeah, goalie-wise, Is there anybody that should pull? Oh yeah, it was. I don't know about Vlasic. I should just give him what he wants so he could play in the AHL. So that AHL team's still decent. So I'm gonna give him over $1 million, which might be a kind of dumb move to do, but we'll just give it to him. And then Richmond's gone because he wants over $1 million, and we'll give this AHL goalie a chance to play. So let me go to that. He's capable. Didn't Minnesota win the cup with some 74 to 76 overalls? I think they did. Yeah, I think their bottom six did have some, so maybe there's a chance that we could run that type of thing for a fourth line, but I don't know. So I guess we'll advance today, see if we get all these guys back, and hopefully we do, because we need to make sure our RFAs accept. So let's just go through this quickly and see who rejected out of the bunch of people. Okay, so we got all those UFAs back for the price we offered them, which is good. So Vic Benson, Finalizing, and Duclair are all gone. Like I said, Finalizing and Duclair could come back if they drop their asking price in free agency. RFA-wise, the rest of these guys have to get paid for the $12 million we have remaining almost. So, because I don't think I want to give Zigomanis over $5 million right now. Like, if we go to 8 years, this guy wants over $7 million. Is Josh Glennon retired? Yes, unfortunately, he retired, I think it was like a couple seasons ago, I believe. Don't remember how many seasons ago it was, but yeah, he retired with over 1,000 points. Him and Gene Thornton retired the exact same year, so that was probably the most painful year I've ever had of a franchise mode, because it's not often you have two of your superstar players that normally play together retire in the same season. Like, if I had both of them still, this team would probably be a lot better. But that's unfortunate, so yeah. But yeah, we're going to let go of these players for now, just to clean this up a little bit. And in RFA-wise, yeah, those guys are all qualified. I don't think they're going to all take up the $12 million remaining, so we might have some money to spend around if we want to. Their numbers are hanging in the rafters at the Toyota Center. Yep, you're right. They're hanging up there with probably like James Harden and stuff like that in the NBA. I don't know. My best franchise, I won 6 Stanley Cups and had a player get the 1,600 points and 800 goals. Damn. Yeah, my best series so far, though, for winning franchise modes is probably my Arizona series, because I've won 3 cups now. And you guys know that Agostino is an absolute beast in that series. Same with Michkov, and Shelley's been actually pretty good as well. So, but yeah, all the rest of these guys are qualified. I don't think it's going to take up the $12 million we have left, so we might actually have some money to spend in free agency, which is good. So let's sim to free agency and see what's out there, see if there's any former players we could bring back at lower prices. But the loss of Cedo is probably going to make this team a little bit worse, and it might make Griffin's stats go down a little bit, unless there's other former players we could bring back. Let's see what we got. What do we got for free agents? Let's just start with goalies. Even though we don't need a goalie, let's just take a look and see if we could find any former players of ours. My goalies usually get replaced every other 2 years. Yeah, that's the same kind of with mine. Because my Coyotes franchise mode, we had I think 3 different goalies for each of our cup wins. Like Pedersen we had 1 year, we had Hornquist 1 year, and then we had Korea the other year, I'm pretty sure too. So I've been trying to model my franchise after your Coyotes one, but I can't make it the playoffs. Yeah, it takes a bit, because like with my Coyotes one, for example, we were losing in round 1 so many times. And then eventually, I think we broke the seal of losing in the first round. And our team has been kind of like a dynasty since then. So, longest a goalie has lasted in my roster as a starter was 6 years. Damn. Yeah, I go through them quite quickly. Korea, I did just lock up, though, in the last episode you guys would have seen, I'm pretty sure. Or not the last episode, last offseason. Yeah, it was last offseason. I locked him up on a 4-year deal at 1.4. So, I think it was around that price. Okay, so goalie-wise for former players, obviously there's Vic Benson, who we just let go of, but we don't need really goalies, so I don't think there's going to be anybody that we bring back, if there is any goalies out there. There probably isn't a whole lot, because Park is already retired, and he was the only other goalie I was seeing in free agency quite a bit. Don't recognize any of these guys so far. Yeah, I think goalie-wise, we don't have any former players, which is not a surprise. Yeah, I would say there's no goalies and no point bringing in a goalie. Let's look at defensemen. Former defenders. Fun fact, your Arizona Coyotes have the same initials, just reversed. Kirill Galiev and Guillermo Correa. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I didn't even realize that until you mentioned that, I think, in a comment, like, how many episodes ago? Quite, like, maybe 5 episodes ago. But yeah, that's kind of cool. Both of them are kind of underrated goalies. Galiev has kind of had struggles a bit since his rookie season and stuff like that, but Correa's been a beast so far, I'd say. Because the last episode you guys would have seen, you would have seen that he ended the season off with, like, I think 48 wins it was, if I'm not mistaken. So, one time I had UC Saros win me the cup with a 920 save percentage, and all year then he saved 88% and got traded right after. Yeah, the goalies are really inconsistent in franchise modes, so. Oh, look who's available. Oh, man. There is one former defenseman, but he would take up almost all our cap space we have available. I don't think we need defenders, but Liam Hedman is back in free agency. If you guys remember this dude from 2037-38, that's when he last played with us. He's been in Ottawa the last 5 years. Not really the most offensive defenseman. Kind of a disappointing player for a 4th overall pick, but he does fit our system if we want to bring in a defenseman. But I will check forwards because I think forwards is where we need help more. But that's kind of interesting. I'm rolling Ukko-Pekka Lakonen. He's grown to an 88 overall, but hasn't been able to get me over the hump. That's interesting. Yeah, Hedman is solid, but like I don't know. I feel like we might need more forwards than defensemen. So I feel like if we need to get a defenseman, we could bring back Hedman. But I think forwards might be better if there is a forward out there, which hopefully there is. Hopefully there's a guy like, what's that guy's name that was on our top line before, or one of our lines. It was some Russian dude, but I can't remember his name. Hedman's good, but not $8 million good. Yeah, that's true. No teams are interested in him right now, so maybe he'll drop his asking price a bit. What else we got for former defensemen of ours? Anybody out there? Obviously Yip is there, who we just let go of, but we're not going to give him $7 million. Hedman is the Nugent Hopkins of this franchise, picked very high and had a very consistent career, but not worth that high of a pick. Yeah, I agree. That's true. What else we got here? Any other former defensemen? We're probably going to go for forwards more than anything if there's former forwards of ours. Anybody out there? Doesn't seem like it on defense right now. Because I do not recognize any of these names so far, because a lot of them have already retired since we're closer to the end. He's no Victor Hedman. Yeah, that is for sure. He's definitely no Victor Hedman. It would have been nice if he turned out to be like a Victor Hedman, because we could definitely have used somebody like that at this point. Wait, was Patoli ours? He was. Wait, did I let this guy go accidentally? Oh, I accidentally let this guy go. We need to get this guy back. Did I let him go accidentally? No, he's an RFA. Okay. Okay. I was going to say, if I accidentally let this guy go and he was a UFA, I was going to be like, damn. Because I do not want to let Patoli go, because I think he's kind of like a top 6 defenseman for us potentially this season. But yeah, it doesn't seem like there's really anything out there defensively, which is okay. The only one is Hedman. Let's go by centers, see if there's any former centermen available. Now we could bring back to this franchise. There's probably not going to be any, but you never know. Don't recognize any of these names. That's not our former Croston, because that guy already retired years ago, which is unfortunate because he was a pretty solid player. Is Ortiz back in free agency? That would be nice if he was. Don't recognize any of these dudes so far, which is unfortunate. Oh, we need somebody to let go of some decent players that used to play with us, because then we bring them back. Is this Silverberg a former player of ours? No, he's an Anaheim guy. I don't know where I recognize Silverberg from. Maybe we did have a Silverberg in the AHL, yeah, in my Arizona series, I think. Was L. Bradley one of yours? No. We might be getting confused with the Bradley that was the goalie, because I don't think I ever had any other Bradley, if I remember right. If I did have one, he probably didn't develop. Maybe you should have let the team fall off to rebuild earlier in the series. Yeah, I was just trying to make this team competitive again, but yeah, maybe if there was like, if we were back a few years before this, like maybe like, if there was like 6 or 7 seasons left, maybe we should have let the team tank for a few years, and then maybe try and contend. But I tried to contend because we had Jääskeläinen still, and I didn't want Jääskeläinen to like kind of want to leave the team and all that type of thing. So, because when you have a guy like Jääskeläinen on your team, you know you want to be a competitive team. So, doesn't seem. Oh, wait, is this Goldobin guy? No, Toronto. We did have a Goldobin, didn't we, at some point in the AHL? Don't remember for sure though. Left wing wise, any former left wingers? There's Sam Sidu still, but he's still asking $13 million. It's probably going to drop down a little bit, but still, definitely not giving him the remaining cap space we have, and extra actually too. What else we got? Any former players? Stajan's not ours, but I do recognize that name from somewhere, probably from a playoff round. What else we got? I just want to get to the season simulation as soon as possible, but I don't know. Like, do you guys think we should just like almost not sign a lot of players and just see if our team does bad for a year, in a sense? But we'll definitely try and bring back some former players if we can too, though, because we don't have a lot of time to try and contend, right? So, there's Duclair still. Yeah, we got to keep an eye on Duclair and whatnot still in this offseason. I think Zigomanis was 1 year, unless that was in your Arizona series. Yeah, I think it is, but I think he's an RFA of ours right now. So we have basically, I won't send him a contract. I'll wait until he gets his asking price down in the RFA area, and then maybe we'll have a better roster with him on it. But yeah, I'm not really seeing a lot for former players, which is not great. What about right wingers? Okay, here is one. But he's asking for more money than we have, which is the unfortunate part. Maxim Kapitanov, this is the guy I was mentioning that was a Russian player. We drafted this guy 5th overall, if you remember correctly, but he has kind of had some streaky seasons. He wasn't the best player with us, but he wasn't terrible. But we had to let him go. He's been a really solid player also with Winnipeg, where Sam Sidu just was. But he will be regressing. Probably his potential's already dropped too. But if he's still there in like a week or so and he's dropped his asking price, we could afford him, but it would cost us almost all our cap space probably. Like, he is a really good player, but at his asking price, if that was lower, go for Kapitanov. The only thing is I'd have to use all my cap space on him. Like, I'm kind of hoping that if he does sign a 1 year deal with someone, that he's still like not retired by the end of the season, and then maybe we could bring him back next year at a cheaper price. Is the thing. Any other former players though other than Kapitanov in terms of the forward help? Let's see. Any like 4th line type of guys? Like Muffin, Nichols, no. Fragapane wasn't ours either, right? No, he's 22, so definitely not. Yeah, I'm not really seeing a lot out of there for free agents. There's a Finalizing still obviously that we'll have to bring back. So what do you guys think we should do in terms of free agency? Because we do got Kapitanov who's there, we got Hedman who's there, but both of them aren't probably worth the asking price right now. Like, if we wanted to get Kapitanov back, we might have to wait and see if his asking price drops a little bit first. So what do you guys think? Kapitanov comes back or no? Or do you, like, we should probably wait a couple of days to see if his price comes down. Like, he would probably replace like a Finalizing or Duclair, who we also would try and get back for that 4th line potentially. Let me just close that out of the way. There you go. What do you guys think? Kapitanov come back or no? Because right now, what does our roster look like on paper? Because on paper, our defensive core is pretty much set in stone. Forward-wise, we got 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, Keeler's jumping up. I forgot about that. I forgot about Keeler. He's actually could jump up into our lineup and take over for Duclair. Cabina's also close. We could honestly run with almost this team. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We could always try and just run with this team and then just re-sign a Finalizing and Duclair, just for some extra pieces on our roster, and then not sign any former players. And in our defensive core, like, I don't think we need Hedman, because we could run Sedin, Griffin, McGrath, and Teratukin, and then Lowe and Umberger. So I don't think we need Hedman. And then, yeah, goalies are fine. Like, we could bring back Kapitanov, or we could wait a bit, see if his asking price drops. And then if we want to, we could bring him in to try and bolster our forward core a little bit more. What do you guys think? Because, I don't know, maybe we just don't sign anybody this offseason. Or maybe we just sign Kapitanov if his asking price drops in like a week. Kapitanov seems like a no-brainer pickup. Yeah, I agree. I just have to wait and see if his price drops because we don't have the cap space right now. And we have all those RFAs that are holding out, which actually means we have a decently almost full roster, I think. Because RFA-wise, Zigomanis, Patolny are both NHL players as well. I'd rather go for top-end talent, especially for a one-year deal. Yeah, it's just Zigomanis is definitely going to be cracking into the NHL, which means he's going to take some of that cap space for sure. Patolny probably should as well. The rest of the players should be relatively cheap. But yeah, we'll have to wait though, and if we want to bring back Kapitanov, we'll have to wait a couple days and see if he'll accept a lower contract, because right now we can't give him 13 million. He's just too expensive, I think. Unless I could just offer him less money. Let's just try. Hey, yeah, I can only offer him the max salary we have left. So I gotta wait until he drops that asking price a little bit. So yeah, let's advance like 5 days, see if he's still there. See if he drops that asking price, because I need to get him on a cheaper contract than he wants right now. Because we can't afford him at all. And he is still there, and he has dropped his asking price. Okay, that's good. We can't afford him now. Do we offer him the 1 year at 10.975 or see if he holds out for a little bit more? Or a little bit less? Because 10.975, and then if we get our RFAs back, we might be able to afford all of them back. Try 1 year at 10 million. We will try that and see if that happens. But yeah, we might end up losing a chance at him. 1 year at 9.9. I'll do 1 year at 10 just to play it safe. Because that way we'll still have like a couple million, like 3 million for the RFAs that are going to be on the NHL roster. But if we get in Kapitanov, our team should be decent. Because Kapitanov is basically our replacement for Sea-Doo at this point. So yeah, let's just do the 1 year at 10. See if Kapitanov wants to come back for that price. If he rejects, hopefully he's still there in free agency by the end of the next 5 days. That will do. So let's advance another 5 days. See if he will accept. Come on, Kapitanov, please. He is rejected. He wants a way higher salary, apparently. What is he wanting now? And he's still a free agent. He wants still just over 10 million. Do you guys think we do to 10.3? He's considering his options from 0. The other teams that are interested in him. Yeah, that's dumb. Do you guys think we just do this 1 year at 10.3 that he wants? Or maybe we just give him a tiny little bit more than that? Because obviously he's going to a team that I don't know how far they get. It's a fair offer. That works. Okay, I will do 1 year at 10.3. Give him what he's asking for. No teams are still interested in him. And we'll see if he accepts that. Let's see if he'll accept it. Come on, Kapitanov. Please come back to Houston. We need you to help out our offensive core. And there you go, guys. Kapitanov has returned back to his hometown in Houston. Well, not his hometown, because obviously he's not from Houston. But there you go. That's a pretty big upgrade for the offensive core. Definitely welcome home to him. So now we have 3 million in cap space. What is Zigomanis wanting? He wants almost all our money that we have left, or was it more that he wants? He wants over the amount we have, so Zigomanis could end up being a holdout unless we are able to get his asking price down. A lot of these AHL type of guys might end up... oh, okay, a lot of them actually want two-way contracts, so we'll just get the two-way contracts out of the way, because those are relatively cheap, and we need to make sure our HL team is still kind of filled out. But D. Salvatore's trying to get over 1 million. Some of these guys might be holdouts the entire season, except for Zigomanis. Rankowitz, do you want a two-way deal? No, you do not. Okay, you're going to be probably a holdout. But yeah, that is good. Now our team should be decent by comparison to the season. Once Zigomanis returns, we got a decent right wing core, not the worst right wing core I've ever seen. So we got 4 right wingers. We got 3 left wingers. Kabina could end up just playing on the NHL team, to be honest. So that's 4. Our center core is probably going to be our weakest point, but defensively we still look good, and goalie-wise we look okay. So I don't know, maybe we'll actually be a playoff team again this upcoming season still, with that addition of Kapitanov again. So yeah, let's just continue to sim up the next season since we got our fish we wanted, and we'll see if the RFAs start accepting, which a lot of them are. And then we'll have to try and figure out about Zigomanis and see if we could afford him, or if he's still going to try and demand for more money than we actually have left. Patolny's accepted, that's good, and Zigomanis is still holding out, so let's go to the contracts. 2.7 we have left. Zigomanis wants 2.8. I'm going to try and give him what we have left. DeSalvatori's probably going to be a holdout all year at this point. Let's try and give Zigomanis 2.7. Might be an overpayment, but we need to have him on the roster to make this team a little bit better. Let's advance. See if we get Zigo back. Come on, Zigo, please accept that. There we go. Okay, Zigomanis is accepted, so let's sim up to next season. Get our lines all set up, and then we'll actually be able to sim some season. It's been almost an hour and 15 minutes into the stream, and we only just got an off-season done, so this might be a long stream if we want to do all 3 years that we have left, but as I will show you guys also like the the book and stuff like that, the record book, probably at the end of the series or close to the end of the series. Okay, what do we got for our roster? And let's go best lines. Actually, let's go to roster moves first, see if there's anybody that needs to be called up. Cools is 75, so probably not. Yeah, probably not. Oh, wow. Bradley jumped up to an 81. Hopefully that's actually the same overall in the season. Why is this the final stream? It's not the final stream, Nicholas. It's the finale stream of the Houston series that we've been running. If you've been watching that series, I don't know if you have or not. But yeah, it's the finale stream for the Houston series. It's not the final stream I'm ever doing because, yeah, I definitely want to stream more after this if we can, but let's see, what do we got to do for our roster? So our team does look definitely a little bit weak, but it's not the worst team I've ever seen. What do we want to do in terms of lines? So Kapitanov, Burns for sure. Maybe put Petro on the top line with them, because Petro can score goals, but that's an almost all right-handed top line. Did Kapitanov drop off to an 87? Yeah, I think he did. But I mean, he's still a really good player. You think you guys will make it in? Yeah, I think this team could be a playoff team. Who's going to be the third line center? I do like King better on the second line than Scuderi, to be honest. Or actually, maybe not Scuderi. Is King left-handed? Yeah, he is. So we'll put him over there. Zigomanis will be on the third line instead, I think. Keeler is a grinder, or no, he's a two-way guy. Okay, that's perfect for that type of line, I guess. But Cole should probably be up there instead. Who's got good face-offs down there? Not really anybody down there. Damn, our face-offs on the bottom 6 is probably going to be pretty terrible. I would like Cole still to be there instead, I think. And then who's the best face-off man for down that fourth line? It's going to be Jacobs. Yeah, I guess we'll run with Jacobs as a center on that fourth line. Just kind of a weird... Actually, maybe not the fourth line. Maybe there instead. Yeah. One draft I see a medium franchise grinder at 1. Damn. Brockle is the first names of both Caulfield brothers. Oh, of course it has to be a Montreal Canadiens relation thing. That's interesting. I'm surprised I never noticed that. I picked a sniper medium elite at number 2. Nice. So yeah, I think our roster actually looks okay. Depends on how Jim Phillips fits into this roster and Keeler. But yeah, it's definitely not the strongest team because this is more of a third line, the second line. But when you have Griffin on the back end, it's not the worst. Teratukin should probably be into the top 4 just because of the offensive stats. There's our defensive core. That's good. And I guess Umberger and Kabina go down. Or do we want to play Kabina instead of Phillips? Yeah, we'll play Kabina instead of Phillips, I think. Just because Jim Phillips might be getting a little bit rushed. So we'll send Phillips down. And then I don't know about Umberger. Is Umberger a better fit on the defensive core than somebody like Dane Lowe? Let's see. No, just the exact same. I think I'll leave Umberger up here for the season just in case, but because in the playoffs we could always change it up a bit. I'd love to try a franchise mode where I only use players that have the same last names and those who have actually played in the NHL. As those who've played in the NHL. Yeah, that would be kind of neat. But most of these guys, like, I feel like last name wise have played in the NHL, because you gotta look at, like, Petonli has definitely Lowe. I don't think there's ever been an NHL with the last name Lowe. But Daryl Goalie is a ridiculous name. It just just imagine seeing a goalie with last name Goalie in his jersey. Yeah, that's kind of funny how he ended up actually being a goalie. So yeah, I think I'll leave Umberger up here just as a depth option. But yeah, there's a roster I think for the season. Let me just make sure. Griffin wasn't even defaulted on the power play, which is a really stupid thing, because he should be. So we'll take McGrattan off the power play, because Griffin is definitely on the power play, because he definitely needs to drive that offense. I don't really care who else is on the power play, though. Okay. Sorry about clearing my throat. My voice is just, damn, it's kind of dying on me already. Like, imagine a right winger he's skating around with a right winger on the back. Yeah, it would remind me of like those 2K games. Surprised there hasn't been somebody with the last name of winger. Yeah, it's true. That -3 is kind of concerning. Can I get rid of it at any way? Not really. Oh, I can there. Okay, we'll just do it like that. Might as well. Penalty kill could stay the same. I don't know why there's so many minuses, but we'll just leave the rest of it. So that's going to be our team, guys, for the season. So Petrovicki, Burns, Kapitanov, Scuderi, Patan, and King, Zigomanis, Jacobs, and Cole, and a fourth line of Keeler, Radulov, and Kabina. Decent roster? I think so. Sedina, Griffin on defense, Tertuk and McGrattan, Petonli, and Lowe. And goalie-wise, we got goalie and Bradley. And then Umberger's there as well, just in case we want to put him in as well instead. We could very well have a cheese team on our hands, I hope. This is the team. I don't know why I feel that way. Oh, I hope so. If we somehow wind up winning the Stanley Cup with this team, I'd be surprised. But it relies on heavily if Griffin could continue to produce without the roster. Let me actually go to free agent stuff for a second. We don't have cap space, right? We do have cap space. Okay. Is there any former players of ours still in free agency? Or no? Like Hedman, for example. No, Hedman's not there anymore. Yeah, it looks like nobody in free agency is still there that used to play with us. Damn, because if Hedman was still randomly there, I would definitely just sign him on a one-year deal. But he signed somewhere else. Vic Benson's still available, guys. I don't have the money for him, but that's kind of funny. Vic Benson is still a free agent, which means his career is probably over at this point unless we end up bringing him back at some point. It'd be sad if this team won Cup regardless because it wasn't with Raimo or Gene. Yeah, I agree. Because it would be kind of bittersweet, because if we won the Cup with Raimo, it would have been awesome, because I would love to have seen his afro with the Stanley Cup. But, yeah. At the end of your 46-47 season, we have to go through and look at the rosters of every other team and find the ex-Houston draftees. Yeah, we could try and do that if if a lot of them are still playing, because I know a decent amount of them have already retired. So, okay, guys, let's get into simulating. I think this is the time to actually start up simulating the new season. So it took us a long time with the off season, but an hour and 20 minutes in exactly on the clock, we are ready to start simulating. Let's sim through the preseason, just to take it a little bit slow and see how this team does to start off that. And then maybe we'll sim like halfway through the season, see where we are 41 games in, and then we'll see what the team's up to. But yeah, maybe we need a coaching change if this team isn't that great. I don't know. DeSalvatore accepted, so I guess he finally decided to take a contract. That's one of the RFAs, or the last RFA remaining. We go 4-2-1 in the preseason, so not the worst preseason. And, oh my goodness, wow. So yeah, I think Griffin's going to have a good season this year. Based on that preseason, 13 points in 7 games. You guys think he's going to have over 107 points this year? You guys, I should actually put up a poll. Yeah, let's put up a poll for fun because I haven't done a poll before. So, yeah, let's make one here. Do you think Griffin has more than 100 points? Has 100 plus points this year? And yeah, that looks good. Yeah, we'll put yes and no. Let's see, what do you guys think? First time I've ever put a poll into a chat. So do you guys think Griffin has over 100 points this season with the way this roster is set up? Because, I mean, he has had like 300-point seasons so far, and like last year's team, I believe, was worse than this year's team in terms of overall. I could be wrong with that. Looks like 100% of you guys are saying yes right now, if I could see this right. Can I see this full poll? Why does it have like a loading bar below it? I don't know. It's because of the time. Looks like most of you guys are saying 100% yes, though. If you guys are voting on it, which I don't know if you are. Griffin will put the whole team on his back and carry you at least to the wildcard spot. I really hope so. Last year, 107, and in a few years also over 100 points. He's the reigning Art Ross winner as well. Don't forget about that. So I think a lot of you guys are probably saying yes to this, but yeah, let's see if he eclipses 100 points. So let me end that poll because I believe it did get votes on it. Let's end that poll. Do I get to see the results? Yep, I do. Okay, so all 4 of you that voted said 100% yes. So let's see if Griffin hits 100 points again this season. So let's do 41 games, which means probably let's go to January the 1st and see where we are in terms of 41 games. But yeah, let's see what Griffin could do. See if this team can make it to the playoffs. Hopefully the season doesn't end as fast as, or faster than the offseason was. So we start off the season with a shootout loss, which I mean, at least this is a point, so I will take that. But if we really need to, we could make some coaching changes. But I don't know if we'll need to or not. We're off to a little bit of a sluggish start here. Maybe we'll be able to bounce back from that, though. It looks like we did because we just got 2 straight wins. 5-5-1. So Saturn says 15 goals, 96 assists for 111 points. Bryce says 105 points, 11 goals, 94 assists. Yeah, if he gets over 109 points or whatever his career high was, that would be insane. It would be nice if he could win another Art Ross, but I don't really know if he will, because maybe it's a fluke that he got one year. But the entire NHL was really low in scoring that year, but he was really good. Okay, the team is starting to wake up a bit. We're almost at 20 wins already. So this team is still doing good, which is nice to see. Hopefully the younger guys like Keeler and whatnot are getting some growth. So at January 1st, 22-14-1, that's 37 games. So we got to go 4 more games before we'll take an updated look at our player stats. See how we're doing halfway throughout the year. So let's do these 4 games. So we got exactly halfway throughout the season. Yeah, the offense is good. Defense isn't. We just beat Buffalo 11-2 though. God damn. I mean, Buffalo's not a good team, it says, but still 11-2 is quite the win. And we're 24-16-1 halfway through the season. So, what do you guys think? How much points halfway through the season does Griffin have 41 games in? I'm curious on your guys' thoughts on this type of thing. I feel like he's probably, because the last few years, I feel like he's had 60-something points at this pace. But I'm not 100% sure where he would be at. Saturn says 60 points. Yeah, I think it's got to be at least 60 points based on his offense. Seems like the GM and scouts did a good job this year. Yeah, hopefully the scouts also did a good job in terms of like drafting and stuff like that. Like hopefully they did a good job at scouting up people. Christiania Vaughn says 64. Hawks fans says 60. Bryce says 6 goals and 51 assists for 57 points. Okay, let's see what it is. It's going to be halfway through the season. 54 points. Okay. So a little bit lower than I expected, but still on pace for 108 points. I mean, that's still not a bad sign. And we are only 1 point back of the division lead at the moment with 49 points. So that's not too bad. I mean, the offense on the team did definitely drop off a bit, but I definitely will take it. 18, yeah, he had more goals, fewer assists. That is true. So he's looking like he's turning into more of a goal scorer this year. Like he might hit 36 goals this year. And he might not have as much assists. But yeah, his shooting category is kind of ridiculous because it's all like 99s across the board. But yeah, we're in a pretty good spot standing-wise as well, which is nice. Do you guys want me to show you guys all the player stats halfway through the season, or do you guys just want me to show you guys that at the end of the season? Because maybe it's more of a surprise that way. Because then we could actually see it a little bit more in depth at that point. But I think it might be better just to show you guys at the end of the season. Finished up the season first is Saturn, okay. What about the rest of you guys? Sima the rest of the season first, and then we'll take a look at player stats and the standings and stuff. But I think right now with this team, it looks like it's going to be a playoff team. Bryce wants to be surprised, so yeah, I think we will simulate the last 41 games. Okay, let's see what happens for Griffins. So he had how much points again halfway out through the year? Just so I remember correctly, 54 points. Okay. So he's on a pace for 108. Will he have more than 108 points at the end of the season, or will he have less is the question. Let's go to April the 11th, I guess. Thought my controller died for a second. I don't know why. Okay, let's sim and see what happens. Let's see what happens. See if he could continue leading his team to the playoffs. Hopefully that is the case. We had a couple games where he had over 7 goals, so he should probably have at least 3 points in those type of games, I would assume. Because that's the type of player Griffin is. He contributes to most of the team's offense, right? So if we score a lot of goals, there's a good chance Griffin's picking up a lot of points. I'd say we did a great job building this team this year. Yeah, I think this team is looking pretty good. I'm just hoping that they could actually do good in the playoffs as well, because once we get into the playoffs, if we're a first-round exit, it's not going to be great. Yeah, we're definitely having some good offensive games still, so Griffin's more than likely picking up a good amount of points. We will just continue to simulate because we aren't going to take a look at anything trade deadline-wise because I don't care about the trade deadline in a draft glory. 9-0 win versus Montreal, yeah. We aren't claiming players on waivers because that's not what we do either, but that would be interesting. 2-1 loss to LA. Come on, boys, just keep on piling on the offense. We're almost at 50 wins, which is kind of a surprise, I'd say. This team I didn't think was going to have 50 wins in them. But, I mean, if we hit 50 wins, we're a first-round exit, guys. Wow, we smoked Buffalo 10-4 in another game. So, literally got 22 goals on Buffalo this year, I think. A little bit of a losing streak near the end of the season, but we're going to finish 49-30-3. It's crazy that Griffin is doing Griffin is doing, man. Bobby Orr, too, especially as an 81. Consistently hitting 100 points as a D-man. Wow, his individual stats are so perfect for him. Yeah, he's just been insane as a player. But we did make the playoffs, so you guys know. We did make the playoffs, 49-30-3. The question is, are we going to be a first-round exit or not? Also, what do you guys think Griffin's point totals are at now at the end of the season, based on how this team simulated? Do you think he hit the 108 points that he was on pace for halfway through the year, or do you guys think he had less than that, or did he somehow eclipse more than that? Cinderella run loading. Yes, hopefully it's a Cinderella run. We finished 3rd in our division. It's not bad. 106 points and 35 goals, 110 points, 115 points. Okay. And Bryce, what is your prediction since you hadn't predicted yet? Everybody else says 106 to 115 points, which is probably around there. Saturn says 111. Okay. What do we got? What do we got? It is going to be 103 points. So his production dropped off in the second half, but still a really good season. And Bryce is 107. Yeah, not a bad season for him. His goal scoring fell off a lot because he had 18 goals throughout half the year, wasn't it? And then he only finishes with 26. But 103 points for him. Still another 100-point season for Morgan Griffin. Before we actually take a look at the standings and all the team's player stats, I do want to go to our lines quickly. What do I win for being closer? You win the round of applause. You know, clap, clap, clap. So let's take a look at Griffin's career stats because I want to take a look at this before we actually look at the rest of the players' stats. But he was a plus 32 this year. A plus 32 this year. So he was on there for a lot of offense. Really good plus minus. And look at his career stats now, though. He's almost at 700 points. And he hasn't even played 600 games. That's unreal. 26 goals is his second most amount of goals. He did have 29 one year, but what a year for Morgan Griffin. I was really hoping he would get 30 goals. That would have been really cool as a D-man. Yeah, I agree. I hope he could hit 30 goals eventually, but hopefully he could have a big playoffs as well. But he's on pace almost, like, he almost has 700 points. And what is it? Tertukin, who's been with our series since almost the beginning, just has over 1,000 points, I'm pretty sure, in his career. So there's a good chance that Griffin could catch him almost nearby by the end of the series, almost to an extent. Damn, what a year. That plus 32 is really nice to see as well, and he had his most shots this season that he ever did. He had 6 game-winning goals as well as a defenseman. Morgan Griffin is one of my favorite stories in a franchise mode ever. Just crazy what he does. Yeah, as a former third-round pick, 96th overall, this guy's turned out to be a beast. Like, look at all those 99s across the board. Always crazy. I was always a Sedin guy. Man, Saturn again with another what is it, super chat. Thank you again, man. $2. Here's Bryce's prize for being closest. Bryce, do you want me to send you the $2? Nick says, let's see Kapitanov next. Yeah, we'll take a look at it through the actual team stats. But yeah, Griffin is a beast, and I'm really glad that he's here for the rest of the series. Like, he's only making 13.5. I'm glad I jumped on that contract when I did. Looks like we are getting also some drop-off overall-wise from Tertukin more. He's a 79 now. Capitano's still an 87, which is good. I'm chill, you deserve it, Snape. Okay, Bryce. I'll remember that. Okay. So, let's take a look at our player stats. It looks like Burns also dropped off, actually. Damn, that's not good. Hopefully we got good production throughout the entire team, though. But we'll start off before we look at our player stats. Let's look at the standings, because I'm curious on what this team has done really well at and what they haven't. So, entire league-wise, we finished 8th best in the entire league, only 6 points back of the Vegas Golden Knights, who finished first. So, not too bad in terms of where we sat in the standings. Goals for per game-wise, we were the 2nd best offensive team in the NHL. Yeah, I'll show you guys Sedin's career player stats as well. I'll show you guys almost every player on our team's career stats if you want to. But, yeah, what a season. Really good offense. Probably because of Griffin mostly, I would assume. But we were the 2nd best offensive team in the NHL. Goals against per game. This is where I think our team is probably going to struggle because we don't have the greatest goaltending. But let's see. We were the 5th best defensive team. Okay, that's kind of a surprise. That is kind of a surprise because losing Benson you thought would probably be a like kind of lower stats a bit. But our goaltending was still good this year. Could be the defense in front of them, I guess. But still. If Burns, Tertukin, and Kapitanov retired before the end, I would just tank the rest of the way and the franchise the way it started. Yeah, maybe. This will be a Cinderella year, hopefully. What about our power play percentage? Power play was not the best. So it looks like maybe we weren't a great special teams team. 17.4%. Not the worst, but definitely not the best either. Could definitely improve on that. And our penalty kill this year was pretty good. So... yeah, this is our power play that wasn't really that good. Cross your fingers for you, the cup run. Yeah, hopefully. I believe this is going to be a hell of a playoff run, Griffin. 2 points per game type of stuff. I really hope so. Because if Griffin randomly just puts up like 30 points in the playoffs, then we could win a cup easily. So yeah, we had a really good penalty kill. We had a good defense, a good offense. Our power play was just the one thing that didn't do the greatest at. We also had 6 shorthanded goals this year, which is pretty good. And we had around the same record both on home ice and away. 4-5-1 in our last 10 games, so maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we're getting those losses out of the way early. And we were one of the best teams in scoring shorthanded goals, not the best. Toronto had 9, but they missed the playoffs, which is interesting. So that's standings. Now we get to take a look at the player stats. This is going to be where it's going to be fun. Let's see what this happened this season. So, let's start off with Chad Burns. 74 points, 82 games, plus 33. I think that's a pretty good season for Chad Burns. Obviously, he is dropping off, though. He's an 86 now, so that's a bit scary. But one of his best seasons in terms of offensive numbers. I think it's his best goal-scoring season. But plus 33, though, is really good. I mean, he's a plus 311 in his career on a draft to glory team. That's pretty impressive, I would say. And yeah, very solid for a 34-year-old. That is true as well. So yeah, that is the season for Burns. His contract is up this offseason, so hopefully he doesn't demand too much. Because our all said that would not be great. Especially with him getting close to retirement. Ernest Patan, 55 points, not bad. 22 goals, 33 assists is not really the worst thing for a second liner, I guess. It's okay. It's not the best, but it's definitely not the worst. I think this team isn't old and is going to fight hard for their championship. Hopefully, yeah, that veteran presence of this roster kind of helps out a bit. I didn't realize Ernest Patan was up at 35 years of age already as well. He's been here a long time. 443 points, 1,066 games. Not the best plus minus. Hopefully he has a good playoffs. He's never been really a good playoff player since his 36-37 season. We need all the veterans to retire as a sharpshooter. Yeah, hopefully we can. Hopefully we could bring back some. If there is some in free agency. And wow, Vitaly Radulov had 34 points. That's actually really good for a 76. It's a little bit better than he had last year as well. So Radulov is kind of a decent player to have for that bottom six. Brings some offensive game to the roster a little bit. We just need him to produce a bit more in the playoffs, I think. But other than that, I'd say not a bad option for that bottom six. Solid. Left wing wise, Joel King had 63 points this year. Only 16 goals, which I believe in the past he's been scoring more goals. But 63 points is pretty good. Actually, never mind. He's been more of a playmaker his entire career, but a little bit less than last year. But still, he's been actually a pretty solid top six. I'm glad I locked him up. Only one power play goal, though. So that's maybe why the power play struggled a bit. But 11 power play points. I'll take it. It's not too bad. 301 points in 574 games for a top six. Not bad at all. And then Zigomanis had 51 points, 29 goals this year. So Zigomanis had a breakout year, I think. Yeah, a bit of a breakout year. Less points than last year as well, but more goals. This team is like what the Penguins are doing next season. A very good team with we're a dynasty before, now old, but trying to get one last championship together. Yeah, that's fair. And just without the Stanley Cups on the roster, but trying to find a way to get one cup at least. Jacobs, 43 points, not bad either. 10 goals, 33 assists, so more of a playmaker, but not bad. Not the best offensive player for the bottom six, but I still will take it, I guess. And then Kabina, his first season in the NHL, 35 points. Not that bad for a rookie. 15 goals and 20 assists. He's at 77 still. Coming off some good season in the AHL. Hopefully he could have a good playoff run as well. And hopefully get some good development from this season, because definitely we could use that. And then Keeler had 26 points as a not a grinder, as a two-way forward, plus 22 as well. How much shorthanded goals did he have? 1 shorthanded goal and 2 shorthanded points. Pretty good rookie season for Keeler, I'd say. Yeah, that's not bad. Him being a plus 22 is nice to see. He makes our bottom six a bit more defensive, because that has hurt us in the past, I think. And Kapitanov, 76 points. Not necessarily the most I was hoping from him, but it's okay. It's listed as a sniper, but he doesn't score that much. 29 goals. I don't know about Kapitanov. It's not the worst season I've seen for sure, but I mean, at least it did help our offense out, because if we didn't bring him in, we probably would have not been a playoff team maybe at that point. But yeah, hopefully he has a good playoffs. We haven't actually had him in the playoffs with us in a long time, so we'll see what he could do. Kapitanov was solid. I think he provided exact value of his contract. Yeah, that's true. It's not like we gave him what he was demanding at the beginning. And yeah, almost point per game as a 35-year-old. I guess you're right, guys are right. I completely forget about the guys' age on this roster, because a lot of these guys are 30 and older. So, but yeah, 76 points, not bad. Scuderi at 32 had 60 points, 19 goals, 41 assists. This guy's more of a playmaker than anything, but yeah, it's pretty good. Almost getting back to that 74-point season that he had, but he's been actually a really underrated player. I didn't even realize. 510 points in his career in 738 games. Pretty good. I mean, he doesn't really produce in the playoffs, but pretty solid career. He definitely was a huge reason to get this team where it was going. Yeah, I agree with that. Kapitanov definitely did help out, and I'm really glad that they locked up Scuderi, because I feel like after a season like he just had, he might ask for too much. And then Phil Petrovicki, 31 goals this year, 55 points. Pretty solid. Yeah, I didn't realize Scuderi was up there in age. Petrovicki's been a good goal scorer for us. He's a 3-time 30-goal scorer, and he's 25. 145 goals and only 63 assists. So this guy doesn't pass the puck a lot, but he shoots the puck quite a bit. No power play goals either. I don't know if he was on the power play. Was he on the power play? Doesn't seem like he was. If he wasn't on the power play, I gotta put him on the power play. But yeah, pretty solid stats, I'd say. And then Brock Cole, 38 points, 17 goals, 21 assists. Not terrible. That might be one of his best seasons. It's tied for his second best. I thought Scuderi was much younger. Feels like only recently he started having memorable seasons. Yeah, yeah, that's true a little bit. Next time in Draft to Glory, look at prospect shot totals during the draft to determine if he was a good elite goal scorer sniper. Yeah, that's true. I could do that. But I think those numbers are all made up, if I'm not mistaken. Petrovicki's 25. Yeah, him, Cole, and King were all like drafted around the same spots. So those guys are kind of like the youngsters on this roster in a sense. And now the defensive core, as we were mentioning, Morgan Griffin, 103 points this year, plus 32. 6 game winners, 14 power play points. Not actually a lot of power play points by his standard, but still. 3 short-handed points, so he even picked up some short-handed assists this year. Not bad. A lot of block shots, and yeah, pretty solid. Obviously a really good season for Griffin. Sedin, 44 points. You guys wanted to see his career stats, so let's take a look at that. Volume of shots can tell a lot about a player if you can usually tell if they're going to be shoot first, pass. Yeah, the bias that they have. Yeah, that's true. So here's Sedin's career stats in case you guys wanted to take a look at this. He's been kind of a bouncing around player in terms of offense, but 552 points in 1,230 games. He's already 32 as well. I believe his contract is up this offseason too, so we got some big contracts to deal with. But pretty solid. And there are his playoff numbers as well. He's been a better playoff player, I think, than regular season-wise. But yeah, we need to give him a contract this offseason. That's going to be really pricey. So there's a chance we might end up losing somebody decent off the roster this offseason if this team doesn't win a cup. Teratukin, 33 points, plus 21. That's pretty solid. He's dropped down to exact 7th D, so I think he does retire at the end of the season, unfortunately. But 1,055 points in almost 1,700 games. I say that's pretty solid. He's been a pretty good defender for a long time. Mostly offensively minded, but still. Hopefully he could have a good playoffs as well. He didn't really have the best playoffs last year. Only 1 goal in those 7 games, so we definitely need him to step up if possible. 33 points for McGrattan's not bad, plus 9. Yeah, it's his best offensive season. But last year he was a minus 8 in 7 playoff games. So I'm really hoping McGrattan gets his defensive game together a bit. Dane Lowe, 22 points, plus 15, not bad. And then Patolny, 14 points and a plus 22. So yeah, McGrattan's always the worst defensively on the defensive records. Can you check the records for the team in the record book? Yeah, I'll do that in a second, Bryce, after I take a look at these stats. So goalie, yeah, our goalies, well, that's kind of weird. We had one of the best save percent, or not save percentages, goals against in the NHL, but our goalies kind of had a bad season by save percentage stats. I don't know. Like, how do you have a team that does this well and both goalies had below a 900 save percentage? But I mean, they did have like less than 3 goals against, but that's probably because of the defense. So the goaltending wasn't the best. Their goalie kind of struggled, and then Dave Bradley also kind of struggled. I mean, they picked up a combined 5 shutouts, but still. A little bit weird on the save percentage factor. And 1 assist from Daryl goalie as well. Teratukin's final dance. Yeah, pretty much, I think, at this rate. Unless he, for some reason, decides to come back for 1 more year. You're this year's Colorado Avalanche. Your offense will make up for lackluster goaltending. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, we don't have, like, I guess goalie could be technically like a Darcy Kemper in a sense. And then I guess Bradley's well, actually, Bradley would probably be closer to that. Yeah. I don't know. 0.01 difference would make you think a goalie as average instead of below. Okay, so let's take a look at the entire league, though, because first, before we actually get into the record book, just to quickly take a look at that, I am curious on the entire league for points. Do you guys think Griffin won the Art Ross this year with 103 points? I feel like he didn't, because last year there was guys at like 100-something points, so I feel like unless the NHL is really low scoring, that he's not going to win it. Like, I feel like he'll probably be the best defenseman in terms of like everything. Like, he's going to win the Norris this year, but I don't think he's going to win the Art Ross. And yeah, you guys don't seem to think so far. Which is, yeah, that's what I think. I feel like he's probably like maybe top 10 still in points, but he's not going to be the winner. He'll be top 5 in scoring. He'll win the North for sure. Oh, welcome aboard, Alien Pete, unless you were watching earlier and didn't mention anything. But let's see, where did he finish in terms of points? We'll start off with the forwards just because I'm curious on this. So the best forward was Varakis with 114 points. So basically, Griffin's going to finish, 5th in points. So you're right on the nose there, Saturn. So he tied with DiPietro, who's with the Islanders. What the heck? Wow, a DiPietro signing with the Islanders. You'd love to see that. This guy's not signed. No, oh, he is signed to a bad contract, but maybe not a bad contract actually if he put up 103 points. But still, he's not signed for 15 years or whatever it is. Will you do a draft glory for 23, and are they gonna add any meaningful features in next NHL 23? I might do a draft glory again for sure in NHL 23. I don't know about anything feature-wise because I'm not affiliated with EA, so I have no idea what is up their sleeve for this year's game. So Mike Milbury's kid is running the Islanders. Yeah, you never know. Maybe he is. But yeah, so offensively, Varakis definitely the best player by far. Jorgen Pedersen, who was with the Predators, because I do remember that guy from when we played the Preds a couple times in the playoffs. Edwin Toole is also up there, so it looks like the Sens were a really good team this year. Scarabelli up there as he usually is. Carl, a surprise. Best goal scorer of the season was Javon Sanders with 58 goals. That's a lot of goals. A couple 50-goal scorers this year, including a Minnesota Wild player. So I don't know if Minnesota is a good team again this year. Still surprised Griffin could only be a top 4, 81 overall. I'd say his NHL equivalent is like a Makar or Fox. Should be franchise 90 overall. Don't get how he's an 81 with that list of 99s. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't know how he hasn't got any like statistical growth to jump him up to a 90 because he's just been really good like since his first NHL season. Even he almost won the Calder with 67 points and almost won the Norris too. I think too, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's won like 4 or 5 Norrises at this point. So okay. So that is forward-wise. Actually, let's take a look at some of these other stats just for fun. Most game-winning goals is Colborne and Leclerc, Vegas and Detroit. Most power play goals, Colborne with 20, and then Chelios with 17, and Kang with 17. What round was Griffin drafted in? He was drafted in the 3rd round as a low top 4. I chose him because I think I saw he had good offensive stats. And I thought might as well just take him anyways. And then he ended up somehow becoming a really good player. Like, I don't even know how he developed so well for low top 4. But some low top 4s have that type of, like, growth in them. Not a lot of them do, but still some of them do. Biggest draft steal ever. Definitely a channel legend, yeah. Him and I'd say the channel legends from this year's alone would definitely be Griffin. It would definitely be Jaskline. And I'd say Thornton. I don't know if guys like Chad Burns fall into that category or not, but I definitely think those guys have had really good careers as well. So, and then from Arizona, obviously, you'd have like Agostino. I don't know if you'd have Shelley up there necessarily, but Shelley has been a good player. So yeah, there is quite a few legends from this year in general. Most shorthanded goals this season is going to be Bryant Wild in Dallas with 5 shorthanded goals. Gene Taratukin, Jaskline, and Griffin. Yeah, I guess Taratukin would be in there as well because of the over 1,000 points as a defenseman, which I believe is the most I've ever had for a D-man. Yeah, the old guard pretty much, and that's right. Justin Sullivan, 6 shorthanded points. Same with Richmond and Haynes. What else we got here? Most hits for fun. Sedlak had 211 hits, so you had 3 guys hit over 200 hits this season, which is kind of crazy. I have one team I built that would consistently get 60 wins, never win a title, and then after 8 years straight of President's Trophies, I finally cracked it and won a Stanley Cup. That sounds about right with NHL because for some reason, if you win a lot of games in the regular season, you're not going to be a Stanley Cup winning team usually. And then if you win an average amount of games, then that's when you win the Stanley Cup. Block shots for fun, Untinen for forwards, giveaways, Duras, and takeaways is going to be McKinley, who had 169 takeaways. Wow. That might be the most amount of takeaways I've seen a player have. That's close to 200, damn. And in the most fights this season for fun as well, Jacina had 30 fights. Edwin Jacina, who the heck is this dude? A goon, apparently. Yeah, this guy's been gooning it up his entire career, even in the AHL. Like 276 penalty minutes in with the Toronto Marlies. That's crazy. Damn. So that is forward stats. Let's take a look at defensive stats. So obviously, yep, Griffin is going to finish first in points on defense as expected, and will win another Norris for sure. And look who is right behind him. It's Jeffrey in Minnesota, as the last few years has been. Unfortunately, Jeffrey has won 2 Stanley Cups still, while Griffin has just won a bunch of Norrises and stuff. But hopefully this is the year for Griffin. But you can see the point gap between like even guys like Jeffrey and Griffin. There's a huge point gap, and then you go from Jeffrey on down. That's a huge point gap as well. I'm doing a regular franchise mode by adding a team to Madison, Wisconsin. Interesting. Yeah, Wisconsin's not a bad place for a hockey market, because if I'm not mistaken, Wisconsin actually does have a good amount of like American teams in like leagues and stuff like that. So I mean, Wisconsin's probably one of the best places for hockey in the States that doesn't have hockey, I'd say, personally. So yeah, Griffin definitely going to get that Norris, so that's good to see. Let's just take a look and see if there's a player on defense that had a lot of fights as well for fun. 32 fights for Damon Tanabe, so apparently that 30-fight guy didn't have enough fights, because Tanabe just completely went off. Jeez. And this guy's been also kind of just beating up people apparently his entire career. Wow. Jeffron has got to be the most what if Griffin didn't exist. How many Norris trophies plus the... Yeah, that's true. I didn't even think of it like that. Because if Griffin didn't exist, Jeffron definitely would have probably won a bunch of Norrises. The university there is a major hockey school. Yeah, that's what I thought. The Wisconsin Badgers, right? If I'm not mistaken. Put a team together that would also give them an instant rivalry with Chicago, Minnesota, to Leicester, St. Louis, and Detroit. It's true. Okay, so there's that. What about the best goalie this season for wins, out of curiosity? It's going to be Chase Richards with 41 wins, but Daryl Goalie right behind him. Looks like it might have been an offensive season, because a lot of these save percentages aren't the best. It's interesting. Most shutouts by a starter is going to be Vesa Järvinen in Anaheim, who had 6 shutouts with a 907 save percentage as well. Yeah, the Badgers where Cole Caulfield went. Yeah, I know about you Habs fans and liking Cole Caulfield. For some reason, I don't know. It could be the way Habs fans, some of them act on Twitter, but they've gotten to me quite a bit, and I get annoyed with them. Not you, Bryce, but there's a lot of them that kind of get under my skin, so... The internet could be a little bit of a weird place sometimes, you know. Lee has a 917 save percentage to lead the league, but everybody else pretty much that was a starting goalie had below a 912. So it might have been an offensive season. But it looks like to me that Isaiah Lee might be the Vezina candidate this season. Goals against, yeah, it's going to be probably Isaiah Lee that takes home the Vezina this season for the Islanders. The next closest probably would be guys like... I don't know. Let's go back to save percentage. Probably Sedin would be up there as well, but Isaiah Lee's definitely going to win the Vezina. I'm a Kings fan, and I'm just starting to, just waiting for Svechnikov to jump from star to superstar. Yeah, Svechnikov is starting to become that type of player for sure, and the Kings should be contending for a cup at least these next few years. Bringing in Brent Burns and Pacioretty and that is definitely going to help out a lot, I think. Notable UW-Madison alumni, Joe Pavelski, Ryan Suter, Ryan McDonough, Craig Smith, Danny Heatley, Mike Richter, Chris Chelios, Jay Gardner, Brian Elliott, and Craig Smith. A lot of good players there. Caulfield is my favorite player in the league. Suzuki close second, but I do hate a lot of Habs fans. Most, so Grant McKegg. Oh, you mean Greg McKegg? Yeah, I think I know who you mean. I agree. Okay. So that is that for goalies. Any goalie goals for fun as well this season? No. Goalie assists, there was 4 from Strudwick and Denny. And that is that. What about the best rookie this season? Donovan Girardi, not a surprise. That guy that Chicago drafted 2nd overall finishes with a 63-point rookie season. So he's definitely going to win the Calder, but Delisle was up there with 61 points. Who's a guy that was drafted 13th overall a couple of years back. Or a number of years back. Rajala, the 1st overall pick, was up there. Pedersen. Interesting. So there is the season. And that means quickly, before we see who we're actually playing in the first round of the playoffs, we will take a quick look at the record book because Bryce wanted to see that. Don't want to forget about that. And we'll see who we're facing in round 1 after that. So I won't show you guys the entire league stats for that type of thing right now, but for your sharpshooters, here is the records because you guys wanted to see this. So you can see Jaskleinen has played or had the most points in a career so far with this team. He also played the most seasons, only played 19 seasons. Didn't even hit 20 seasons, which is kind of a surprise. What's the best round 5 or later player that you've ever drafted? I'm trying to think. I know I've had some good players that have like came out of the 7th round. Like if you guys watch the Arizona series as well, Ustorf on the 4th line, he came from like a really late 7th round pick, but he definitely wouldn't think he's the best. But yeah, I'm not too sure. Yeah, I'm honestly not too sure on that, who my best deal is after the 5th round, because that's where it starts to get like you have to find like a low elite in order for them to be good. So but yeah, most seasons Jaskleinen 19, most assists in a season Jaskleinen with 968 in his career. Actually, never mind, not season. Games played obviously is gonna go to Teratukin. Teratukin's played more games than Jaskleinen now. Welcome back, Senator. Good to see you in the stream again. From like, cause you were in like the last other few streams. Hopefully you're doing good. Saturn says I'm surprised goalie had the most shutouts. Oh yeah, the most shutouts in this team's franchise history, because we haven't really had a lot of goalies that have stayed with us long term. Like the other goalie that would probably be closest would be Soderstrom. So Hornquist in Arizona was a good pick, and I think he was a 7th rounder. Yeah, that's right. He was a 7th rounder. And he ended up being a pretty solid goalie with us, but I think his career's gone downhill since, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, most wins in Houston series is going to be Soderstrom with 198 so far, but goalie is very close to beating him. He only needs 40 more wins. Most goals so far is going to be Gene Thornton 648, but Chad Burns is up there as well with 393. So I guess Chad Burns also passed Jaskleinen in goals, which is kind of surprising. Because, yeah, Jaskleinen was probably around like 400. So maybe he's getting close to that. Teratukin approaching Marlowe-like numbers of games played. Yeah, he's played a lot of games. So if he doesn't retire this season, I will be kind of surprised. And in season records, in case you wanted to take a look at this, games played doesn't matter because it's always the guy from the first year. But most shutouts in a season was goalie with 6 shutouts. Most penalty minutes this season was Kyler Morales, which was our first ever pick with 110. Most goals in a season was Sam Sidhu, which was last season with 51 goals. So I guess that means then that we never had a 50 goal scorer until Sidhu. Yeah, I definitely wish franchises were longer, because I would definitely do the series a lot longer so we could actually try and win a Stanley Cup easier than doing it in 3 years. Most points in the season, Griffin 109. Most assists, obviously Griffin. And most wins in the season is Soderstrom with 34. Goalie just missed out with 33. Rookie-wise, the best rookie records, obviously Griffin's up there, Benson's up there, Thornton, goalie, and Thornton. Those records probably won't be broken, I would assume, since rookies were probably not going to have much make the rest of this team. And game records that are quite fun. Look at that. Who cares about Leon Dubois and his 59 saves that he had in the first season? But Morgan Griffin had a 7-point game in 2040, and he also had a 6-assist game in 2041. That's pretty crazy. And Sam Sidhu had a 6-goal game in 2031. Unreal. So yeah, those are the records, because you guys want to take a look at those. Yeah, this franchise deserves a cup. Legendary franchise mode, so many legends. Yeah, I feel like I've had more legends in NHL 22 than in NHL 21, so. But yeah, those are all the records for Houston. We won't take a look at any other records until probably the end of the 3 seasons, just because it might take a long time, because we're already at 2 hours into the stream, and I've only not done 1 season yet, so. I'd like to try and get all 3 seasons done, but at this rate, I really don't know if that's going to happen, so. Now let's take a look at who we're playing in round 1 of the playoffs. It is going to be... Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Minnesota again? Nope. It's going to be Dallas. So we got another Battle of Texas, guys, on our hands. They went 48-28-6. We went 49-30-3. So this is probably going to be a pretty balanced series based on that. But we'll definitely have to take a look at how they did during the regular season and how the roster looks as well. But that's interesting. We've had a lot of playoff matchups with Dallas before in the playoffs, and we won a decent amount of them. I think we also lost a couple of them as well. But another battle of Texas. This should be interesting. Let's take a look at their roster and see what they look like. So, top line of Leonardo Loins, Connor Saunders, and Pierre Lamoureux. That's a pretty damn good top line. Definitely a lot different of a roster than I last saw them, but yeah, it's a really good first line. Cross fingers for Stanley Cup win. I hope so, but based on how Dallas looks, this is going to be pretty tough. Because that second line is gross as well. Abel Geertsen, Esteban Gardner, and Brody Haynes. All these guys in their top 6 are 84 and above, so their top 6 is definitely way better than ours. And their bottom 6 is a little bit weaker. Crossing my fingers and toes for a sweep of the rival stars. I hope so. Their roster definitely looks a lot better than ours so far. Maybe their defensive core isn't, though. They have Clinton James, who's a younger guy, with Bryant Wild and Sylvain Otterise. Interesting. It's a bottom 6. They also have Teuton, Ald, and Silverberg on their fourth line. So that is a very interesting roster. Weak bottom 6, I'd say, but their center depth is really good. And that top 6 is pretty damn good as well. Will they be as good defensively, though? And no, they aren't. So I'd say we'd have the defensive upper hand, maybe. But offensive, I wouldn't put this above theirs, probably. They got Mark Strome. Not Mark Stone, but Mark Strome, who looks pretty good. It sounds like almost like Markstrom, which is kind of funny. And Callie Telquist, so not a bad top 2. And then they also have Chimera and Schoenmakers, and Brent Marchment and Joe Spurgeon. Interesting. Good old Joe. No defensive core competes with the Sharpshooters. Griffin is so much better than anyone else that carries that core as a whole. Yeah, it just, the games for some reason, like if he's listed only as a top 4, not a top 2, it will say that if this guy's like listed as a top 2, then he's technically better. I don't know. But yeah, the defensive core is definitely not terrible. But it's pretty balanced, but it's definitely not as strong as ours, I'd say. But their offensive core definitely beats that. How about their goaltending is the question. Nick Climby, who's an 82, and Thomas Leonard, who's an 80. So we got a better goaltending tandem as well, technically, but they have simulated a lot better, I think. How did Nick Climby simulate? He had an 899 as well, so never mind. He did not simulate better than goalie, and a 901 for Leonard. So both teams didn't have the best goaltending this season, it looks like. And then depth-wise, they have Abraham Hilbert, they have Justin Alexi, and Pat Zanata. All defensemen. Interesting. So they actually have not the worst team I've ever seen. Who do you guys think would be better on paper? Do you guys think Dallas has the better roster just based on their offense? Or do you think we beat them because of the defense and the goaltending? Because to me, it seems like it could be a pretty even matchup based on this. We'll definitely take a look at how they simulated during the regular season as well, though they compare it. Those two defensemen should have started. Which ones? You mean Hilbert? Oh, you mean Alexi probably, or Zanata? I think you guys are better. Yeah, hopefully we're better. I mean, it just comes down to like if our offensive depth could actually score. Their top 6 is better than yours. Your bottom 6 is in defense are better. Goaltending is a wash. Yeah, goaltending is always a wash in the playoffs. True. I think Houston overall is better. Dallas offense might carry. That's true. So that's what their team looks like. Let's take a look at how they did in the regular season in terms of goals for and all that. And then we'll get into the playoffs, which I am very excited for, but also very nervous because I know if we end up losing in this first round, then this year we should have tried to miss the playoffs in a sense. And then the contracts is going to be pretty expensive, but they had less wins technically than us in the regular season, but we finished with less points because we had more regulation losses than OT losses. Houston in 7, yeah, I think it's probably going to go 7 games, but who knows. We had better offense than they did during the regular season. We scored 21 more goals than they did. We also had a better defense, allowed 10 less goals than they did. Power play percentage, their power play was much better than ours, not a surprise though. 23.2% to 17.4. And then penalty kill wise, they were a little bit worse than us. So yeah, this is probably going to be a really easy, easy game 7 situation, I think. Unless somebody randomly pulls off a sweep, but it's I'd say very similar record teams and very close in terms of goals for, goals against, that type of thing. I hope Houston will win, but I think a team will win it in 7, Houston or Dallas. Yeah. Yeah, 7 games is probably when it's going to happen. Houston in 5, stay sleeping on them. Hopefully we can win in 5. So, let's waste no time and get into the first game. Who do you guys think we should actually start first before we actually get into the first game? Who do we start in net? Daryl Goalie or Dave Bradley? Daryl Goalie had an .899 save percentage this year with a 2.91 goals against. So, the better save percentage, but I believe a worse goals against. Yeah, worse goals against. Because Bradley had an .895 and a 286. Nick's his goalie, Saturn's his goalie, so it looks like we're probably going goalie. And if goalie plays bad for a game, we could definitely turn to Bradley then. And do you guys think we should put Umberger into the lineup? Is there a defenseman you would replace for Umberger as well for game 1? Okay, yeah, we're definitely starting goalie. Do you think Umberger should be put in instead of any of these defensemen? Like, did any of them have a terrible season, like McGrattan's plus 9 only? Like how he had really bad plus minuses in the past. Do you think we take McGrattan out for game 1? Or we just keep with McGrattan, see what happens first before we make any drastic changes to the roster? Run your current lineup for game 1. Yeah, I think that's probably the best option. Anybody in the AHL we could call up if we run into problems out of curiosity? Not really. Ooh, I just realized Leon Backer. If you guys remember last year, we drafted a top 4. He's almost NHL ready at 21. That's pretty good. Maybe another season or so in the AHL, and he could jump into our top 6 at that point. If any, it's McGrattan out, but I'd definitely give it a shot if he gets bad. Umberger in. Yeah, okay, so we'll keep the roster the same. And yeah, if need be, McGrattan would probably be the one out if his defensive play continues to do what it did in the past, because his defensive play has been pretty bad before. So not as bad as that one guy in my Arizona series. If you guys watched it with the episode where Festerling was a -8 in the game, I think it was. That was kind of crazy. So okay, let's get into game 1 in Dallas, see what we could do against our rivals, see if we could pull off a win on the road, and hopefully we can get to that second round. Let's see what happens here. First period of our playoff game. Let's see what happens. And look at that. We have a 1-0 lead. That's a good start. I definitely will take that. Petrovicki scores. And we're out shooting him 19-5. So that's a really good first period, I'd say. I definitely would take a lot more goals. But, I mean, to get 19 shots in the first period and the 1-0 lead and only allow 5 shots, that's a good way to start off the first game, I'd say. We just need to definitely find a way to score more on Klein, because I feel like he's probably getting into that stage where he's maybe a little bit locked in. So, yeah, Petrovicki can score a lot of goals. Like, he's kind of a low overall, but he can hit 30 goals in a season easily. So, maybe he'll have a good playoff run for us at this point. Second period, 3-1. That's exactly what we needed. Kapitanov scores a power play goal. A huge goal from that. And good to see Kapitanov scoring in the playoffs, because if we could get going in the playoffs, anything could happen with this team, really. I made it 2-0, and Gardner made it 2-1 to pull his team within this game. And yep, Ziggy scores as well. Zigomanis made it 3-1, getting, I believe, one of his first goals in the playoff. Maybe he scored some last year. I don't remember for sure. But we're out shooting 31-14. I think at this rate, this team should be able to lock it down. But just in case, get maybe a couple more insurance goals, because that offense on the top 6 of Dallas could all of a sudden come out of nowhere. So, Clutchatanov. Yeah, and that's his new nickname. There you go. I think somebody else called him like El Capitan before. I don't remember who it was that mentioned that. We are taking this W in this game. Let's see what happens, guys, in this third period. See if we could lock this down. Let's put it to 8 times. But for right now, it looks like this team should be able to do this unless we could somehow blow it, which hopefully isn't the case. But we are definitely destroying them in shots. So I think we definitely have this first game in the bag. Looks like we're going to lock it down, please. And yikes, Lamoureux scores late, but it is enough. Game-winning goal from Ziggy, and we're going to win 3-2 in game 1. Shots were 44-26, so they got pretty close near the end, and they actually started getting more chances, it seems like, as well. But we do take the win in game 1 on the road, so that's great. I like El Capitan. I just call him the Capitan. The Captain with the K. Yeah, that's true. Let's take a look at these goals. See how much points Griffin had on those. Petrovic from Low, Capitanov from Scuderi, and Zigomanis from Griffin. So Griffin only had 1 point in that game, which is kind of surprising, but we do get the win. Any minus players in that first game out of curiosity? Couple minus players, and it was the 4th line, or the youngsters mostly, Kabina, Keeler, and Radulov. So hopefully that 4th line plays a little bit better defensively, but it makes sense that it was them. And Daryl Goalie had a really good first playoff game. .923 save percentage and the 2 goals against. Yeah, pretty nice balanced attack. Griffin had an off day and only 1 point. Yeah, he sometimes has those type of games where he just kind of takes a day off. So we got to hope that he can be consistent in these postseason games. But yeah, we definitely outshot them. We won more face-offs than them as well. And a 3 stars. Climby gets 1st star. Wow. That's kind of a surprising considering he let in 3 goals. So Dallas's goalie gets 1st star because he faced a lot of shots. Zigomanis, or Ziggy, with the game-winning goal, gets 2nd star, and Daryl Goalie getting the 3rd star of the game. He's saving himself for a deep playoff run. I hope so. Hey, 1 point is still good. Yeah, it's true. He's still a point per game technically this playoff run, so never know what could happen in game 2 because sometimes he could just all of a sudden put up like 3 points in a game, right? Good win on the road. We're up 1-0 in the series. I think we got to keep the roster the exact same for game 2, right, guys? Since that was a pretty solid first game. Don't make any adjustments really until we start losing games at that point. Yeah, I think we got to keep the roster the same after that. Yeah, let's just keep the team the exact same and go into game 2, see if we could take 2 games in Dallas. Because if we could take 2 games on the road and then take at least 1 of 2 on home ice, we're going to put ourselves in a pretty good situation, I'd say. So here we go. Let's get into game 2. Waste no time. Let's see if we could take a 2-0 series lead here. First period, 1-0. So the exact same scoreline as last game. And another first period where we're out shooting them pretty badly. 16-9. So Kabina has the opening goal. That's his first ever playoff goal, I'm pretty sure, as well. I wish EA tracked point streaks. I'm sure Griffin probably had a 20-game point streak a few times. Yeah, he probably did at that rate. So Kabina with the only goal. Good to see the youngster getting on the board. Hopefully Keeler could get some goals too. Shot 16-9, up 1-0. And yeah, Kabina's a 4th liner. I'm pretty sure he's on the 4th line with Radulov and Keeler, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure he is. So it's good to see the 4th liner kind of come through, considering he was a -1 last game. Let's see if we can continue to dominate in the second period in terms of shots, and hopefully we could add more goals like we did in last game. Second period. Okay, guys. Okay, Capitanov is looking for like a career resurgence here. What a play by El Capitan. He's got 2 goals in the second period. That's his 3rd goal in the first 2 games of this playoff run. Now he's living up to that $10 million for sure. Sedin has been real quiet. Yeah, he has. Maybe he'll pick up a few assists here and there, but should be good if he does pick up points. But 4-0, shots 28-20. Damn. And I wasn't expecting also Dane Lowe to score because that guy's like a DFD and he doesn't pick up a lot of points. So that's good to see him get on the board as well. Yep, the captain has scored. Capitanov redemption arc, pretty much. That's pretty good. That's good. 28-20. Yeah, we should be able to have this game in the bag. Let's just lock this one down. Play good defensively. And yeah, we're off to a great start. So hopefully we can continue to do that on home ice. Petrovic makes it 5-0. The Dallas Stars have like no answer for us right now, which is kind of a surprise. Because you felt like this series would be a lot closer, but right now we've been outscoring them by quite a bit. Zigomanis, or Ziggy again, 6-0. Hopefully our offense doesn't all of a sudden dry out, though, because we've scored a lot of goals in these first 2 games. And goalie is going to get a shutout, and we win 6-0 in game 2. Shots were 38-26 at the end of it, so another game where we badly outshot them. And yeah, Capitanov is definitely looking good. The entire roster is scoring goals too, which is great to see, because sometimes in the playoffs we've had like depth problems in terms of scoring goals, but this year so far has been pretty good. Now you're gonna lose 4 in a row. Yeah, if that actually happens, you'll see it'll probably happen. Like our team is gonna like dominate these first 3 games, and then all of a sudden Dallas is gonna have a reverse sweep on us. I bet you. So there's game 2. 6-0 final. Shots were in our favor, 38-26, and the faceoffs were actually in Dallas's favor, 44-41, but still pretty close in faceoffs. Let's take a look at how much points Griffin had in that game. I feel like he probably had at least 2 or 3 in this one, just because we scored 6 goals. So, Kabina unassisted. That's interesting that was unassisted. Kapitanov from Petrovic and Griffin. Low from Jacobs and Zigomanis. Kapitanov from Burns and Teratukin. McGrattan from Teratukin. And Zigomanis from Cole and Jacobs. So, another only 1 point game for Griffin. But the rest of the team is picking up points. Teratukin had multiple points in the game. So, that's kind of a surprise. Considering he's dropping off. I'm not saying Zigomanis is the best player in the league, but he's a goal per game. Yeah, he is pretty decent. If that happens, throw the game disc out the window, and he's back, pacing himself. Yeah, throw the game disc out the window. The thing is, I have a digital copy, so I would have to throw my Series X out the window, and I don't think I'd want to do that. But yeah, there is the player stats for that game. Let's actually go over to, not to Dallas, I don't care about Dallas. Let's see the plus minuses and all that stuff. Actually, the plus minuses will all be plus. But only a couple players burned out there for really any goals. But multiple players had 2 point games. Teratukin, Zigomanis, Kapitanov, Jacobs, and Petrovic. And then a couple 1 point games for everybody else. I'll throw my disc out the window for you. Damn. Well, I mean, with NHL 23 being so close, I wouldn't blame you to throw 22 at the window at that point. Let's see, goalies. There is Daryl goalie stats. Another great playoff game for him. He might be the best option out of the goalies that we brought back for sure. This might be the year. It's early to say that there, Nick. It's only the first round. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves yet. Yeah, goalie gets first star, not a surprise. Kapitanov the second star, and Petrovic the third. Griffin is chilling. He knows that he needs to keep his energy for when they're down in a game. That's true. That is true. Maybe he'll come out of nowhere when it's like a Game 7 situation, but right now he's probably relying on the other players on the team because he knows that he needs to, like, if the team is down, like you're saying, he needs to pull out some offense out of nowhere. Is Kapitanov captain? No, he is not. I actually don't know who is the captain. I think it might be Chad Burns. I'll check just because I don't actually know. It might be Burns. It might be Teratukin. It might be... It's definitely somebody that's been with the team for a while. I'm not making Kapitanov the captain, I don't think, because... I don't know. I just don't think he needs it, but... who is the captain right now? It is Chad Burns. So yeah, Chad Burns gets it because he's been with the team for a while. Teratukin's an assistant, and also Griffin's an assistant because obviously Griffin's like definitely the best player on this team. But Teratukin and Burns deserve it more in a sense because they've been here since like day one. They've been through the ups and downs of this team. Well, Griffin's just been here for the end of it pretty much. So yeah, those are the captains, and that's why Kapitanov is not going to be a captain, but maybe he will be the captain at some point if he doesn't retire. Okay, so I guess we got to keep the roster exact same for Game 3 because we are outscoring them 9-2 in our first 2 games. We got home ice now. If we could win at least one of these 2 games on home ice, then we are definitely in a good spot to get ourselves to the second round. So here we go, game number 3 in Houston. Let's see if we can take a 3-0 series lead. I think Teratukin deserves it, and the Andy Green of this universe. Yeah, definitely a more offensive Andy Green for sure. If it's 3-0, it's over. I hope so. I have been reverse swept in franchise modes before, so that's it. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we can take that 3-0 series lead and see if the offense can still continue to play the same. First period of game number 3. And, well, maybe not. That's exactly why we do not want to take maybe not take a 3-0 series lead, but that's exactly why we don't get ahead of ourselves, because that was a pretty bad first period. Pretty much like the reverse of our second periods we had in the first 2 games. Chad Burns opens the scoring, but then Loins, Lamoureux, and Loins again. And we're down 3-1 after only 1 period. So Daryl goalie's having his worst game for sure. The playoffs, 3 goals on 12 shots. And only 1 goal on 8 shots for us. We definitely need to find a way to bounce back in the second. I don't know if Daryl goalie's still in net after that first period, because maybe the AI is going to change it over to our backup in Bradley, but... At this rate, I think this game might be a write-off unless we could get at least a goal back in the second period. So, yeah, definitely it's Griffin's turn to activate his offense. Hopefully he can come through in the second period and get our team back in this game. Second period, still 3-1. I mean, we got a lot more shots that period, so the shots are close, but we're still down by 2 goals going into the third, so that's not a great sign. We need definitely our offense to come through in the third period, or else Dallas is taking one of our home games, which is not great. But like I said, if we could take at least one of the 2 on home ice, then we're going to put ourselves in a good spot. So And at this rate, yeah, it looks like Dallas might take the win. So we need Morgan Griffin to step up in his third period. Let's see what happens. See if we could come back and tie this game up, or is Dallas going to take one game? Which I feel like, yep, Dallas is going to take the game for sure. It looks like at this rate. Loins gets the hat trick. Radulov, though, pulls us within 2. So don't count us out yet. James makes it 5-2. Damn, yeah, this is the worst game for Daryl Goalie yet. We're out shooting him now, but we're down by 3 goals. And Dallas looks like they're going to take this game. Kabina makes it 5-3. And that is going to be the final. So at least we got more offense going a little bit in that game near the end of it. But that first period pretty much hurt us. If we didn't have that bad of a first period, that would have been nice. And yeah, the fourth line has been good. Radulov and Kabina both scoring. Kabina's got 2 goals now in the playoffs, so that's good to see the fourth line stepping up. But definitely need our offense to play a little bit, or not our offense to play better necessarily, but our defense to kind of wake up a little bit in that from this last game. Let's not panic on a goalie. He was due for a down game. Yeah, that's true. Let's see if where Griffin was. Did he have any assists in that game? He did not. Yeah, that's kind of concerning. Burns from Kapitanov and Petrovic. Radulov from Kabina and Keeler, and Kabina from McGrattan and Keeler. So, yeah, Griffin has got 2 points in 3 games. So after 103 points in the regular season, he's been pretty quiet. I mean, he was an even 0, so he played good defensively. But maybe we want to change up his defensive partner a bit. Like maybe we move Sedin down and move somebody else up. I don't know why his offense is all of a sudden just being really quiet. I mean, he played 26 minutes, which is the most of any player on our roster, but has not been producing that well. And yeah, that was definitely Daryl Goalie's worst game. An .828 save percentage. Yikes. But we will still run goalie for next game, though, since he was due to have a bad game. Maybe we'll bounce back in the next game, but do we want to make any line changes in terms of his defensive partner? Because I don't know what the thing is with Griffin. He's kind of quiet. He is a +2, but he's got 2 assists in 3 games. Like, do we want to move Sedin down and try, like, for example, like Patolny? Do we want to try Patolny up there? Sedin on the second defensive pairing. Yeah, we'll move Patolny up, I think, and we'll move Sedin to play with McGrattan. And then Tertukin, unfortunately, is going to get demoted down to the top 6 pairing to play with the low. So yeah, we'll give Patolny a big shot to play with Griffin. And maybe we'll also change the sides that they're on. So Griffin's on a 1T side, so maybe he could score more goals that way. And yeah, we'll still run Daryl goalie, even though he just had a bad game. But a little bit of a change, I think, to the defensive core should help out. And then we have chemistry on the second pairing as well. So might as well see how that does. Even though I do like Sedin on the top pairing, he's not a huge offensive guy, and he doesn't really help out with that type of thing. So, and yeah, Tertukin, yeah, with third line minutes is probably the best for him since he's dropping off. Who's the most underrated player on this team? I don't know. Who do you other guys think? I don't know who technically would be the most underrated player on this team. Maybe Zigomanis, just because of how he's been in this playoffs so far. Like, he's got 3 points in 3 games. In his career playoffs, 11 points, 21 games. Maybe it's Zigomanis. But, I mean, guys like Cole, King, and who was the other one? And Petrovic have been pretty good. Yeah, Petrovic definitely is underrated. Scuderi, yeah, I would say he's probably pretty underrated as well. There's a decent amount of underrated players on this roster. Because Petrovic scores like 30 goals a season, and he only gets paid, I believe, like $4 million. I could be wrong with that. I don't remember exactly how much I paid him. But let's get into game number 4, see if we could rebound from that loss. And if we could at least get 1 win on home ice, then we're still in a good spot. But we need to just be careful after last game. Play a little bit better defensively. And we got to hope that Daryl goalie could rebound from that last game as well. Because if he doesn't, maybe we turn to Bradley. I don't know. First period of game 4. And once again, we have the exact same outcome. Oh my goodness. What is this? What happened to this team? 3 goals on 8 shots. I think Daryl goalie needs to be taken out of the net for next game. At this rate, he might be out of the net by now, but we're at least still in this game because of a late goal from Jacobs. But Geertsen, Gardner, and Houghton have goals. Yikes. We outshot them 10-8, but being down 3-1, That's not a great spot. I mean, at least we didn't score first, so maybe we do have a chance to come back in the second period. But I think we got to take Daryl Goldie out next game. Goalie needs a game off for sure. Yeah, I think we got to go with Bradley for next game and see how good he is, because he's never played an NHL playoff game before. I don't know, whenever I replace the goalie in the backup, it usually is terrible. Sometimes when you put in a backup, the backup randomly just steals the show. But yeah, goalie's not off to a great start in this game as well. Let's see what happens in the second, see if we could at least get a goal back to maybe pull within one going into the third, or maybe take the lead, who knows. Second period, 4-2. They were up 4-1. Petain pulled us within 2, but still 4 goals on 16 shots. Bradley was put in net, but he does allow a goal. That's not good. We're within 2, which is okay, but still, yeah, it's not the best. At least Petain got that late goal, but we need to find a way to get 2 goals in the third period, so we got to definitely wake up a bit. We might need to make some line changes a bit too to our forward core, but yeah, at least it's a bit better. 4-2, 22-16 the shots. Let's end the third period, see if we get back in this, or else we're gonna have to make some drastic changes for game 5, because losing 2 in a row is not great. And Silverberg makes it 5-2. Our goaltending has not been good, and Loins makes it 6-2. We are getting pooped on. Scuderi though makes it 6-3, so at least we get another goal back. But last 2 games we've been looking like a completely different team than the first 2 games, and this series is tied now, headed back to Dallas. And yeah, Bradley did not do well, I don't think, at least. So Jacobs from Zigomanis and Griffin. So Griffin does pick up an assist there. Petain from King, and Scuderi from Griffin and King. So Griffin did pick up his most amount of points. He gets 2 points in that one. So he's got 4 points in 4 games, but yikes. Both home teams have not won any home games so far. A lot of minus players in that game as well, which is not good. Goalie was better this game. Both were so bad. Let's see what the goalie's stats were. Daryl Goalie had a 625 save percentage, and Bradley had a 786. So who do you guys think we start next game? And also, do we make any other line changes to this roster? Because, yeah, Bradley was probably the better of the 2 just based on the stat line, but maybe goalie needs a night off. Like a 625 is terrible. Saturn says goalie. Goalie. True. Yeah, I guess we'll run with goalie, since a lot of you guys think goalie. I still prefer the idea of starting Bradley off the bat. That's 2 bad games for goalie. Oh man, you guys are pretty divided. Because I feel like goalie, maybe he's just playing too much. Like, he's playing more games than he's supposed to, and that's why he's been kind of bad. King got 3rd star, surprisingly. Interesting. Stick with goalie. Then we might need to change the rest of the roster up a little bit in front of goalie, and maybe that will help instead. I don't have a coin near me, but maybe we change the rest of the roster around goalie to make it better. Like, what do you guys think we could do with like the forward core and the defensive core to make it so it's better in front of goalie? Because maybe that's the problem. Because we were one of the best defensive teams in the regular season, but right now it's not like that. Put Bradley in for last case scenario. Okay. Also, there's a chance, if we want to, we could call up Vlasic, who's a 77. I know he's the way lower overall goalie, but we could call up Vlasic if we really want to. Zigomanis on the second line. Let's see what we could do here. Yeah, we could move King down, even though King's been good, I'd say. Anything else you guys would change up with the forward core? Like, do you want me to move like Keeler up? That type of thing. Because the 4th line's been good, so we might not want to touch it too much. And then defensively, do we keep the defensive core the same? Dane Lowe's a -2. If you put Bradley in and he shits the bed, then you're stuck. Yeah, that's true. Do you guys think we could take out Dane Lowe? Because he's not a great fit for the defensive core. Or we could take out McGrattan, but he's got 2 points in 4 games going into the elimination game. Yeah, that's true. Do you guys think we should put Umberger into the lineup and take out somebody like Taratukin? or Lowe. I don't want to take out Taratuka necessarily because this could be one of his last NHL games, but we could take somebody to the lineup and give Umberger a chance. I changed the line since both goalies suck. That's a sign of the roster problem. Maybe Tara on a pairing with Sedin. Yeah, that could work, but then we'd have to take out one of these guys out of the lineup. Both these guys don't fit well with the defensive core. Everybody else does. So, who gets taken out of the lineup for Umberger? McGrattan or Lowe? McGrattan's got 2 assists and is a +1. Dane Lowe's got 2 points and is a -2. Because we got to get rid of this -3. Can you guys get rid of the spam, please? Or block this or report it? It's really annoying. Can you guys can you guys report that account that's posting in this? Because that's kind of annoying. Just get it away from this chat. I'm just gonna remove it as well. Okay, thanks. Just because I do not need to see all this stuff randomly pop up on this side in my chat when I'm trying to play a game. Yeah, that's true. I did have a mod before, but I don't think he's available right now. So, so McGrattan and Lowe, who do we want to take out in Lowe? You guys are saying. Okay, thank you guys for the reports on that. Yeah, I guess we'll take out Lowe if Umberger's a better fit. Still a -2. What if we take out McGrattan? No. Is Umberger a better fit than McGrattan? Not really at all. So we run with a minus regardless. So, you guys want me to take out Lowe? Because it's either a -3 or a -2. Or we change up the defensive core more, so like Umberger plays on the top pairing instead of Petolny. And then we won't have a minus. Yes, that might be our best option. I mean, the minus, I don't know if it really affects our roster too much, but we could always change it up a bit. So Umberger plays on the top pairing with the Griffin instead. Yeah, we'll try that, mine as well. And then we'll go Griffin back on the right side because maybe that was a problem. Yeah, I think that's what we'll go with. A little bit of a defensive change. And then, yeah, the forward core. Just a small change as well. You guys think the rest of this is fine? Griffin Umberger is a risky play. I like it. Well, I mean, Umberger is a defensive defenseman, so I'm hoping that he could play pretty good beside Griffin if Griffin decides to jump up the ice. So, yeah, let's leave the rest of this roster the same, I think. Let's just hope that Daryl Goalie rebounds, because if Daryl Goalie loses this game, definitely I think Bradley's in next game. Because Daryl Goalie's allowed now 11 goals in the last 2 games. Well, the team has allowed 11 goals, I'd say. Not Daryl Goalie, because Bradley was in for a couple of those goals in the last game. So we're back in Dallas. We've won 2 games on the road. We've lost 2 games on home ice. Can we win 3 games on the road and take a 3-2 series lead? Or are we going to have drop 3 straight games and be on the brink of elimination? Let's see what happens. Come on, let's see what happens. First period. What the heck is going on? Okay, apparently there's no such thing as goalies anymore, guys. Because 4-4 after 1 is insane. They had 4 goals on 9 shots. So, goalie is really terrible. And we had 4 goals on 18 shots. So, Climby's been okay. But goalie again with a really bad first period. Yeah, but at least our offense showed up too. Even though goalie was bad, that's good to see our offense score that much in the first period. But apparently both teams are running empty nets, it seems like. So Wild scored first. Zigomanis tied it up. Haynes took the lead for them. Then 2 goals from Brock Cole to give us back the lead. Then Gardner scores to tie the game up for them. And then Haynes took the lead. And then King tied it up. So we've been trading the lead a lot too in this first period. Goalie's probably switched already. Yeah, goalie might be out of the lineup after that first period. So hopefully Bradley kind of wakes up in a second if he is there. Oh man, that was a crazy period. I didn't expect 8 goals in the first period. I don't think it's going to be much more than that in the second period. Like, it should be more defensively minded. So hopefully Bradley, if he's in net, hopefully he has a good period. But yeah, 4 goals on 9 shots. Yikes. Let's see what happens in the second period. See if it's going to be as offensively minded as that first period. Second period, 5-4. We have the lead again, and look who it is, guys. It's Ziggy. Let's go, Ziggy. We have a 5-4 lead. Shots are 30-14. So we definitely dominated them that period, I think. And yeah, we have a 1-goal lead. This is a really insane first round, I'd say. Definitely have a lot of weird games so far. Your defense is offense and your offense is defense pretty much at this point. Looks like he held it down in his own. Yeah, if Bradley wasn't that, he definitely played a lot better. I told you Ziggy was a good second liner. Yeah, Ziggy has definitely been showing himself really well in this playoff so far. So we're up 5-4. Outshoot him 30-14. Let's see if we could lock this game down in the third period, or are we gonna just somehow blow it? Come on, boys. Let's get some insurance, please. I don't like a 1-goal lead only. Penalty kill. Nicely done. That was a monster penalty kill. I don't know who's on the penalty kill, but good stuff by probably Chad Burns. Hey, speaking of Chad Burns, then he scores. Let's go. 6-4. That's a huge goal from Chad. Is it enough to lock it down? Yes, it is. Kubina gets another one. That's his third of the series, and we're going to win 7-4 in game number 5. So we've won 3 games on the road, and we're 1 win away from going to the second round. And yeah, we outshot them 44-25. The question is, was it goalie or Bradley who got us the win in that game? Because did goalie just stay in after that bad first period? Probably not. So it might be Dave Bradley that took it. Let's see the player stats first. See how much points Griffin had in that game. So Zigomanis from Scuderi, Cole from Jacobs, Cole from King and Umberger. What else you got? King from Griffin and Jacobs. Zigomanis from Teratukin and Kabina. Burns from Griffin and Umberger. Kabina from Zigomanis and McGrattan. So Umberger picks up a point in the first game he's played this postseason. So there you go. Let's take a look at the player stats, and we'll take a look if goalie was pulled or not. There's all the points. Zigomanis had 3 points in that game. Cole had 2 points. A lot of players had 2 points. And yeah, I do like, I agree with Saturn there. Kabina and Loki is having a really good playoffs. Like for the amount of ice times he's having, it's pretty good. Mostly plus players on our team too. Only a couple minus players, but a +4 for Griffin and Umberger. So that pairing seems to be working pretty good. At least after that one game. And in goalie-wise, Daryl Goalie actually held his own. He played all the entire game. It was not Bradley. So after a terrible first period, goalie just decided, hey, I'm going to just turn back to where I was in game 1 and 2. He didn't really care about how he played in game 3 and 4, but he randomly just bounced back and had a really good game. That's kind of surprising. Like, this guy literally is like the most streaky goalie I've ever seen in the playoffs. Like, he has some really good games and then he plays terribly some games. And yeah, the fourth line as a whole has been really good so far, which is nice because we need that depth scoring if we're going to be a good playoff team. So there is that. Let's see the 3 stars in game number 5. Zigomanis the first star, Haynes the second star for them, and Brock Cole the third. So 3 guys with 2 goals. Interesting. And there's the shot chart. We dominated them in shots in the first, second, and then the third was a little bit tighter. And they had a lot more face-offs win than us, which is kind of surprising. So that is game 5. We are 1 win away from the second round. It's been a really weird series so far. We've scored so many goals on the road, but on the home ice we've just not been good. So if we could win this home game, that would be really nice to close out the series, because then I feel like we might lose in Dallas for the first time in game 7 if that is the case. But who's leading us in points right now? Zigomanis with 7 points in 5 games. He's been fantastic. I maybe should have locked him up before qualifying him instead. Yes, he was like an RFA, right? So I'd say finish the series off with goalie, but if they win, start Bradley game 1 of round 2 as a test. Yeah, that's true. Rather test them early than that. So you guys think we should keep the rest of the roster exact same after that game, or do you guys think we need to make any other changes going into game 6? Because we've never went on home ice before in the playoffs in this series so far. Looking to somehow get a win to get us to the second round. Is there any changes we should make? Keep it the same. Yeah, we could probably keep it the same. I mean, I'm kind of worried about the defensive play still. Daryl Goalie's had kind of a weird playoffs with an 877, and Bradley in his short bid has not been good either. So yeah, we'll keep the roster the same. See if we could pull off this upset, I guess. Well, it's not really an upset considering we finished below them in the standings, but it's only 1 point differential. Let's see if we can knock out Dallas, or are we going to a game 7? Let's hope we can win a game on home ice, because we have not done that yet. Let's see what happens. Game number 6, first period. Let's see what happens. Boom. 1-0 us. Okay, good defensive period, and look who it is again. Jeez. Zigomanis is really having a good playoffs. Shout out to Ziggy for actually being that good of a player as an 81. He's had a fantastic first round, and we're out shooting him 17-8. So we're kind of getting back to our old ways of game 1 and 2, because the shots were were always in our favor in the first 2 games, but then the next 2 games after that they were a bit closer. So when we outshoot them, it seems like we win. Zigomanis is first line. He's second line, I think, right now. But at this rate, maybe I do change him with Petrovicki. Maybe I just keep him second line, because maybe the players he's playing with are better for him. I don't know. But we could definitely take a look and see if we want to move Zigomanis up or not. Goalie is locking it down now. Yeah, that's true. Bradley has only 2 periods of playoff experience, and with how goalie has been, Bradley needs to play more. So getting him in the first games of round 2 is a good gauge of skill and prepares him. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so 17-8, we're up 1-0. Can we get more goals in the second period to add to our lead? Because I don't like 1-goal leads, especially against a team like Dallas, who's been able to score goals on us so far. Second period. Oh, that is not good, guys. Wild and Geertsen score. Roaching him 28-16. And now we're down 2-1. Ziggy does need more minutes. Yeah, he probably does. If he keeps up this good, then you know what to do. Yeah, that's true. But we're down 2-1 now, which is not good. I mean, we're out shooting them, which is nice, but we're down by a goal. We definitely need somebody to step up who hasn't been stepping up, which I don't really know who hasn't been stepping up. I guess, I feel like, yeah, Griffin hasn't scored a goal this playoffs. He's got the assist, though, but we definitely need goals from him as well, if possible. We need to find a way to tie this game up and take that lead. Yeah, Sedin definitely needs to step up as well. Sedin, like, his offense is kind of streaky, it seems like, in a sense. And if he's making 15 million, you know, he's got to do better. And goalie's choking now. No, goalie's not really, I don't know if he's choking in this game necessarily. 2 goals on 16 shots isn't terrible, but who knows. Sedin hasn't gotten a single point. Time for Bradley. How is the offense has completely evaporated on home ice? I don't even know. It's weird. We had one of the best offenses in the league, and we had one of the best defenses in the league, but it's not been the case in the playoffs so far. So let's see what happens in this third period. See if we could get that lead back, or are we going to a game 7 in Dallas? Come on, boys. Come on, let's tie this up. Let's shout out for Ziggy, maybe. Maybe Ziggy will come through with some goals. Anybody on this roster want to score a goal and tie this game up? And no, Wild makes it 3-1. Looks like we're going to a game 7 at this rate. Penalty kill. Nicely done. Tootin makes it 4-1. We're going to a game 7, guys. Griffin does come through with a goal, though, late in that. So there's his first goal of the playoffs. Telquist gets the empty netter, and we lose 5-2. Can I put out a missing person report for our offense? Game 7, guys, though. Who do we start? Is it still goalie? Zigomanis from Patoli and Petain, and Griffin from Kapitanov and Petain. Kapitanov's actually been quiet since the first 2 games. He had 3 goals in the first 2 games, and he's not done anything since. I have to head out in a bit, but will this live stream be uploaded to YouTube? Yeah, the live stream should end up going up on the live stream tab on the YouTube channel, so you'll be able to watch the rest of this afterwards, I'm pretty sure. I said game 7-2. Yeah, it will, Pete, I think. Yeah, it does. I'm pretty sure there's, like, on the live stream tab, you'll be able to see my former live streams and stuff like that. If I'm not mistaken. Oh. Let's see. Who was badly minus in that game? Teratugan was a -2. And yeah, Daryl Goalie was not the greatest in that game. There's the 3 stars again. Petain managed to get a star, which is nice. He had 5 hits in that game. So it got quite physical. Yikes. It's not good. Game 7 situation, huh? Do we want to make any changes, guys, before Game 7? Because we've been dominant on the road, but on home ice, we've been terrible. I'd say. Because home ice, we have scored we've scored like 10 goals in those 3 games. But we've allowed like 20... Probably close to 20-something goals. I don't even know. This is a shitty situation. Goalie hasn't earned a Game 7 start, but Bradley doesn't have enough experience just to throw him in the most high-octane game of the series. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we could put Zigomanis to the first line since he's been so good, as maybe that will give this team a little bit of a boost. Yeah, Zigomanis to the top line. Yeah, Kapitanov still almost point per game, but he's like he scored in the first 2 games, but has not scored a goal since. So that's a bit weird. Any other line changes do you guys think we should make going into Game 7? On the defensive end, goalie-wise, we still run our goalie, because he's got the .875 save percentage. Do we put Dane Lowe back in the lineup? You know, there's changes we can make if need be. I just don't really know what the answer is in terms of being able to beat this Dallas Stars team, because I feel like since we've won 3 games in their building and they've won 3 games in our building, that they might just randomly come out with a home ice win. Yeah, I don't really know what we want to do. Petrovicky's been kind of quiet in the last little while, but Keane hasn't been scoring goals. Everybody on the team has a good amount of points, I'd say, but I really don't know if this team needs to make much adjustments. Who is a +6? Damn, Brock Hole's a +6. That's pretty damn good. You know who has been quiet is Jacobs. Actually, no, Jacobs has 4 assists. Damn. He has only 1 goal, but I'm used to him scoring a little bit, I guess. The second pairing seems to be a bit of a problem. Oh, okay. We will do this. And this might sound ridiculous, but trying Griffin as a forward could spark the offense. You know, that could be the case, and then we could put Dane Lowe back into the lineup. What do you guys think? Griffin as a forward. It's a ridiculous remark by Bryce, but it could work. We put Griffin on the top line with Kapitanov and Burns. Zigomanis moves to second line, I guess. We'd probably have to take out Radulov on the third line, or fourth line. Yeah, we have nothing to lose at this point, that's true. So let's do some adjustments defensively. Let's take out Griffin for a second. And just throw Dane Lowe in that same spot where Griffin was. Rework this a bit. See if we might just leave it like that, to be honest. Yeah, I'll just leave it like that, the defensive core. And then we got to take out... who do we take out, guys? Radulov? Griffin at center. He doesn't have good face-offs. Yeah, Zigomanis has been good, but I think... maybe I could put Kapitanov actually down to the second line. Scuderi over here. Petrovicky down to here. Cole has good face-offs, right? Yeah, he has okay face-offs. We put him here. Who do we take out of the lineup, though? Radulov, I guess, because of his overall. Yeah, I think I'm going to take out Radulov. Only 1 goal. And then we're going to try Griffin on right wing. And that makes it a -1. He does not work well there. He does work better on the second line, I think. Is there anything I could do here to make this better? Okay, never mind. We will do the Kapitanov Burns Griffin line. This is going to look ridiculous playing Griffin as a forward. Yeah, it is definitely a wild concept, but you never know. It could be just what this team needs at the moment. Okay, guys, do you think that's good enough for our roster, playing Griffin on the top line? Let me actually go to the power play and take Dane Lowe out of there and make sure Griffin's on the power play and stuff like that. Because Griffin needs the power play time. And yeah, I guess we will take Teratukin off the power play. This is going to be really weird. Let's actually move Sedin down. No, that's okay, I guess. This is going to be the weirdest thing I've ever done, but it is what it is. Griffin back onto the penalty kill as well. There you go. Okay. Morgan Griffin, first line, left wing. With Burns and Kapitanov, let's see what happens. I mean, let's see his points actually before he became a forward for us. How much points did he have? 7 points in 6 games. and a +6. So he has been good offensively. More of a playmaker right now, but is he going to start scoring more goals, being utilized as a forward? He's got 2 good players to play with, so I'm really hoping that he could score some goals in this game. But let's get into Game 7 with Griffin as a forward. I mean, maybe that's something we should have done like years ago during the season simulation as well, but I don't know if he would win in Art Ross that way or what. But here we go. Game 7 again against the Dallas Stars with Griffin as a forward. We'll do a real-time simulation this entire game just because it's an elimination game. You guys know how this works. Let's see what happens. 8-time simulation. Come on, Griffin. We're on the road again. We've won 3 games in Dallas so far. Can we win another? Griffin scores immediately, and then Sedin scores. Well, it seems like it's already paid off because Griffin's already scored a goal. Holy crap. And then Sedin scores. Sedin had been quiet up until Game 7, but apparently putting Griffin on the top line might have helped. And then Gardner gets the Dallas Stars back in within 1, though, which is a bit scary. A little bit of a late goal there. Bryce, you might have saved this season right here, hopefully. Shots are 14-12. It's a 2-1 game for us. Griffin and Sedin with both goals. Gardner with theirs. Let's see what happens in the second period. See if we can get some more insurance because I don't feel safe with a 1-goal lead against the Stars. Griffin scores on the power play. He's on defense on the power play, though. But he makes it 3-1. He's got 2 goals in this huge Game 7, and he's got a hat-trick. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Silverberg makes it 4-2, but he's got a hat-trick in Game 7. Okay, now he's woken up, and oh, no, there might be coming back. We got to be quiet here. Gotta be quiet. Come on, guys. Oh, my goodness. Yo, okay, that was a roller coaster of emotions. Well, shit. Griffin had a hat-trick, and then we blow a 4-1 lead. I honestly don't know what's happening here. They're outshooting us 27-26. Damn, Griffin, you've been so good, but the rest of the team has all of a sudden just been running quiet. We need, like, Ziggy to step up or something. Yeah, we just completely jinxed it. Daryl Goalie has just not been that kind of guy. Is Morgan Griffin like a defenseman getting a hat-trick in the playoffs? I don't know if that's happened that often. Griffin is that guy, though. Yeah, it seems like he steps up in like the big moments. He's now up to how many points probably in this playoff run? Like 10 points in 7 games. And like this team could get eliminated in this next period if we continue to play like this. We need Daryl Goalie to wake up. And we need, if Bradley's in that now, Bradley to play good. And yeah, I can't really ask much more of Griffin, but if he has any other goals in him, he needs to come through in this third period because this is our game to lose at this point. Let's see what happens here in the third. We're going to go down to 4-time simulation just to take a little bit slower in this third period because that was quite the fast second period. See what happens, guys. See if we could get the series win here in Game 7 in this third period. The penalty kill to start off with, we kill it off, which is huge. Another penalty kill. We do not want to be taking penalties in this third period, guys. We just don't. I don't know who's the goon on the team, which I don't think there really is any, but still. Power play? Come on, please. The power play has been good this game, and we do not score. Oh, no. No, Strome gives Dallas the lead. That's not good. Penalty kill again. Kill it off, guys. We don't have a lot of time left. Come on. We're going to be a first-round exit again, guys. We're going to be a first-round exit again, looks like, unless Griffin has a goal in him. And he unfortunately does not. And we lose in Game 7 because this team blew the game for Griffin. Oh, Daryl Goalie. Game 7 loss. Yeah, screw you, EA. We look like we had the series in the bag because of Griffin. And then we lose because this team decides to just all of a sudden not play good. Goalie, the thing is we just signed goalie in the offseason, remember, for the rest of the series. So he signed like on a 3 or 4 year deal. Griffin's offense was such a good move. Goalie was awful. Yeah, holy crap. Well, we got another season ahead, at least, but damn. Another first round exit, which means another lottery spot. I wanted another lottery pick, but in a sense, but oh my goodness. Griffin from Kapitanov and Patolny. Sedin from Griffin and Kapitanov. So Griffin had points on all 4 of our goals that game. 3 goals and an assist. He also gets one from Scuderi and Burns, and then he gets one from King and Scuderi, and then our team just completely blew it. Silverberg, James, Haynes, and then Strome with the winner. Adam Sandler, you blew it. GIF. I don't know if you actually tried to post a GIF or you just decided to put that, but that's funny. Way too many penalties in that third period as well. Maybe that swung the momentum in their favor for that last. Yeah, your ideal could have been the savior, but then Mr. Goalie just decided to be a douche. At this point, run Griffin on offense for the rest of the franchise mode. We could do that. We could definitely do that. Look at that. 4 points is a -1. And yeah. He had 3 shots in that game and he scored on every single shot. That's crazy. 3 goals on 3 shots. Talk about a GOAT. And goalie stats, he had Daryl goalie, then 857. 509. Yikes. That is terrible. And yeah, obviously Griffin's going to get first star in Game 7 that he lost in. Gardner gets second star and Strome the third. God damn. How did we lose that series? Like I said, I felt like that was going to happen because whenever you lose it or win a bunch of games on the road, it seems like eventually you lose one. And we lose in 7 games in round 1. God damn. Let's take a look at our player stats for that round now. See who did what. And we'll simulate up to the awards and wrap up this season, and we'll do another season probably, even though we've been streaming almost for 3 hours. So if you guys are watching this back up on YouTube when it's done, I apologize if this is somehow like 6 hours plus if we decide to like stream all 3 seasons, which I think you guys want me to do all 3 seasons, right? You guys want me to simulate the rest of this? Are you guys going to be all still here if this goes like 6 hours plus? Like, I mean, I'm going to get hungry at some point probably, but let's look at our team stats first before we look at our player stats. Just because I'm curious on what we did good at in the playoffs and what we didn't. Let's see what we got here. So, we scored 4 goals per game. We allowed... so, we only scored 1 more than we allowed, which was technically the case because at the end of it was a 1-goal game for last Game 7. I want to watch all the seasons. You could obviously take a break, but yeah, I'd say as long as you're alive. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't take a break yet necessarily. It is almost 4 o'clock here, so I'm not going to eat dinner yet, but 13% on the power play. Yeah. So our power play kind of struggled up until Game 7, and our penalty kill wasn't that good. So our special teams kind of dropped in the playoffs. And yeah, look at that. Didn't win a single game on home ice, but we were 3-1 on the road. Interesting. Let's take a look at those player stats for that first round, and then we'll probably see the Dallas Stars end up winning the Stanley Cup. Just watch. Jeez, Saturn, again, man. You don't have to keep on doing this, but I really appreciate it again, man. Small consolation prize. I got to run, but we'll catch the rest of the stream on replay later. Thanks again, Saturn, for all the donations that you've given, and yeah, hopefully we can get you a Stanley Cup by the end of this, because this has been a heartbreaker of a series. But yeah, have a good rest of your day, and we'll catch you in the comments. Yeah, Saturn, thank you for the 27 bucks. I've never got donations before, so I really appreciate that. So Chad Burns, what do you guys think? 4.7 games, not bad, I guess. He wasn't terrible. He is 34 though. He might drop off more, which means our team is probably going to be worse next season, because we're not going to get another center that's like 86 plus. But Tan, 3 points. I'd say that last year, no rule. You're able to do whatever is needed. I don't know. I feel like that's kind of cheesing it a bit. I like to kind of make this as tricky as possible, you know. Radulov had the 1 goal in 6 games before we took him out. Zigomanis was fantastic. No complaints from Zigomanis. 8.7 games, 5 goals in those games, which is pretty damn good, considering last year you only had 2 points in 7 games. Kabina, 5 points, was fantastic. King was good, and Jacobs was good. So we got good offense, I think, throughout our lineup. It was just the defensive play that really struggled. Keeler had 2 assists in 7 games as well. So Keeler was a bit worse offensively, but he's a 2-way forward. Right wing wise, Kapitanov, 7 points in 7 games. Pretty damn good. scored all 3 of his goals though in the first 2 games of the series though, so I really needed him to score more later on. Hopefully he doesn't retire, because if he does, then we're gonna end up losing a good player. Scuderi was pretty good. Petrovicki was pretty solid. Cole was pretty good with the plus-minus. And in the defensive front, Griffin was a beast. 11 points in 7 games. He was going to have a really good playoffs if we would have been able to get past that first round. Teratukin was solid as well. McGrattan, 3 points. Dane Lowe was 2 points and a -3. Which is not great. Umberger had almost point per game in the playoffs. Kapitanov did go quiet in the later half of the series, but overall still good. Yeah, I agree with that. But only 2 points, 7 games. And Sedin only 1 goal in the -4. So, yikes. Considering he's an 89 overall and he was just making $15 million, there's a chance we lose Sedin this offseason because he's going to end up demanding a lot of money. But I don't know. Maybe we'll be able to get him back because we might have more cap space available. But $15 million is a lot of money. But also with Chad Burns being up for renewal as well, Sedin might be not a priority player, but who knows. And then, yeah, goalie-wise, Daryl goalie, 3-4 with 1 shutout, an .871 save percentage, and a 3.66 goals against. Absolutely terrible. Well, not absolutely terrible, but still pretty bad. And Bradley barely played. Only played 40 minutes. Damn. Yeah, that's not great. We need our goalies to improve as well in the playoffs. But in general, it was once again the Griffin show in the playoffs, as it normally is. So there is that season. Let's sim up to the awards, see who won everything, who won the Stanley Cup. I feel like Dallas is going to win the Stanley Cup now that they beat us in 7. I don't know why. But if Dallas does win the Stanley Cup, then that'll be the 3rd straight year we've lost to an eventual Stanley Cup champion. So let's see who ends up winning the Stanley Cup. Who is going to be the Cup champion this season? Our AHL team is still in the playoffs. That's a good sign. Maybe for future years. Who is going to be the Cup champs? AHL's team still in the playoffs. Is the AHL team going to win the Calder Cup? No, they're not. They're going to lose probably in the conference finals maybe, or the finals, to the Grand Rapids Griffins. And look, oh my god, I was right. The Dallas Stars win the Stanley Cup. We've lost to the Cup champions the last 3 seasons in a row. 2 years to Minnesota and this year to Dallas. I feel like I've got this game's scripture in my head. Like I kind of know who's going to win the Stanley Cup and who's not. How did that Dallas Stars team win a Stanley Cup? They weren't much better than us. Like offensively, maybe a little bit on the top 6, but defensively, I wouldn't say so. God damn. That's unfortunate. So Dallas is the Stanley Cup champion, and we'll stop the simulation there. And we'll take a look at the awards, but Dallas is your Stanley Cup champion for the 2044 season. Let's take a look at the playoff bracket just to see what happened. Dynasty that could have been back to back. Yeah, technically we could have won 3 cups in a row, but seems like after the first round, Dallas went completely off, knocking out our foes in Minnesota in 5 games. Then they knocked out Canucks in 5 games as well. And they swept Montreal for the Stanley Cup, so sorry about that, Bryce. But, yeah, Dallas went completely off after losing to us. So Dallas was by far the best team in the playoffs. Wow. Montreal also actually had a pretty good run up into the finals. So there you go. Let's take a look at the awards now. So Dallas wins the Stanley Cup for the first time in I don't know how long. I think they did win a Stanley Cup in this franchise mode at some point. Vegas wins the President's Trophy, and it was the Dallas and Montreal Stanley Cup Finals. In terms of individual awards, Varakis is going to win the Art Ross. It's no longer the Habs, I know. Oh yeah, that's true. Who knows what the Habs are actually going to look like in 2044. So we have Varakis, the Art Ross, Varakis, the Hart as well. Not a surprise, Griffin wins another Norris. I believe that's his 5th, but that's his 4th in the last 5 years. So Griffin's turning into a Nicholas Lidstrom, it seems like at this point. Jeffron obviously breaking that streak up in between, which is kind of annoying. Wish it would say Griffin instead of him. And Griffin's going to win another Bing. I believe that's his 5th or 6th. He does have 5 in the last 5 years, but he's been getting that every year, it seems like, since he's joined the league pretty much. Good to see Griffin picking up some more awards as usual. Girardi's going to win the Calder. Not a surprise that Chicago guy won that. Gardner wins the Conn Smythe. That's interesting for Dallas. Because I don't think that guy... Was he on that top line? I don't remember for sure. Griffin, the best 83 overall ever. Demons starting with G-Run League, I guess. Apparently. Vezina is going to go to Isaiah Lee in the Islanders, which is exactly what I was expecting based on his stat line. Jennings is going to go to Scavello. Kolosov is going to win the Bill Masterton for Colorado. Jelena for Montreal is going to win the Jack Adams because he got them to a Stanley Cup Finals. So Bryce, there's your head coach in 2044, just in case you wanted to take a look at him. McKinley is going to win the Selke for the second straight year for Winnipeg. Varakis wins the Lindsay, and Sanders is going to win the Richard. So only a couple of awards for us as we expected with Griffin, but yeah, Griffin has been having an insane career so far. Like, he's only like 30 almost at this point. I think 29 actually. So there's that. AHL awards wise, did we get any AHL awards out of curiosity? Vlasic was the best goalie in the AHL. I'm curious on his stats. You should start streaming all your draft glories. This is dope. Yeah, I would stream more often. The only thing is I still live with my parents, and sometimes they they watch movies really loud and all that type of thing, so I don't really know if I'd be able to, but I do want to start streaming more often when I'm on my own and I actually live in my own place and whatnot, because streaming it is a lot of fun, but I just don't get enough time to actually do it. So Herme Gens, so it looks like the only award in the AHL is Vlasic. I wonder how he did this season, if he was the best goalie in the AHL. Got to take a look at that for fun. What's the best player from IRL to compare to Griffin? Well, point per game wise, it's really interesting. I was looking at point per game wise, and he's got like the second best point per game in his career as a defenseman, behind Bobby Orr. Like, he has a better point per game percentage than Paul Coffey. Yeah, NHL streams are always fun to watch, but the only guy I watch who consistently streams NHL is Tugi. Yeah, that's the only guy I consistently watch as well in terms of like content, because I can't keep up with all the content that people put out. I do watch Sin a couple times, like Sin for the Win, because I helped build his rosters for his member channels, because he has a membership thing on his YouTube channel. So I built the rosters for his franchise modes for that, for like his cap series he's doing right now. So I do watch a couple people, but not a lot. And yeah, Griffin is basically the second coming of Bobby Orr, because he's basically better than Coffey, so it's crazy. Yeah, he's a more modern version of Bobby Orr for sure. That's the case. Okay, so that is the awards. I'm actually going to take a look at Vlasic's stats in the AHL, because he was the best goalie in the minors. Out of curiosity, how good was he? He was fantastic. Wow. Vlasic had a fantastic year in the AHL. If there was only... I could always try and buy out goalie, but I don't know if that'd be worth it. Because Vlasic could be a good NHL goalie again. I used to watch 2BC Productions, but he kind of hates playing the NHL games lately. Yeah, I watched 2BC since he started, almost like 2013, 2012, somewhere around there. Like, he kind of is what got me into YouTube, but yeah, the guy's kind of like just like fallen off a lot, and he's retired pretty much because he's getting older. He's probably like in his 40s now, so he's probably like at that stage in his life where he's trying to actually work actual jobs and stuff like that, or jobs that actually pay decently well, because YouTube doesn't really. They do okay, but still not as much that you could really live off of. So he's probably doing actual work and stuff like that now. That's my guess. But yeah, Vlasic had a really good season in the AHL. Curious on some of these other guys. 54 points from Stanton, Agon, Webb. Oh, he does have potential, Webb. That's interesting. And Hull had 53 points. Interesting how that AHL team went far in the playoffs. Let me just make sure my computer's not making a bunch of noise, because for some reason the case always does. He gets paid very well from a Twitch stream. So yeah, that's true. Yeah, he gets a lot of donations. He gets tons of those. So yeah, I guess you're right. Once you get up there in like subscribers and stuff like that, he could make a good living from that. But he probably, there's probably a lot of other stuff going on in his life that he has to like kind of take care of, because I don't know, maybe like he has like a wife or something at this point in his life too. I always thought he was weird that he never showed his face. Yeah, I get it in a sense, because some people, they just kind of like want to keep their life private from like their YouTube side of things, but Yeah, I get that in a sense. He used to make stuff on Twitch, but I guess that's what he... Yeah. His Twitch really kind of like became more popular than his YouTube channel at some points, because YouTube he didn't really upload to until like he started burning his put his Leaf jersey on a barbecue again and made all those weird little videos he had the last like few seasons or years, I should say. So okay, so that is that. Let's simulate up to the draft and stuff like that, I guess. Yeah, and then we'll take a look at like the draft class, the contract situation, the progress reports, and get it set up for the next season. Okay, so Toronto's got the first overall pick. They jumped from 11 to 1, so they got kind of lucky there. Hopefully they don't get like an Austin Matthews type of thing. Tampa Bay number 2, Carolina 3, Buffalo 4, and Columbus 5. Interesting. We're probably drafting right around the same spot as last year, I'm guessing. Oh yeah, let's see the retirements, because we didn't actually take a look and see if we were going to have any guys that were up there in age. Do you guys think we had any retirements this season? Because there is a lot of guys up there in age. Like, do we lose Teratukin this year? Do we lose Kapitanov this year? Do we lose Burns this year? I think he just didn't like doing Twitch and he decided he would be happier not doing it. Yeah, sometimes like if you do a lot of stuff online, I guess it gets to your mental health and stuff like that. So maybe that's the case with him. I don't know. Do you guys think we lost anybody to retirement? Because I feel like we probably at least lost Teratukin. I wish we lost Daryl Goalie to retirement, but he's still kind of too young. Because if we lost Daryl Goalie, then at least we wouldn't have to deal with that terrible playoffs again. But what do you guys think? Retirements? Who do you think retired? And you know what? I'm actually going to jump in. I'm going to jump in and see if there's any retirements right away. Let's just go by each position. So let's start with goalies. So best goalie retired, Drake McAllister. Don't even know this guy's name. Don't remember seeing him at all in franchise. But this goalie was a good goalie, apparently. 450 wins. What else we got here? Any former players of ours? Oh, look who it is. One former player of ours actually did retire. Alex Sweat, if you guys remember him. He was like a low fringe starter or fringe starter goalie. That was a 6th round pick. Played a couple seasons with us, only 3 seasons. 29, 19, and 4. And he was pretty solid in the playoffs. Yeah, that 1 year. But then he fell off a lot. So Alex Sweat retires. Not a bad career for that type of guy, I guess. But he is the only goalie, looks like, that used to play with us that retires. Yeah, Sweat was a solid backup. He was like a 77 only, though, too. Defensively, we did not lose Teratukin. We did not lose Teratukin to retirement. This guy's going to play over 1,700 games by the end of his career. Are you kidding me? Wow, I was not expecting that. Okay, so I guess we got to get Teratukin back on a contract. But the best defenseman that retires had over 500 less points than him, so that would have been quite the differential. Any former players? Reed Roach. Reed Roach retires at 36. That's a solid top 6 defenseman. He dropped off a lot. Damn, Reed Roach. We had him last in 33, 34. Played a few years in Montreal, played in LA, Calgary, Pittsburgh as well. Yeah, he retires with 216 points. Nice. Went to the Stanley Cup Finals actually on our roster when we went to play Buffalo, but didn't win. Yeah, he's definition of consistent for sure. Wow. 2nd round pick in 2025. Crazy. Anybody else on defense that used to play with us that retires? That's not our Afinisankov. Oh, it is. We had this Afinisankov too. I forgot about that. We had 2 Afinisankovs. Igor Afinisankov, 35 years of age. He also retires. More of a career AHL defenseman, but looks like he had some good years in the AHL. We brought him back in 38, 39 for a bit, and then he was playing a bit in the AHL again. Damn, he retires. Former 3rd round pick that went 69th overall, so nice pick there. Best of luck to him in retirement. So a couple of former players. Another one, Jurgen Schutz, 4th rounder that went 102nd overall. Only 82 career games, and it was 1 season that he played. He had more goals than assists. But he was a pretty consistent AHL for us for a lot of years. Wow. A lot of these are kind of surprising. Didn't realize a lot of those guys were up there in age. And I think that's probably it on the defensive front for former players. Did Wayne play with us? No, he played with San Jose. Huh. Oh my goodness, this damn spam thing is so annoying. Report. Can you guys report that spam thing again? I don't even know why these things pop up. I might have to just, to make it subscribers only chat or some shit because you guys are all subscribers only. This is annoying. Yeah, I'm spam reporting it as well. I could just put that user in timeout, actually. Let's just put that user in timeout. There you go. So annoying. Okay, so that's defense. Then we go over to forwards. Hey, look. It's the Campoli that... who was it that mentioned Campoli? Was it Nick? Was it you that mentioned Campoli? That guy went 9th overall and he retires at 38. Yeah, it's true. I could turn it to sub only. I don't know how to do that after I'm already up, but whatever. But yeah, Campoli retires. That's interesting. He had 973 points. Is that a different Campoli or the Campoli you met, Nick? I think it was you that mentioned him. Is this guy went 9th overall, but you said he was medium franchise, so his potential must have changed to franchise. But pretty solid career, I'd say, for him. And then nickel. Doesn't look like really anybody on the right wing side. Why are there so many Campolis? I don't know. Guess there is. Victor Dominguez. Sam Sidhu does retire this season. Glad I didn't keep him around, though. I feel like his production probably dropped off. But Sam Sidhu retires at 37. He dropped from 51 goals to only 16. Wow. That's quite the drop-off. Way less power play points. Right around the same ice time as well. Just on a way worse team, I guess. But that's quite the drop-off in goals. But he played his last games of his career in Tampa Bay. And look how much he got paid in Tampa, too. And he decides to retire after the first season of it. God damn, Sam. It's crazy. Sidhu could have been a channel legend if he had stayed the career the whole time. Yeah, maybe. Good thing you can, Sidhu. Yeah, it's definitely good I think. What else we got here? Any other former players? Oh, Caden Sador. Completely forgot about this guy. Second rounder, 36th overall. Or not 30, yeah, 36th overall. He played with us a few years again after leaving us for 1 year in Edmonton, but not a terrible player, not really an offensive player by any means, but damn, I completely forgot about Caden Sador. A lot of former draft picks, I guess, retiring. And that's it in terms of left wingers. Center wise, anybody? Yep, another one. Carter Ortiz retires at 35, playing for Tampa's AHL affiliate. Actually, he played with Tampa this season, so he played with Sam Sidhu again, which is interesting. 24 points in 82 games. His production really dropped off after leaving us as well a few years ago. But yeah, Carter Ortiz bounced around quite a bit after leaving us that one time. Still kind of an underrated player in a sense. 585 points, only 1,046 games. Anybody else retire? Doesn't look like it. Rankle. Don't recognize anybody else. Yep, that's it for retirements. So we didn't have a single retirement this season, which is nice. But that means we probably will have one next season. Huh. So quite a bit of former players. That's it for retirements. Those are coach retirements. Any ones for us? Yeah, we lose Abraham Corbin, which I don't know if that was a head coach or an assistant coach, but we do lose a coach to retirement. We do also lose 2 people in the AHL, so that's not great. But a couple of coach retirements. Let's take a look at this draft class and stuff now. So let's start off first with the progress reports and the contracts, and then we'll take a look at the draft class since that's the most important thing first. Did we get a lot of drop-off from any guys, out of curiosity? Yeah, we're getting some drop-off, I think. Some of it's statistical growth. But Petrovicki, 82. It's decent. Zigomanis, statistical growth. Taratukin's dropping off a cliff. Oh man, this is hard to see. I want to keep him in the NHL, but he's almost close to being an AHL one. If GM Connected isn't in the game, I doubt I'm buying it. Ridiculous. Yeah, I hope GM Connected is in the game. It'd be kind of cool because then I could do like throwback like connected franchises with like other YouTubers and all that stuff too. It'd be pretty dope. But yeah, Taratukin is really dropping off, which means I don't know if he's definitely going to be on our NHL roster I think next season still, but I hope he's not demanding like $7 million because I don't like giving $7 million to a 77, but I would like to keep him around. Scuderi's also dropping off, it looks like, already a little bit. The rest of this is probably statistical growth. Keeler's getting some natural growth. That's good to see. 79 overall. Most of it's to his poise for the playoffs. Bradley's also getting some growth a little bit. He's down to a medium starter because of his age, though. Nobody else getting really any growth. Phillips didn't grow at all. Into system-wise, Ford is getting a lot of growth. That's pretty good for a low top 9. He's a 68 at 20. I'll take that. Verena's 71. Looks like we're getting some pretty solid growth. Rabbit also is up to a 67. Backer's up to a 75 at 22. Ruben Robertson and stuff like that, who we just drafted earlier. Let me just sort this by potential. McBain, 66 at 18. Didn't really get a whole lot of growth, but at least he's getting some, because sometimes they don't. But at least, yeah, we're getting some growth, but I don't know if these guys will make it fast enough. What about goalie-wise? Vitero got a decent amount of growth, 57 now. Aston's up to a 69. Not bad. Not bad at all. So that is that. Let's take a look at the contract situation, and then we'll get into the draft class, and then we'll actually get into the draft. So these are the players that are up for renewal, guys, this offseason. So this is going to be a tougher offseason, I think, than last year. Dean wants over 15 again in terms of contract. That's a lot of money, but I mean, I think he's kind of deserve it since we don't have another great overall defenseman. Kapitanov thinks he's worth more money than last season, so he wants 11.8. At least right now. Might drop off when we get to the resign stage. Burns thinks he's worth over 10 million. Ernest Patan thinks he's worth 7 million. Yikes. Zigomanis 6.5, but he's an RFA. Everybody on this team almost wants a lot of money. I'm glad I found your channel. I appreciate that, Nick. Like, imagine a franchise where there's 32 of your favorite NHL YouTubers all together, trading with each other, competing, all that works. Yeah. That would be really fun. And Dane Lowe, or not Lowe, Mr. Keeler. Looks like we could just qualify him. Ooh, what's Taratukin wanting though? Okay, Taratukin's relatively cheap, but still not really worth it for a 77, but I'm definitely going to bring him back at that type of asking price if he still wants that at the recent stage. But yeah, this is going to be a pretty damn expensive offseason, I think. Vlasic wants a two-way contract. That's surprising. Okay, let's get into the draft class, and then we'll actually get into the draft so you guys can see what we could potentially go after. But I don't expect there to be a whole lot out there in terms of this draft class. And the scouts did a terrible job. Oh my goodness. Looks like there's some top 6s and top 4s at least. But let's actually take a look first draft board to see where we're drafting. We're drafting 23rd, so we're drafting in the exact same spot as last year. Is another first round exit. Goddamn. So 23rd, what can we get at 23? 23rd, we could get one of these guys that the scouts recommend us. We're probably just gonna miss out on this Aubrey dude. What do we got here? Yeah, the scouts are doing a terrible job right now. There's a guaranteed top 4 DFD. 3 years out. Might be one of our best options. I don't know. Yeah, the scouts really didn't do anything. Merritt looks pretty solid. Maybe a good top 6 for a second round. Maybe a low elite power forward right here. Yeah, this guy might be a low elite, but he might not be that great of one. Like, that might be a good second round pick. Cristiano McGrath might be decent. What about Bolesky? Bolesky might be 4 years out as well, so he might be elite. But yeah, our scouts really didn't do a good job. So this is going to be probably a really tough Resigning stage and draft. What about these other guys? Brody? Probably not low elite. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know about this draft class too much. Because our scouts are doing not their job like they're supposed to. But that coach that we lose, was he actually our head coach? No, he wasn't. He was an assistant. Okay, or an assistant or associate. Let's get into the draft. See what we can snag up at our spot. And we'll also take a look at the top 5 in this year's draft. So Toronto, Tampa, Carolina, Buffalo, and Columbus. Let's see what they get. So Toronto at number 1. I'm going to take Calvusari, who's an 84 power forward. So that's a really good pick for Toronto. No X factors again, which is weird considering the first overall pick last year didn't have any either. 85s in terms of offensive awareness and defensive. Really good shooting categories. yeah, elite scouting department is right. It's probably because we're our budget and all that type of stuff. That's my guess. But yeah, Calvusari, pretty damn good pick there for Toronto. Tampa at number 2 is going to take Teravainen, who's an 83 with no X factors. Again, Tommy Teravainen, kind of a cool name. So there you go in the shooting categories. Pretty good top 2, I'd say, in terms of overalls. But kind of weird that they don't have X factors. Carolina at number 3 is going to take Papineau, who's an 82. So this is a really solid top 5, it looks like. Michel Papineau, another guy with no X factors. Where is the X factors? Like, they're all gone. That's weird. So Papineau, Teravainen, and Calvusari are already top 3. Pretty good picks. Well, Buffalo also have a pretty good pick at 4. Yes, they will. 81. Damn, this is a pretty good top 5. Bear Hainsey, also no X factors. That is really weird. Two-way forward. Bear Hainsey. Neat name. And the 5th overall pick, Columbus is going to take 76 high top 6 in Mary Markey, who does not have X factors. So the entire top 5 has no X factors whatsoever. I don't think I've ever seen that before. That guy's a high top 6 too. That's interesting. So a decent top 5, I'd say, but it's kind of weird that they don't have X factors, because normally they would have X factors if they're elite potential, right? So, kind of weird. Let's sim up to our pick and get to number 23. See what we could get. This next first round pick needs to be a beast. Hopefully, because, I mean, if they're not a really good player, they won't get into our NHL roster, you know? That type of thing. Okay, so it looks like there's still top 6s and top 4s going at this stage. We did miss out on Aubrey, which is unfortunate. He goes to Anaheim. We also did miss on O'Ramer, who goes to Chicago. And yeah, this draft class is pretty good. Karostin was a grinder. That's medium late. Interesting. Yeah, this is a pretty solid draft class again, it looks like. But we once again don't have a good pick. Like an 80 overall just won 8th overall. That's medium elite potential. And this guy also has no X factors, so this is a non-X factor draft apparently. Let's see what we could get at our spot. I'm going to also take a timeout just in case this first pick takes a while, but let's take a timeout and let's make a pick. So, what do you guys think we should take at this spot? We got Quinton McGrattan, who we know nothing about. Once again, it's another McGrattan that's a defenseman. Yeah, another McGrattan. I don't know if we really need another McGrattan that's a defender. There's also Louis Boudreau, right-handed defenseman. The scouts recommend us one of them, but we don't really need defensemen, I feel like, still. But who knows, maybe we do. There's Gord McGuire as well, who's a right-handed defenseman. There's Zachariah Tapper, who's a two-way forward who might be decent. He's looking like 2 years out. So maybe he's low elite. I don't know. He could be a low elite. Zachariah Tapper might be the best option, to be honest, at this point. Roberto Peterson might have X factors, 3 years out, so he's probably a guaranteed top 6. So I'll pin him just in case. So it's between Tapper probably and Pedersen. because the rest of these guys are probably too late to take. Yeah, and Lane's more of a second rounder. So, what do you guys think? Tapper, or do we go with Pettersson? So, Pettersson's probably guaranteed top 6, and then Tapper is probably... Like, Tapper could be low elite if he is 2 years away. He does have leadership ability for sure, and he has no weakness. So, Hawks fan likes Tapper. Bryce likes Tapper. Check the stats of the other unknown players. So, okay, let's take a look at those. 15 goals, 25 assists. Let's take a look at the shot totals. 221 shots. I don't know if that really matters that much, though. 7 points in 46 games. 27 shots only, so this guy does not shoot the puck, apparently. And Jared Wells, 23 shots, 33 games. Under a shot a game is not great either. What about Bull? 159 shots. Yeah, I think we got to go with Tapper here. At this point in the franchise mode, we got to take risks. Yeah, that's true. So, Zachariah Tapper from the Red Deer Rebels. Welcome to Houston. Let's hope that you're a low elite, but if you're top 6, I'll take it as well. And he is a top 6 as well. Okay. 65 overall playmaker, so he's going right around where he's supposed to go. Does not have any X factors, but still a playmaker. Pretty solid all around, I'd say. Nothing spectacular, but maybe he becomes something decent if he gets good growth. But with the 3-year ETA, if he's a top 6, there's a chance he doesn't make it on time. But I'll still take that. Tapper, not that bad of a pick. Let's see what goes after that spot. McGrattan was a medium top 465, so right around that same spot. Boudreaux was a 68 top 4, so he probably would have been the best overall pick to get, but maybe we didn't really need him. Ottawa is going to take Pettersson, who's also 65. And has an X factor too. So, in a way, you could say Pettersson was probably the better of the picks because he has an X factor. But we get a playmaker versus a two-way forward. This guy's got a great defensive stick apparently too. So, don't really know if we won or not with that pick. I still like Tapper in a sense, but that's more because he's more of an offensive guy. Occasionally you say crazy point totals, which indicates high 70 players, so I'm glad we looked. Yeah, I am glad we looked as well. Let's move to our next pick at 56, see what we could get in this second round. And we don't know anything about any of these players. My God. The scouts literally probably took a vacation during the entire season or something. Greg McBain, don't know anything about him. He had 22 points, 70 games. Jim Cyphers, we don't know anything about. 36 points. Prince, nothing as well, really. Tucker Hopkins might be the best player, so we'll pin him for a second. Colby Harrison, 17 points. Dante Wolf might be interesting if we're going off point totals. Olofsson, nothing in 14. Continent, nothing at 17. We already had Ryder Merritt pinned. Do we go with Ryder Merritt? He does have goal scoring that's listed as a guaranteed strength. His pro release as well, maybe, and also maybe a hard wrist shot. And 3 years out is just unfortunate, but he might end up making it and becoming a good sniper. He would be like a sharpshooter for this team. So I think it's between Hopkins and Wolf and Merritt. Merritt we might know is a low elite. The other two are just completely shots in the dark. Hawks fan likes Merritt, but he's retracted his comments, so maybe not. Merritt is solid. You like Merritt? Yeah, I think Merritt might be the dude just because of that shooting. Goal scoring ability, like he might end up being like, I don't know, like a Calvin Shelley at best, but I don't think we're going to end up seeing him play in the NHL. But yeah, I think Ryder Merritt has got to be the dude. He's got to be the dude. Maybe a low lead at the worst, a low top 6. Yeah, that's true. So, Ryder Merritt, welcome to the team. Let's see how good you are. And he's a low top 6. 65 overall sniper. Does not have any X factors, but he does have solid shooting. Not the greatest shooting. Oh, because of a typo, I was going to say. So, yeah, solid shooting, as we expected. Everything else is pretty balanced, which is nice. So, that's not a bad pick. I mean, if he develops into being something decent in these next few years, that'd be great, but there's that. So, Merritt is done. 89th overall, third round. Are we going to even know anything about this draft class still? Yes, we are. Okay. There's a guaranteed low top 6 in Zachary Bass. 3 years out. Might be the best option, to be honest. Cyrus Jacobs, also 3 years out. So maybe between Jacobs and Bass. One time drafted a medium elite 48 left winger who had 50 shot powers. Yeah, I've drafted some low elites that low overall as well, and it's just funny to see them develop. Most of them become like fourth liners at best, or AHL players. Derek Quint. Derek Quint looks really intriguing. What? 2 years out? Okay, I think Derek Quint should be our pick. He's guaranteed 2 years out. Looks like he could have A+ physical. What the heck? Was not expecting a 2 years out guy down there. But he's guaranteed to be 2 years out. This guy's 4 years out. Rudolph Bayer. We'll pin him as well because why not? But I think we gotta go with that defenseman. I was not expecting him to be a guaranteed 2 years out. And I mean, his senses look pretty good if his physical play is that good as well. Might be a good hitting defenseman. What do you guys think? Derek Quint? Or do we go with one of those other dudes? Quint looks very solid, yes. Yeah, I think we gotta go with Quint, even though there's these other dudes, Jacobs and Bass. I think we might as well take a defenseman for change. Because, like, Quint, with the 2-year ETA, who knows if he's a low elite or not. So, welcome aboard, Derek Quint. Let's see what you are. He's a top 468 overall. Wow, okay. This is the guy's like as good as a first round pick. Okay. Well, that's a decent pick right there. Medium top 4, so not the craziest potential, but serviceable NHL prospect. I don't know if he's going to make it to the NHL, but if he does, very good shutdown defenseman looks like. 77 defensive awareness, good shot blocking, stick checking a little bit low, but could end up becoming something decent. Look at that body checking, 95 body checking. So this guy's a very physical player. 5-star physical because of that. Strength 93, durability 91. So yeah, this guy's just a wrecking ball. He might be like a Darius Kasparaitis if you want to put a name to a, like as a projection. Maybe like a Darius Kasparaitis right there. A guy that doesn't really do much offensively but throws a lot of hits. Absolute steal. Hopefully not getting too ahead of myself, but was drafted in the same range as Griffin. Just saying. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's like the exact same overall too as Griffin. I think. I could be wrong, but I mean this guy's a DFD, so he's not going to pick up 103 points, but could be a good shutdown partner if he actually makes it fast enough, which hopefully is the case. Let's into our next pick at 122. See what we could get up here. And there's not really a whole lot. There's Ted Wood, who's got a really neat name. 4 years out, but 20 years old. There's McCult, Bartlett. There's another Korea, Barry Korea. There's another Teratukin. And isn't that the same name or no? Isn't Dmitry Teratukin that's on our roster? I don't remember what our Teratukin's name is. I don't think it is. Is it? I gotta take a look because I honestly don't. I don't know why I don't remember our roster. Is that the same name as our Teratukin on our defensive core? Let's see. We're already Teratukin. Oh no, that's Artem Teratukin. I did have, I think, a Dmitry Teratukin at some point or some shit, and we're a different roster. Interesting. So we could go with another Teratukin for the memes. Yeah, it's Artem. I didn't realize soon. Huselius, Pritchett. What do you guys think we should go with here? Should we just go with Ted Wood? He might be an enforcer. I don't know. He had 60 penalty minutes in 64 games, so he's probably more of a physical player, but there doesn't seem to be much else in this draft class. Yeah, I don't think there's probably any low elites. I like Wood or Korea. Yeah, Korea could be intriguing as well, just based on the point totals. 39 points, 63 games. And he's kind of like a bigger center too, 6'2", 208, so he could be a power forward. While Wood has probably, like, he could be an enforcer defenseman, or he could just be a DFD. Although Jonathan Frazee is a sick name. Oh yeah, wait, where is Frazee? I think I remember. Oh yeah, right there. Yeah, Jonathan Frazee. No weakness apparently. Maybe 5 years out. Probably a bottom 6 forward still though. So what do you guys think? We got only a minute left on the timer. Wood or Korea? There's also Pritchett we could go with, or we could just go with Frazee. Because I don't know who I'm leaning towards, to be honest. Bryce is Korea. What do you guys, other guys think? Korea? You know, I don't know anything about him. Might be a decent center for the bottom 6. Maybe he becomes a 3rd liner or a 4th liner if he's got actual potential. Nix is Wood. What do you think, Hawks fans, since you're the other one commenting? Or Teratukin? We're running low on time. I might have to make a decision on my own. Hawks fan says Wood, so we're going to go with Wood since there's been multiple people that said Wood. So Ted Wood, welcome aboard for the memes. 62, medium top 6 DFD. Let's see how good Wood is. Solid defensively, yeah, and he's got not really the physicality as I was expecting, but there you go, there's Wood. Ted Wood. Hopefully Korea was worse in a sense, so then at least it looks like we made the right option. And I don't know, Korea went right next, 60, low top 9. So I don't know who had the better pick. Do you guys think we made the better pick? Because both these potentials are pretty similar. We just got a little bit of a better overall. Alien also says Wood, so I guess we made the right decision. Yeah, I don't know which one would technically be the better of the two. But it is what it is. Let's move to our next pick at 155. 5th round now. And we don't really know anything about any of these players again. Donovan Slaney, 4 years and no weakness. Might be the best option. What about Stortini? No weakness as well, 4 years out. So these guys both are 4-year ETAs and no weakness. One's 17, one's 18. One's a defenseman, one's a forward. And then there's medium 7th demon, like Ralph Mueller. We're definitely not going to make it. Jose Brody. Strength and character, no weakness. Jose Brody might be intriguing. So what do you guys think? There is also Pedro Rivera, who just sounds like a soccer player for some reason. So Rivera, Brody, or the other two guys that I showed you guys, which are Stortini and Slaney. Okay, so Nick's saying Jose Brody or Slaney. Yeah, it's almost time you had to auto-sim drafts because the rest of these ones are just like guys that are never going to get to see the play. Like the last draft that we have of this series, I might just auto-sim the entire thing just because all those guys won't ever get to make it to the NHL. So, what do you guys think? Slaney, Stortini, or one of those other two guys, Brody or what was the other one? Rivera. Stortini. That's 3 different names so far. Slaney is better. What do you think, Alien? Oh, you think Slaney as well? Okay, well, I guess we'll go with Slaney. So, Donovan Slaney, no weakness, 4 years out. Don't worry, Bryce. I'll let you have the next pick or whatever if you want. Just so that way you could make an actual decision. So, we'll go with Slaney. Low top 6, 59. Looks like that. Not the greatest player, but it is what it is. And this pick, we'll just give Bryce this pick just since he has been outvoted again. You want to see Stortini again? Let's see what Stortini looked like and stuff because I didn't actually take a look at that. Let's see. So Stortini was a low top 960 overall sniper. And then the other one that we were looking at was... Who was the other one? The other one might have went in the... Oh, Brody went to low top 9 in the 6th round. Rivera also went there low top 9. So they're all low top 9s, it seems like. So... Okay, so this pick, I'll give Bryce this pick since he's been outvoted multiple times. So what do you say, Bryce? Which one of these guys do we go with? Do we go with Dustin Simpson, who probably looks like the best pick for sure? Or do we go with like Darren Winchester or some guy with Fawcett, Galena? There's also goalie that's from from Croatia and Kent Madden. 5 years out. Simpson is what Alien Pizza is. Probably that is what Bryce would agree with, I'm guessing. What about Joel Neal? No, doesn't look great. What do you think, Bryce? You think Simpson? Yeah, Simpson's clearly the best pick, yeah. Looks like he could be something. He's 19, which is the only thing, but still we'll take him. Welcome aboard, Dustin Simpson. Low top 962, so he's actually better overall than some of those low top 9s that were going before him, so that's pretty decent. Decent shooting categories, might become a good AHL player at some point, if we're lucky. And our final pick of this year's draft, and then we'll have to get into a very tough re-sign stage. There is legitimately nothing almost there. Do we want to just make a random meme pick? I have no idea. Hey, look, it's Akon. Andrew Cons. That's funny. Yeah, it doesn't really look like there's anything. The heaviest guy. Let's see what the heaviest dude is in the draft class still. Jamie Timmons, 238 pounds. Or do we go with the 237 pound guys in Mark Dubois or Felipe Lawson? Do you want me to go to Timmons there, Bryce? This guy's 6'7" as well. Holy. 6'7", 238. He's a big boy. Okay, yeah. Everything's bigger in Texas, they say, so we'll take the biggest guy available. 6'7", 238 for Timmons. This guy was not supposed to get drafted at all, but he's a big dude. So welcome aboard. And Timmons is a 51 low 7th D enforcer. So he is an enforcer with that size. Not a surprise. 51 overall, but he actually has some potential, which is kind of surprising. I almost feel like just signing that guy so he can play in the AHL. Is he from the States? Yeah, he is. We might just sign this guy randomly this offseason just so he can play in the AHL and kill people. Because why not? Right? Might as well get him to sign up for the AHL team and beat up people. See what happens in terms of his growth. I doubt anything will happen, but we might just sign him for the memes. So he could just randomly pummel people. 2-star physical is disrespect. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but who knows? Maybe he'll still pick up a lot of penalty minutes. So there's our draft: Tapper, Merritt, Quint, Wood, Slaney, Simpson, and Timmons. Not a bad draft, I'd say, but still kind of hurts when our scouts aren't doing their job. Okay, let's get to the re-sign stage. This is going to be the most expensive offseason we've had in a while, probably. Kubal Leak needs to get signed for one of our scouts. Even though he probably took the year off, we're still going to sign him. Because we're friendly to all our old veteran scouts. There you go. And now we got to get to this re-sign stage. Okay. This is where it's going to get tough. Let's go to RFAs, and I think we should probably just qualify all our RFAs again, do you guys think? Since, like, Zigomanis is asking for 6 and stuff, we might as well just qualify them all. Just because it might be cheaper this way, so might as well qualify them. And hope that we can get them all back on cheap-ish contracts. And then the UFAs is where the money is going to be spent mostly, as it usually is. Rank commits will qualify you as well. Unsigned guys wise, let's sign that enforcer defenseman just for the memes, because why not? But do you guys think there's any unsigned guys that need contracts? Do we give Ford a contract since he's a 68 at 20? I don't think he's AHL eligible though. There's also Quint, who's not AHL eligible, but he's almost ready to be an AHL defenseman. Any unsigned guys you want me to give contracts to? Jamie Timmons, best player in the system. Yeah, pretty much at this rate. You never know. I don't even know how much. I don't feel like he's going to score a single goal in the AHL, but I feel like he's going to get a lot of penalties. But yeah, I don't think we need to really sign any of these unsigned guys because not a lot of them are ready yet. We have 56 million in cap space. That's not bad, actually. Yeah, we'll let them grow. Okay, so UFA wise, this is where it gets tough. So Vlasic's gonna want a one-way deal, so I might have to give him that again just so he plays in the AHL. But let's first get Teratukin signed because he's the most important piece. He wants a 2-year deal. What the heck? Which, I mean, I could give it to him. I don't know if he's going to retire, though. I'll just give him a 1-year deal because why not? He needs to stay here for sure. What else we got? Let's actually go by each position to make it a little bit easier. I'll also give Vlasic a contract for the AHL. Because maybe we'll just run Daryl goalie in the AHL and then run Vlasic in the NHL. At least for the playoffs if we get there again. Okay, so defenseman. What do you guys think is fair for Sedin? Because I would like to keep Sedin around because he's our best DFD, our best two-way defenseman. But 15 million is a lot of money. Like if we go to 8 years, he almost wants $20 million. We just need to get him for the rest of the series, so we've done the last 2 years. But, do we just like give him what he wants? Even if that means losing somebody? Let me just get some of these AHL guys back. Maybe, actually, I gotta write down some of these names, I guess. So what do you think for Sedin, guys? 15 million. Just give him like exactly what he wants for 4 years, so he's locked up for the rest of the series. He's 32 years of age, so he might drop off, but he needs to kind of stay here almost in a sense. Oh, my voice is kind of sore. What do you guys think? Because I think we got to keep him around regardless for the end of this franchise mode. It's just 15 million is a lot of money, but we probably should just give him exactly what he wants, I think. Yeah, okay, we'll give him the 3-year deal then at 15.25. Hopefully he signs that, because then he will be signed up for the rest of the series, and we won't have to re-sign him. Dane Lowe, bit pricey for a top 6. He wants 4.4 for 1 year. What do you guys think is fair for Dane Lowe? 1-year deal. So 1-year deal at 4.4 you would do then, Nick, for him? You think that would be fair? Because I think that's not that bad an offer for, even if it's a top 6 for Sedin. 1 year only. Well, I give Sedin a 3-year because he needs to stay with us till the end. He's an important piece, kind of. Let's leave Dane Lowe for now. Kapitanov. Do you guys want me to bring back Kapitanov? He wants right around the same amount as he wanted last year when we signed him. Because we should probably keep him around because or else our offense might drop off a lot. Like, do we give him a 1-year deal at like 11? Because I think that's kind of a fair offer. It's a little bit more than he got paid last year. But we get to keep him around for another year. Because he is going to drop off, remember, probably too. So I think it's a relatively fair offer. It's just it's a bit pricey, but I mean, he does pick up points, so. Kapitanov needs to stick around. Yeah, I agree. So yeah, I think I'll just give him what he wants. I think that's a fair price right now. And then all these guys, I don't know if I need to sign them for the AHL, really. I don't know if I'll sign those guys for the AHL team or not. Probably not, since one of them's low bottom 6. Valentenko. I'll sign Valentenko because why not? El Capitan is a cornerstone, yeah, sure. Jacobs, what about Mr. Jacobs? He wants over 4 million. Getting a little late on him for now. D. Salvatore's cheap. I will give him exactly what he's asking because he might get into the NHL lineup somehow. Pappy, no. We will sign you up. And we will let go of Grenier, maybe? He's low top 6. I don't see this guy making it on time. I'm going to let him walk. Chad Burns. This is the big one. Do we give him 2 years on $10 million? Or do we just give him a 1-year deal and then give him a 1-year deal again next offseason? Because he needs to retire with this club for sure. And he needs to be here till the end of this franchise mode if he doesn't retire. So 2 years at $10 million, do you guys think that's good for Chad Burns? Remember, he's like the team lead in plus minus, I'm pretty sure. Like he's a plus 300 and something in his career. Like he's kind of an essential piece to this team because or else we don't have a good center core without him. So we definitely got to bring him back. It's just 2 years at 10 million or 1 year at 9.7. 2 years just to get him through the rest of the franchise. Yeah, might as well. I think it's cheap enough. We don't actually have that much bad contracts to dish out. What about Ernest Patan? Might as well do the 2 years at 6.7. You guys think that's a fair deal? Once again, he's playing as our second line center too, so. I think it might be a decent option just to give him the 6.7 just to keep him around. He's 35, so he might retire after 1 year, or might drop off considerably. So 2 or 1 year deal. It's not saving us that much, but we got to keep Ernest Petain, I think, just to make sure that offense stays afloat. Yeah, okay, let's do 2 years at 6.7 then. Oh, 1 year. Okay, well, it's okay. We gave him a 2 year offer. If he doesn't accept that, then we could change it to 1 year instead. Yo, what's up, Revive Legacy? Good to see you here, man. If you have not checked out Revive Legacy, you probably already have, because he's a bigger YouTuber than I am, but good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Radulov, $3 million. Do you guys think Radulov is worth $3 million? Because I think he might be worth $3 million in a sense, but his playoffs, he was not necessarily that good. Like, he only had 1 goal, I think, in those 6 games he played. Definitely gonna sign Hull for the AHL, maybe. 1350 is expensive. But what do you guys think for Radulov? You only got 22k. Hey, that's still like 20,000 more than me. So 3 million for Radulov is kind of high, but he is necessary. Yeah, we might as well just bring him back. Well, let's do a 1 year deal only though, just in case he drops off, because he is 35 or 31. Let's do 1 year at 3. And then we are waiting on, what about Jacobs? Do you guys want me to give Jacobs 4.3? And you make better content. Oh, that's nice of you. I don't make better content. I just put out the same franchise mode content like all of NHL 22. So at least your stuff like changes. My stuff is really much the same. For most of NHL 22, it's been like that. 4.375 for 1 year. I guess that's okay as a third line scoring guy. Yeah, you did actually kind of earn that money in the playoffs. You did have like almost point per game. So yeah, let's just give him a 1 year deal. And I think that's all we need to give contracts to, almost, except for Dane Lowe. We want to come back to that contract, I guess. Let's let go of Stoll. What about Dane Lowe? Do we give him another 1 year deal for 4.4 since we have the cap space probably to get him back? Because then at least we have a top 6 option other than playing. Like, we would probably run him or Umberger again, as Umberger seemed to be a better fit. So, what do you guys think with Dane Lowe? We keep him around? Because I think we got to probably keep him around just to make sure the defense stays good. Yeah, he is a good 6th or 7th D. So yeah, let's just do the 1 year. Give him what he wants exactly. See if he'll accept that. And then guys like Houston and those AHL type of guys again, we'll have to probably let them walk. And then maybe we'll bring them back depending on if we need them or not. So I'm going to once again have to write down all these AHL names because they want all over $1 million. It's the man, the myth, the legend. Oh, hey Alejandro, how are you doing? First time I think I've seen you in the chat today. Let's see, Hull, Houston, we got to write down as well. I'm doing it the old-fashioned way, not typing it up because I like writing stuff down for some reason more. So Hull and Houston are the only 2 AHLers that are UFAs that are going to be gone for now. If everybody else accepts, that's good. And RFAs are all qualified. Those guys should be relatively cheap once they all start accepting. Yeah, that's good. Okay, let's just see if all those UFAs accept, especially Sedin, Kapitanov, and Burns. Those are the most important ones. Let's see if all those guys accept. Kapitanov is accepted. Burns is accepted. Radulov, Papineau, Petain, Vlasic, Valentenko. Looks like everybody's accepting, I think. Yeah, everybody accepted. Wow. Once again, another easy contract this offseason. It became a drinking game every time you say, interesting. Yeah, sometimes, for some reason, if you guys watch, like, specific YouTubers, they have, like, kind of, like they have, like, a go-to phrase that they go to when they don't really know what else to say. So, that's probably what I do. Yeah, easy off-season. So, Hull and Houston will let them go for now. We actually don't have a lot of cap space. Damn, I didn't even realize that. 6.8 in cap space. All those guys are qualified, but Patolnik, Keeler, and Zigomanis should be relatively cheap. But still a little bit of an expensive offseason. But we are still within cap, which is good. So that is good. So Our roster has a pretty solid defensive core as usual. Solid goaltending, even though their goalie has been terrible in the playoffs. Right wing wise, still looks pretty good. Left wing wise, still looks pretty good. Yeah, we're looking pretty solid. We'll take a look at the free agent pool and see if there's any former players we want to bring back. But I think right now our team looks okay. And yeah, maybe we'll be okay this season. Maybe we'll do better and not lose to a team that wins the Stanley Cup. So let's take a quick look and see if there's any former players out there. I don't know if there's going to be. And even if there is, I don't know if we'll bring any of them back. But let's start off with goalies. Not that it really matters about goaltending because we already have our goalies set pretty much. Vic Benson's still available in free agency. Still wants $2 million. I was trying to find this episode where he drafted Griffin in the 3rd round. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what episode it was. I know I looked it up recently. I think, when did we draft him? I should actually check what year we drafted him, because maybe that will help find what episode it is for you. But I think it was... I'm trying to remember. That's Sedin. I want to go to Griffin. It would have been whenever the 2034 draft was, so 10 seasons back. So if we're already in like episode 71, it's probably like episode 50 or 60 something. So you might be able to find it back there, maybe even 40 something, I don't know. As we haven't had a huge long playoff run, so the seasons have gone kind of quick. But so yeah, I don't know if we're going to sign any former players this offseason. Vic Benson was there because he was a free agent, I'm pretty sure, all season. But we don't need to bring in a goalie unless we want to bring back Vic Benson and put goalie down to the system in the AHL. What do you guys think? Goalie was terrible last year in playoffs. Do we replace him with Vic Benson? Probably not. It's probably not worth it to put a $6-7 million guy in the AHL, especially with our cap situation. I don't think it's worth it, to be honest. Especially when we have some guys that are RFAs that are still holding out for some more money. Like, I mean, I wish I was able to buy out goalie, but I don't think I was going to be able to. Doesn't really seem anything else in terms of goalies. Yeah, goalie-wise, there's not really anything. He's good, but yeah, you don't have the money for that. Yeah, it's true. What about defense? What do we got? Wow. Wow. Jeff Rion, who's the guy that's running up for runner-up for the Norris the last like 5 years because of Griffin, wants almost $20 million for the next 3 years. He's only 91, 32 years of age. So you think if Griffin didn't get re-signed by us for as much as he did at the time, Griffin would be easily making over $20 million at this point. But Jeff Rion thinks he's worth $20 million, which I think he kind of is in a sense if Griffin wasn't alive, because he would be winning all these Norrises, right? But goddamn, like, this guy's had a really great career, especially in Minnesota, being a runner-up for the Norris so many times. But $19.75 million, like, that's a bit expensive. I don't think I'd ever pay that for a guy, unless it was Griffin, I guess. But goddamn. Any former defenseman of ours in free agency. In my draft glory, I trade away contracts for 7th round picks furthest in the in future each time. That's an interesting way of doing it. Doesn't really look like there's anything on defense. Jeff Run is the 2nd best defenseman in the league, but $20 million is insane. Yeah, I agree. Sometimes the contracts get outrageous in the later years. Then I ditch those picks to not cheat. Interesting. Yeah, Cohen Blacker is there, but $7 million, no thank you. If you guys remember this guy, he was a brief guy with our team. We drafted him, and he only played 3 seasons with us. But yeah, that guy's trying to get 7.6 as an 80 overall defenseman. It's like, no thank you. Don't think we need to upgrade our defensive core anyways. It's more of our forward core than anything. Let's take a look at forwards, see if there's any former players out there. Any former forwards? Probably not, since it seems like a lot of them have retired at this point. Don't really see any of them out there so far. Yeah, doesn't seem to be a lot out there. Maybe a 70-something would be decent if there's a former 70. Don't really see any. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's going to be really a lot of former players this year, which is okay, I guess, because their roster looks decent. But hopefully they're not another first-round exit again. Let's see, anything interesting? Like our team might be on the last legs, who knows? That's our Zygmanis, who's an RFA. Strimbo, no. Yeah, there really doesn't seem to be much, which is unfortunate. Hopefully no teams qualify our players, because or else that'd be pretty damn annoying. Yeah, there does not seem to be anything out there. But I mean, that's good. At least we'll get to the season faster, because the first season took like 2.5 hours or some shit just for a first round exit. Center wise, what do we got? Any centers? So I have not seen a lot so far for former players, or anything for former players really. Let's see what we got. Doesn't seem like anything out there, which is really unfortunate in a sense, but I guess it's okay considering all our RFAs are going to be taking up the last little bit of money we have. Yep, there is nobody out there, so we're not going to be signing anybody this offseason, which is good. Let's continue to sim up to next season, and then we will see if all those RFAs accept, which hopefully most of them do. They probably will all accept. Keeler accepts, that's good because he's a good fourth liner. A lot of the other ones are accepting. Jim Phillips, Renkowitz, Pitoli accepts, it's good. Zygmanis is probably going to be the last one to hold out again, which means I might have to give him a contract already. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, Zygmanis is the last RFA remaining. We got enough cap space to sign him. Once it's give him exactly what he wants for 1 year. And then our team is pretty much set in stone again for the upcoming season, but no former players in free agency. So hopefully this team is still decent enough to make the playoffs, but we only got like 1 more season left after this, so. I'm surprised we're selling all of our season tickets almost. Like, look at that. We sold 97% of our tickets. And suite-wise, we sold 96%. Still with this team only making it to the first round the last few years. You think some teams are going to be a little bit, or fans are going to be a little bit restless about that, but guess not. Okay, so let's take a look at what our roster looks like for this season. Let's see if we need to make any roster moves first. If there's any AHL guys that should be called up. Backer, wow, 77 at 23, is he? 22. So Leon Backer is getting very close to being an NHL defenseman. That's interesting. De Silva, who was low lead or is low lead, is 76 now too. So we do got some guys that are close on the cusp of making the NHL, which is good. Yeah, that's good to see. We definitely needed that type of thing. Okay, so let's see who scratched. So Kabina definitely needs to be in over Jim Phillips. No offense to Jim Phillips. And then Umberger, I feel like should be in over Dane Lowe. Or maybe, should we scratch Teratukin this season, guys, based on the overall? Or no? Because I don't know, Teratukin, he's on his last legs. He's definitely close to retirement, but over 1,000 points. I found it episode 40 you drafted Clifton. So there you go, Alejandro. That's where I drafted him, is episode 40. Damn, that was so many. That was 31 episodes ago. It's crazy. Goddamn. Okay, so I think we got to keep Teratukin in the lineup probably still, just because he's a legend here. Which means Umberger should probably go in for Dane Lowe, I'm thinking. Did we make the playoffs? We haven't started simulating the season yet. We're just setting up our lines for year number 2 of the stream that we're on. Yeah, I guess we'll go with something like this. So Griffin, Sedin, McGrath, and Pitoli. You should have Timmins play in the preseason. Yeah, you know what? For the memes, let's just, since we have a lot of time, we've already streamed over 4 hours already, which is crazy. By the end of this, like 3 years, who knows? Maybe I'll have streamed for like over like 5 hours. Well, definitely over 5 hours at this point. But where is this dude? Oh, Jim Timmins, 53 overall. Let's call him up. give him some preseason time for the memes. And we will take out Teratukin for this just because I want to see Timmins just, I don't know what he's going to do. He's probably going to murder some people, to be honest. We'll send Phillips down to the AHL as well because he's not going to be in the NHL roster for the upcoming season. That's one thing I don't really do is play a lot of rookies in the preseason like I should, but oh well. And then let's go best lines in the AHL for the second. And let's adjust our NHL rosters. So let's see. Zigomanis is in a good spot. Scuderi should probably be... Is he good with face-offs? 71. I guess that's better than nothing. Is Cole better on face-offs though? They're the exact same. Okay, that's going to be probably our roster. Kabina, Jacobs, and Radulov, and then Keeler, Scuderi, Cole for the bottom six. Third line, Petrovic, Patano, and Zigo. Timmins is already growing. He was a 51. Yeah, that's true. He has jumped up a little bit. I just realized Chad Burns dropped to an 83. Exact top 9 now. So Chad Burns might be one of these guys that retire at 35. Yikes. Hopefully that doesn't affect our team too much, that drop off of Chad Burns. And then yeah, defensively looks like that. That's good. Goalies look like that. Let me just make sure Griffin is on the power play because he deserves power play time over anybody else. It tried to put Jamie Timmins on the power play. And imagine an enforcer on the power play. God damn. He actually has chemistry if we put him up there. It's just kind of funny. But Griffin needs to be on the power play over anybody else on this roster. Because we know how good Griffin plays. We could honestly play Griffin as a forward this year if we wanted to, like we did in the playoffs. But I don't know about that. Yeah, that's good. We'll go with that. Actually, wait. Let me go to power play for a second. Petrovic is not on the power play. But I am going to give Zigomanis power play time. Going to take Keeler off the power play. I think, not Zigomanis, what the heck. I think Petrovic needs power play time because I don't know why I don't have him on the power play if this guy scores 30-something goals. So we'll put him on there. And I will leave the rest of that the same. Penalty kill looks good as well. Yeah, it's decent. Some of the chemistry is a little bit but I'll keep the rest of that the same. So we'll see how Timmins does in the preseason. And then once the preseason's done, Teratukin will go back in. And I think Dane Lowe will be our healthy scratch this season. Just because why not? AHL-wise, let's just see what we got here. Let's just make sure we got the right guys in. Aston should I don't want to do that. Aston should probably be in as the AHL backup because I think he's still younger than the... Yeah, he's younger than Renkowitz, so we'll put him in. Who else do we got here? Valentenko, low top 9, low top 6. The rest of these guys don't really have much potential. Howden should probably be in over somebody else on this AHL roster like De Silva. Was De Silva the low elite though? Yeah, he is. We'll take out Weber then, I guess. There you go. Perfect. Okay, that's set up properly and good. So yeah, let's sim through a preseason. When you drafted Griffin, you said, oh, he's a low top 4, sucks, he's not low elite. That's actually crazy that I said that. It's weird, it's like I didn't expect low top 4 to be like that, but oh well. I guess he did become a low elite, or more than that actually, like a low franchise. Okay, so yeah, let's sim through the preseason just to see how that Timmins guy does, and then we'll send him back to the AHL for the year. And we'll actually try and play him in the AHL lineup if we can as well. And then we'll see how this team simulates for the season. But yeah, hopefully we could have another good season this year. And hopefully we could have a better playoffs though. Because the playoffs are where we've been struggling the last few seasons. So, preseason wise, we are going to go 5-1-1. So, actually a better preseason than last year. And as you would expect, Griffin 12.7 games. So, Griffin, maybe he'll have another 100-point season this year. Who knows? The roster is a little bit better than last year, so I'm really hoping that is the case, but you never know. Okay, so let's take a look at how Timmins did in the preseason, just for the memes, and then we'll send him back down to the minors. So, how did Mr. Timmins do? He only had, he had no penalty minutes. Okay, that's weird. An enforcer with no penalty minutes in 7 games. -1, 2 shots on goal. Interesting. It's probably because those physical stats aren't that greatest, but he's an enforcer, so no penalty minutes in 7 games, unfortunately, but he should get some in the AHL when we send him down, because if he doesn't, then that's going to be kind of weird. But yeah, let's send the enforcer back down. Thank you for playing up here, Mr. Timmons. We'll put Teratukin back in now, in your exact spot. And then we'll put, ooh, that's some minus chemistry. Tolney then, McGrattan, ooh. Don't like that minus. I guess we'll have to go with that. Yeah, I guess we'll go with that. My Griffin prediction, 22 goals, 89 assists for 111 points. What does everybody else think on Griffin? How much points is he going to have this season? Is he going to break 100 points for the 5th time, I think, in his career? Let's see what we got here. Let's take out Bordelot, I guess. I just watched your draft of Griffin. You said we may have to try him at some point. Yeah, because whenever you see his offensive attributes as being, well, I guess his offensive stats weren't that good then. When I drafted him, I think his offensive stats were pretty decent, so I was like, might as well just give him a chance, because you never know what could happen with some of those guys. Okay, so that's just our team. I think that looks good. Chemistry across the board on defense. Goalies look okay. We know that Daryl Goalie's not going to be a good playoff guy. Alien Pizza's 110 points for Griffin. Hopefully he could do something decent again. This team looks pretty similar to last year, I'd say, except for the drop-off of Teratukin and the drop-off of Burns might hurt us a little bit, but if guys like Petrovicki, Zigomanis step up, I think we're in a good spot. And Griffin is 30 years old now. Still has tons of 99s, which is good to see. Hopefully he doesn't retire pretty young. I think if he was to retire, it would be at like 34, 35. Like, he'd be a bit of a younger retirement, but probably not by much. Like, we won't get to see him retire in this franchise mode, but... Okay. So, that is set up and ready to go. So, I guess we're ready to start up the season simulation. So, let's see how we do in the first 41 games of the season. And I wonder where Griffin's going to be halfway through the year as well. I feel like he could be around the same point total as last year, maybe at that point. So let's go to January the 1st and see how this team does. Hopefully this team can still do good enough. If we, for some reason, missed the playoffs this year, at least we're getting maybe a good prospect in that could help us out next season. And then maybe for the last season, we have a good chance to run with this team. But let's see what happens. Because this could be the last season for Teratukin, for Burns, for a decent amount of players on this roster. So this might not be a good season if these guys drop off and all that type of thing. So let's see what happens halfway through the season. See if we could get those wins early and have a good start to the year. I'm going to start off with a couple wins and a loss. 8-7 loss, jeez. No defense, but a lot of offense, which is good to see. A bit of a back and forth start in terms of wins and losses, but that's okay. Looks like we're generally doing pretty decent in terms of offense to start off the season. A lot of 5 and 6 goal games. So yeah, Griffin's going to have a good start to the year. I could easily tell this already. As long as this team doesn't just dry up. 7-0 win over Detroit. Yeah, this is a pretty solid start to the year. Because, I mean, at least we're losing an extra time as well when we do lose, for the most part. Sucks that Griffin is took so long to reach the NHL, because if not, he could have been the all-time NHL leader in defensive points. Yeah, that's true. Because he was like a 24-year-old almost, I think, when he made his debut. Yeah, this team is off to a really good start, which is kind of scary, but we are losing a bit of games as of recently, but we're off to a better start than we were last year, I think. As we're already at 22 wins. But watch, we're going to be a first round next again. 23-10-4. Not bad. Pretty good start. That is a total of 37 games played so far, so we got to do another 4 games again. Let's get those games done. And no, Griffin's not at winger this time. I think I'll only do that for the playoffs, because I know that we need to have one of those type of offensive defensemen on the back end to kind of drive the team a bit. So I will put him on winger in the playoffs if we need to. But for right now, I decided that we'll leave Griffin as a defenseman, because why not? Because he still produces really well back there. So let's do these 4 games so we get exactly halfway through the year. And we get a win, a loss, a shootout loss, and a win. So 25, 11, and 5, and we're top in our division. Leading the division in points. That's kind of surprising. Yeah, Kapitanov is still on the team. We managed to re-sign him on another one-year deal. Chad Burns is also back. Pretty much everybody's back on the team. I don't think we lost anybody in particular, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so what do you guys think Griffin's point total is halfway through the season? I'm going to ask you this again, just like last season. What do you think he's got through 41 games? Just so meanwhile, I could drink some water because my voice is kind of sore for talking for almost 4.5 hours. But let me know what you guys think. 41 games, how much points? Hawks fan says 56. Yeah, maybe around the same. Like, I think last year, didn't he have like 50 something as well? And next is 55 to 65, which is probably a good range to put it in, because 50 something's like his lowest and 60 something's like his highest. Bryce is 52. Alien Pete, are you still here for your prediction? Just because I'm kind of curious on what everybody has to think. But yeah, I feel like he's probably at 50 something. But the fact that we're leading our division makes me think that this team might be doing a lot better than I'm expecting. Like, we're probably like top 10 in the league in points, I think, right now. I don't know if Pete is still here or not. I don't know. Where's the chatters list thing that I was looking at before? I don't even know. Okay, let's see what it is. Halfway through the season, 41 games in. How much points does Griffin have? He has 60 points. So Griffin is having a way better start than last year. Way less goals as well. But 7 goals and 53 assists. So he's on pace for 120 points this year. I don't think he hits 120 points, but if he does, this is the year that Griffin just goes in insane mode. God damn. 60 points. Jeez. That is quite the season start. Do you guys think he hits 120 points, or does he have a really slow second half like he did last year? Because I know in the second half of the season he dropped off a lot. So I don't think he's going to hit 120 points. But if he does as a defenseman, I'm going to lose my mind, because last season he had, or the highest point total before he had was 109 points. So if he hits 120 points, that'd be crazy. Like, this guy's over 700 points, I think, at this point. Nick thinks he gets to 111. What about the rest of you guys? What do you think he finishes the season with? And it will simulate the rest of the season, because we'll take a look at the stats at the end of the year again, just to make it a little bit more fast-paced. Doubt he still hits it, but still hits 100 assists, I think, which would be crazy. But I think the goals will be slow. Yeah, I think he can hit 100 assists for sure. The goals, he might only hit like 13 or 14 at the most, maybe less than that. Hawks fans is 115. Okay. So you guys think he's getting his career high then, I guess, at this point, because his highest before is 109. Bryce is 116. Okay, let's see if he has that high of a season, because if he does have 116 points, you guys realize that he might win his second Art Ross as a defenseman, which would be nasty as heck, because I believe Bobby Orr only had one Art Ross, right? So then he'd be the best defenseman in NHL history in terms of that, at least in terms of winning Art Rosses. So let's get the second half of the season done and see if he ends up winning an Art Ross, and if he ends up continuing on his 120 pace points. Second Art Ross and 6 Norris. Yeah, that would be crazy. This guy is absolutely the best defenseman I've ever drafted. I have drafted some really good defensemen in the past, but never this good, I think. Let's see what happens, and hopefully this team makes the playoffs still, because of the pace that we're on right now. There's a little bit of a losing streak, which is kind of questionable, but we at least get a win after that. I mean, it's probably better to be a wildcard team in a sense, but who knows? Because if we win the division, then we're end up going to lose in the first round again. But yeah, hopefully this team makes it. Imagine in real life of a guy who did this and EA kept his rating at 81 overall in each game. Yeah, that's true. And imagine if that actually happened, that'd be kind of crazy. So the team is sliding a bit, which is a bit concerning, but like I said, I feel like if this team missed the playoffs 1 year, it's not the end of the world. Damn, Jamie Boss on waivers. I can't claim people on waivers, but that's a cool name. Let's see if we get some wins. Come on, boys. We want to make the playoffs. I guess at this, yeah, we want to make the playoffs at this rate. Because at this point, we would be a team that just barely missed the playoffs, and it wouldn't be an elite prospect. Is this the best defenseman ever? It very well could be. It's dumb that he hasn't got stat growth either, but clearly it doesn't matter. Yeah, I agree with that. It's kind of dumb, but oh well. And we're going to finish 47, 27, and 8, so I believe that's better than, or worse than last year. Because last year, did we have 49 wins, I think? Yeah, I think we had 49 wins, but we had less regulation losses, I think, this time around. So maybe a little bit better. We do win our division with 102 points, which kind of scares me. So you guys think your point totals will hold up with how we just finished the season? Got the 115, 116, and 119 point predictions, I think. What do you guys think? Do you guys also think there's any other 100-point players other than Griffin this year, or is it just Griffin again? Because it seems like nobody else on this team puts up that much amount of points. Because we won our division only by 1 point. If he's 111 or 116, I'm right. So I've never seen a defenseman sim like this. Griffin only. Yeah, it's because Griffin has 99 offensive awareness. He also has 99 shooting across the boards, 99 passing, I think. So, yeah, he's just in general, all his offensive attributes are really good. His defense is only 73, I think. So that makes sense. But let's see what they are. Let's see what he finished with. He finished with 111 points. So bang on for the ones that said 111. He finishes with 111 points. That's a career high for Morgan Griffin. 17 goals and 94 assists. So he doesn't hit 100 assists, but he does get almost 20 goals on the season. Another insane season for Griffin, and this is on medium scoring, don't forget as well. Like, imagine if I turned this to high scoring. This guy would be insane. So there you go, 111 points for Griffin, which, let's take a look at his career numbers now before we actually get into, like, player stats and stuff like that. Ooh, that's not good to see. Burns and Kapitanov were both dropped off. 82 and 84. You all guys had to, like, right around the exact same ballpark, which is good. But yeah, not as good to see the Burns and Kapitanov drop off, because that's going to hurt us for sure. Like, that center core is not looking too good. But let's take a look at Griffin. He's got 786 points in 656 games. Unreal. Almost 800 points. Like, we have one more season left of this. He's going to maybe hit 900 points by the end of the series. Maybe he'll be just shy of that. But regardless, this is absolutely insane. Plus 21 this year as well. Crazy numbers. 21 power play points. Couple short-handed points. A lot of block shots as usual. This guy's insane. Wow. Okay. That's a lot of points. Mostly assists, but a good amount of goals as well as a defenseman. Like, if he played 1,200 games, he'd be on pace for like 1,400 points in those 1,200 games. So there is Morgan Griffin's season at 30 years of age. Absolutely insane. Let's take a look at our team stats and player stats for the season, and then we'll take a look at who we're facing in the first round, which hopefully it's not a team we played in the last few years that have knocked us out in the first round. Let's see. Entire league-wise, we finished 6th best in the NHL. Only behind Anaheim, New Jersey, Ottawa, Vancouver, and Toronto, which is crazy because Toronto had the first overall pick. And then they go up to 1st overall in the NHL. That's kind of crazy. Goals for per game. We are one of the best offensive teams as we expect. 3.55 goals per game, tied with Vegas for 6th place, which is pretty solid. I got this one on the dot. My predictions are legendary. Yeah, you got that right on the dot. I mean, like, I kind of felt like he could have been on pace for around that amount of points, but I didn't really think he was going to contain himself to an extent. As I mean, his team is dropping off in a little bit. So, goals against per game. Looks like we dropped off defensively this season. Maybe with the Teratucan drop off and stuff like that. Or playing Umberger instead of Low. I don't know. But we allowed more goals this year than last year, I think. Which is interesting. Power play percentage wise, we were one of the best power play teams this year. Which last year we weren't. So that's interesting. Maybe because of putting Petrovicki on the power play. Because I did do that this year and last year I didn't. And our penalty kill was the 2nd best penalty kill in the NHL, 87.2. So very good special teams this year. That's a pretty damn good penalty kill 4 short-handed goals, 25, 10, and 6 on home ice, 22, 17, and 2 on the road. So there you go. So that is that. Let's take a look at these player stats now, because I am kind of curious about the rest of his team. So, Ernest Petan, 70 points in 82 games. He outperformed Chad Burns, probably because of Chad Burns dropping off, but that's still pretty crazy. 111 puts that at 10th most ever by a defenseman in a season. Only 4 seasons behind Coffey and 5 by Bobby Orr. Damn. Great special teams, great goal scoring, usually a championship formula. Hopefully that's the case this year. But yeah, a good season from Ernest Petan at 36 to put up 70 points. Really solid. And then yeah, Chad Burns seems like he's dropping off a little bit in production and stuff too. 63 points, 109 penalty minutes. I honestly didn't realize Chad Burns was such a physical player almost to an extent. Like, I feel like he probably, yeah, he throws a lot of hits too. A lot more physical of a player than I imagined as a two-way forward. So there's Chad Burns, over 1,000 points in his career as well. Vitaly Radulov, 26 points, a little bit less than last year, but still not bad. -6. I don't like that, but 4 game-winning goals and 15 goals only. It's not bad. Left wing-wise, what do we got? Holy, okay, so Zigomanis decided to go off this year. I don't know if it's because of the power play as well. 13 power play goals. This guy picks up 69 points. So Ziggy is going off this year. Hopefully he does that in the playoffs as well, because 41 goals is pretty damn good. Building upon the last playoff run for sure. And 94 assists is the second most in the season by a defenseman ever, only behind Bobby Orr's 102 assist season. Well, maybe he'll break 102 assists next season. That'd be nice. But yeah, good season from Ziggo. Joel King as well had 69 points, so 2 69s, which are very nice according to Nick. Jacobs, 33 points. That's pretty solid, I would say, for a fourth liner that didn't have any power play time, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, only averaging 9-10. That's pretty good. Keeler had 38 points. He's an 80 overall now. That's nice to see. Good stuff. And Cabino only had 21 points. You think Cabino would have been better after last year's playoff. He's up to an 80 as well. Kind of dropped off in production this season, which is interesting. And then right wing wise, Kapitanov also had 69 points. What is this? We're a meme squad. 3 players with 69 points. You'd think this game was scripted or something. That's kind of funny. But he hits 32 goals this year and 37 assists. Petrovicki, 36 goals. 10 of them were on the power play, so he definitely helped out the power play of 64 points. Scuderi, 54 points, and Cole, 24 points. Not too bad. So basically, in terms of our forwards, we had some pretty good depth scoring, I'd say. Jet Branch, yeah, I just started creating NHL videos the last few days and would really love if any of you check them out. Hawks fan, nice. I said 72 for Kapitanov, so I was close. Yep, that is true. But I think we had really good depth scoring this year. You guys think so too? Like, I think we had some solid depth scoring this year. A lot of minus players on the bottom 6, but not the greatest plus minus actually on the roster in general, but good depth scoring. I think our offense is good, at least. And then defensively, there's Griffin's 111 points. Absolutely insane season, as usual, from him. And wow, the drop-off in defensive production. Look at that. 111 for Griffin and 31 for Sedin. There's an 80-point gap in our defensive core. Like, Griffin's still making 13.5 and Sedin's making 15. Like, that's kind of nuts. Like, an 80-point gap, you don't see that every day. Umberger, 19 points plus 28. That's really good. McGrattan was a -10 and had 16. Teratukin, 15 points, -6, and he's still a 77. So his production's completely dropped off. Probably going to retire this year with exactly 200 goals, which is crazy as a defenseman, I guess. But he's been playing here a long time, 20 years in the NHL. And then Pitoli, 13 points, not too bad. Goalie-wise, how did Daryl goalie do this year? Not great. Once again, our goaltending is up in the air. Both goalies with below a 900 save percentage. And then Dave Bradley technically outperformed Daryl goalie as well. Do we run Bradley this year in the playoffs over goalie after last year, or do we run goalie because goalie had 6 shutouts? Like, that's going to be interesting. Yeah, I'll check on Timmins in the AHL for sure. But which one of these 2 goalies do you think would start the playoffs? Bradley to take over versus Nick? You guys think Dave Bradley's time? Because it might honestly be Bradley's time. Because Bradley did simulate a little bit better in terms of goals against and save percentage. Run goalie, but 1 bad game and goalie is out. Okay, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Because he did start off last year's playoffs pretty decently, and then he just completely fell off after the first 2 games. So, okay, let's take a look at Timmins' stats in the AHL for fun. Timmins had 7 points as an enforcer in 82 games, +3 and 71 PIMs. So, pretty solid, and it jumped up to a 53 still only, but that's not bad for an enforcer to pick up 7 points. And then also his physical stats look like they're improving a bit. It's not bad from Timmins, I'd say. Definitely better than I expected. And then Backer is listed as a top 6. Interesting. Leon Backer should be in the NHL next season. How about that other guy, De Silva? I don't know if De Silva makes it. What else we got here? De Salvatore is still playing really good in the AHL, but he's not an NHLer anymore. Bill Woods is in the minors, getting some growth. That's interesting. Check his fights. Oh yeah, I didn't check that. I don't know why I didn't check that. Should be a given when you see an enforcer to check his fight totals and stuff like that, right? What else he got here? He had 13 fights. So he did fight a decent amount. I guess he just didn't take minor penalties, but 13 fights this season from the enforcer defenseman. Interesting. Okay, let's take a look at the entire league for points. Let's actually take a look at forwards first, just because we want to make sure that Griffin's going to win that Art Ross. So, do you guys think Griffin's going to win the Art Ross? I'm not going to let go of the entire league stats until I get some opinions on it. Do you guys think he wins the Art Ross with 111 points? Because I honestly feel like he could. Last year there was a guy that had 116 points, so there's a chance that he might not. But do you guys think he wins it this year? Hawks fan says no. Nick says no, but close. What do you think, Bryce? I think he does. I think Varakis is second with 109. Okay. So, did Griffin win another Art Ross? He did not. He finished second best in the NHL, tied with Scarabelli, but Jorgen Pettersson, the former Nashville Predator, finishes with 118 points. So, a good season from Griffin, but just not enough. If Pettersson would have played less good, then there would have been a chance he would have won that, but damn. Jorgen Pettersson just came through with a crazy season. Since going to New Jersey, he's been over point per game, but he's over point per game in his career. This guy's actually a pretty underrated player to an extent that the AI's had. This guy's making almost $20 million as well. Goddamn. So that is that. Not a lot of 100-point players. DiPietro over 100 points again, so I guess the Islanders did do a good thing. This guy had 8 goals and 95 assists, so this guy just decided not to shoot the puck a lot. I mean, he had 133 shots, but does not score goals, apparently. That's interesting. Best goal scorer this season was Javon Sanders, again, 61 goals. So I guess he's playing on the same line as that guy. That's interesting. Stewart up there, Pettersson, Numanen, Scarabelli as per usual. I think Scarabelli has 50 goals in every season he's played almost. Except for one. Except for two seasons. Wow. Yeah, Scarabelli has over 50 goals in every season he's played, except for 2. That's kind of nuts. Best plus minus just for fun for forwards, Tanaka plus 49. Most game-winning goals is going to be Ruben Ludman with 11. But Petrovicki had 10 game-winning goals, so that's pretty good for Petro. And then Stewart and Cousineau also had 10. 929 goals is all-time goal leader in Scarabelli. Yeah, we got to take a look at the entire league for records and stuff like that. We'll definitely do that, like maybe at the start of next season, since it's the final season. I think it's the final season at least next year. Hopefully not this year. So maybe I should check it before then. I don't know. Francisco Salvador, 19 power play goals. Most short-handed goals. Have to head out, but we'll watch the stream when it's uploaded. Have a great day. Yeah, you too, Alien Pete. Have a great day, and thanks for checking out the stream. It's been a long stream so far, but it's my longest stream ever, but it's been a lot of fun doing this, and hopefully it goes on for a few more hours while we get the rest of the season done. So, yeah, Ludman, 8 short-handed goals. That might be the most short-handed goals I've seen a player score in a franchise mode. That's a lot. Damn. So this guy's a lethal short-handed player. Is he always been like that or no? Kind of. 26 short-handed goals in his career. Interesting. You don't really see guys that are really good short-handed players out there. Consistently, at least. Most hits for fun, Kavusari, 215. Block shots, it's going to be Leclerc. Giveaways, Cappy. And takeaways, it's going to be Sedlak with 166. Interesting. Best defenseman for points, we obviously know this already, is Griffin. And did Jeffrey not sign? Oh, hey, AJ, how's it going, man? No. Did Jeffrey not sign? I think Jeffrey did not sign after having so many chances at winning a Norris because Griffin's just been insane. What the heck? But AJ, since you're just joining, last season we lost in the first round. And yeah, this second season, hopefully we could get our chance at the Stanley Cup, but I don't think that's going to happen. Was looking on Reddit, apparently Heisels may have taken my roster and updated it. Gonna re-download NHL 22 and give him a look. Oh, that dude, yeah, I think I've heard of him before. That's cool. Yeah, that is good that somebody's updating your roster since you're not doing that. 10 short-handed goals is the 4th most all-time in a season. Interesting. But I think Griffin didn't sign anywhere on defense this season. Like, he might be still a free agent, which is really interesting that Jeffrey would be still there because Griffin had this amount of points, but you do not see him anywhere in the top 10. Are you from the USA or Canada? I am from Canada, from the capital. Even though most of my subscribers and viewers and stuff like the last year or so have been from the United States. I've been grinding the Twitch Pokemon game. Oh, there's a Pokemon game on Twitch. 130 left on my decks, waiting for Lucario, my favorite man. Oh yeah, because yeah, you got like a Funko Pop of them, right? Nice. And yeah, Bryce, I knew you were from Canada, I think, since you're a Habs fan, since I don't think there's a lot of Habs fans in the States. I know there's one guy I know that's like in New York, but not really a whole lot. So yeah, I think he didn't sign anywhere, Jeffrey, which is very interesting. I guess he was just asking for too much money when he was wanting $20 million. Like, oh no, there he is. What the heck? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Yo, guys, what is this? Jeffrey's making how much money? Oh, only 13.26, but this guy completely dropped off a cliff. Leaves Minnesota, now he's not good. Snipe, do you have time for a final franchise mode before 23 comes out with modern? With modern rosters, probably not, because my Arizona series I'm kind of running at till the end. But I am starting up a Hartford throwback series on Monday, so I don't know. I would like to try Tugi's rosters, but I haven't really gotten able to like get around to downloading other people's rosters yet, so maybe I will eventually check out some stuff, but it's hard to because like I don't know when NHL 23 is gonna drop, probably early October, so I don't know, man. I'm a huge fan of the Canadian government. The people of Canada are not wait, I don't know if I'm a huge fan of the Canadian government, but the people of Canada are really nice people. Yeah, that's yeah, I don't want to really get into politics and stuff like that, but yeah, that's true. Although I'm from Southern Ontario, surrounded by Leaf fans. Damn, that must be painful. Sends franchise with Tugi's new rosters. Yeah, maybe I'll take a look at that. I don't know if I'll be able to start up a series with it, but I definitely will want to take a look at that and see how the Sens does in like maybe a few seasons. We'll see. But yeah, Vincent Jeffron completely dropped off after leaving Minnesota. This guy was running up for the Norris for like 4 or 5 seasons in a straight, and then he all of a sudden only puts up 35 points. Like, it's good that they didn't pay him $20 million, but $13 million to put up 35 points? I don't know about that. Apparently there's rumors Chikrin wants to go to Ottawa. I don't know how legit they are, though. I hope he comes here. That would be really great, but I've seen a lot of mock trades, and we'd have to give up a decent amount, obviously, but I think it could work because we do have a lot of good assets we can move. Like, if we really need to, we can move, like, Yarventi or Sokolov or somebody like that in the AHL that are trying to get into the NHL that might not get a chance for a bit, just because of now bringing in Giroux and stuff like that, too. Is it Jefferon's fault or the Jets? It might be the Jets' fault. We could take a look at the Jets' stats after we take a look at some other stats, but it could be because of that. I didn't expect him to see that low in scoring, though. But yeah, Griffin wins the Norris by a large margin. By 55 points. Trade Boucher, he's trash, so he's fine. Maybe I'll trade Boucher, who knows. I heard he's a really good glue guy. He's kind of almost like the like a Brady Kachuk kind of character, because one of my friends met him, so Sens would have to give something like Pinto a first, Formanton for Chikrin. I don't know about moving Pinto, because Pinto is actually like a third center, and he's actually going to be a really good penalty killer, I think, in the future. Formanton I would be okay with moving, probably because of Team Canada reasons. First round pick I'd be okay with moving if this team's competitive for sure. Well, maybe in general I'd be okay with moving the first round pick. And then I'd probably throw in like your Venti, maybe Sokolov, somebody like that. Maybe even throw in a defenseman to replace Chikrin like Brandstrom. You know, that type of thing. Yeah, but if Boucher's a grinder, it doesn't really matter. If you need to have good chemistry guiding guys in the lineup too. You don't need to have like guys that are just like, I don't know, guys that are egotistical. You need to have good like locker room players as well. It's not all about putting up the point totals and being a flashy player. At least that's in my opinion. But so I don't know. Who knows? Maybe Boucher becomes something decent. Maybe he doesn't. But in general, it doesn't really matter. He has value anyways because of how high he was picked, I would say. You guys need to keep Brandstrom. Yeah, in a way we do, but if Jake Sanderson becomes as good as he does, I feel like Brandstrom's going to have the different role that changes for him, because he's not going to be like a power play type of player. He's going to be more of a kind of guy that jumps into like, I don't know. He's going to have to be more of a defensive defenseman in a sense, because Sanderson's a great two-way player. Chabot's kind of a two-way player, but more offensively minded. And then you can't have too many offensively minded defensemen in your top six, or else your team's probably not going to do as good. That's just my opinion. So there is that. But anyways, after that, goalie-wise, the best goalie this season, Ron Denny in Toronto, 47 wins. A lot of 40-win goalies this season, which is interesting. So yeah, Toronto looks like a really good team in this for some reason, which they weren't last year. So that's interesting. Most shutouts, Winehandle, St. Louis with 8 shutouts. Daryl Goalie was up there in shutouts with 6 shutouts. So Daryl Goalie must have like almost 30 career shutouts at this point. So there's that. Best save percentage by a starter. Also, we need to get rid of Zaitsev's contract, guys, because Zaitsev's contract is... That's one thing that Ottawa needs to somehow get rid of, because if we buy out Zaitsev, it's going to be expensive, and we do not want to obviously keep that guy around. I don't really like how he plays and all that. Vic Benson's made it back to the NHL, went back to Washington, had a really insane season as a backup. That's interesting. He was in Washington a few years ago as well, so he's returned to a different place to play again. Best goals against average by a starter is going to be Scavello. So Scavello probably in Vancouver is your not your Norris, your Vezina winner this season. That's my guess. And best rookie this season, Lassi Calvusari with 62 points in Toronto, followed by Kim Johnson. And no, I'm not talking about the former defenseman, 59 points. Silverthorne with 55 as well. Interesting. So, what were we going to check? There was something we were going to check, but I can't remember. Oh, yeah, we were going to check if the Jets were bad because of Jefferon's point total. Let's see. Winnipeg. No, I think Jefferon just had a bad season. Because, Bryce, like, look at this. Like, the point totals don't look terrible there. And then Jefferon only had 30... Like, he was the third best defenseman in terms of points on the team. So I guess Winnipeg just... I don't know. The goalies didn't simulate that good there, actually. Never mind, they had 3 different goalies this season. One was a 68, 186. Oh, they brought in Isaiah Lee, who just won a Vezina like a few seasons ago, or season ago. Then he signed in Carolina and then got traded. Interesting. But all the goalies on their team didn't do good, but their forward points and stuff aren't terrible. So I don't really know if just the team dropped off and stuff like that, and Jeffron his production just went down the tubes. But he will be a free agent again this summer, it looks like, unless Winnipeg re-signs him. So there is that. Crazy to see Griffin in third in points in the NHL again. Absolutely unreal. Now we got to find out who we're playing in the playoffs there, guys. It's coming down to this important time again. Probably the second last season of this franchise mode, I think, as we look to somehow get that one Stanley Cup that Houston's never got before. Who are we going to be playing in the first round of the playoffs? It's going to be the Minnesota Wild. Oh no. They finished worse than us. They don't have Jeffrey on anymore, but we've, the last 3 years, we've been knocked out by Minnesota 2 times in round 1. We also got knocked out last year in round 1 by Dallas. And now we got to face Minnesota again. So they went 42, 29, and 11. We went 47, 27, and 8. We won our division. They finished worse than us. So, oh, I'm kind of scared just because of the past and stuff like that. Some funny and cool names from MOA franchise mode: Richard Dixon, Paul Butter, Sean Steele, and Peter Richards. That's funny. Okay, so let's take a look at what Minnesota looks like without Jeffrey on. But definitely since winning their Stanley Cups, they have fallen apart a little bit. But I feel like I'm still scared just because they might be actually way better than expected. And they definitely have dropped off a bit. Okay. But they do still have Zane Stewart, who's really good, Tanaka, who's really good, and Toby Dillon, who's really good. So that top line, we definitely need to shut it down if we want to win. I think I'm going to secure tickets for the home opener for the next tonight. Nice, AJ. I'd like to go to at least a couple Sens games this season because one of my friends, obviously, one of the games I believe that's in February is actually on his birthday, which is kind of cool, so I might have to go to that. Definitely have to go to a couple with my mom as well. So, second line, Strimbu, Bure, and Vorobiev. More of a third line than anything. So, yeah, this Minnesota team looks interesting. Third line, Daryl Quirk. They also have Olver and Petnin. And a fourth line of Brodziak, Schoenmakers, who's a 74. And Cali Prince. You got to buy a new Sens jersey finally. Yeah, I should have been doing that. I've been buying a lot of hockey cards as of lately, and I should really just buy a Sens jersey because I haven't got one of those black Sens ones yet. Because I only got like the red jerseys. I got one black jersey from back in like 2006, like the alternate. But yeah, I should probably pick up one of those 2D Sens at some point. But yeah, this Minnesota team has definitely seen better days, but they got into the playoffs, so who knows what could happen. Defensively, they got Callie Telquist, they got Dale Hillis, who's pretty solid. They also got Chase Molson, El Soderberg, Christopher Connor, and the Ludwig Oldstad. So this defense is looking not great either. So yeah, this Minnesota team is a little bit iffy. When I played hockey at the AA level, I was more of a power playmaker type at wing. Huh. So you are like a power forward mixed with a playmaker. So you use your size, but you also pass the puck more than shoot. That type of thing. So yeah, this is a very weak team. At least it looks like at the moment. And goaltending wise is also like that. Samuel Riopel and Mr. Serge Menard. Yeah, this is a really weird team. If we could shut down their top line, we're in business. But if we can't, that's where we run into problems. They probably have a decent power play as well because of Hillis, I'm guessing, but could be wrong with that. My cousin played junior A as a goalie. One of his teammates got drafted by the Wild, junior B. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I have, like, my step cousin, he actually played, like, I think he played, like, hockey in Halifax or something like that, but he anyways played on the same team, I think, as James Shepard, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think he has any hockey stats on like hockey reference or any hockey DB type of things, but it's still kind of neat that he's played with James Shepard. And I don't know if there's a chance that he played against guys like Brad Marchand in that too, because those guys are all obviously from that Halifax area, but still kind of neat. Yeah, I could shoot well. I just really needed to get faster, but I could truck people. I don't know if I could have played at a lower level college, but no real career in hockey seemed plausible. So I've basically done. Rather go to college in a state than move away north. Yeah, that's true. Oh, Colton Gillies. Yeah, I know Colton Gillies. Yeah, that guy didn't have a long career. Yeah, he only played like few seasons with Minnesota. Might have got dealt to Columbus if I remember right, but I don't know if I don't think he ever played a game with Columbus, but I think he went to their AHL affiliate. He was kind of more of a grindy type of player, if I'm not mistaken. And what do we got for scratch players in Minnesota here? Heikala, Mikulski, and Fragapane. So do you guys think we could beat this Minnesota team? They definitely look a lot worse than that Dallas Stars team we took on last year. But they do still have a really good top line, which is something we don't have, definitely. So I don't really know if this is a team we could beat. They did finish lower than us in the standings. I don't know if we're going to get cheese bait at AI or not, because that could happen as well. I know one guy who was really talented but broke his ankle, and that was it for his career. Yeah, that happens a lot. It seems like in like younger hockey, it's like if you suffer one big injury, then your career could just be ended like that, which is kind of crazy. So yeah, what do you guys think? We could beat this Minnesota team? Because yeah, this top line's really good, but then it drops off considerably. Like, I think we should be able to, but it depends if the guys like Burns and stuff can produce. It's possible, but you're probably going to lose. Nice. Thanks for the vote of confidence there, Nick. I don't know. I feel like we could beat Cheese just because the AI is like that. And the times that we could have beat Minnesota in the playoffs, we've lost to them, so. My friend's brother was drafted, but no idea where but I know he got drafted. He never stops talking about it. That's interesting. Okay, so I guess that is set up. So do we want to start Daryl goalie for game 1, and if he plays bad, then we'll just run Bradley? Because that's what some of you guys were saying earlier. Because Daryl goalie's playoffs last year, in case you weren't here during that, was absolutely terrible. He had all the speed and stick handling. He played up in Chicago at the elite USA level, but then his family moved to North Carolina, and then he broke his ankle, plus his family really refused to support him. Damn, that's unfortunate for that guy. That is not great. What do you guys think? So we start goalie again? And do we take somebody out of the lineup to put in lower, or do we just run with the team as is? And yeah, if goalie plays bad one game, we just turn to Bradley. That type of thing. Because the rest of the roster, I don't think I need to touch it too much. It looks kind of okay. Maybe I can move Kabina up and Keeler down, which I think I'm going to do since Kabina's more of an offensive player anyways. But I think the rest of the roster should probably stay similar. I'm just not sure about the goaltending situation still. Damn, we've almost been streaming for 5 hours at this point. Goalie, if he's bad for one game, put in Bradley and don't look back. Yeah, I think that's got to be the move here. Since he's technically the better overall goalie, let's try and see what Daryl goalie could do. See if he can get us a win in game 1. We're playing a bad team, so he should be able to get these wins. But if, for some reason, he plays terribly, it's the Bradley show from here on out, I'd say. Let's see what happens. Game number 1, we got home ice advantage. At least that's different than last year, because last year we definitely weren't. Let's see what happens. See if we could beat this Minnesota team. Bradley's going to step in at some point. Yeah, he's probably going to take over this role in next game, I'm guessing, because I feel like for some reason we're going to have a bad game. Is that Sedin Swedish? I think so. I'll check after this game. First period, 1-1. Not bad. Umberger opens the scoring on Ryopel. Schoenmacher scores on goalie. Shots 12-11. So, I mean, that's not a terrible period for goalie. It's an average period. Hopefully he could just not kind of blow it in like the second or third period, because he has blown games before. We know that. So Umberger, the only goal is kind of surprising. Wasn't expecting him to be that one. Let's see if we could take the lead in the second period and hopefully carry that into the third. Second period. Oh my goodness. Goalie is done. Goalie is absolutely done. If you're going to let him 5 goals from a team this bad, with only top line, you need some major help. Connor made it, what is this? Connor made it 2-1. Burns scores 2 goals. One of them was a short-handed goal. We took the lead. Then Cork, Dillon, and Stewart score. And we're losing to a cheese team by this bad. If you only goalie, man, he's so bad. Yeah, I don't even know what his problem is because he was good a few years ago in the playoffs. But since giving him that 6.75 contract, he's just not been good. So maybe the game, for some reason, once you pay over a certain threshold, your goalie just becomes crap. I don't know. But shots are 23-21 in favor of Minnesota. Can we have a third period comeback here, or is Daryl goalie going to lose us another game in the playoffs? See what happens. Let's go 8-time simulation as well. But yeah, this team is getting lit up by a team with no depth, which is crazy. I don't know what's with Daryl goalie in the playoffs. Looks like we're going to lose game 1. Because the team's offense is not doing well. We're getting outshot as well, which is kind of surprising. Yep, we're going to lose game 1 by a final score of 5-3. Shots were 41-29 at the end of it. So goalie faced a lot of shots, but we do lose in game 1. I could see Chikrin for Formanton, Brandstrom in like a first. Yeah, I could see that type of thing too, because I mean, I feel like we could replace somebody like Formanton somewhat easily, like with Sokolov, but Formanton was a really good shorthanded player. He's also got that speed, which is really good. So I don't know if, like, we don't have, I don't know if we really have a replacement for Formanton on that. Like, well, actually, I guess Joseph could technically be that kind of replacement. Actually, no, they play on the same line, so I don't really know who would take over like that right wing, left wing kind of spot for Formanton. Seems the way that, that last year I had Saros, he won the Vezina, I played him 8 million, then boom, 88%. Yeah, seems like that's the case. Okay, so that was a terrible first game. Umberger from Griffin and Petrovicki, and then Burns from King and Sedin, and Burns from King. And then we just fell apart. But yeah, Daryl goalie's playoffs are probably over. 878 save percentage. Was helped out by the amount of shots he faced, but Chad Burns somehow still gets first star after a loss, which is interesting. I guess we got to make some adjustments here. And hopefully Bradley can get us the win, because if not, we might end up getting swept by a team that just made the playoffs. And I would hate to lose in round 1 again, considering we only have 1 year left before this franchise mode is probably over. Okay, Dave Bradley, you are our starter. Do we make any other changes other than just putting Bradley in? Do you guys want me to put Dane Lowe on the defensive core? Like, is Teratukin too bad at this point? Because we can make some other adjustments to the defensive core if we need to. Yeah, that's true with Formanton about the hockey canine incident. So, I don't know. What do you guys think defensively? Do we make any changes in putting Dane Lowe? Replace anybody like Teratukin out of the lineup? Because he just, I don't know, he's dropping. Right wing Griffin time. I don't think so just yet. Because it was only 1 game. We could put him in probably if we're down like 2-0 in the series. But Teratukin wasn't even too bad. McGrattan was pretty bad. Oh yeah, he was a -2 in 1 game. McGrattan's constantly a defensive liability on this team. Like a -20 in the playoffs, but a +30 in the regular season. So do we take McGrattan out of the lineup and try Dane Lowe, or do we just try to keep the team the way it is? Like, does Lowe even fit this well? He does, okay. So do you guys want me to put Lowe in the lineup? Also, this Sedin is Swedish. They're AJ. He is from Sweden. Marcus. Do we play Lowe instead of McGrattan for 1 game? At least just to see if Lowe could do a better fit there. And leave the rest of the team the way it is. Throw Lowe in there, might as well. Okay. So we'll scratch McGrattan for 1 game at least. And then we'll put Dave Bradley as our starter. And the forward core will keep the same, I think. Yeah, I think we'll keep the forward core the same because not really much we could do in terms of upgrades, I think, with it. Yep, he's a defensive Sedin. He's been pretty solid of a player in his career. Like, he's had some really good years, but plus 178 is pretty solid. And then, yeah, playoff numbers. He's been a better playoff player almost in a sense. 77 points, 163 games. And there's his preseason numbers as well. So there you go. Let's see what happens in Game 2 with Dane Lowe in the lineup. Playing his first game of the year since he was scratched all regular season, I think. And then also let's see what Bradley could do. I should make him number 55. 22 plus 33 equals 55. That's true. Maybe I should do that. Okay, let's see what happens in Game 2. See if Dave Bradley can win against Minnesota. Because we need Bradley to step up huge, considering goalie's not doing anything on this team. First period of game number 2. And look at that. That is a good first period. That's what I'm talking about. That's way much better. Way much better. Brock Cole with 2 goals, and then Chad Burns picks up his 3rd of the playoffs already, which is insane. He's putting up some good playoff numbers already. 3 goals on 12 shots for us. So Bradley with a very good opening period. Hopefully he keeps like that in the second period and stuff like that. Second period, 5-1 us. Let's go King and Griffin. Griffin gets on the board as a defenseman. That's good to see. He had a hat trick in the last playoff game we played last year. That's what I was trying to say. King also scores, which is good. And then Prince pulls them within 4 goals. But we have a 5-1 lead. The shots are 21-20. Looks like a pretty good playoff debut this year for Bradley. Let's see what happens in the third. Let's just lock this one down and tie the series up, headed to Minnesota. Dylan makes it 5-2, so Bradley's starting to play a little bit bad here, but not the worst. They're actually out shooting us, so it's not the worst. Still a 5-2 game. Bradley's definitely outplaying goalie at this point. Penalty kill. Nicely done. And we are going to tie the series, headed back to Minnesota. So good rebound game from the team for sure. Good effort from Bradley and good offense from our team as well. So Cole from Scuderi and Umberger and Cole from Scuderi and Umberger again. And those goals were only 9 seconds apart from Brock Cole. That's insane. So I guess he was out there around the first shift or second shift of the game. But he was fantastic in that little bit. Then Burns from Kapitanov and King. King from Kapitanov and Burns. And Griffin from Jacobs and Radulov. So Kapitanov, Burns, Cole, Scuderi, and Umberger all with 2 points. And yeah, good game from Bradley as well. Yeah, a lot of 2-point players in that game. Probably not any minus players. Only one, and it was Dane Lowe. Of course, we put Lowe in the lineup, and he's a -1, but still not bad. And yeah, Bradley was fantastic. So he's definitely getting the start for game 2. Or not game 2, game 3. Burns the first star for the 2nd straight game. Cole the 2nd star, and King the 3rd. Interesting. So we have a tie series headed to Minnesota. Hopefully we can win some games on the road like we did last year, because last year we won 3 games on the road in the first round, but lost still in 7 games. So that's kind of unfortunate. Once again, we'll go back to Bradley, because Bradley seems like he's taken over that role that goalie had. Maybe we shouldn't re-sign goalie for the entire series, because maybe Bradley's the future starter in this team. And maybe we'll keep McGrattan out of the lineup for a while. Common W from Bradley. Yep, just a common W. Let's see if we could win some games in Minnesota. Take a 2-1 series lead. That'd be nice. Let's see what happens. Come on, boys, on the road. Let's win some games. Just picked my 81 power forward at 1 in the draft. Glory franchise zone. Nice pick for me to add with my 2-way forward and my sniper. Nice. Building up that team. First period of game number 3. And it's scoreless. Okay. So Bradley seems to be doing pretty well in these opening periods, which is good, because goalie was letting us lose in the opening periods. So scoreless after 1, I'll take it. It's way better than be trailing for sure. It sucks worse than definitely being up ahead, but at least it's an even game. Shots are 9-8 in favor of us. Can we get the lead in the second period and see what happens? Second period, 1-0 Minnesota. Cork scores on Bradley. So we're trailing, which is unfortunate. Our offense is nowhere after that last game. Hopefully it comes back in the third period, but we're out shooting them 19-17, only down by a goal, so at least we're still within this game. Bradley's definitely giving us a better opportunity to win games than goalie was, because goalie, we'd be down like 3 or 4-0 at this point. Let's be real. Okay, let's do a real-time simulation in this third period and see if we could tie this game up. Let's see if Griffin could get maybe on the board or something. So let's see what happens. Power play early for Minnesota, and it's a long one. We kill it off. Nicely done, guys. Can we tie this game up, please? Come on, Chad Burns. Power play opportunity. We do not convert. Penalty kill. Nicely done. Come on, guys. We do not have a lot of time left. We're being down 1-0. And Radulov of all people, a 4th liner, has tied the game at 1. And we are going to overtime. Let's go, Radulov. He only had 1 goal all last playoffs, but this year it's good we re-signed him. He decides to come through with a huge goal in game 3, and it's 1-1. Shots are 30-26 in favor of us as well. So we have the shot advantage. Looks like we must have had a good third period in terms of shots and stuff. Who is going to be the OT hero here? Do you guys have predictions for the overtime? Who's going to be the OT hero for us if we end up winning this game? Do you guys think Griffin's going to be the OT winner? Followed it up with a 70 X Factor medium elite goalie in the second round. Damn, that's pretty good. Nick says Griffin's going to have the OT winner. Is he going to have the OT winner is the question. I don't know who else has a lot of clutch on our team. Like, Griffin's definitely probably the top dog. Maybe Zigomanis would score. I'm going to say Zigomanis. Christianas is Griffin as well. Okay. Griffin is probably what you guys are saying. Let's see what happens in overtime. Gotta jump in live game 7, third period overtime. Yeah, if we go to a game 7 for overtime, maybe we'll watch it just for fun. I don't know how loud the game audio is, so hopefully it's not too loud so you guys can still hear me over that. But let's see what happens in overtime. Hawks fan also says Griffin. Let's see what happens. Who wants to be that OT hero here? Come on, boys. Come on. Come on. Zigomanis, Petrovicki, somebody like that. Didn't know. It's going to be Minnesota. Goddamn. Borodziuk scores despite having a great third period. Unfortunately, Bradley is going to get the loss after another really good, solid game from him. But we are going to be trailing 2-1 in the series. Oh, that's unfortunate. Offense just was not there this game. Like, I mean, it was neck and neck with theirs, but it just did not score enough. So Borodziuk got the game winner, unfortunately. So our only goal was Radulov, who's a fourth liner from Petolny and Jacobs. So we need the top 6 to kind of wake up a little bit, I guess. But there is the player stats. Goalie-wise, yeah, great performance again from Bradley. He's definitely our playoff goalie. It's just more about trying to get that offense to get this series tied back up and all that stuff. Because that bottom 6 to get 1 goal and then nobody else to get a goal is kind of questionable. And we need to win this game or else we're in a bad territory, I'd say. Hopefully Chad Burns could play good like he did in the first 2 games. Let's see what we got here. So Bradley's definitely going back in. Do we need to take out Dane Lowe? Lowe's a -2 in 2 games. I think I'm going to take Lowe back out of the lineup and throw back in McGrattan. See if that helps out with the team a bit. Yeah, I think we're going to just see if McGrattan could help it out. Because Dane Lowe, even though he's been okay, -2 in 2 games, has maybe made us lose some of those games. Like maybe he was out there for the game-winning goals. So the rest of the team, I think I'm going to keep the same now. 4 points. Nothing from Zigomanis this year in the playoffs. Ziggy's been quiet, which is kind of weird. So I'm going to try and get him going by putting him on the top line. Try and see if that sparks the team a little bit. I just don't want to go down 3-1 in the series because if we do, then we're going to put ourselves in a bad situation, you know. So, yeah, let's see if this team could tie the series up. Because if we could tie the series up headed home, then that's a good sign. Because then we have a chance to take a 3-2 series lead. But we got to win in Minnesota first. So, let's see what happens, guys. Game 4. Let's see if we could tie the series up. Let's see if we could do it. First period of game number 4. And we're down 2-1. Not a great period from Bradley. Just kind of not great. 2 goals on 8 shots. Teratukin did score, though, which is nice to see, considering that might be his last NHL goal. Keep that in mind. Just because he's 37, 38 years old at this point. This could be his last season. That might be his last NHL goal of his career. Strimbu and Molson score. One of them was on the power play. I like that we're out shooting them and we have a goal already, but I don't like that we're down 2-1 as well. It's not great. Let's see if we can tie it up in the second. We need Griffin to step up for sure. Can we take the lead or tie this game up in the second? Second period, 3-2. At least we're still in it. Jacobs did tie the game up, but then Tanaka restores the lead for Minnesota. We're out shooting them 28-16. We're down by a goal. So yeah, Bradley's not having the greatest games. I don't know how this team is not winning. We're definitely outplaying them. We have 12 more shots, but we're down by a goal. Oh, we need to find somebody that just could tie this game up. Come on, Griffin. It's your turn to tie it up. If we lose this game, Griffin's going on forward, I think. Because we're going to have to try something to get our team back in this. But Let's see what happens in this third period. See if we can tie this game up and force overtime again. Come on, boys. Penalty kill early into the third period. It's a long penalty kill, and we managed to kill it off, which is huge. Another penalty kill. Stop taking penalties, boys. And Stewart makes it 4-2. Oh, man, that's not good. And that's killed off. That's not good. We're going to be down 3-1 in the series to a team that just barely made the playoffs. And there's a chance that we might be out in the first round for the 4th straight season. This Minnesota team, I don't even know how they're beating us because they don't have Jeffrey on anymore. Just does not make any sense. So Teratugan from Griffin and King, and then Jacobs from Sedin and Keeler, but yikes. Minnesota is being a cheese team completely, and then they're going to get knocked out next round or something, and then we're going to end up losing, or then we're not going to be losing to the best team in the NHL. We need to win 3 straight games, so Griffin's going forwards. He has been kind of quiet a bit, I think, if I'm not mistaken. 3 points in 4 games. Yeah, so we're going to take Griffin out of the lineup, throw Dane Lowe up here for a second, make some defensive adjustments. Even though this defensive core looks terrible without... We need to win somehow 3 straight games. Do you guys think this team has it in them? I don't think they do, to be honest. Griffin should be a forward from now on. Yeah. Well, I don't know about the regular season, but playoff-wise for sure. So Zigomanis goes down. King goes down. Zigomanis goes here. Petrovicki goes here. There you go. And I guess again we are going to have to take out Radulov, even though he had a goal in this game, or not in this game, in this series. We are going to go back to Griffin on the left wing. See if that helps out the team. There you go. That's probably good. We need Griffin to step up, and hopefully he does like he did before. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. This team is definitely taking a hit. This is unfortunate. Radulov scratch. Griffin needs to be on the power play, as usual, because Griffin's an important player to that power play unit. And then we will also put him on the penalty kill. Man, I hope that we can win 3 straight games, but it's not looking likely. Because we're having a worse playoffs than last year, which is kind of surprising. Worst part is next year, I think playoffs won't be reached. Oh, yeah, you might be right. The last season might be like a completely write-off week. We might not make the playoffs because if Burns retires, Kapitanov, Petan, all these guys that are like 36 retire, his team is going to be way worse. Like, his team is only getting worse, I feel like. But yeah, I agree with you, Nick. We might not make the playoffs next year. And that would not be a great way to wrap up the series, but might have to happen. Okay, let's see what happens with Griffin as a forward. We need to win 3 straight games against a team that did not make the playoffs, or just barely made the playoffs. They have won 2 Stanley Cups in the last 5 years, but still, there should be absolutely no way why we're losing this. Like, we had almost 10 more points than them. We had 5 more wins. Their offense was actually better than ours, which is kind of surprising. Their defense wasn't, though. Their power play was better. Our penalty kill was better. So we were a better defensive team. They are better offensively, but this is not looking too good. This is not looking too good. Let's see if we can win 3 straight games. Because at this rate, I don't know if we are going to be able to. So Bradley's still in net because he's been fantastic, I'd say, so far, even though last game wasn't his best. Let's see if we can win 3 straight games and fight off elimination. We'll do a real-time simulation. But, yeah, this is not looking too good so far. And Strimbo opens the scoring already. Are you kidding me? But then Morgan Griffin ties it up as a forward, and Griffin scores again. Are we going to see another Griffin hat-trick since being put as a forward? Kabina scores to make it 3-1. What is with Griffin, though? Whenever he gets put on forwards, he automatically just surges for offense. Kapitanov makes it 4-1. And, well, that was a crazy good start. This old team should not be this good. Or this Wild team should not be that good. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely a cheese team. But we're up 4-1 after 1, so maybe that's a good thing of signs to come. We need to still win 2 games after this, though. Don't forget that. Shots are 14-8 in favor of us. Let's see what happens in the second period. See if Griffin can pick up another playoff hat trick when fighting off elimination, that type of thing. Good penalty kill there. Nicely done. And King makes it 5-1. Let's go. Good to see our offense is picking it up, though, when we put Griffin on the offensive core. Definitely seems like he does help out the team a lot when he gets put on the forward core. Griffin going on offense may have been my smartest move ever. Such a weird idea, but it works so well. I agree. Stewart made it 5-2. Scuderi then makes it 6-2. Shots are 23-23. Let's lock this one down. But looks like Bradley's going to get another playoff win, which is nice. He's definitely been the better of the two goalie options so far. But yeah, looks like we're going to stay alive another day. We just got to find a way to win in Minnesota and then win on home ice in Game 7 if it goes to that far. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but we are going to win this game by a final score of 7-2 as Keeler gets one late to just add insult to the wound. I cannot believe that I found a 70 goalie with 6 X factors in round 2. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. It's a pretty good steal. Shots were 32-31 at the end of that game. Wow. Shots were really close throughout most periods, and we had less face-off wins. Interesting. Let's take a look at those goals. So Griffin from Burns and Kapitanov. Griffin from Kapitanov and Burns. Kabina from Jacobs. Kapitanov from Grattan and Griffin. So Griffin had 3 points in the first period alone. Then King from Umberger, Scuderi from Cole, and Keeler from Teratukin. So that might be Teratukin's last point. Who knows? Interesting. Let's take a look at those stats. Griffin had 3 points. Kapitanov had 3 points. Burns had 2. And a bunch of other players had 1 point. Only 6 players on the team had no points, but Patolny was a +4. It's pretty good. And then yeah, Bradley's been fantastic this playoff run, so I'm really liking that. Griffin the first star, Kapitanov the second, and Bradley the third. Griffin would win Art Ross as a winger. He probably would. But the thing is, you'd have to have good line mates for him as well, in which we might not have next year. So, knowing EA, he would end up an 87% goalie. Yeah, probably. Okay, so I guess we got to keep the lineup the exact same after that last game. Seems like it helped out our team a bit. We still need to win 2 games in a row. So we'll go back to Bradley again, and we'll keep the rest of the forward core the same. Griffin's got 6 points in 5 games. Let's see if we could win 2 in a row and fight off elimination again. We got to win in Minnesota, and then maybe a win on home ice in Game 7 if we get that far. But here we go, guys. This might be the game we lose in. This might be the game we win in. Let's see what happens. Come on, Griffin. We need to rely on you heavily again in this game. Let's see what happens. Game 6. Underway in Minnesota. Or in St. Paul, I guess I should say, not in Minnesota. It is in the state, but still. Come on, boys. Come on. Need to get that offense going again like last game. Come on. And it's going to be scoreless after 1. Shots 9-8 in favor of us, so pretty solid. Do I go with a Demko jersey again for the home opener or the Flying V? If my buddy could fit into my Linden, I might want to wear the black beret. That's a hard decision. You have a lot of nice Canucks jerseys, so I don't know which one's your favorite one to wear, but Nick's is score Griffin. I hope he gets a score. As a close first period, much closer than the last game for sure. Let's see what we could do in the second period. See if we can find a way. Well, damn, you have 12 Canucks jerseys. That's crazy. I only have like 3 Sens jerseys, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, all different designs. Yeah, that's crazy. That will be nice to hang up one day in like a man cave type of thing. Night in, night out, Teratukin should be more motivating for the boys. Longest standing sharpshooter. Telling the boys this could be my last playoff game. Yeah, it's true. He could be like that locker room type of guy. Telling us, let's get this win. Let's do this. And I don't know what else. Maybe pulling off some stuff like Tortorella in the locker room. Let's see what happens in the second period. This is a very defensive game by comparison. Let's see if we could take the lead. This is a very important period here. Might be more important than the third period at this rate. We'll see what happens. Come on, guys. Hey, Ernest Patan. I didn't think I've seen you so far. And Jacob scores. It's 2-0. Those are 2 huge goals in the second period. Let's go, Patan and Jacobs. You got to have those depth players, and Kapitanov scores as well. Let's go, Kapitanov. Let's go. Because he had not scored, I don't think, so far in this series. Maybe he did score 1 or 2. But 3-0 after 2 periods. We are a period away from forcing a Game 7 after being down 3-1. Next one, you're getting his first retro. That's pretty cool. Griffin with the natty hattie here. Yeah, that would be, or nasty, you probably mean. But I don't think he'll get a hat trick in this game unless he just comes out randomly in this third period. But we're a period away from forcing a Game 7. Let's see what happens. We should be able to force a Game 7 at this rate, and hopefully we could win in Game 7. Zigomanis makes it 4-0. He had not scored this series. That's a huge goal. His team has definitely woken up a bit after that 3-1 series the lead Minnesota took. Let's go. Good to see the team playing good again, and still Bradley has been fantastic so far, which is good. Stewart breaks the shutout, of course, late as I say that. But we do win 4-1, and we have forced a Game 7 again. So we are going to another Game 7 for the second straight season, or third straight season, I think, at this point. But, yeah, there we go. Seems like Griffin on forward might have been the thing we had to do the entire playoffs. Petain from King, Jacobs from Keeler, McGrattan, Kapitanov from Sedin and Griffin, and Zigomanis from King. So King had a pretty solid game. Probably will be a Garland jersey. Nice. Unless Garland gets traded, I guess, right? But King had 2 points, and a lot of other players had 1 point. Griffin only had 1 point, but that's okay. There we go. Goalie-wise, yeah, Bradley's been fantastic. What are the odds that odds SnipeNScore that my goalie I drafted actually becomes a legendary goalie? I don't know, because I haven't seen any goalies ever like break like Brodeur's 651 wins and that type of thing, but you never know. Yeah, Garland is locked up for the term, so I think he's less riskier than JT Miller. Yeah, that's true. Bradley gets first start, King to second start, and Stewart to third. Well, we were going to a Game 7 after it looked kind of improbable in how we played. But we now have 11 goals for and 3 goals against in our last 2 games. And we're 1 win away from the second round. King leading the team in points, which is kind of surprising with 8 points in 6 games. Yeah, let's go, shooters. Let's go. Okay, so Bradley. Yeah, Bradley's been fantastic. He's by far our best goalie. And we're going to keep the rest of the roster the exact same as well. Everybody on our forward core is 80 plus overall, which is nice. Defense definitely looks a lot weaker, but it is what it is. But let's see what happens. We're going to a Game 7. See if we can get revenge for last year. Come on, then we can meme the Wild with it. It was 3-1 jokes. Yeah, we could do that. Besser was in rumors for ages, but then he ended up staying. Yeah, that is true. He was almost getting close to like being traded technically, or is what they are saying. But Game 7. How I missed you. It's only been a season since we had a Game 7 last. I do not want to go to a game, or I don't want to go to a Game 7 again if we manage to beat the Wild here, because Game 7s are too edgy, man. But it looks like there's a lot of Game 7s this playoff run so far. It looks like 5 Game 7s between both conferences, which is kind of crazy. Let's see what happens. Who do you guys think is going to score the game-winning goal for us in Game 7 if we go to win this? I gotta still say Griffin, just because Griffin's Griffin, and he had a crazy Game 7 last year against Dallas, so. King, huh? Yeah, maybe King. King's been way better than I expected this year in the playoffs, so. Let's do a real-time simulation. It's Game 7. We're looking to win 3 straight games. Can we force our way to the second round with 3 straight wins? Let's see what happens. It's down to all this for the marbles. Can we get a big performance out of Griffin and the rest of the team? Oval stats scores on the second shot. That's not good. We're down 1-0 early to the Minnesota Wild. Not a great way to start a Game 7 scenario. Come on, guys. Let's answer back. Come on. I know you have a goal in you and Petrovicky. Let's go, Petro. Let's go. He had not scored in a while. It's a 1-1 game. Shots 13-9 in favor of Minnesota, but it's a tie game. Can we find a way to take the lead in the second period, or are we going to be tied after 2 periods? Come on, guys. This is a crucial period for the series. Penalty kill early into the second period, and we kill it off, which is huge. Another penalty kill, and then Stewart scores on the power play. I don't know why we just took a lot of penalties there, but we managed to tie right back up. Petrovicky scores a power play goal, so every time they score, we seem to be able to match it right now. which is good. Vorobiev scores late. That's not good in the second period, and we are down 3-2 headed into the third. That's not good. That's not good. We're a period away from losing in 7 games. We need to have somebody tie this game up and then get the win. If we're winning, it has to be Teratukin, the clutch man himself. Hopefully, Teratukin can come through with something. Right now, it's only been Petro. We need to have 1 goal to tie this up and get this at least to overtime. Don't worry about getting the win right now. Just look about getting that tie game so we can get to overtime. We'll go down to 4-time simulation since this is the third period of a game 7. Can we force overtime? Come on, guys. Come on. This is a huge period for this team and this playoff run. Come on. This is a cheese team in Minnesota. We know how they work. And, oh no. Dylan scores. It's 4-2. That might be it, guys. Power play. Come on. Can we get one back? Yes, we can. Zigomanis. Let's go, Ziggy. But Dylan answers back, and Bradley's crapping the bed at the worst time possible. It's 5-3 now. Oh, man. Are you kidding me? Oh, we're out in Game 7 again, looks like. And more than likely, this is our last big playoff run. Umberger with a late goal. 5-4. We're going to intervene and watch this last 2 minutes in a bit, because this might be the last time we are in the playoffs. I think this is a good time to watch it, guys, right? You guys think it's a good time to watch? And you guys can actually see these home ice jerseys in action? Oh, man. Because we're 1 goal away from tying this game up and forcing an overtime in Game 7. So, yeah, we are going to watch this AI versus AI. I'm not going to do any of the coaching line changes and stuff like that. But, yeah, we are going to jump in and see what happens. Let me just make sure I have this on True Broadcast, because that is the best for watching games, I find. Yes, we do. Okay, good. Hopefully we can tie this up, because if we do not tie this up, then we're going to probably be packing our bags. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we could tie this game up and force overtime. If it goes to overtime, it might last a long time, so just be aware of that if you're watching this afterwards. But let's see what happens. We got our 4th line out there. It's late in the game, which is kind of weird, but it is what it is. Kabina is decent on the 4th line, so who knows. Yeah, I saw that Huberto was wearing number 10 in Calgary, which is kind of interesting. Scuderi's out there now. He finds Keeler. Oh, he just missed the side of the net. Kind of a bad shot, but better to put anything on net at this stage. Over with it for Minnesota. We're into the final minute of play. Pettinen's carrying it up. Pettinen walks to the net. He almost got hooked, it looked like, but didn't. Over out front to Quirk. Doesn't get through. Sedin's on it. He finds Kabina, who does a toe drag. We pull our goalie. Kabina with a clapper. Good save by Ryopel. Hopefully the volume in the game isn't too loud for you guys. I don't know if it's loud or not. Probably isn't too bad. That was a big save. Burns at the draw against Tanaka. Come on, Burns. You're a really good face-off man, and he does not win it. That's unfortunate. It might be his last game of his career for Chad Burns. Huge hit by I don't know who that was. Griffin with it, jumping in offensively. Finds Capitan off the Burns. Oh, Ryopel to save. Damn, Morgan Griffin likes to jump in offensively. We're into the final 25 seconds of this game. Down by 1 goal, trying to get it into overtime for Game 7. Yeah, that's true. Backlund's not giving up 7. Burns wins the draw. Dane Lowe with a shot. Doesn't get through. Capitan off scores. Let's go. Let's go, guys. We're going to overtime potentially, unless this game wants to cheese me. But Maxime Capitanov. What a shot. And we're going to overtime potentially. El Capitan has returned with a huge goal. Holy. Holy. Is it going to be enough to get us into overtime? Because this game sometimes likes to cheese you once that happens. But that is a massive goal for a Game 7 situation. Wow. Okay. Lowe gets it back over to Chad Burns. Final few seconds. Can we get the winner here in Game 7? Morgan Griffin jumps up and gets a rocket shot away, but doesn't get in. And yes, we are going to overtime. But what a chance for Griffin late. Holy. But look at that goal from Capitanov. Great release. And I don't know how long this overtime is going to last, but it does not matter because we are going to be watching a crazy playoff game. Wow. Let me just take a look at that Kapitanov goal again before we go into overtime, because that was pretty nice. I didn't expect us actually to tie this game up. After how that third period was going, it was bouncing around quite a bit. Wow. That was a massive, massive goal. Burns wins the draw, kicked it back. Dane Lowe fired a shot that got blocked. And then it lands right on the stick of Kapitanov. And he's just going to wire this. Boom. That's a huge goal right there. That's one that we got to put like a screenshot of this or some shit for like the highlight reel. There is El Capitan, in case any of you want to take a look at him. With rocking a nice stash. Huge. Chad Burns also out there looking to try and get a Stanley Cup win. All the guys out there. And there's Morgan Griffin with an A on his chest. Look at him. Look at this guy go. Look at this. These jerseys also look really good, by the way. I don't even know how I came up with such a nice design to them. But I would totally wear one if these were real. Look at that. Boom. Okay, guys, it's time for overtime. Nick says that Kapitanov is going to score the game winner. What else do you guys think? Who is going to score the game winner? Do you guys think Griffin's going to get on the board? Do you think Burns? I want your predictions for OT winners. For our team only, because who cares about the Minnesota Wild? Who do you think is going to score the winner? Zigomanis, Petrovicki, King? All those type of guys. Kapitanov, Griffin. Seems like a lot of you guys are going for the best players, which makes sense, but it'd be funny if it was somebody else. Artem Teratukin would be insane, especially if this is his last season. Okay, let's see what happens in overtime. Let's watch the rest of this game, see how long this goes. Hopefully this doesn't go to 4 overtimes, because then my voice is going to be probably killed by the end of this, but let's see what happens. Nice, AJ. That's good that you claimed your tickets or got your tickets. Here we go, overtime in Game 7. Chad Burns walks in on the first shot and gets a good chance away, but Ryle Pell gloves it down. That's a good way to start it off, just getting a shot on net. You never know what could happen once you get a shot on net. Some of those go in, some of those don't. Burns again at the face-off. He's a really good face-off man, so hopefully he can win this. And he does again. Dane Lowe. Morgan Griffin using that crazy speed, shoots it, and Ryle Pell to save. Holy crap, Griffin is fast. You don't even have enough time to say really anything, but yeah, Griffin's got like 99 skating, I think, across the board almost, so he's going to be quick as heck and have a really good shot. Burns with it at the draw. Oh yeah, I forgot we were playing Griffin as a forward, to be honest. That's why I thought he was like jumping in as a defenseman as a player, but still. Stewart with it for Minnesota. Lowe not doing anything. Dylan walks in. Yikes, a huge block there. I don't know by who. A turnover in the slot. Get it out, please, guys. Dylan walks out again and shoots it in a huge glove save by Bradley. Yikes. That was crazy. Whew. That was really nerve-wracking there. We need to get it out of our zone here, boys. Griffin the killer flying in soon. Burns up the draw, wins a huge defensive zone draw, and Griffin will get back to the puck. Dylan on him. The one thing Griffin's not really great at is his strength, probably because he's small, but it says he has good strength, but I don't think he really is. Burns tries to pull off a deke, which I have no idea when you do that, but he tries that. A chance for Tanaka, another big save right there. Dylan trying to play it down low. Minnesota's getting some pressure now. I don't like that. Get it out. Dylan with another shot and another big save by Bradley. Yikes. We're kind of playing a little bit bad in our defensive zone. We need to play a little bit better down there. We had some good offensive chances to start this overtime, but since then it's been all the Wild, I think. Burns again at the draw. I don't know why he's still out there. He loses the draw. Hillis shoots it. That's stopped again by Bradley, and he will not cover it up. He'll give it to Lowe instead. Thought he was going to cover it. Sedin up to Burns. Over to Morgan Griffin. Griffin using that speed finds Kapitanov, and that's stopped by Ryle Pell. Yeah, this is scary. I agree. I haven't gone in to actually watch a playoff game in a while, so I thought this would be like the perfect time, and we managed to tie the game up at least. But man, overtime is scary as heck, especially in Game 7. And we only have like one season potentially left after this, or this might be the last game. I don't even know if we're at 25 years or not. Bure carries it in. Vorobiev shoots it in a nice routine glove save by Bradley. That almost could have got deflected. That was kind of like a floating shot. Yeah, they're getting a lot of good chances in overtime, which is kind of scaring me, but we just need a one break and maybe we could get a chance. Burns is still out there. God damn. Put somebody else on defense, and holy crap, massive save from the goalie again, and Bradley. Holy. Bradley's playing pretty damn good here in OT. Okay, Bourret at the draw against Burns again. I don't know why Chad Burns is playing like a 5-minute shift here, but it is what it is. Hillis takes it, finds Telquist to Strimbu. Strimbu gets in, a big save again. Holy. Yikes, this is scary. Steen gets creamed a bit by Strimbu. Griffin gets hit. The Strimbu guy's just rocking around everybody. Low with a huge lead pass. Kapitanov. One-on-one. Gets around, shoots it, and a big save. Damn. I wasn't expecting that good of a pass from Dane Lowe. That was right on the money. Strimbu walks in, shoots, another big save by Bradley. Patolny with it now, because I guess we made a line change finally. King carries it up now. Joel King walking to the net, gets to the net, a shot on the backhand, and that one almost going. Zigomanis now with it. Come on, Ziggy. He tries to kick it over, doesn't get to the intended recipient. King with it again. Walks to the front, backhand, another save. Holy. King really likes those backhand chances, but man. Robiev shoots, another routine save for Bradley. But this has been a crazy overtime period. I'm glad I have this only on 4-minute periods, because or else that would take a very long time probably to get to. Damn, Tanaka has 5 points in the series apparently. Okay, Petain on the draw. Come on, Ernest. He does win it, and it goes back to Zetterberg at the point, who gets obliterated. Good hit. Here comes Zigomanis wearing number 9. Carries it in, finds Petain, another big save by their goaltender. Damn. King with it again, finds Zigomanis. This line's getting some energy for us. Umberger. Zigomanis shoots it, doesn't get through, and now Stewart with it. So that's their top line, I think. Get it away, guys. Poke it away. You can't let Stewart walk in with it, and Bradley, another glove save. Holy. Big OT winner coming. I hope so. Holy. But for us, not for Minnesota. Screw Minnesota. Come on. Now we have their third line out there. Scuderi, Cole, and Petrovicki. Come on, guys. We know Petrovicki can score goals. Molson throws it to Zetterberg. Back to Molson. A good defensive stick by Petro. Up comes Cole. Brock Cole with it. Shoots a great-looking shot. That was a nice-looking shot for sure. Scuderi with a chance now. Throws it back to the point. It's with Patolny. He finds Umberger with a clap bomb. That's turned aside. Stewart on the back check. Carries it up 1-on-5, it looks like almost. And a good defensive stick almost there by the players. And we take a penalty in overtime. Oh no, that is not good. Interference penalty against Jaro Patolny at the worst time possible. Ah, Patolny. You didn't have to give him that extra shove that they give. It's not good. We need a big penalty kill here, or else this season is done. Teratukin is on the penalty kill. Keeler is on the penalty kill. Petain and Griffin. Over wins a draw. Prince with a clap bomb that bounces off a lot of bodies. Strimbu with it. It's front to the front of the net, and Bradley has to poke check it a couple times, and you'll freeze it. Yeah, I hope Patolny didn't cost us the season here. This is a massive penalty kill late in this first overtime period. Oh my. Okay. Petain at the draw again. Come on, Petain. You got to win this, please. And he does not win it. Prince with another shot. Another big save by Bradley. Teratukin will clear it. Good job by the veteran. That's exactly what we need, is just to kill some time like that. It's a full 2-minute power play as well. That's what it looks like. Over. Gets completely creamed by Griffin. Holy crap, what a hit. Morgan Griffin just destroyed him with that 99 strength and stuff. In a turnover in his offensive zone defensive zone by Minnesota. Keeler took it out. Petain's got it. Our penalty killer is doing some good work here, but then they turn it over, and here comes Over. Griffin's got to play some defense here. Griffin gets knocked out, and a shot, a save. Holy crap. And Brodziak was there on the rebound. That guy's a monster in terms of size. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. Buffalo should be a beatable team for the home opener. Yeah, they probably should be, I would assume, with their goaltending and whatnot. Burns at the draw. He wins a big face-off. It's a big scrum in front of the net. Stewart steals it. It's loose still. Oh my goodness. All this pandemonium in front of the net. Umberger can't clear it. Please clear it. And Sedin will clear it. Huge. Oh my goodness, this game is gonna like kill me by the end of it. It won't be my voice that kills me by the end of the stream. It will be this Houston team in this playoff game. Tanaka walks in. Huge save again. Or maybe that missed a net, I don't know. Molson gets a clap on that stop rebound. They score. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Bourret scores, and unfortunately, we are out in Game 7 again. Are you kidding me? Another first round exit for this Houston team. They just cannot find a way to win in the first round anymore at this point. Shout out to the two guys giving each other a shake the hands with the afros. I think that was Chad Burns and somebody else, but my god. Another first round exit for this team. That is very unfortunate. Bradley played great again in that game, but this team just could not get it done. A bad penalty by Patolny cost us the game. And unfortunately, even though we tied it up late, we lose in Game 7, single overtime. And we have one season left, I think, which is unfortunate. Shots were 47-41 at the end of that game. God damn. But yeah, that was a really good game, but it sucks that we lost that one just because of a rebound and a bad penalty. As Bourret had the game winner off a rebound that just Bradley couldn't corral. Let's take a look at that. As we had a chance to clear the puck a couple times. Well, we did clear the puck, and then they broke it in here. This shot gets stopped, but then we can't corral this rebound. Bourret throws it back to the point, and then a blast of a shot by Molson. And this is one that you probably want to glove down if you're Bradley. But this falls over. And Bourret picks it up after Stewart almost gets to it. And then Bourret rips it in. That's unfortunate. Those sick pads, though, of Bradley. And Hawks fan, not to say anything, but doesn't this guy kind of look like you? I don't know. Who is this dude? Number 84. That's Umberger. Umberger literally looks like your facial hairstyle as well. What the heck? I swear, like, at least of the pictures I've seen of you, it looks like you're... Like, this is funny as shit. Oh my goodness. So there you go, Umberger. And then who else is on the ice? Sedin, unfortunately, on the ice for that goal. He kind of does look like me. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I didn't even expect him to look like that. But what else we got here? Ever find a ginger? That would be me. This guy's maybe close. Ginger stash. I don't know if that's... maybe it's... I don't know if that's a ginger or light brown. But that's King. And then there is Chad Burns, who is on the ice for potentially his last shift in the NHL as well, unfortunately. And boom, we lose that one. Oh, that sucks. There's all our player stats. A lot of players with 2 points in that game. But unfortunately, a loss. Wait, what? When did Daryl goalie play? The times don't add up either, because we went to overtime. That's weird. The time is screwed up, and the save percentage and stuff is screwed up. I don't know why goalie played apparently a couple, like less than a second probably. It's weird. Oh, that sucks. Actually, let me go through the bench just in case this is the last time we see these guys in the playoffs. Just skim through these guys, see who's out there. There's everybody, just in case you guys want to see anybody on the bench. A lot of guys with some good facial hair. Mostly mustaches, it looks like. He made a save on the bench, apparently. There you go. Oh, look, there is Daryl goalie. He looks like an old man. Like he's seen some shit in his life. There he is. That's a big loss. And, yeah, I don't know if this team's going to make it back to the playoffs again or what. Okay, so just in case this is still randomly the last season, I don't think it is, but just in case it is, let me take a quick look at the record book for our team again, just in case there's been any changes. I don't know if... Do you guys care about the rest of the league in terms of records or no? Because I don't want this video, or not video, this stream to be like 7 to 8 hours. And it's already almost at 6 hours. But, because I was going to show you guys Houston's records just in case we don't have one more season left, but I think we probably do. Like, do you guys care about the other teams in the league? So in terms of the records for us, in case any of it's changed, Chad Burns has the most current points, but he's probably not going to Yeah, I could look for some certain teams. You want to see the league history, but not each name individually. Okay. I'll show AJ the Canucks since he's requesting that, though. But in terms of Houston, these are all our records. Rookie records. And game records again, Griffin being the insane player he is. And NHL-wise, I'll show you guys the entire NHL records. So, Mitch Marner's played the 5th most games in NHL history. Zdeno Chara, the 4th most. And that's that. What else we got here? Spencer Knight up there in games played for goalies. Vasilevsky as well. Leonard has the most as all goalies. I don't know if that's real broken or not. Yeah, I'll still go through Chicago as well then for you there, Hawks fan. Most goals in NHL history is Maximus Chiodu. That's interesting. And Scarabelli is 2nd. Ovechkin 3rd. Gretzky is in number 5 now. So he has fallen off. Because Scarabelli and Chiodu, both with over 900 goals. That's crazy. And Austin Matthews just passed Gretzky as well by 2 goals. What else we got here? That's pretty much the same. Wins by goalie. Vasilevsky is 4th best all time, just under 500 wins. I had a guy finish with 100 goals. Damn, that's crazy. Shutout wise, nothing's changed. Scarabelli has the most 50-goal seasons in NHL history of 14 50-goal seasons. Austin Matthews had 11. Javon Sanders has had 9. Scarabelli is playing in Arizona right now, but he also played with the Calgary Flames for the start of his career. Chiodu, I believe, is in Columbus, if I'd like to say. Well, we'll look up where Chiodu is afterwards, but I think he is in Columbus. But I know for Scarabelli, it's been in Calgary and Arizona only. Season records in the entire league, nothing has changed, it looks like so far, which makes sense. Anything else has changed? Nothing's changed for season records. Rookie records, Cadman Kang had the 5th most goals in a season by a rookie. Esa Numanen, the 2nd most goals by a rookie in a season, behind Timo Solani with 57. That's kind of crazy. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen, most rookie wins with 45, beating out Sawchuk, which is crazy. What else we got here? Nothing else. So that's all the NHL records. We'll quickly take a look at the Canucks and Chicago, and then I'll try and find out where Chiodu is. So Chicago's records look like this. So Patrick Kane, the most points, no surprise. Yeah, it's mostly the Patrick Kane show there so far. Season records wise, anything's changed? Nothing. But the most currently, if you want to take a look at that, most rookie record stuff is still going to be Patrick Kane. But Ulrich Seaback had the most goals in a rookie season by a Chicago Blackhawks player, 47. And that's pretty much the only record that's really changed there. Game record-wise, nothing has changed. Probably because their original 6 team, I feel like it's because nothing's changed that way. And then we'll take a look at Vancouver for AJ as well. The best player, it looks like, games played-wise, is Quinn Hughes. Assists is Quinn Hughes. Seasons is Quinn Hughes. Demko's up there in wins and shutouts. I know you're going to like that one. Oh, Nick, you got to go. Okay, have a good rest of your day, man, and thank you for showing up to the stream. Really appreciate you being here, man. And Brock Besser, most goals, 464. Season record-wise, looks like Joseph Lavin had the most goals by a rookie, 68 goals. Or not by a rookie. That's an all-time record by a team player on the team. So somebody on your Canucks, AJ, had 68 goals in a season, which is absolutely nuts. Not a rookie record, but an all-time record. It's crazy. Rookie record-wise, Quinn Hughes is going to have the most assists in a rookie season. Not a surprise, that's real life still. Sean Scavello, most shutouts in a rookie season with 5. as well as the wins with 32 wins. And game record-wise, Marcus Oostorff had 7 assists in a game this season with the Canucks. And Joseph Laffin had most goals in a game with 5 goals in 2041. So there is that. Interesting. So now that we've seen the record book, let's take a quick look at where Chiodo is. And then if we do have another draft in off-season and stuff like that, we will get into that. But I've almost been streaming for 6 hours, which is insane. I don't know if anybody's going to watch back this entire stream afterwards, but if they do, holy crap. They've got a lot to look through. And I don't even know if I'll leave bookmarks and stuff like that through it or what. But let's see. Player search. Where is Chiodo? I know I've seen that name before. Maximus Chiodo. Chiodo. There you go. Chiodo is retired, so I don't know where he is. Yeah, I don't know where Chiodo played for. He must have retired like a few years ago, but yeah, I know the other guy in Scarabelli is was in Calgary, and then he moved to Arizona eventually. But I know that he's been an insane player, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see where we go. Yeah, Scarabelli's the franchise guy that went first overall in 2029. Just in case you guys want to see his player stats, he's had some 60-goal seasons, 70-goal seasons. He's just an insane player. Hey, if I've been here for the entire time anyone can. Yeah, that's true. I really appreciate that you've been here for almost 6 hours there, Bryce, because holy crap, my voice is literally dying, but I do know if there is one season left, I gotta power through it, and then I probably won't be able to like record videos till like Monday or something like that. I don't even know. Or if you guys in my videos for this coming week, I think there's only one video I have to actually record. If my voice is bad, you guys know why it's bad. But yeah, Scarabelli never has won a Stanley Cup, it looks like, unless he won in 35-36. But still an insane player. Okay, so let's simulate up to the awards and see Griffin win another Norris. And also see who wins the Stanley Cup and all that. Hopefully we didn't lose to a Stanley Cup team again. If Minnesota wins another cup, I will be kind of pissed off at that point. Let's see, did Minnesota win another Stanley Cup somehow with that roster? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, game? 4 straight years. First round exit against the best team in the NHL, and the Wild have won 3 Stanley Cups somehow in the last 5 years. With that type of team. They just barely made it into the playoffs, and yet they win again. It must be their damn coach. Like, literally, I don't know what the heck what the team is. Like, what am I doing wrong? Like, our roster has been so much better than theirs this season. The first 2 times we played them, maybe we were worse than they were. But this one, we had them in the bag. We were 1 goal away from knocking them out. And then all of a sudden, they won the Stanley Cup. Hartford wins the AHL, though. At this point, Norris Trophy should just be called Griffins. Don't even announce the winners. Yeah, it should be the Griffin Trophy. Definitely. Oh, man. That's pretty damn crazy. That's actually insane. Every year you happen to play the team that's destined to win. Yeah. 4 straight years now. If we do have one more season, that would be crazy. Yeah, it looks like we do have one more season left because it didn't say that mode was complete yet. So we do got one more season to do, which means this stream probably will end up being like 7 hours by the end of it. Which is crazy. How did Minnesota get to that Stanley Cup win? After us, somehow they managed to beat Nashville in 5 games. They also beat the Ducks in 7, and then they beat Toronto in 5 games. Toronto went from being a team that missed the playoffs and had the first overall pick to the Stanley Cup Finals. Yet I've been stuck on the first round the last 4 seasons. So obviously this game is not treating me too well in this live stream. That is interesting, to say the least. Let's see those awards. But the Minnesota Wild are officially a dynasty, doing what I did in Arizona. 3 cups in 4 years. That's crazy. Or 3 cups in the last 5 years. But still 3 in the last 4 is really nuts. And we've lost to every one of those cup-winning teams except for the Preds, I think. Unless if we did lose to the Preds in 2040-41 as well. I don't remember if we did or not. We might have. Because if we lost to the Preds that year as well, then we lost to the 5 straight years with cup-winning teams. I don't remember if we did or not. So, Pedersen's going to win the Art Ross because he beat out Griffin, which is unfortunate. Tanaka's going to win the Art Ross for the 2nd year in the last 3. And then there's Morgan Griffin winning another Griffin Memorial Trophy. He's actually, no, I shouldn't say Griffin Memorial Trophy because then it sounds like he's dead. But Griffin, 4 Norris trophies in the last 5 years. He's just been absolutely insane, obviously. Griffin winning another Bing. Don't know how much this is in a row for him. I think that's like 6 or 7 at this point. Kavo Sari wins the Calder. Stewart wins the Conn Smythe. And Schiavello the Vezina. You did lose to Nashville. I'm like 90% sure in round 2. If I did lose, at least it's not in round 1 in that case, but still to lose to the Cup champions that many times. Oh yeah, it might have been because that would have been Jääskeläinen's last season. So you actually might be right on that front. God damn. Schiavello is also going to win the Jennings Trophy for the 2nd straight year in a row, so that Canucks goalie is doing pretty well. Mullen's going to win the Masterton for St. Louis. Coleman for Calgary wins the Jack Adams. Not Austin Matthews, he's retired, what the heck? A. Matthews, whoever the heck this is, won the Selke for Seattle. Tanaka's going to win the Lindsay. And then Sanders is going to win Richard for the 2nd straight year. We to the next year? We to the next year yet? Not yet. No, we're just finishing up the season that we just lost in. It's his clone. Yeah, it might be his clone. It's funny. And then in the AHL, any awards for AHL affiliates? Jim Phillips had the most goals in the AHL. We got to take a look at that. That's interesting. Because that's a guy that's on the fringe of the NHL, I'd say. But Jim Phillips with an award. And of course, Griffin's going to pick up more awards. Let me actually take a look at how Jim Phillips did out of curiosity. In the AHL. Or did Jim Phillips get randomly called up? It looks like he randomly got called up. So I got to go into the progress report screen to see that. Let's see, progress report wise. Let's see, Jim Phillips. Where are you? Oh, there you are. 41 goals this year from Jim Phillips. Interesting. I don't know if he gets a shot at the NHL, but he's got good shooting categories, so maybe we want to throw him in randomly. Because I don't know if this team's going to be a playoff team, because we might have some retirements here to go through, which is going to be nuts. We actually didn't go through the player stats in that playoff run against Minnesota for some reason. I got to show you guys this just in case, because I don't think I did actually take a look at this. So Burns was point per game. Petain was under point per game. He was kind of bad. King was over point per game. Jacobs under point per game, but still good. Zigelmanis had a rough playoffs by comparison to last year. And then Keeler was solid. Kabina was really quiet as well by comparison to last year. This draft is all about NHL already. Yeah, pretty much. So I feel like at this point we might even just completely skip through the draft because none of these guys are going to be NHL ready. Unless we randomly get a medium elite that's like 78 overall. Capitanov 7 points is good. Scuderi 5. Cole with 4 and Petro with 3. And then defensively, Griffin only had 7 points in 7 games. So a little bit less than last year, but still he's close to point per game in the playoffs. We'll see what he could do for next season in his final year. Berger and Sedin with 5 points each. Teratukin and McGrath 2 points. And Lowe and Pitoli with 1. And goalie-wise, Bradley was fantastic, I'd say. 3, 1, and 2. And yeah, Daryl goalie was tragic. Okay, so let's see if we lost anybody to retirement. Because if we lost like Chad Burns, Teratukin, and stuff like that this last season, it might honestly just be a season simulation. Like we might not make the playoffs. So let's see if we lost anybody to retirement. Who is going to retire? So Florida's got the first overall pick, followed by Columbus, Colorado, Detroit, and LA. Interesting. Who are we going to lose to retirement? Because we probably will lose at least one player, my guess. Let's see, who did we lose? Let's go by each position, starting off with goalies. Don't reckon any of these guys except for Jackson Nemes. I think we played him a couple times in the playoffs. He retires. Billy Hogan, which is kind of a cool name. Ernest Street. Huh. Pittsburgh. So no former goalies of ours. Defensively, Artem Teratukin has decided to call it quits. 1,722 games played, 200 goals, 870 assists. So that was his last NHL game that we lost, unfortunately, in overtime. So shout out to Artem Teratukin, 39 years of age at the end of it. Absolutely dropped off a cliff near the end of his career as well. but a very long-term Houston legend for sure. I say you could do whatever you need to do to contend this year. I got to keep the draft to glory mode together. I can't just randomly bail it out in the last year, unfortunately. 73 points is his highest, but yeah, he had some really good years in his career. And over 1,000 points as a D-man. You don't really see a lot of those. Almost 100 playoff points as well. Unfortunately, didn't hit that because of his last few years, but still pretty close. And preseason-wise, he had 95 points in 140 games, so plus 91 as well is pretty solid. He wasn't on the power play this year, so that might have contributed to his offensive decline a bit, but still. Oh, that's unfortunate. There's his final overall stats. Dropped off a lot offensively and defensively. And at least we have I think we have at least some defensemen that can replace him, but best of luck to Teratukin in retirement. And then also Helenica retires. Wow. If you guys remember this dude, this guy also won a couple of Norrises in his career. If I'm not mistaken, with Colorado. Yeah, this guy was also a really good player in his prime. Oh, I gotta clear my throat, kind of. Or drink some more water. Oh, my throat is like dead. But yeah, this Helenica guy was also really good in his career. 2 over 1,000 point demon. Yeah, it's a pretty sick name, I do agree. So, Teratukin's retired. Who else is retired? Any other former players? It does not look like it on defense. How about right wing wise? Dale Cooper, I do remember him in Nashville. Pretty solid player there. Oh, Sergei Afanasenkov. Yep. Afanasenkov retires after we had him a few years ago. We didn't bring him back to start off this live stream. And he played a little bit in the NHL. 15 points in 19 games in Florida, which is actually insane. And then he had a AHL season in Wilkes-Barre. And that was the end of his career. So best of luck in retirement there, Sergei. Former second round pick. Was a solid bottom 6 option, I'd say. So he's also gone. Anybody else? Nobody else on right wing. Left wing wise, Yanni Tukio. Over 1,200 points, this guy. I don't even recognize this dude at all. Damn. Anybody on left wing that used to play with this team? No left wingers. And center wise, Elliot Dempsey is the best center. Ludman retires. Damn. That guy was the good short-handed player. Finley retires. Silverthorne. It's not Arkros, and that's a different one. Yep. But Chad Burns isn't retired, which is nice. And everybody else on our team didn't retire. So we only lost one player to retirement, which is, I would say, is a win. But Chad Burns is definitely going to drop off a lot. So yeah, there's our only retirement is to Artem. So best of luck to Artem Teratukin in retirement. It's unfortunate he's going to retire, but Burns is back at least for the last season, I think, if it's the last season. And yeah, best of luck to Teratukin. That is their retirement. Coach retirement wise, we do lose Esteban Hamonic, which might be our assistant coach. So once again, losing another coach to retirement. And any players becoming coaches? No, that is not the case. Okay, so now that we're at the start of a new off-season, let's take a look at our progress reports, contracts, and the draft class. We're probably drafting right around the same spot again as we have been in the last few years, but yeah, we're suffering some drop-off from a lot of guys. Not really surprised. Some of it's statistical growth. Leon Backer's ready to play on our top 6 pairing, so we can change up our defensive core a bit, or maybe he'll actually replace Teratukin, which is perfect. Exactly what we kind of need. But yeah, a lot of guys dropping off on this team. What about goalie wise? Both goalies staying right around the same. In the system, Viteral's up to a 62 at 20. That's actually not bad. We'll never get to see him play, but that's not bad. What else for defensive prospects? Wow. Did we just play Derek Quint this year? The guy we drafted not a couple episodes ago, but a couple hours ago, I should say. Jumped up to a 76 at 19 as a meme top 4. Look at that growth, too. Huh, that guy's looking really good. That's a pretty good season for Quint. Like, I don't know if we should play him in our defensive core since that other guy is ready to play on our defensive core. But, yeah, it's really good growth from Quint. I don't think he's able to play in the AHL either, unfortunately, because he's playing in the WHL. But good to see some guys getting growth near the end of this. Yeah, it looks like a lot of our guys are getting some good growth. Timmins is also up to a 54. Got 13 points of growth. Which is weird. There's the enforcer dude. I didn't expect him to get better by that much. For a low 7th, that's kind of weird. Timmins is quite the legend. Did he get to play in the AHL playoffs this year as well, or no? He did not. Right wing wise, let's see what we got for growth. Some more good growth. Simpson's up to a 67 at 20. That's decent for a low top 9. Looks like our prospect pool would have been getting pretty decent at this stage. Boyce up to a 69 at 20. That's also pretty good. So we are getting good growth from the guys we've drafted so far. And Reese McBain, 70 at 19. It's pretty solid. Chubasov, 71, and Woods, 72. So yeah, we're getting some good growth from the guys that you guys helped me draft. So pretty solid there. Let's take a look at the contract situation, and then we'll get into the draft class and draft. But people up for renewal. Oh no, the Kings, the Petrovicki's, the Zigomanis's. I didn't sign Cole, Petrovicki, and King as long term as I thought. I thought I had them signed up for the rest of the franchise mode, but they're up for renewal. 5 heads are better than 1, true. And King is trying to get himself over $12 million right now. I don't know if it's going to be the same when we get to the re-sign stage, but right now he is expensive. Kapitonov's trying to get over 10. Petrovicki's trying to get 12. Zigoman is trying to get 10. All these guys trying to get above $10 million. I don't understand that. Yeah, this team might end up losing somebody. We might let go of McGrath in a sense if we want to play Quint this year. Like, this team, I don't know if it's going to have another good playoff run this year, but... I mean, we haven't actually had a really good playoff run in a while, but... Huh. Interesting. Do you guys want me to sign Quinton and play him in the NHL this year, or no? Because I don't know if this team is going to be a playoff team, but... Quint's a DFD, so he's not going to help us out offensively at all. So... Quint over McGrattan. Okay, I guess we'll sign Quinton. And then we might let McGrattan walk in that sense. But I will give Quint that contract already before we actually get to that point. But let's take a look at the draft class. But first, let's take a look at the draft board just to see what we're drafting. We're drafting at 27th overall. So worse than last few years. At this rate, this draft doesn't even really matter. Just because we're not going to see any of these guys make the NHL. Because I doubt I'm getting an NHL ready player around this point. Unless Ezra Platt is good, which he is. Okay. So maybe we actually do this draft. Because Ezra Platt might be an insane defenseman. And then we'll have another NHL ready defenseman. As this guy looks like he's going to be a good two-way or a good offensive defenseman. Yeah, Ezra's definitely got to be our pick, I think, unless there's somebody else that's decent. Nelson Hart looks decent, but 4 years out. Yeah, Ezra Platt might be the guy. But, yeah, a lot of... Oh my god, you got to be joking me. You got to be joking me. Look at this guy's name, guys. Rich Kid. Rich Kid. He's a friggin' rich kid. Yo, this might be the best meme I've ever seen in a while. Holy... I have not seen a funny name like this in a long time. That is fucking hilarious. Use my language. Rich Kid. Oh my god. Yeah, I gotta post this on Twitter after the stream or some shit. Holy crap. Screw Rich Kid. Yeah, goddamn rich kids, you know. This guy's not gonna be rich. He's never gonna make the NHL. Well, he might actually. He's 3 years out. But, he'd probably get paid like one for some reason, but I still gotta pin him anyways. That is hilarious. That kid probably got beat up in school a lot. Or he paid a lot of bullies to beat up other kids, probably. God damn. to beat up people like us that like roster editing and all that. A lot of gems too in this draft, so actually we must do this draft, I guess, because it's a funny draft. Damn, rich kid. That's the first time I've seen a rich kid in the draft. Like maybe he just paid his way to get drafted or something at this rate. Santiago Summers, Wesley Biggs. Damn, this is a funny draft. I like to imagine he's poor and his parents just hate him, so they need. Imagine. Oh man, Nathaniel Sim. Okay. Enough looking at the draft class. Let's just get into it. I don't know if we'll be able to draft Rich Kid, unfortunately, but we'll see where he goes. Maybe he'll go to a team that has a lot of money. Florida does want to trade the first overall pick. That's interesting, but obviously we aren't trading in this franchise mode. 27th overall. Let's take a look at this top 5 and see who goes where. So the first overall pick, the Florida Panthers are going to select Gauthier Leduc, 82 sniper, who once again has no X factors. So this is the 3rd draft in a row where there's not been any X factors on the first overall pick, which is kind of weird. Maybe it's a bit of a broken system. 2nd overall pick, Columbus is going to take Heikkila, who's an 84 power forward. Damn. So this is almost similar to that draft that Chicago had, a really good 2nd overall pick. But Joakim Heikkila, really good pick there for Columbus. If Jarmo Kekalainen is still the GM over there, he's having a good time picking a really good Finn over there. 3rd overall pick, the Colorado Avalanche. I can't talk today. Takes a 79 DFD in Clifford. Ty Clifford, who does have X factors, more of a stay-at-home defensive defenseman. Looks like he's going to be probably a good DFD for sure. Detroit at 4 is going to take Mullen, 80 overall sniper. Matteo Mullen, which is also kind of a cool name. This guy's nickname should be like Eminem, since he's from Detroit and he's playing in Michigan, you know. And LA at number 5. Gonna take a Kapitanov, DFD, elite Boris Kapitanov. So there's El Capitan's younger brother, probably, or youngest brother. Maybe his kid at this point, who knows. But that is your top 5 in the draft. Let's see what we could get at 27. See if we could get that one guy we were looking at. And looks like we might be able to. Yeah, we should be able to get Ezra Platt. You guys think he's the best option here? Because I think Ezra Platt's probably the best option if he is actually 1 year out. Because then he might crack our roster this season. He might be like a 76, 77 top 4. But he's probably the best. They need to give Matt Mullen number 8 and give... yeah, the 8 mile. Yeah, that's actually perfect. Yeah, so I think we got to go with that one guy because he's probably close to being NHL ready. Yep, so welcome aboard, Ezra Platt. Let's hope that you have, for some reason, low elite potential and you're like a 78 and you're not like, I don't know, medium top 4. But medium top 4 would be okay too. So Ezra Platt, welcome aboard. You are a 76 top 4 offensive defenseman. That's kind of nice because we do need more offensive defensemen from the back end. This guy's looking pretty damn good, and he does have some X factors. That's a big win, especially that late in the draft. Elite edges and send it, so good passer and good skater. I feel like he should be in our lineup instead of Quint this season, and that way we have at least more offense going because Quint is a DFD. I don't know if he's really NHL ready, but this guy's not NHL ready technically either, but I think I might rush him into the lineup just because I know he can produce if we give him power play time and with a solid enough roster. So I think he might end up playing. What else we got here that went before our pick out of curiosity? Not as good of players. So we might have got the best player in the draft since like the top 10 almost. Oh yeah, we could play Plant and Quint, but there's also the backer in the AHL who's two-way defenseman that could jump up into the lineup. So it's really hard to decide on who we actually want to play next season in the NHL, right? So yeah, there is a chance we could do Platt and Quint this season if we really want to. Let's into our next pick at 60 overall. Let's see if Rich Kid went somewhere. Because I think Rich Kid... Oh, Rich Kid went to Boston. Rich Kid went to Boston. Tugi's going to like that one. He's only a medium top 6D. But Rich Kid going to Boston. Oh, that's funny. Number 43 as well. he would go to the douchiest team. Yeah, you never know. He would just always go to like one of those original 6-10 teams. That is hilarious. Might be the biggest meme I've seen. He's a DFD though. It's interesting. He probably also went to Harvard. Oh, that's true. You never know. Maybe he did go to Harvard. That is fucking hilarious though. Excuse my language if this gets demonetized for some weird reason, but man. Wow. That is interesting. Rich kid going there. Let's take a look at what we could take at our pick here. There is those gems. There is Stefan Kretschmann. Low top 4, but he's a gem, 3 years out. Reed Schofield, who is also 3 years out. Wayne Gronowski, who's a gem, who we don't know about, but he is 20 years old, so he might have a higher overall since he's 20. I think it's probably got to be one of those 3. Because Brad Ryder could be a good shooter, though. So there's Brad Ryder as well. And we don't know about anybody else, pretty much. So I think it's down to one of those 4 players, guys. Who do you guys think? Either Schofield, Kretschmann, Gronowski, or Ryder. Because I think it's got to be one of those. I do need to pause this, or not pause this, call the timeout. Just in case, because the time is going a little bit slower, or fast. So who do you guys think we take? One of those defensemen or the left winger? Bryce's Ryder. Hawks fan likes Kretschmann, the German. Who's a 2-way defenseman as well. Thing is, we'll never get to see him play. Probably he might play in the AHL, I guess. Go offensive demon, has no shot of making the roster. That's true. With the amount of defensemen we just drafted and stuff like that, none of them probably will make a chance at the NHL. Like, they'll play in the AHL at best. So, yeah, I guess we probably should go with Ryder. Because Ryder could have A+ puck skills. He doesn't look like the best player all around wise, but he could be still a good offensive player. He's probably like a 60-something overall, like top 9, my guess. But what do you guys think, Brad Ryder? Since Hawks fan liked Kretschmann, Bryce liked Ryder. Next is Ryder him next to the draft. Ryder looks solid. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna go with Brad Ryder then. I think it makes the right sense because we do need more forwards and defense at this stage. So Aegis is the German. I would, but like I feel like our team at this stage probably needs more. Like since we've just been drafting a lot of defensemen, I think we need to take another forward. So yeah, we're gonna go with Brad Ryder. He's probably not gonna be that good, but welcome aboard. He is a 66 playmaker, medium top 9. So high overall for an 18-year-old. Solid stats as well, but he's probably never going to get to play in the NHL, unfortunately. Let's take a look at what Kretschmann and stuff was like. Resigning goes. What was Kretschmann's overall, out of curiosity? Oh yeah, that's true. We could play Griffin as a forward and then use the other guys as like defensemen instead this season. Schofield was low top 4, 62. What about the other dude in Kretschmann? He's a 64 low top 6 or low top 4. That's not bad. It's a pretty solid pick for Toronto there. Let's see, 3rd round. Are we at this point where we know nothing about the rest of the draft class? Because I might sim the rest of the draft, to be honest. Let's see what we got. Do you guys think we should just simulate the rest of the draft? Because at this stage, I feel like we're not going to get anything that's going to help us out. Like, do we just auto sim the rest? Tim Kim. Another cool name. Tim Kim. Oh my goodness, these names. Tim Kim. That's such a name. Oh man. I wonder if you play a defenseman for all year, will EA make them eligible for the Norris? I think so, but I could be wrong. I don't know. So what do you guys think? Do we simulate the rest of the draft? Because the rest of these guys won't make it. Take Tim Kim and then sim the rest of the draft. We can do that. Should we just take Tim Kim and skip the rest of the draft, guys? And then we will get to the resign stage and get as fast as we can to the last season. Because my voice is pretty much dead, but I am going to get this last season done. Yep, okay. Next is Leighton. Leighton does look okay as well. Justin Leighton. But he is supposed to go undrafted. That's the only problem. Maybe I'll take Tim Kim and then I'll take Leighton next round and then we'll simulate the rest. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do, I think. because Justin Layton could be a low elite, to be honest. So let's just take Tim Kim for the memes. Low top 6 deep 56, so pretty terrible, but we got a meme of a name, so we'll take that. And then we'll take Justin Layton with the last pick, because there's probably nothing really hugely else. Like, look at this, there's a bust. That's a medium 7th D right here. Mitchell Hutchinson playing for Barrie, huh? Isn't that where Michael Hutchinson played? Not mistaken. What was the other guy? Where is the other dude? Did he go already or no? Or am I missing Layton? He's supposed to go like 230, right? I think it said. Oh no, I know that's not where he is. Did Layton go already? No, there he is. Okay. An American playing in the OHL too. That's interesting. So Justin Layton, we'll take you as well. And you are a low elite, 65. Wow. Nick, good call. Good call. I mean, this guy's not going to play on time, unfortunately. But if we were going for another year, that would have been a really good pick. This guy's got great slap shot accuracy too. That is a really nice pick. Very good pick there for a 4th rounder. Even like he would have went 7th round. He could have went undrafted and been that good. That's crazy. Okay, so the rest of the draft, we are going to just sim the rest of it. But yeah, it was a pretty good steal at our last pick probably of this entire franchise mode. But after Layton, the computer took us Capaduca, Barch, and McNeely. So there you go. Let's get to that resign stage. Oh, I didn't resign our assistant coach. Goddamn, I didn't want to skip that. Oops. I might have let go of our assistant coach for some reason. That's okay. Okay, let's get to that. Let's go to the coaching staff. Do we have an assistant coach now, or did I let him go accidentally? I did not. Okay, that's good. Let's go to resign stage, see who we got to resign here. This is going to be very tough. We have 55 million in cap space. So I think we do sign Ezra Palat this year because we could play in the NHL for fun. Do we sign anybody else? Zachariah Tapper, Simpson. Most of these guys aren't AHL eligible, really. So I think we got to just let these guys sit, unfortunately. Well, Kim is a good player. Tim Kim? Yeah, he might be eventually. Do you guys think we should sign anybody else from the unsigned? I don't think they're necessary because they probably won't be able to get to the NHL anyways. But, yeah, our prospect pool is coming along pretty decently here late, which is unfortunate because we'll never get to see them play. But, yeah, I think we're only going to sign Platt out of the bunch of that. Let's just qualify all the RFAs again. Just because it's the final season anyways. But I think Backer might get into the NHL as well, which means I think we can let go of some of our defensemen, but that might hurt us in terms of how we play. So qualify all of you guys up here. And then we'll take a look at the UFAs. Hopefully there's some former players in free agency, but I really doubt it at this stage. Let's see. Do we sign Ruben Robertson? 70 low top 6. He's probably not going to make it, but he does have decent stats, so I will sign him for the AHL. We also signed Reese McBain for sure for the AHL. We'll sign Ford. And we'll let go of Stanton just to make some room for the AHL. And we'll also let go of DeSalvatore. Okay, so NHL-wise, let's see what we got here for renewal. Vlasic. I'm just going to give you what you want because you need to stay there for the AHL team. I will sign Vetterl. And I will let go of Rankowitz. And then we'll go to defenseman, McGrattan, and Lowe. Do we bring them back with the younger guys coming in? Probably not, because Lowe wants over $7 million. He wants almost $8 million, so Lowe is definitely gone, I'd say. Because I want him way lower than that. That's way too high. Like, who would pay $8 million to a top 6 defenseman? Like, that's way too expensive. And then McGrattan wants $8 million. So you guys think McGrattan and Lowe are gone? Because that is pretty pricey for a 79 and an 80. At least at this point it is. Like, I'll write down their names just in case we want to bring them back, but yeah, so Lowe and McGrattan both are gone. This team might not make the playoffs this last season, but that's okay, I guess. So, Lowe, you are gone. McGrattan, you are gone, but maybe you'll come back at some point if your asking price drops. Kapitanov, I think most of our offense has to come back. Let's see, what does Kapitanov want for 1 year? 9.225, I think that's fair. You guys think this is a good price for Kapitanov? I think it's probably a good option. It's cheaper than his first year we brought him back for, and it's cheaper than last year. So I think it's decent enough for Kapitanov, right? El Capitan, after that goal in the playoffs, he comes back probably on a 1 year deal. Because I think that's probably a decent deal since he's like going to probably retire soon enough anyways. And we have the cap space. We have 55 million. Because I think that should do decently. And then also we got like Petr Vicky wants over 10 million. Which is insane. I don't know who just messaged me. Oh, it's probably my friend from Twitter, I think, in Austin. Not mistaken. Petr Vicky is so expensive, goddamn. But I gotta resign all these guys or else there's no chance this team makes the playoffs. What about Brock Cole? Okay, Brock Cole's cheap. We're gonna just give him what he wants. Rabbit, 69 at 20. We'll sign him up. Menino, we'll let you walk. What do you guys think? Kapitanov on a 1 year deal I think is reasonable. I'm just gonna give it to him. Since I feel like we might as well re-sign these guys for the last year anyways. Because or else this team is gonna take a huge hit. What does King want? Oh man, King wants 12 million bucks. God damn. Like his team would be in cap hell probably if we didn't end the series sooner anyways. Let's just do the 1 year for Jacobs because we need to keep his team as good as possible still. Jim Phillips. Guess I'll give you a 1 year deal. I already gave Ford a contract. Boyce is not bad. We'll give you a contract. Center-wise, Radulov, does he come back? At that price point, I'd say yes, just because why not? And that is pretty much that, I think. Yeah, so I think we got to give Petr, Vicky, and King their money. Which is unfortunate. It's that pricey, but I need to keep them around. They're important players, but if we went longer, this would be definitely really expensive. I'll do 1 year. And we'll just give them exactly what they're asking for. Because we got 1 season left. We got to make it count. And then defenseman is good. Goalies is good. Everybody else is qualified, I think. Let's advance today, see if we get everybody back. I think we are getting everybody back, it looks like. Yeah, we got all our UFAs back. Wow. And we have $18 million to receive all of our RFAs, which we should be able to do. So we're going to have a good amount of cap space to spend in free agency if there's former players. But the question is there going to be former players? Probably not at this rate. So, now that is good, let's head over to free agency already. Because why not? Getting through this offseason a lot faster, I think. It's just good. Maybe we want to make a head coaching change. Do you guys think we need to make a head coaching change? Oh, we did lose our assistant coach. That's okay. Do you guys think we need a new head coach? We don't. Yeah, we don't have a lot of budget actually to work with. So let's see if there's anybody that might. Actually, I shouldn't check right at this stage. I'll check at the start of the season just because that way I actually know how much percentage these guys fit. So I'll leave that for now. But let's take a look at the free agency pool. See if we find any former players out there that we want to bring in. But honestly, this team is probably, I feel like it's going to drop off for sure. But we could always bring back some former players and maybe that'll help us. I don't know. What do we got for former players out there? Anybody that's still playing that is not retired that wants to come back for one last season? That's not. Oh, Vic Benson's still there. Do we give Vic Benson a contract? I think we got to at this point. Because then we have 3 NHL goalies. We could use Vic Benson as a depth goalie if we need to. We have the cap space. He's only wanting 1 year at 1.35. He's 35, so he could drop off. But it gives us another goalie option for the playoffs if we get there. So what do you guys think? Bring back Vic Benson, a 1-year deal. Bryce says welcome back, so we'll give him a 1-year deal. We just got to go all out for this last year, you know. Try and get that one Stanley Cup, but I don't think it's going to happen at this point. But at least we came close and got to a finals and 1 point as well, so. No other former goalies, I don't think. Defensively, any former defenseman. Like, is Liam Hedman back in free agency again? Jeff Ron's back in free agency again, and he wants $16 million. The guy who just came off 30-something points. It's just kind of funny. What else we got here? Any former defenseman or no? I feel like there's not going to be a lot of former players on this team. Oh, look at this. Liam Hedman is back in free agency. He does want $7.95 though. But that would take away a chance for younger guys to play. So I don't think it's worth it to bring back Liam Hedman, even though this is the last season. Because we will probably be playing Quinton, the other defenseman that we just drafted. Like, I don't know if we want to bring in Liam Hedman. We could just leave Liam Hedman as a depth option, but at $8 million, you'd want to be playing him. So do we bring back Hedman? And no, this is not our former Jaskalainen. This is a different one. I don't think we bring back Hedman, to be honest, but it's up to you guys. Because McGrattan's definitely too expensive to bring back, I think, at this point. So, I don't know. He's wanting way too much. What else we got here? Any other former players? Like, we could bring back Hedman. Dane Lowe's wanting so much. I don't know why he wants so much all of a sudden. Yeah, I don't think we're going to bring back Hedman unless you need to. Patoli's still an RFA. That's good. Just want to make sure on that front for us. I'd prefer not to. Quinton Leon. Yeah, that's true. We might as well just give the younger guys a shot. Yeah, that's true. Okay. And yeah, Backer's definitely going to be jumping in as well. So, right wing wise, any former players on the offense that we can bring back? Probably not, right? Because most of them are retired at this stage. Or on our roster. Yeah, I'm barely seeing any people out there, which is unfortunate. Means our team is definitely not going to do this good this season because we don't have that good of a center core anymore. You got to think Burns is probably going to drop off as well. So I honestly don't even know if this team is going to be a playoff team in this last year, which is unfortunate because we've been a playoff team like the last quite a long time. I think maybe 10 seasons plus. I think there was a season I missed out recently. Doesn't seem like any right wingers out there. Unfortunately, Viano was in one of my picks, right? No, Montreal. What a surprise, French guy. Left wing wise, what do we got here? Any former players? Because it's not looking like it right now, which kind of sucks because I would like to bring back as much players as possible, but most of them are retiring, which is not great. Yeah, there's like nobody. Like all these guys have just decided to retire. Center wise, what do we got? Wow. I wish this was in a draft glory in a sense right now because Scarabelli would be absolutely insane to bring in. But I'm not going to do that because this guy he scores goals wherever he is. But he's going to be retiring soon anyways. But yeah, that really sucks. He would be really nice to have here, but he wouldn't. I don't think we'd be making the playoffs regardless if we brought him in. Because I feel like this team is just dropping off way too much. But yeah, that's crazy. I wonder where he ends up going. Any former players, or is that all we could bring in is just a former goalie? This rate, it looks like that's it for signings, which is kind of unfortunate. Lucic wasn't our guy, right? Oh, no, it wasn't. Okay, I knew we had a Lucic at some point, but I haven't seen that guy in a while. Like, he just disappeared completely. Let's see, 78s. Yeah, it does not seem like there's any former players in here in free agency. If they are, they're like really low-end talent type of players. Boy, Claire wasn't ours either. Yeah, there's like no former players, guys. So unfortunately, we're just going to have to sign Benson and that's it. Even though we have a lot of cap space available, just nobody's available that used to play with us anymore. Oh, that's unfortunate, because I would have liked to bring back more players, but our RFAs might add up to a decent amount of money, so I guess that's okay. Let's see, any of these guys wanting two-way contracts yet? Not yet, okay. Hopefully some of those guys accept soon. But let's begin to sim up to the final season, because it's more than likely the final season ahead. But let's see, was Benson going to accept? Yes, he is. Perfect. Welcome back, Vic. We could definitely use you, just in case we need another goalie in the playoffs, if we get there. Because once again, I feel like we might not be a playoff team, because Chad Burns and stuff dropping off. Oldrich Kabina got tendered a contract by Chicago, but I will match that offer, because obviously I'm not letting Kabina go, because we need Kabina. Cool is accepted. How much more guys we got to accept left on the RFA status? But yeah, McGrattan and stuff are gone, so our team is going to be worse defensively this year than they've been in years past. Yeah, the rest of these guys still are holding out for more money, so we'll wait a little bit on those guys. But yeah, our defensive core is going to take a hit with the younger guys being in the lineup. Our center core is going to start dropping off more. We're definitely going to be a worse team this year, and I think we're not going to be a playoff team. I am pretty sure we're not going to. Keeler accepts. That's good to see him accept. Let's stop the simulation again, see what we got contract-wise. 16.5. Ziggo for 1 year, 5 million. Why not? Since I can afford you. Backer's still holding out, which is weird. There you go. Accept all those contracts. And then our team is set in stone. It's pretty much the same team as it's been for the last few years, but McGrattan's gone, Lowe is gone. And yeah, our team is definitely going to take a hit, I'd say. Unless for some reason Backer and a new defenseman and stuff like that really outperform my expectations. Losing Airtukin to retirement, that type of thing, is going to probably hurt this team as well. So what do we got for lines? Let's just go best lines, and let's take a look if there's anybody that needs to be called up from in the system. Platt needs to play the season, and I think that's the only one that needs to play out of the bunch of those guys. So go with that. Go to edit lines. Just go best lines again. Scratched. De Silva will. De Silva could play this year, to be honest. Jacobs and Umberger. I do like Jim Phillips, but at the same time, I need to put in the higher overall players. So this is what our team's looking like, guys, for the season so far, and I don't think it's the worst team I've seen on paper. Does Keeler have good face-offs? No, he does not. Let's see the defensive core. It's not terrible, but wow, Quint went up to a 78. So yeah, it's good we signed Quint. Platt's still playing. Who gets scratched for... Actually, never mind. We just could send these all guys down. Umberger's scratched. Yeah, I think that's fine. We could leave Umberger in the NHL, but we'll send down to Silva and Phillips. But, yeah, we could have used Hedman, I guess, at this stage, which is unfortunate. If we wanted to, but the younger defensemen are more important, I guess. So, Phillips and De Silva... wasn't Phillips and De Silva? Yeah, Phillips and De Silva are going to go down. And we'll go best lines in the minors. Scratched-wise, there's tons of guys down there. Jim Timmons needs to get in the lineup, or Jamie Timmons, whatever his name was. But at least the future of this team looks kind of bright in a sense, but right now, not looking too good in the NHL. Terrell. Oh, Vic Benson got sent down. Why is Vic Benson in the minors? I need Vic Benson in the NHL as a depth option, because Vic is a very important player, just in case. Because there is a chance that Vic Benson could play some games this year. Vlasic, and we'll go with Aston. Or actually, Viterrell, since he's got starter potential. Doesn't matter about the rest, really, because it's just the last season. But there is our roster. Let's get to the power play lines. Griffin needs to be on that top unit. Zigomanis is in a good spot. Keeler's okay. Well, actually, we'll go keeping up there. And we will throw in... what's his name? Petrovicki. Do you guys think we should do Griffin as a forward this year or no? Because I think our team might be okay for now. Let's go with that. Oh yeah, Quint's an offensive defenseman right now. Quint's not the offensive one. The offensive one was, what's his name? Platt, right? Yeah, Platt and Quint might work good together too. So actually maybe go with that instead. And maybe I'll give Platt the opportunity to play on the power play instead of Oldrich Kabina. There we go. Just changed it up a little bit. Griffin on D, and if he starts offense starts running, put him on the wing. I think he should still do good even if the team is dropping off. He might still be able to pick up some good offensive numbers. So we'll hope that's the case. But yeah, that's pretty much the team, I guess. So Benson, yeah, Benson should be, I guess, a depth goalie, unless we want to play Benson instead of Daryl goalie the regular season. Do you guys think we should play Benson and goalie and Bradley, kind of split the time between the three of them? So the 80, well, actually, might not split the time between all three of them, but get all three of them to play at least like 10 games or something. I don't even really know. Like, I feel like we could just play Benson in the playoffs if we need him. Since he's an older goalie, he's going to drop off. Umberger, I guess, is going to be depth this season. Just because of the younger guys, but... a tandem would be good, yeah, but no clear starter. Yeah, that's true. So yeah, goalie and Bradley, I guess, could play. And then if goalie... well, halfway through the season, if goalie's not performing too well, like his save percentage is below 900, I'll put in Vic Benson instead. I think that's what I'll do. So there is our team for the season. Let's get to simulating this last season. Let me just check the captain's stats. Oh, that's the age, so why is it like that right now? Let's go that first. I hate when it glitches out like that. So captains should be still Chad Burns. Kapitanov gets an A and Griffin gets an A. I think that's good. Yep, that is going to be our team for the season. So let's sim through the preseason, see how this team does in this final preseason. And then we will simulate the season and see what happens. We'll do 41 games, and like I said, if for some reason Daryl goalie's not playing that well, like if he has below a 900 save percentage, I will put in Vic Benson, but this might be our final season simulation, depending if we made the playoff, or well, it is our final season simulation probably, but is there going to be playoffs afterwards is the question. 4-3 in the preseason, that's not too bad. It's worse than previous years, and Joel King had 12 points in 7 games, okay. Lifting up to his contract. How did those younger guys do that? They just got thrown into the lineup at random. Let's see how those defenders did. Platt had 4 points in 7 games and was a +6, so pretty solid from Ezra. Quint had 2 points and it was a +6 as well. That's pretty good. And Backer had 1 goal and a -2, so not a bad preseason for those guys. Backer is listed as a top 4 defenseman, which is kind of weird, considering it's only been 1 year. And goalie didn't have the best preseason, either did Bradley, though. Huh. Interesting. So I guess we're going to keep with this team for the season. You guys ready to see this first 41 games? So predictions on how much points Griffin will have this season. Just curious on that. How do you think he will do halfway throughout the season, and how much points do you think he'll have by the end of it? Because we'll do 41 games. We'll check if we need to make a goalie change or not. So, yeah, let's go 41 games in and see what happens with this team. Nick's is 82. You think 82 points in halfway throughout the season? Or what? Because if he has 82 points in 41 games, I don't think he can be on pace for 164 points, but you never really know. But this team is definitely going to suffer some big drop-off this season, I think, and I don't really think this team's going to be a playoff team, but they could really surprise me out of nowhere. Because with Griffin, you can't really count him out. Oh, you meant for the year. Okay. 82 for the entire year. Just because of the roster probably degrading. Kind of makes sense. Yeah, because production probably would go down if the team doesn't do good. because he's been in the playoffs every single year. We start the season off on a 4-game winning streak, and then, of course, we lose 1 game. But our team's off to a good start. I don't really know what the case is, but I will take it. This team is all of a sudden winning like crazy. 10-1 in our first 11 games of the year. Why are we winning so much? What the heck is going on? Okay, this game might be broken at this point. I don't even know how we're winning so many games to start the season. Like, we're probably just going to have a terrible second half. Watch. There's no way we can maintain this type of stat. 16 wins in our first, 21 games. Like, what the heck is that? This makes no sense. Our defensive core is worse than last year. Guys are dropping off. So I don't understand that at all. 18-5-1. There's an 8-6 loss. So yeah, our defense is probably going to be terrible this season, but offense might be good. There's a losing streak happening now. Yep, now we're crashing and burning. Yep, now there's the crash and burn after the really good start. But there's a couple more wins, so we might still be a playoff team. Just we are kind of being a bit streaky at the moment. And we are going to be 21-13-3. That's 40 or 34, 37 games in. So we got 4 more games left of the regular, or not of the regular season, of the 41 games to go. So let's get those 4 games done. And actually, that's 5 games. I don't want to do 5 games. I want to do 4 games. So we're actually at exactly 41 games. But after that really insane start, our team has definitely dropped off a bit, but still 24-14-3. Pretty decent start, I'd say, halfway throughout the season. Let's take a look at how good Griffin has done. Bryce said he predicts 60 points halfway through the season. Let's see what he gets. He has not below a point per game, maybe. Wow. This might be Griffin's drop-off here, guys. Wow. Petrovic somehow over point per game, though, which I don't understand. So, Saturn, you missed a decent amount. I think you missed all of last season, right? Because last season we lost in the first round again to Minnesota. And basically they went on to win a Stanley Cup for the 3rd time in the last 4 seasons. So we've lost now to the Stanley Cup champions like the last 4 or 5 seasons, which is actually pretty crazy. And yeah, Griffin had like over 100 points, I think, last season. I don't know if he saw last season or not. I can't remember. But yeah, so for halfway throughout the season, in this last season probably, we are 24-14-3. Petrovic's over point per game, which is nuts. He's on pace for 56 goals this year. But where the heck is Griffin? That is the question. Because Griffin's playing defense still. So, I don't know where his production went. But maybe he has the same amount of points as Petrovic, but still. You watched until I got eliminated by Dallas. So yeah, you missed a season so far then, I guess. Because, yeah, Griffin was really good last year. But unfortunately, the team again lost in the first round. So, is the goaltending any problem? Okay, so I think Daryl Goalie getting thrown out of the lineup, or no? Do we make a drastic change and take out goalie and play Benson for the rest of the regular season with these type of numbers? An 897 and a 3.1 goals against. Like, we could throw Benson in for the rest of the season. Nix is F goalie. So yeah, do you think, guys, we take goalie out for the rest of the regular season and give Benson the rest of the season and Bradley? Even though this team has been doing pretty decent, I don't really know if I want to run Daryl goalie. I don't know. He's just been not that great. Bradley's been definitely the better of the two. He's 4-1-1 so far. So what do you guys think? But Benson if he didn't drop, he's still an 81. What do you guys think? Bradley and Benson, time to go. Bradley, Benson. Okay. So we're going to take out goalie for the rest of the regular season, and it's going to be a Bradley and Benson show for the rest of the season. And hopefully that doesn't knock us out of the playoffs, but I don't know how Petrovic is simulating so good this season. And I don't know how much points Griffin has, but I won't be checking that till the end of the season just because I'm kind of curious if he'll just randomly come out of nowhere with a really crazy second half. But we're behind the Minnesota Wild, who are first place in our division, so I don't know how Minnesota's doing so good. Like, they must have signed some really good players in the offseason, but Let's simulate the last 41 games and see if we make it into the playoffs, or is this going to be the last season where we actually make the playoffs, or don't make the playoffs. Let's take it a little bit slower just because it is the last season. Let's go up to a day before the deadline. There's a win over Edmonton, and then we lose 8-2 to Vancouver and then beat Arizona. We do beat Minnesota and we beat Buffalo. Okay, so it looks like our team is still maybe going to be making it to the playoffs for the last season at this rate. The question is, are we going to be able to make it past the first round? Probably not. Because I can never trust this team, to be honest, when it gets to the postseason. Yeah, we're definitely having a rough defensive season by comparison to our other years, but we're still making the playoffs at this rate, which is good. Is Griffin on the power play? Yeah, he should be. Yeah, I did put that. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I would have. I would have definitely put that. I'm pretty sure. I got to double check that now just to make sure. But if I didn't put him on the power play, that'd be crazy. Petrovic is on pace for a lot of goals this season. I have no idea where this came from. 74 points in 62 games for him. 46 goals. That's kind of nuts. He is on the power play, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Griffin's on the top power play. So that is really weird. But yeah, Petrovic is really going off. He's on the second line power play and he has that much amount of goals. So that's kind of crazy. And yeah, we're second place in our division, only 1 point back of the Wild, but there's a major gap between us and third place. So we are almost really close to clinching a playoff spot, I think, at this rate. Just kind of nuts. Let's sim the rest of the regular season and see how these players wrap up the season. But looks like at this point we might be a playoff team unless we fall apart completely, which could happen. You never know. We do lose to Nashville in overtime. Let's continue to simulate. Game coming up against the San Jose Sharks. And we lose that game. We do lose to Chicago. We win against Dallas. We win against Seattle. Yeah, this team is doing a lot better than I expected, but they're probably going to be a first-round exit just because of the last few years. Couple losses in a row with losses 3 in a row. Where are we standings-wise? We have clinched a playoff spot because there's a massive gap between us and the Blackhawks. 21 points. That's crazy. 80 points still for Petrovic. He has slowed down a little bit in terms of goal scoring, but looks like we are a playoff team again in this last season, which is nice. Maybe we'll get in and win a Stanley Cup, but who knows? Team is really inconsistent. A lot of goals, but not great defensive play, I think. And we're going to go into the playoffs on a 3-game losing streak, so hopefully that's a sign of randomly winning in games in the playoffs. But we finished 48, 28, and 6, so much better than I expected. Much better than I expected. I think that's like the same record as last season. And we tied for the league team lead, or not team lead, Central Division lead with 102 points. 22 points more than the Jets, who made the playoffs. Wow. So, let's take a look at the player stats. Hey Cadillac, how are you doing, man? My voice is really dead. Since I've been streaming almost 7 hours. 7 hours. I am getting pretty hungry, but I do need to finish this season up and stream up and stuff like that. But, whoo. So Petrovic finished with 88 points and 54 goals. So that's a Houston Sharpshooter record for most goals in a season. 54 from Petrovic. Pretty nice. Let's take a look at the team stats and standings and all that. But Griffin had less than 88 points, or maybe he had the exact same amount of points, but Griffin really fell off this year. It's probably because he's 31 now, though. But that's crazy. Top tier goal scorer, maybe he broke the ceiling for you. Yeah, maybe. That'd be nice. Let's take a look at the standings. So, we finished 10th best in the entire NHL. Yet we were second best in our division. The Eastern Conference looks like it was a lot better than the West. That's interesting. Toronto finished in first, followed by Florida, both with over 110 points. 82. Oh yeah, 82 was your guess there, Nick. You might be psychic or something. Goals for per game on average. We were the third best offensive team, despite nobody breaking 100 points this year. So maybe the league just scored a lot less goals. Maybe it wasn't just us. But we broke 300 goals this year, which is nice. Goals against per game wise, we were not the best defensive team by a large margin. Yeah, we kind of struggled defensively, so we were just an offensive dynamo this year. Hopefully we can play better defensively in the playoffs. Power play percentage wise, our power play wasn't the greatest either. That's kind of surprising. 18.2%. And our penalty kill was not really the greatest either, 78%. So, in a way, we were kind of a cheese team to be that good. Because we had good offense. Our goals against wasn't that good. Our penalty kill and power play weren't that good. So, we might be a cheese team. That's really interesting. We had a good home record and a similar road record as well. So there we go. Let's take a look at those player stats, see what this team did. So, center-wise, Ernest Batin, 61 points in 82 games. That's still pretty good, especially at 37. To break 60 points. Batin's kind of underrated. That's a pretty good season from him. I'll definitely take that at 37. So there's Batin. Burns, 56 points. That's pretty good for his age. He's dropping off a lot too. Over 100 PIMs. So there you go on that front for Chad Burns. How much does he finish off with? Over 1,100 points. Pretty damn good. And Radulov, 28 points, 20 goals for Radulov this season. Weird. This guy's kind of a good goal scorer for the bottom six. So there you go on Vitaly Radulov. Left wing wise, Zigomanis, 79 points. Wow, what a year for Pat Zigomanis. He's just getting better. It's pretty good. Only 6 penalty minutes as well. 28 goals and 51 assists. 20 power play points. It's pretty good. Definitely will take that from Zigo. Joel King, 72 points. 103 penalty minutes. Pretty much the same, similar stat line as Zigomanis with less goals. But yeah, it's pretty good for Joel King. He's been a pretty solid player for a top 6 forward. Almost 500 points. Zigomanis for Lady Bing? Maybe. Yeah, maybe he's going to end up take the Bing away from Griffin because Griffin's won the Bing the last like 6 seasons. Jacobs, 22 goals and 39 points. If this is the last season, there's his point totals. Oldrich Kabina, 34 points. Pretty solid. He's been kind of a average bottom 6 type of player, but definitely not a top 6, I'd say. How much points in his career? 90 points, 246 games. Zigomanis for Leno Bing, I already read that. Your team is built in an interesting ways. My team is always high scoring rosters. Yeah, I don't know if the league, though, is maybe low scoring this year, because that could have changed, maybe. And maybe it was a goaltending league. Keeler, 32 points is pretty good. Still more of a bottom 6 type of option, but still not bad. Right wing wise, I don't know how Petrovicki picked up 54 goals this season. 14 of them are on the power play. 88 points, though. That came out of nowhere. But yeah, he is a great goal scorer. 235 goals in his career. Oh, with no Bing, guys. That's what you meant, huh? Some pretty good stuff from Petro. Kapitanov, 60 points is pretty good at 37 as well. So a lot of our older guys still doing pretty good in the regular season, but I don't know how they'll do when it comes to the playoffs and stuff like that. But yeah, Kapitanov's had a good career so far. Scuderi, 53 points, pretty solid as well at 34. He's dropped off a cliff. So Evan Scuderi would probably is one of those guys that retire at 34. Damn. It is a major drop-off for him, but he still put up a decent amount of points. Similar point totals, but he dropped off a lot. So we'll see if he is able to do anything in the playoffs. He's making $7 million almost, but he's a 76 now, which is crazy. Cole, only 16 points. Wow. Brock Cole has just dropped off all of a sudden. That is crazy. Damn. Hopefully he could do good in the playoffs still, but still he has dropped off a lot. And then defensively, Griffin had 83 points, was only a +1. So does his Norris streak come to an end in the last year? Because that plus minus is not the greatest. Usually the plus minus helps a lot, but he will probably wrap up the series with 869 points in 738 games, which is insane. He only had 2 penalty minutes all season long as well. So it looks like he's going to win the Bing unless Zigomana somehow gets it. I will say my predictions are really nice, off by a singular point. Yeah, your predictions have been really good so far. So there you go on Griffin. Sedin, 56 points this year. So Marcus Sedin had a good season again. He's been really streaky, though. 62 points, 44, 31, then jumps up to 56. So that's kind of nuts. Hopefully he has a good playoff run as well. He is dropping off, though. Exact top 4 now, not an elite player. So that's interesting. And then, wow, Ezra Platt and all the youngsters really helped out our offense this year. Ezra Platt's only at 76, but 28 points and a plus 25. I know he got power play time, so 15 goals. That really helped us out a bit offensively. Like, very good stats for a guy that's in his first season as a defenseman. And then Leon Backer as well in his first NHL season. 24 points this year after a few years in the AHL. Plus 10, which is pretty respectable as well. Yeah, pretty decent actually from these younger guys. This year you will make it to round 2 or 3 and then lose is what I feel like in the cards. Well, I mean, as long as we get past the first round, it might be a good way to send it out, you know. And then there's Derek Quint, who's a plus 33 and had 18 points. That's pretty solid as a DFD. 2 short-handed points as well. Blocks a decent amount of shots, throws a good amount of hits. Not bad. And then Patolny, 16 points plus 7, but the youngsters really impressed me this year. Very much so. And then goalie-wise, let's see. Goalie, Bradley played the exact same amount of games. Benson played 15 games. Benson was fantastic. Had 3 shutouts, which is total that goalie and Bradley had in way less games. But both goalie and Bradley had the exact same records almost. 2013-2 with 1 shutout in 897, 310. Bradley went 2013-3, 2 shutouts, 887 and a 347. And yeah, Benson looks like he should be starting based on those numbers. And Vic Benson's also kind of like the channel legend of the goaltenders because he was with us for a while before we let him go. He's probably the best goalie we've drafted in this entire franchise mode. So yeah, I think we'll probably start him, but then Bradley will probably get the next opportunity if for some reason Benson's bad, and then it will go to Daryl goalie, I'd say. So that is our team stats for the season. Let's take a look at the entire league for points out of curiosity. So the entire league, who led the NHL in points? Oh my god. Wow. It was definitely not a defensive season. Scarabelli left Arizona and had 132 points in New Jersey. So talk about a way to end the series for Cristiano Scarabelli. Wow. Yeah, this guy's a monster. He is 10 goals away from 1,000 goals as well. But, yeah. This guy's never won a Stanley Cup. I think he might have won maybe one in Calgary. But he signed a 1-year deal with New Jersey. He's insane. Yeah, he might be the Gretzky of this era for sure. Pedersen had 126. Oh, yeah, they signed Pedersen as well, remember? So New Jersey is really good. 3 players in the top 4 for points. All 110 plus points. So if we were to randomly get to the Stanley Cup Finals and face New Jersey, I think we'd get absolutely creamed, but you never really know. So, wow. So New Jersey's a good team. Toronto's a good team. Looks like Florida's also a good team. Got to watch out for that. Most goals this season, Scarabelli, not a surprise. Wild was up there, though, and Chung. Petrovicki was 4th in goals. Scarabelli is this year's GOAT. Yeah, pretty much in terms of, like, players that aren't on my team, I guess. That's crazy. Best defenseman this season is going to be Griffin for points, but they might give the Norris this year to Kiskinen or Rakos because of the plus-minus. Because I know the game likes plus-minus a lot more than point totals, but is the 14-point differential enough? I think Kiskinen takes it, or Rakos for that matter. So Griffin's Norris streak might come to an end, unfortunately. Sedin was also up there in points, which is kind of surprising. But yeah, I think Griffin's Norris streak is going to come to an end, unfortunately. Jeffron signed in Chicago and only picked up 44 points, so this guy's literally dropping off a lot. And sorry to say it, Hawks fan, he got paid $16 million for the next 3 years. 83 is a down year for Griffin. That tells you how good he is. Yeah, that's crazy. 83 points. Still over point per game, but that's a down year for him. Best goalie this season. Ryle Pell in Minnesota had 43 wins. It's kind of crazy because he's only an 81. So there you go on that front. Most shutouts by a starter. Taylor Biggs and Walter Leopold with 7. Best save percentage is Laurent Paris. Well, actually, was Walter Leopold. Him with a 918. The Blackhawks overpaying for a defenseman. It has literally never happened in the history of the franchise ever. Yeah. Seth Jones. Yeah. Bryce Anthony says Scarabelli and Rich Kid are the 2 best players of all time. Paid advertisement by Rich Kid Inc. Yeah, I still can't get over that. That Rich Kid is funny as heck. It's probably the best thing I've ever seen. Okay, so that's that. Best rookie for points was Gauthier Leduc, who I think went first overall, 56 points. And so on and so forth. Okay. Before my voice decides to die on me, we should get to the playoffs probably. Who are we going to be facing in the first round is the question. Hopefully it's not Minnesota again. Or hopefully it's a team we beat. It's going to be, for the last playoff matchup, potentially the Winnipeg Jets, who somehow made it into the playoffs in our division with a 36-38-8 record. If we do not get past the first round with this, I don't know what the problem is whatsoever. That is a, like, how do you like go that much below 500 to make the playoffs? That is kind of nuts. Let's take a look at how they did actually simulation wise. I'm kind of curious on their goals for and stuff before we actually take a look at the roster. So in comparison to us, they scored way less goals. Their goals against was better, which is kind of a surprise. They had a better power play, and they had a better penalty kill. So somehow they simulated are way worse than us, but we're technically in a way better situation. But it's because our offense we got in. Let's go with the defenseman at right wing to start. Do we guys want to start Griffin on the forward core to start the playoffs, since this is the last time we'll ever get to see Griffin play probably? Or do we want to keep him on defense? Because this is what the team looks like right now. Kapitanov, Burns dropping off. Petrovicki had a good season, so we would probably take somebody like Radulov out again just because he's a 74, so just delete the game if you lose to them. And I would delete the game, but I got other series to record. Remember, you got to record those Arizona episodes and stuff, so he's always end up doing what, 3-2 with their team. Yeah. What do you guys think? Griffin as a forward, or do we leave the forward core the same? And if we need to make changes and then put Griffin in, like if we lose game 1, do we put Griffin as a forward right away? That type of thing. And also defensively, if we do, what other changes do we make? And goalie wise, who do we start for the playoffs? It's probably Benson, you guys said, so I'll probably go with Vic Benson for game 1. Maybe just leave it till you lose. Yeah, that's probably the best option, because Petrovicki, he could score goals potentially. Kapitanov hopefully could still play good. Zigomanis is decent. King was decent. Like, we do have some lower end talent like Radulov and Scuderi, but I think right now we got to leave it the way it is, because maybe we'll be lucky. But yeah, hopefully Vic could get us to wins, because Vic will start us in the playoffs. Let's look quickly at what that Winnipeg Jets team looks like, though, because I'm really curious on that. They went 7-3 in their last 10 games going into the playoffs, but still finished below 500. That's crazy. Put Griffin in if you lose 2 games in a row. Yeah, that's true. Benson starting has gone full circle. Yeah, pretty much. So this is the Jets team that finished below 500 that got into the playoffs, and they have a pretty good forward core, it looks like. So I don't know how this team finished that bad. Makes no sense. Keith Pearson, Martin McKinley, who was one of a bunch of Selkies, I think, and Matteo Rankel, who was just drafted a few years ago. Second line has Rodrigo Eakin, Maxwell Schofield, and Duke Murata. Third line, Kelly Paul, Cameron Cole, and Ivory Wolski. And a fourth line of Gordon Cappy, Eli Jarvis, and Melvin Abdelkader. What do you guys think about that forward core? As it's got some good pieces in it for sure. I feel like Abdelkader, Eakin, and Rankle are more fourth liners, but they do got a good center depth. It looks much better than the teams that we've lost to in the past, which is kind of scary. But maybe it's our turn to turn the tides and be the cheese team. Who knows? Like, this team just barely made the playoffs with a below 500 record, so I don't understand that. This is their defense, Matty Hutton with Saul Pan, which is kind of a cool name, Nathaniel Pisani, Josiah Hartigan, Akeem Rice, and Harvey Parrott. So that defensive core is not terrible, but it's not great either. Maybe that's why they lost or didn't get into the playoffs until now. And then they have Isaiah Lee. Isaiah Lee, the former Vezina Trophy winning goalie from a few years ago. Oh yeah, they used to have Jeffrey on, didn't they? Yeah, this team had Jeffrey on last season. I forgot about that, and then they let him go again. So we could have played Jeffrey on again in the playoffs, but we didn't. But Isaiah Lee is their starting goalie, and Angelo Lockhart, a 72 backup. So they're an offensive team, not a defensive team, basically, it looks like. And even though they had worse offense than us and better defense, I think. Chung is one of their depth guys, Pekka and Vihicola. I think that's how you pronounce that. Yeah, I really don't know what to make of this team at all. Snat Rotaga says I'm going to get swept because this team hates me. Or this game hates me. Yeah, that's probably going to be the case. Very interesting. I mean, at least we got home ice advantage, but I am kind of nervous that this is a cheese team that's going to knock us out again, just based on how they played in their last 10, how they're below 500. And yeah, this might be the most likely outcome, as we're going to lose in round 1 again. Let's advance up to game 1. See if this team can somehow pull out a first round series win. It'd be nice to get onto the second round at least. But if we do get to the second round, there's a chance we could run into the Minnesota Wild again, which is destined for a loss probably, since they've got 3 cups. But who knows? This could end up being one of our longest playoff runs that we've had in the last like 5 years plus. But let's see what happens, guys. Potentially the last playoff round we ever have. Let's see what happens in game 1. I got home ice advantage. If you make it past round 1, you will win it all. That would be really nice if that's the case, because if going out on a Stanley Cup win would be really nice. But at this point, I really don't know if that's going to happen or not. Let's see what happens. First period of game 1 on home ice against the Jets. We've never played the Jets, I think, in the playoffs since Sea-Doo was with them. First period. 1-0 us. That's a great way to start it off. And look who it is. It's Radulov again. You can't count out these like 74 overall type of players because they manage to score in random games. We're out shooting them 11-6, but we are up 1-0, which is good. So far, a pretty solid period for Benson. And yeah, of course, it's got to be the 74 overall that scores and not like the guys that are 80 plus. You should bring in Timmins to injure their goalie and then have to play with a 72. You know, that would be a smart move, but goalie injuries, you don't happen that often, but that would have been funny. Just imagine just bring out the enforcer to injure like half your team, and then they would forfeit the series, you know? It definitely is a genius plan. Second period. Let's go. 3-0. Brock Cole scores and Christian Jacobs score, and we're up 3-0 going into the third. They only have 9 shots through 2 periods. They better not randomly just have a good game all of a sudden, but imagine that 24 seasons of agony and playoff losses. All of us in year 25, the team ragtags rookies and 35-year-old wins to win the cup. It could happen. You never know. This team's playing better than they are, and then they've played in the last few years, I think. So 3-0 going into the third. Shots are 22-9. Let's lock this one down and take game 1 if we can. There we go. King on the power play. Let's go. But yeah, this team is definitely playing a lot better in game 1 than they have in the past. Pisani makes it 4-1 to break Bradley's shutout, who's in net. I thought I put in Benson. So I don't know why Bradley's in net now. Hopefully Benson didn't get injured in game 1. But if Bradley's been in net for most of the game, he's been doing pretty well. I mean, he hasn't had to face a lot of shots. And we are going to win game 1, 4-1 on home ice, which is nice. Shots 31-14, so they didn't get a lot of chances at all that game, but we do get the win. I don't know who's going to get credited with the win because Benson should have been the starter for that game, but Radulov from Kabina and Scuderi, Cole from Platt and Keeler, Jacobs from Kabina and Scuderi, and King from Kapitanov and Scuderi. Benson getting hurt after pitching 2 to 3 shutouts. Maybe that's the case. I hope he didn't get injured. Sports, we make you hate the game, pretty much. So Scuderi had 3 assists, which is weird because he's like a 76, so he gets 3 points. Kabina had 2 points. A couple other players with 1 point. Any badly minus players, Zadine and Griffin were -1, had no points, which is kind of weird. And Vic Benson did not start, so I must have accidentally put Bradley in. Or, oh wait, I know what the case was. I put in Vic Benson, but then I had the advance today to get into the playoffs, so I accidentally started Bradley instead. But, I mean, Bradley was good, but I will start Benson next game. Didn't mean to do that, oops. But I think it's because of the simulation, because it probably changed it back. So Scuderi the first star, Kabina the second star, and Cole the third. Yeah, I guess we could let Bradley continue if he was going to play good like that. And until he like loses a game badly, then we could put Benson in, because Bradley's been a good playoff goalie. Like the last year he was really good too. Almost got us a series win, but then we had to run into some changes. So, but yeah, I guess we will keep Bradley in net. Just because Benson, even though he's old, he might just randomly drop off. So, yep, Bradley's going to start, I guess, again. And then Vic Benson will be our backup plan in case things go sideways. And then we have Daryl goalie in case. But this is the team that just won game 1. Let's see if we could win game 2 and take a 2-0 series lead here. Even though we technically had a better season than the Jets, I feel like we are the cheese team, because our offense is definitely way worse than theirs overall wise. Here we go, game number 2. Can we take a 2-0 series lead with Bradley in net? Bradley's been pretty good so far. Let's see what happens. First period, 1-1. I will take that. That's not bad. Shots 12-6 in favor of us. So another good offensive period for us in terms of shots. But it is an even first period. So Petrovic's scoring is good. Good to see him score as well in the playoffs after he had 50-something goals. And Eakin tied the game up a little bit after that. I swear if it ends with 3 straight first round exits, yeah, I hope it doesn't end like that. That will be just a painful way to end such a good series. But here we go. 1-1 after 1. We're out shooting them 12-6. Second period. 3-1. Let's go. Radulov. Burns scores as well. That might be Burns' last goal ever. You never know. But we're up 3-1. We're out shooting 22-13. And we're a period away from taking a 2-0 series lead. We're doing pretty similar to what we did against, who was it? Minnesota in the first season we did in this. Was it Minnesota we did in the first season, or was it Dallas the first season? I think it was Dallas, yeah, and then it was Minnesota. So, yeah, yeah. And we played like this against Dallas. We won the first 2 games, remember, a couple years ago. And then we ended up losing a couple in a row, and that kind of ruined it for us. Yeah, that's exactly what I was just thinking about, Saturn. Exactly what I was thinking about. So we're up 3-1 going into the third. Shots 22-13. Let's lock this down here in this third period. And hopefully if we do take this game, we could also take the next game and also the game after that, because I don't feel safe with this team even having a 3-0 series lead at this point. Come on. I've been streaming for almost 7.5 hours. I deserve a Stanley Cup win this year. And yes, we are going to take a 2-0 series lead here in round 1. Shots were 36-22. And another good game from Dave Bradley. So I think Bradley's got to run with the starting role for now. Petrovic from Zigomanis and Backer. Burns from King and Griffin. It's good to see Griffin get on the board. And Radulov from Sedin and King. 3 stars of the game. King the first star probably with 2 assists, I'm assuming. Yep, King this first star. He had 5 hits. So he's throwing around his weight a bit. Bradley was fantastic in that game as well. And Burns the 3rd star. Good to see Chad Burns pick up a goal. Like I said, that might be one of his last goals of his career at this point. Okay, so we got a 2-0 series lead. We've been great defensively so far. Only 2 goals against in our first 2 games of the playoffs. We got 7 goals for. Can we take a game on the road and take it 3-0 stranglehold on the Jets and be 1 win away from the second round? Let's get into it, because I don't think there's any line changes we need to make. And just make sure Bradley's still net. But so far, Bradley has been a very good playoff goalie. I'd say, up until this point. Because if you look at his numbers throughout the last 2 playoffs years, he's been really good. So, Bradley's nice so far, but Bradley has to remember he's on thin ice. Yeah, pretty much that's the case. He's always going to be on thin ice, even if goalie is way worse than him. This goalie's already submerged in the water at this point, so I don't know if he's going to ever come back. But Benson definitely has a chance to prove himself if he gets thrown into the lineup at some point. Okay, let's see if we can take a 3-0 stranglehold. We're in Winnipeg now. Can we take a 3-0 lead? We have not done that in a while. First period. And we're down 2-0. Not the start you want, Bradley. Not the start you want. 2 goals on 9 shots. Is this the start of a collapse for the Houston Sharpshooters, or are we going to have a bounce back second? So Para and E can get their goals. That's 2 goals on 9 shots. We got nothing on 10. We got to have a good way to bounce back in that second. I have seen games where you go 2 goals against and then we score 2 goals in the second. Is that one of those games? Or is this one of those games where you just get blown out completely? Come on, guys. Second period. 2-1. That's a huge period. Good defensive period. That's a good bounce back one for Bradley. He might have struggled in that first period, but 21-19 shots in favor of us. Chad Burns has us within 1 goal. The old man is trying to keep this team alive in this third period. Well, not keep them alive, I guess I should say, but get this game tied back up so we have a chance to get this series to a breaking point almost. Let's see what happens in this third period. Who is going to tie this game up for us? Come on, boys. Come on. Come on, Morgan Griffin. You have not been doing too much this playoff run so far. Power play? No, guys. That's not good. Can we tie this game up? Power play again. We do not score. Now it seems like another defensive game. Jacobs ties the game up. Huge goal from Jacobs. But Cole answers back. Are you kidding me? Penalty kill. Nicely done. Can we tie it up again? No, we can't. Saul Pan scores, and unfortunately, after tying the game up late, we unfortunately lose 4-2 in Game 3. So, do you guys think? Yeah, that goal was from center ice too. What the heck is that, Bradley? God damn, this guy's like Dan Cluche apparently. Wow. Okay, so yeah, I guess Bradley's out next game after letting in a goal like that. Center ice game-winning goal. That's ridiculous. Time for a right D, who's also been good to become a right wing. Yeah, do you guys think it's also time to put Griffin as a forward since he's been kind of quiet offensively? Burns from Capitanov and King. Jacobs from Scuderi and Cabina. What do you guys think? Oh yeah, or Vesatosklo. Is it time to turn Griffin into a forward again? After 1 loss? I know it's definitely time to change goalies. Because that goal should not have happened, especially that late in the game. Okay, you guys are saying to put Griffin back on forward, so that's what we are going to do. We just got to get that set out. So Bradley's out, Benson is in. And who do we want to scratch in order to put him in? Do we scratch Radulov? Do we scratch Scuderi, who had a really good first game and is still over point per game? Radulov's been actually good too. Who do we take out of the lineup for Griffin to be a forward? Let's do our emergency efforts early instead. Yeah, that's true. So let's just take Griffin out so we know that we are going to take him out, and we will throw Umberger in on defensive core. Maybe we'll give Platt top line time since he's an OFD. Yeah, we'll do something like that. Why not? Who is the worst at plus minus? Looks like a couple -1 players. To be honest, there's not really much. It's Chad Burns and Zigomanis. Actually, Capitanov is minus as well. So the entire top line is -1. But everybody else looks like they're... Actually, never mind. Zigomanis is -1 too. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, nobody's super bad plus minus wise. The worst offensive player so far as well has been probably Ernest Petain. So maybe Petain gets taken out. He has no points in 3 games. So what do you guys think? Petain out of the lineup? Like, we could always change somebody else over to the center spot. Yeah, it's probably got to be Petain, even though I don't like taking out an 81 overall. But Scuderi will go in there. We'll take out Petain, which might be a bit of a drastic change to make, but we'll get Griffin in. And we'll get him on top line instead of King. We'll get King onto that second line, and then Zigomanis to that third line. And I think that's almost all we do. Let's take Umberger off the power play again. Make sure Griffin's on that spot, because it's Griffin's power play, it's nobody else's. Sucks to take out Patan in a sense, because he's not bad, but still. Has to happen. Just hasn't been picking up any offense, and we need the offense. That's what we need, because or else we're not going to win. So there you go. There is our line changes. So that's what the team looks like, which looks terrible by comparison. We actually move Jacobs up. Yeah, we'll move Jacobs up. Why not? So that's what the team looks like with Griffin as a forward. Definitely a little bit weaker. I'd say maybe around the same. But we'll see what Ezra Platt could do in terms of offense on the back end. Okay, I think that's good and ready to go. Okay, so wait, then we should make sure the goalies is good. I think I adjusted it. Come on, snipers, it's time, go time. Yeah, pretty much. Yep, Vic Benson's starting. If Vic Benson plays bad this game, do we go to goalie or do we go back to Bradley? That's the question. Or do we keep Vic Benson until he wins a game? That type of thing. Here we go, game 4. Let's see if Vic Benson can get the win and if Griffin can start the offense off for this team. Yeah, a lot of players on their last chance to win as well. Crazy. First period of game 4. And it is scoreless. But we outshot them 19-2. And we did not score a goal. So Vic Benson barely got a shot in that period, which is kind of scary. He might not be prepared to take a lot of shots in the second period if that happens. But Isaiah Lee is really keeping them in this game at the moment. Yeah, it's definitely a bad sign when you're outplaying them that badly. Really got to hope that this team could find a way to score on Isaiah Lee in the second period. We're down 2-1. Kapitanov opened the scoring finally, but then Schofield and Purinton score. And we're outshooting them 34-17. We're doubling them in shots. We're down by a goal. And we're one period away from the series being tied, headed back home. Griffin, can you please come through with a goal in the third period and tie this game up? Or somebody. Anybody for that matter. Benson is made, but Lee is just a monster. Lee's been a really streaky goalie in terms of his regular season, but yeah, he has been actually really good in these playoffs. It's been a very defensive series. Let's see what happens in the third period, guys. See if we can tie this game up. But right now, I don't have faith in this team that they're going to score multiple passes on Lee, because Lee is going God mode right now, and Wolski makes it 3-1. We're going to have a tie series going to a game 5. That's what it looks like at this point, unless we score 2 quick ones, which is probably not going to happen. Nope. Griffin scores late, and we do not tie it up. It was a little bit too late there, Morgan. A little bit too late. We had shot them 46-26, and we lose by a score of 3-2. We're having the same thing that's kind of happened as the last few years. Everything seems to repeat itself. Kapitanov from Griffin and Backer, and Griffin from Kapitanov and Backer. So it was the same 3 players that had points. I would not change the lines. Benson lost that for you. Okay, so who do you guys want me to start for next game? Do we give a chance to Daryl Goalie, who's been probably the biggest meme of players? Or do we go back to Bradley? Because Benson, yeah, was not really that great that game. And Isaiah Lee's just been insane. Unreal. Back to Bradley. Cadillac's his goalie. Going back to Daryl Goalie is a big risk. But you never know. It could randomly help this team. Because maybe all this less of ice time, maybe it's woken him up. Give goalie a chance. What do you think, Nick? 1 chance for goalie. But if Bradley sucks again, then goalie will get his redemption arc. What do you guys think? Go to goalie for this game. And then if goalie loses, then we can put in Bradley as a thing that can maybe keep this series going. I think I got to go with goalie maybe. Thing is with Bradley, he has been really good, but he could honestly just be really tired and then he might lose a game. Oxfan says goalie a chance, so I think I got to go with goalie. Bryce doesn't deserve another chance. We've given him 2 seasons straight as a starter. Okay, we'll give Bradley to start. And if for some reason Bradley loses, the last case scenario, we give it to Daryl Goalie. And if Daryl Goalie somehow wins us the series, this guy's going in the Hall of Fame. No, I'm joking. Let's go with Bradley for this one. Bradley's been definitely the best goalie we've had in the playoffs. And the team in general has been okay, so let's see what Bradley could do. See if Bradley can win us this game. If Bradley loses, though, goalie is getting a shot for a game that might eliminate us and end this entire series. So just be aware of that. Let's see what happens. Home ice advantage. Hopefully that helps us out because we won our first 2 games on home ice very good defensively. Last 2 games have been good defensive efforts also from the Jets. Remember rotate on if we want to start him next game. Yeah, I know. I'll change it to goalie once the next game ends if we lose this one, which for some reason I feel like we will, but I don't know for sure. Okay, Dave. Let's see if we could take a 3-2 series lead here. Let's see if we could do that. Come on, guys. This is potentially our last home game of this entire series as well. First period. 1-0 Jets. Shots 8-7 only. This is not good. Isaiah Lee is really stealing the show here in the first round for the Jets. As Wolski with that only goal. Barely talk anymore. This is not good. Can we tie this game up in the second period? Because if we lose this period, the series might be over. Could someone send a search and rescue for this offense? Yeah, I agree. This offense really needs to wake up. Second period. Hey, we tied the game up. Let's go. Okay. It's a brand new game. It's a 1-1 going into the third. Shots 23-15. We are this close to winning this game. We just need to find a way to win this period. And if it goes to overtime, we need to find a way in that. But regardless, we need to find a way to score on Lee. Like, we need to find his weakness. We should have found his weakness by now because of all the shots we've been getting on him. Here we go. Let's see what happens in this third period. See if we can take this 3-2 series lead. Come on, boys. Power play early in the third. We do not score. Come on, power play. You need to wake up. Another chance and we do not convert. This power play has been kind of abysmal. Hey, Kapitanov. Let's go, guys. We took the 2-1 lead. We managed to kill off a penalty. Come on. Let's go. Keeler scores. We have a 3-1 lead. And look at that. We are 1 win away from the next round. Let's go. Oh, man, this has been really close. Whew. We managed to find a way to score those 2 quick goals. And, yeah, Kapitanov scores a goal against his former team, too. Because, remember, he did play with the Jets for a good, 8 years or something. And, yeah, it's good that I didn't scratch Keeler. But King from Skidarian Griffin, Kapitanov from Sedin and Griffin, and Keeler from Kapitanov and Radulov. So 2 assists from Griffin in the most important game probably of this season. There we go. 1 win away. We just got to find a way to win in Winnipeg and close out the series. And yeah, Bradley's the man. Bradley's going to be the starter next game as well. And yeah, we won't take Bradley out unless for some weird reason, like if we get to the next round and he's not doing that well. I don't know. Do you know who will be playing if you make it into round 2? I don't. But let's see if we got anything updated wise. Looks like so far in round 2, the Vancouver Canucks took out our arch rivals in Minnesota, which is huge. Vegas took out San Jose and Anaheim took out Arizona. So it'd be one of those 3 teams that we'd be playing in round 2 if we get there. And in the East, Florida, Boston, Ottawa, and potentially Philadelphia are also into round 2. So New Jersey Devils, that team that had 3 players in the top 4 points, they're all gone in the first round. Toronto, who went to the Cup Finals last year, is knocked out. So a lot of good news there, but we do need to still win 1 game to get us into the next round. Can we do this? Can we close out the Jets and win our first playoff series in a long time? I'm going to take Daryl Goalie back out of the lineup so the auto-rotate thing doesn't change things for now. But yeah, we're going to run with this roster. See if we could close out the series. and get ourselves to the second round. Can we get to the second round of the playoffs? And I didn't want to almost quit that, goddamn. I actually haven't saved in a while, so I'm going to quickly save this before I end up losing anything. Because who knows. I've literally been streaming since 1 o'clock, and it's almost 8 hours in. Like, my voice is gonna be so dead. And I do still gotta at least record one video tomorrow. We need all the boys to step up. Yes, we do. Kapitanov has been good, but he needs more goals. Can we get to the second round for the first time in a long time? And if that happens, can we get to the Stanley Cup final after that? I don't know. But let's see what happens. See if we can close out the Jets in their home arena. Come on, guys. Come on. First period of Game 6. Let's go 2-1 for us. That's a great way to start it off, but I don't like we scored 2 early goals because maybe our team's just going to stop then. Shots 17-5 for us. That's a good offensive period, I'd say. A lot of shots as well. Good way to start it off is Petrovicki and Kapitanov have goals. McKinley does get a goal for them. So 1 goal and 5 shots, not great for Bradley. But hopefully he could be a little bit better in the second period. But yeah, good to see Kapitanov score and good to see Petrovicki scoring because those guys are goal scorers, I'd say, on our team. Can we hold on to this lead and maybe add some insurance into the second period, please? Remember the old series teams, they want this, but one more than this. Yeah, that's true. Second period. Let's go. Morgan Griffin might have delivered the dagger there. Power play goal. We're up 3-1. Shots 24-17. We're up by 2 goals going into the third. If Bradley loses this game, he's definitely getting taken out of the lineup. But we're literally 1 period away from the second round. And then hopefully we could get past that second round afterwards. Win this for the ghosts of Gene Thornton, Jaskline, and Tara Tukin. Yep, exactly. Come on, guys. Come on. Maybe all we needed was some youth into our lineup. Let's see what happens. Third period, real-time simulation. Can we close out the Jets in their arena? Kapitanov makes it 4-1. That might be it. That might be it. Petrovicki makes it 5-1 on the power play. We are going to the second round, guys, for the first time in 8 hours of the stream. Scuderi scores at 6-1. The series is over. We're going to the second round. McKinley makes it 6-2. But at least it's not a 7-6 comeback I've seen before. But we're finally going to round 2. So those of you who have stuck around for the entire almost 8 hours of the stream, we're finally going to the second round. Those of you watching back afterwards, be glad that you didn't have to sit and wait this long. Whew, yeah, it's been a long time since we made it to round 2. Over 5 years, I think, in the making. 4 seasons, actually. Yeah, says Cadillac. Shots were 31-26 at the end of that game, but Bradley has gotten us to the second round, so he's definitely going to start off. So Petrovicki from Griffin, Kapitanov from Sedin and King, Griffin from King and Scuderi, Kapitanov from Griffin and Burns, Petrovicki from Sedin, and Scuderi from Zigumanis and Backer. Ooh, let's take a look at those player stats. Griffin had 3 points in the most important game of his career, potentially. And then a bunch of 2-point players, which is nice to see. Maybe it was a good call to take out Scuderi or whoever it was. I don't remember who was that scratch. Yeah, it was Scuderi, I think, not Patan. Get those guys confused a couple times. Or maybe it wasn't Patan because that guy's not even on our team anymore. No, it was Scuderi in our lineup. Who did I take out again? I can't even remember who it was. But yeah, Bradley was fantastic. And we're off to the next round. Somehow we managed to score that men's goal on Isaiah Lee. And yeah, King is having himself a series. Kapitanov 2 goals, gets first star. El Capitan. Griffin the second star, 3 points. And McKinley the third star. Finally. Can we get ourselves to the third round or even to the Stanley Cup Finals is the question. Whew. 8 points in 6 games for Kapitanov. Let's take a look at those player stats. And then we will get to see who we are playing for round 2, which is very exciting, especially with this being the last season. Radulov and Burns, both 3 points. A little quiet from Burns. Hopefully he wakes up in the second round because we definitely need that offense to get going. What's the furthest this team has made it? This team has made it to the Stanley Cup Finals. It was against Buffalo, but unfortunately we lost because Buffalo was really deep. Then they had a guy that scored a ton of goals and stuff, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, the last time we made the like that far was the Stanley Cup Finals, I believe early into, well, not early into the series, maybe like 2030 something. Griffin is the best player in franchise history already. I don't think I could have my mind changed. And he was a 3rd round pick. Yeah, he very well could be. In terms of offense, I mean, in terms of players in general, I do really like Jääskeläinen because of all the Selkies he's won. But Griffin has been a machine. And yeah, Griffin is also a right winger who's been playing defense in a sense, even though he's a defender that's been playing right wing. But there's that. King had 7 points in 6 games, 15 penalty minutes though. So he's very physical though. So Brent Burns basically, yeah, in a sense, I guess you could say that. Kabina, 3 points in 6 games, no goals. Hopefully he scores more. We definitely need some guys to step up a bit in terms of an offense in the second round. But our top guys, like Scuderi was over point per game as a 76. So that's impressive. Petrovic, he was good. Cole was really quiet. And defensively, of course, Griffin playing forward had 8 points in 6 games, was a -2. Backer was fantastic as a rookie in the playoffs. 4 assists in 6 games. Sedin also had 4 assists, so it seems like our defense really helped out a bit. Platt only had 1 goal, or 1 assist, I should say. And everybody else had no points. But defense was pretty good in terms of offense. And in our goaltending, Dave Bradley had a fantastic first round. A .927 save percentage and a 1.6. He might be the MVP of that first round. He might be the MVP of that first round. Or it would be Kapitanov or Griffin, one of the two of those guys. King and Scuderi would definitely be up there as well. But we definitely need a lot of other guys to step up if this team wants to make it farther. Because depth scoring is important for a cup win. Bradley is the dude, as that dude and a potential channel Hall of Famer. If he gets us a cup, maybe he is. But for right now, I don't know if he is or not. But let's see. Who are we going to be playing for the second round of the playoffs? AHL first is apparently. What do we got? Who are we playing in round 2? It's going to be the Vancouver Canucks. So AJ, if you're still here, I don't know if you are. We're going to be taking on your Canucks, who went 41-30-11. So another team that didn't have the best record in the regular season, but made the playoffs. There's a potential chance we could be able to beat them if the our roster's not that great. But apparently they did have Scavello, I'm pretty sure, who was a good goalie. So Anaheim and Vegas as well in second round. And then you got Boston, Florida, Ottawa, and Philadelphia. Let's take a look at that Canucks team actually and how they've been simulating so far this postseason. And then we'll take a look at the roster. But we're finally in round 2 again, which is nice. Let's see, sorted by wins, and we'll go by the Western Conference. So Vancouver won their series in 5 games. They scored 2.8 goals per game, so their offense isn't really there, but they were a very good defensive team, just like us. They didn't score a single power play goal in the first round, but they won. And their penalty kill wasn't that good either. So not great special teams, but a good defensive team. And that's pretty much it. We want to make them feel the emotions of the loss that they've from entering the playoffs. Yeah, that's true. Okay, I was skeptical of Bradley now, but I love what he's been doing with the team. Yeah, I do agree. Like, I drafted that guy before, and he was, I think he was a gem, if I'm not mistaken. Right, they're going to score like 10 power play goals now. Yeah, you just watched. They're definitely going to be a good offensive team for some reason. Let's take a look at this Canucks team. Radulov is Channel Hall of Famer. I don't know about that. He has been with this team a long time, which is kind of surprising based on his type of role he's had. But here's the Canucks. And this team is pretty good, especially top 6-wise. Joseph Lavin. Forgot about the guy that literally just had, it said he had a 68-goal season at one point. This guy's over point per game. He's really good. We definitely got to watch out for Lavin. Kenneth Eves as well, and Jaden Park. So very good top 6 in general, looks like. Maxime Gauthier-Leduc, who's also really good. They also have UC Pilstrom. No depth center, though. Yeah, the depth in the centers are not as good because they don't have a good bottom 6. And they have a guy with the last name Dadonov. So are we going to have a 2BC moment where Dadonov scores an OT winner and knocks us out? I better not be the case. That better not be the case. He was drafted by the Sens, apparently, which is interesting. And Dadonov, I swear, if this guy scores on me in the playoffs in an overtime, I'm going to lose my shit. Tyrone Little is on their third line with Serge Dupont and Pierre Poirier. and a fourth line of Jaden Addison. So they have 2 Jadens apparently. Trent Hamilton and Brendan Devon. So yeah, that bottom 6 is pretty weak, but we have seen worse bottom 6 win the Stanley Cup before. And that top 6 is pretty good. So very interesting roster there. Defensively, they have Bennett Lowe, who is a 90 overall. So they have another 90 overall. That's 3 90 overall players. So that's a bit on the scary front. They also have Elias Campoli. They have Liam Hedman, former defenseman of ours, who we could have brought in, but we didn't. He's only making $6 million, so we could have afforded him. Pat Zanata, Mauricio Frank, and Earl Salcido. So yeah, they are very top heavy team in terms of defense and offense. But yeah, very scared about their power play potentially, because there could be a lot of good 90s on that team, even though they didn't have a single power play goal in that first round. Goalie wise, what do they got? They got Bob Westcott and Oscar Nordstrom. So they don't have the goalie I was thinking. They must have lost Scavello. But Bob Westcott so far has been fantastic in .937 save percentage. Regular season wise, he had an .881. It's a bit weird. And an Oscar Nordstrom, who has potential. .888 save percentage in the regular season and didn't play a single playoff game so far. So yeah, goaltending is definitely their weakness. Defense, I say, is also a weakness, except for that 190 plus. But their forward core, pretty solid. And depth-wise, they have Spencer Pittis, Rohan Manlow, and Matthias Mrazek. And offense is our strength. Yeah, so it definitely will be a battle. I think you have this, weirdly enough. I hope so. We got to find a way to shut down, especially Lavin and Gauthier Leduc, probably also Park. These other guys, I don't know how they're going to do offensively, but we got to make sure that this power play doesn't score anything, because that first line power play looks really good on paper, but it didn't score a single goal in the last 5 games. Last time you made the conference finals, you faced the Oilers in episode 39. Really? Wow. Okay, I didn't realize it was that long. So you guys have literally watched so many episodes that have not made the conference finals. I feel bad if you guys watched the entire series, because damn. It's almost been like, it's been like 30 something episodes since I've made it. 32 episodes since I've made it to the conference finals. That's unreal that it's been that long. I mean, if you sat around and watched the entire series, or if you just like started it recently, I really appreciate that, because that's crazy. Okay, guys, let's get into the second round. We got home ice advantage, and we're taking on the Canucks. Can we find a way to the conference finals for the first time in a long, long time? We're about to find out. Let's see what happens. Will this team lose, or will my voice die first? What is the question? I only watched half because I could not catch up on time. Yeah, I just decided that this live stream was probably going to be a good fun way to end up a series, because I don't normally live stream the finals of my series and stuff like that, but yeah, because normally I would just do like a recap and that type of thing. But I do have owner moment tone on if you don't touch it. What was the reasoning? I can't remember. There was a reason that I had it turned on, but I just kept it on. So anyways, let's get into this, guys. See what happens. See if we could take this series. We got home ice advantage. Let's win these first 2 home games. Let's see what happens after that. First period of the second round against the Canucks. Let's see what happens. Actually, they might have changed goalies. No, they didn't, because we didn't put goalie, and we had Benson as our backup. So it should be still Bradley in net. First period. Oh. That's not good. We might get swept in the second round at this rate. Shots 15-4 in favor of the Canucks. Were you planning to relocate? No, I wasn't, I don't think. Now we're going to come back, hopefully, but Lowe, Eves, and Gauthier Leduc score. We're being badly outplayed in this first period, but can we have a really good second period and get ourselves back into this game? Do it for Bradley, or else... Do you guys think we play Bradley next game if for some reason we get blown out completely in game 1? Since he's got us this far? And then if Bradley for some reason loses, then we turn to Benson or goalie? So you think, guys, Bradley starts next game or no? Yes, okay. Let's see what happens in the second. See if we could somehow come back from this second period. And I don't think that's going to happen. Salcido and Hamilton. We're down 5-0. The shots are 29-9. The Canucks might win the Stanley Cup, and we might lose to the Cup champion again this year. Give them another chance. Yeah, we might have to give Daryl Goalie a chance after Bradley, maybe, next game. But yeah, so far, not looking too good. It's probably our team's fault, though, at this point, not Bradley's. Because we're just getting peppered in shots. We're not getting enough chances of our own. Let's do real-time simulation and lock down this third period, but that's not good. Not a great way to start off our second round debut in a while. Yeah, just a battle you can't win, apparently. If we could get at least like 1 goal or 2 goals in this period, that'd be nice, but it doesn't look like that's even going to happen. Probably not even doing bad. Look at his shots. Yeah, that's true. 31 saves. We lose 5-0. He's not the reason being. It's our forward core. So maybe we want to put that guy that we scratched out. I don't know. Back out. What are the plus minuses like? So our fourth line was a combined -9. Everybody was badly minus in that game. Pretty much. And Bradley, the shots might not have been his favor, but 861 save percentage is not the greatest. So, definitely got to find a way to rebound from that. So I guess we will adjust our lines going into game 2. Cadillac's saying for goalie to start this game. Do we give it a goalie randomly? Let's see if he could randomly pop off. And do we make any adjustments to the forward core and the defensive core? Let's see if goalie still smells. Yes. Okay, I guess we're going to go with goalie this game. Because I don't want to give it to Benson yet. So Daryl goalie starting a game randomly in the playoffs. What about forward-wise and defensively? What do you guys want me to do changes-wise? Is there anything we should do? Like, do we randomly try and find some chemistry on this team? So you keep the defensive core and the forward core to be more defensively minded. Petan is a grinder, so we should probably have him in that sense then. Scuderi's been really good. Jacobs has been a disappointment, to be honest. Who's in the AHL? We could check the AHL. So there's Jim Phillips, who we could call up. Good shooting, kind of power forward guy. Was a former 3rd round pick. There's also Reese McBain, who you guys drafted before. Very good offensive awareness, not great shooting. Yo, Demo, thank you, man, for the $10. I really appreciate that, dude. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate that, man. Hope you're doing well. Believe you're just joining the stream now, so welcome to the stream. Or if you have been here for a while, thank you for the support. But yeah, who you guys want me to call up? Jim Phillips, maybe? Bill Woods is also down there. Zugmana switch with Jacobs. So what do you guys think? Just call up Jim Phillips and then scratch Jacobs? There's also De Silva down there who could help us out defensively, maybe. Everybody else is not really that great. And then goalie-wise, we have Dominic Vlasic, who we could always give a chance to. He has proven himself to be a very good AHL goalie. What do you guys think? Call up Dominic Vlasic, give him randomly a chance. Let's just, scratch Jacobs, and we will call up Jim Phillips. Because Jim Phillips deserves a chance. Vlasic time. Maybe if for some reason one of the goalies is just not doing enough, maybe we do that. So yeah, Phillips will come up, and we should be able to just call him up normally. Yeah, we'll do Daryl goalie first. Then if for some reason we might have to turn to Vlasic. But right now we're definitely going to give the chance to goalie just because he deserves a chance to make a comeback. It's only game 1. It's not the end of the world, but we definitely need to find a way to bounce back. Let's just go best lines in the AHL. I don't really care about how the AHL's lines set up. Call up De Silva. I could call up De Silva again, but his defensive awareness isn't that great. Okay, so we'll take Jacobs out of the lineup. Is King good at faceoffs? He is, so we'll put him at center. And Jim Phillips. Does Jim Phillips get 3rd line time? I guess so. Yeah, I think that's where we'll slot him in. So then Jacobs is scratched. Petan. is scratched. And Vic Benson is scratched. So what do you guys think? That's good enough for the roster, or do we need to make any other changes? Because we could call up De Silva and then send down like Petolny if we want to. So then Petolny doesn't take any crazy penalties. Petan over Radulov. Yeah, we could do that. Even though Radulov is decent. So let's take Radulov out, throw in Petan. And we will maybe go with something like that. Yeah, that looks good. Burns is dropping off like a cliff, so. Now our center core doesn't look as bad. So then Jacobs, Radulov, and Benson are depth. You guys think that looks good? Petan maybe fourth line. It doesn't really matter too much, I don't think, at that stage. Yeah, let's actually, Scuderi has been performing well, so you know what, we'll do Scuderi third line, and since Petan's more of a grinder, we'll leave him as the fourth liner. Just because we know Petan's more of a defensively minded player. For some reason, I always get those two guys confused. I don't know why, Petan and Scuderi. Okay, let's see if we can rebound from that loss. Let's see what Daryl Goalie could do in his first game in a couple months. In his first playoff game since getting completely crapped on for the second year in a row. Let's see if he has a good game. See if he can get us a rebound after a 5-0 loss. And yeah, we do need the bottom six to score goals, that's right. First period of game 2 in Vancouver. Let's see what happens. 2-1 Canucks. 2 goals on 11 shots for goalie. Is he still the same player? I feel like he is at this point. Probably comes back in unless he allows 1 goal or less. It's true. But Kabina got us the opening goal. Campoli and Little score. 2 goals on 11 shots isn't terrible by comparison to his normal totals, but we definitely need to find a way to tie this game up. Because right now our offense only has 1 goal in the last 4 periods. So there is a chance, yeah, Broadley will be in that next game, depending on how the next few periods goalie does. So shots 13-11 in favor of us. We're down by 1 goal. Second period. Still down by a goal. Shots are 23-19. So goalie's looking okay. Not the worst. 2 goals on 19 shots. 1 goal on 23 for us. It's just our offense isn't really doing that well. So who wants to come through? We need Griffin or one of our top offensive guys to get going. I know everybody's dropping off on the offensive core because a lot of them are old, but we do need to find a way to score goals if we can. Third period. Let's see if we can get this game tied up. I do not want 1 goal for only in 2 games. That would not be good. But they're definitely outplaying us defensively. And Sedin ties the game up. Huge goal. But Dadonov scores and then Park scores. Dadonov, that motherfucker. Of course it's Dadonov. Of course it's Dadonov. Of course. Alright, Kapitanov pulls us within 1. Can we tie the game up? Please. Yes, we can. Jim Phillips. Jim Phillips. Jim Phillips. What is this? Jim Phillips. Jim Phillips. From the AHL to the NHL and scores a goal to tie the game up with less than a minute left. Jim Phillips. Remember that name if we win the Stanley Cup this year. Jim Phillips. I was not expecting anybody like him to randomly score a goal. Wow. 33-30 to shots is a 4-4 game. Do you guys want to watch the overtime or do we want to wait until it's an elimination game more? Do you guys want to watch OT? I know it's only round 2, but might as well, you know, just to see if we get a game winner. Because the overtimes are fun to watch, but they're pretty damn crazy. Watch it. Because I know sometimes it risks us losing, so. But, yeah, let's watch this overtime. See if Jim Phillips could come through with an OT winner as well. God damn. What a goal from Jim Phillips. I don't even know what the heck the goal would have looked like, but yeah, this series is definitely different than the others, it seems like so far. Okay, let's start her up and see if Jim Phillips or anybody could get on the board here and see if we could win against the Canucks here and have a 1-1 series headed back to Vancouver, because that'd be great, because I don't want to be down 0-2 going to Vancouver. Because then I feel like they could just win any game. But also remember, Daryl goalie's in that, so hopefully he doesn't let up a bad goal here in OT. Burns at the draw, he's going to win it, which is good, but then we lose it immediately. Campoli with the puck, he loses it. Here's Morgan Griffin using that speed that he has. Blazing in, drops it back. Burns with a clapper that was almost a goal right away. Somehow that goalie stopped it. and predict that Jim's going to score the game winner. I hope so. Yeah, nice way to make an NHL debut, even if it's the playoffs. Low with it over to Campoli. Lavin gets hit, and here is Griffin with the puck again. Morgan Griffin walking to the net, walks to the net, and West caught the save. Wow, Griffin is just blazing fast. He's like McDavid on defense, but he's probably like Kale McCarr, I guess you could say. Goalie scores the game winner, just imagine. I don't think there's any way for a goalie to score in simulation type of things, but my God. Platt with a shot. Oh man, that rookie almost scored too. We got a lot of rookies playing in this playoff. Like a lot of these guys played in the AHL last year. Eves walks in. Good defensive play by Platt. That's a great play by the youngster. Turnover almost. Morgan Griffin with the puck again. Using that offensive awareness and stuff to find Burns. Burns, who's the captain of the team right now, finds it over to Platt, who can't get by. Let's see what happens. Just jam it in there. Yeah, pretty much. Eves walks in. Eves over to Park. Don't get it. Let him get a shot. A loose puck in front. Sedin almost throws it into his own net. Here's Griffin again, getting absolutely hit, but still staying on his feet. It's with Sedin again. Will the Sedin guys score against the Canucks? Here's Griffin. Trying to get by. Still with the puck. Morgan Griffin not giving up here. He's still with it. Finds King and a chance to stop. Petrovic, a chance that stopped. Holy. That was close. King again. Lost a handle on it, unfortunately, and the Canucks are away with the puck. I assume Platt is somebody you just drafted. Yeah, he would have been like, we drafted two players that were, or we drafted a player that was like 76 overall. So we're like, might as well just give him a chance and play him this season, and he's been pretty solid, I'd say. Face off in the defensive zone, and we win the draw. A nice face off win by King, who is not even a centerman, but he does have good face offs. Pilstrom takes the puck away from us. Bell on the point, and it's taken away. Maybe an odd man rush. Zigomanis. He's got Petrovic going to the net. Zigomanis takes it himself, and it's stopped too. God damn. Petrovic again with a shot and a big save. Here's Gauthier Leduc carrying it up. Walks to the net. Shoots a nice save by goalie. Yes, a save by goalie. That's impressive. They get it over. Here's Dadonov. Are you kidding me? Dadonov being out there in OT. There would be something poetic about Sedin scoring against the Canucks. Yeah, there would be. Here comes Petrovic. And West caught the save. Jeez. I know Petrovic's a shoot-first type of player, so we definitely need him to get those shots on goal in OT. That's what he's paid to do, is shoot the puck and score goals. King at the draw. He is not going to win that one. It's with Little now. Tyrone Little, I think his name is. Petrovic board playing him and scrum down low. Liam Hedman playing against his former team as well here. There's a good hit by Petrovic. He almost stole the puck. Zanata gets it. Over to DuPont, who might have a break. Backer trying to get back. He does get back and makes a good play, but the Canucks still hold on to the puck. And a good stand-up save from goalie, who looks like he's very tall. And some good chances. Yeah, we are. Very good chances. I agree. Let's see what happens here. Scuderi at the draw against DuPont. Come on, Scuderi. He doesn't win the draw. Zanata with it. Walks to the net, and another good save from Daryl Goalie, who's been probably pretty solid in this game, even though he's got 4 goals against. Or maybe it's the team in front of him that's been better, I don't know. When goalie is on his butterfly, he's tall as when the players stand up, yeah. Zanata drops him back to Liam Hedman. Little with a shot and another good save by goalie. Umberger with it down low, loses it. Tyrone Little walks to the front and gets a crazy chance. Wow, that was a crazy chance for an AI. I don't think I've ever seen something like that. Big save. Poirier walks in, another save. Jim Phillips with it, the rookie over to Backer. Backer finds it to Cabina. Cabina up to, who is it, Scuderi with it. Having Scuderi a shot, and West caught the save. Yeah, these goalies are definitely dueling. It's like that. It was like that last playoff run as well, wasn't it? Where both goalies were just making a lot of saves, and then finally somebody scored late, which hopefully it's us here, because we got to face off in the offensive zone. So Scuderi against Hamilton, and Hamilton won the draw, unfortunately. Salcido with the puck. Salcido carrying it up, and he's just going to dump it. Smart little play there. Pictoli, who took a penalty in the overtime that we last lost in playoffs. Jim Phillips stole it. Jim Phillips, come on. Jimmy. Walks in and a backhand and stop. Cabina scores. Let's go. Let's go. Jim Phillips sets up the game winner. Cabina with a wonderful rebound goal. Oh my goodness, that is pretty. God damn. And we have tied the series at 1. Huge game-winning goal there. That one might go down in team history at this point. I don't even know. But what a goal by Aldrich Cabina. That was a nice rebound. Surprised he had enough time to get that. Wow. Might not be one that clinch the series, but that's still a big one that tied the series up at 1. Oh, Jim Phillips with an assist and a goal. A goal in the final minute. We come back from a 4-2 deficit to win 5-4. His team is playing good. Very interesting. Marcus Sedin's going to get 3rd star of the game with a goal and assist. Who else gets a star? Aldrich Cabina, the 2nd star. He had 2 goals in that game. I didn't even realize that. Including that game-winning goal. Bam. That was nice. Very nice goal. And yeah, Nick, for some reason, you just know everything. And Jim Phillips had an assist as well. He had 3 points. Jim Phillips had 3 points in his playoff debut. So maybe Jim Phillips is exactly what we needed. But what an OT winner here, as the Canucks had some zone time. A good pass out. Great steal there by Phillips. And then he breaks it out here. And he gets a great play here. Makes a great move on the backhand. Yeah, exactly. Like Saturn Taku said. Look at that move to the backhand. The goalie can't corral that. And then Cabina, or somehow has enough time to pull this back to forehand. I don't know why that defenseman doesn't try and get him. But still, it manages to put this upstairs. And their goalie actually gets a piece of it with a stick. But still enough for Cabina to get it in. But yeah, Jim Phillips, what a playoff debut. 3 points plus 2. Insane. Maybe exactly what the doctor ordered. And then goalie-wise, Daryl goalie. I don't know. Does he get the start next game? Or do we go back to Bradley is the question. Wow. And we've been streaming over 8 hours now. I feel like we're almost on a 10-hour marathon at this point. Never streamed this. My longest stream before this was like 3 or 4 hours. So this is crazy. Keep goalie in net. Goalie should start. Yeah, it looks like I guess we'll keep goalie in net, which is kind of weird. But I mean, if goalie loses, then we could always turn back to Bradley or Benson, or we could call it Vlasic. So let's just make sure the roster is set up again. But what a playoff debut for Jim Phillips. Hopefully he could play that good in Game 2 as well. Because he's playing with some one veteran guy and another younger guy. He's 26 years old. He's got low bottom 6 potential now because his potential didn't grow to anything. But he's got good shooting. Pretty much good all around. So you can see why. And yeah, we'll go with Gerald goalie again this game. And if for some reason he's bad, Dave Bradley is on the table. And then potentially Vic Benson, and then potentially even Vlasic. Yeah, career bottom 6 or career AHLer makes it good. Okay, let's see what happens in Vancouver. See if we could take it 2-1 series lead after an electric OT game-winning goal. Let's see what happens here, boys. Can we take it 2-1 series lead on the Canucks? Hey, definitely got to win games on the road if we can here. First period. Scoreless? Okay, I'll take it. Good first period for the defense and the goaltending. Offense definitely was a bit quiet that period, especially after having a great third period in the last game, but I'll definitely take that. Call it to Silva if you have a bad game. Yeah, that's true. I could call him up as well. Goalie redemption arc? Maybe. That'd be crazy if he went on to win a Stanley Cup after all this. Shots are 13-10 in favor of us. It's a scoreless game. I just like the Canucks IRL, so a series win here would be amazing. I don't mind the Canucks because I'm originally from BC, so I do kind of like the Canucks in a sense. Second period. Oh, Daryl goalie allows 2 goals, but he's still been good this game. But Pilstrom and Eve score. We're down 2-0, unfortunately. We need to have another strong third period come back here if we want to win this game. We're getting the chances, we're just not scoring consistently, it seems like. We need like the depth scoring to show up, but Daryl goalie is playing good, which is weird. Offense needs to be better. Yeah, it's true. We need to maybe rejuggle the lines on the offensive core a bit. I don't know. Third period, let's see if we could get 2 goals and get this back from back into an overtime situation. Then you say you were from the same area as Andrew Ladd. Yeah, I actually was born in probably the same hospital, I think. As there's only one hospital in Maple Ridge, I'm pretty sure. So I think I would have been born in the same one. Also the same hospitals like Larry Walker, if you guys watch baseball, that type of thing. But yeah, let's see what happens here in this third period. Yeah, Jim Phillips' hat trick would be sick, but I don't think that's going to happen. Hey, King scores. It's a 2-1 game. Okay, I'll take that, King. Can we tie the game up? Pilstrom makes it 3-1 though. Of course, they have to get one back after we score. Phillips, let's go, Jim Phillips, 3-2. Oh man, Jim Phillips might turn into a channel legend really quickly if he could tie this game up too. Penalty kill. Nicely done. Come on, Jim. Come on, Jim. Jim, please. Oh, low scores. And we lose 4-2, unfortunately. Damn. That was a good game, though. We almost won that game, or got back into overtime at least. Jim Phillips has been really good, though. King from Scuderi, Phillips from Scuderi, and Cabina. Maybe we give Phillips a better opportunity in the lineup. I don't know. How was Daryl goalie's stats that game? Pretty solid. Do you guys think we play goalie again? Or do we just try and change up the goaltending? Like, the goaltending hasn't been the problem with this team. It's been the offense, really. Call up De Silva. Let him stay. De Silva. Yeah, we could call it De Silva. We just got to figure out who we'd be taking out of the lineup and who we'd be sending also back down to the AHL. Because Jacobs is still scratched. Don't forget about that. Radulov is also scratched. So who gets sent down to the minors? And who do we call up to get De Silva into the NHL? I would say probably Radulov would have to get sent down since he's a 74. Yeah, let's see if Phillips is on the power play, which he is not. Interesting. We'll take out Scuderi off the power play. And we'll put Jim Phillips on the power play. And see if Jim Phillips could score some power play goals. Because maybe that's what the doctor ordered. Offensively, at least. Jacobs in the minors. Okay, we're going to send down Jacobs, and we will call up De Silva and see if De Silva could fit anywhere on our defensive core. So, Jacobs, unfortunately, you're not that good anymore. We'll send you down, and we'll call up De Silva and see if he could help out our team in the defensive end a bit. Yeah, Griffin hasn't really been that good either, to be honest. I have not said his name a lot. Because Griffin... Actually, no, Griffin has been good. He's point per game, but he hasn't been scoring the amount of goals that he normally does. He's also -4. So it seems like he's a bit of a defensive liability when he plays forward. So, in terms of defensemen, who do we take out to put in De Silva? Do we take out Umberger, who's a -2? That might be the best option. Griffin the defense again. I mean, we could do that, but then also we'd have to probably send one of these younger guys down. That's the thing. And we're trying to put De Silva in first. Did your AHL team ever win a Calder Cup? I can't remember. I think they did. Because I remember seeing Burnaby before. Umberger's the only minus defenseman really on the defensive core other than Sedin, who's a -4. I don't want to take Sedin out of the lineup, though. Because Sedin's obviously our best defenseman. We could change it up things a bit and put Sedin on a different pairing. Umberger is good, Umberger. It's either that or we take, like, maybe Patolny out. I don't know. Switch Backer and Sedin. Yeah, that's what we'll just did. What do you guys think? Umberger, or do we take Patolny out because of how he did in the playoffs last year in terms of taking that penalty? Take Umberger out for Griffin. I might want to keep... I don't know. I don't know if Griffin would help out our defensive play, though. Because he's an offensive guy. So I think we got to take out Umberger. Patolny, some of you were saying as well. I mean, he does take a decent amount of penalty minutes as a defenseman, but he hasn't taken any so far this year in the playoffs. What do you guys think? Patolny or Umberger? Yeah, Griffin's not great defensively, and we need to be maybe a bit better defensively, so I don't know. What do you guys think? Patolny or Umberger? I could put up a poll if you guys don't want to just like comment that out, but I could put out a poll if need be, but I'm thinking Umberger might be the better option to take out because he's a -2. And he also doesn't have that same defensive fit as Patolny does. Because, let's see, for example, Umberger doesn't really work with the defensive core. Patolny works way better with the defensive core. So yeah, I think Umberger's got to be taken out, unfortunately. And we'll see if De Silva fits there better, which he does fit a lot better. So De Silva makes that chemistry a lot better. So unfortunately, Umberger, Radulov, and Benson are going to be our depth options now. And yeah, we'll keep our Patolny on that top 6. And chemistry-wise, our team looks a lot better with that. We'll see if De Silva could be as good as Jim Phillips can. I doubt it, but that's our only change I think we're going to make. And we're going to still run Daryl goalie, I think, this game, because he's been not too bad so far. Scuderi's somehow leading us in points, which I don't understand how, but apparently he is. Okay, so we're down 2-1 in the series. This is a big game. We need to tie this series up, or else we're going to be having to win 3 straight against the Canucks, which is going to be probably pretty tough. So here we go. Game 4. Let's see if Jim Phillips could have a really good game again, since he's now getting power play time too, on top of his time that he just had the last 2 games. Phillips is having maybe one of the best playoff debuts ever. Yeah, maybe. First period of game 4. 2-2. I mean, it's better offensively, worse defensively. They scored 2 goals first, Lowe and Eves, but then Brock Cole and Morgan Griffin score, and it's a 2-2 game. So, I mean, they scored the 2 goals first, which means scoring 2 goals next, that we might be able to take the lead with the next period, who knows. Shots 14-10, so not the best defensive period, but I mean, I'll take the offense that we got. At least it's a tie period. So, shots 14-10, and yeah, I do like it, the fact that our team kind of figured it out at the end of that period, because maybe our team will be able to find a way to score a lot of goals in the second. So, second period, can we take the lead? No, we can't. It's a 4-4 game. Are you kidding me? Damn, Daryl goalie's not playing good this one, but I mean, their goalie's not playing good either, so Dadonov scores Little score to make it 4-2, and then we managed to bounce back again with Burns and Griffin. So Griffin has now got 2 goals in this game out of nowhere. And yeah, somehow we just keep on dropping the lead. But you think, guys, that we'll randomly just win this game? It's like 6-4 in the third period. Is this going to be one of those games that end up like 7-6? Or I don't even know how this is going to end off. They're outshooting us only by 4 shots. We're up. We're tied 4-4. We might go to Bradley next game for sure, just based on how goalie's playing this game. And Jim Phillips, a game-winning goal incoming. Let's see if that happens. Third period, let's see if we could grab the lead back, or grab the lead for the first time, because we've been trading the lead with the Canucks a lot. Come on, guys. Come on, Jim Phillips. Ah, Eve scores and it's 5-4, and Hedman makes it 6-4. Can we tie it back up and make it 6-6, please? Or is it going to be a game that we lose? Griffin makes it 5-6 with his hat trick. Come on. Oh my goodness. Jim Phillips again. Have I said this guy's name enough? Have I said this guy's name enough? The exact same thing happened for 3 straight periods, where we go down by 2 goals and then we come back and tie it up. And Jim Phillips is again a hero, and we might be going we're going to overtime again. You guys want to watch overtime again? I guess so, right? Because this has been a crazy game and a very offensive series. Like, I feel like whoever comes out of the series is definitely losing in the conference finals, because it's been so much offense. Watch it again, I guess. Yeah, might as well watch it again. So Morgan Griffin with a hat trick, and it's a 6-6 game. Who's going to be the OT hero in game number 4? We need to win this to tie the series up, so let's watch. It's a road game this time, so we are going to be wearing our road jerseys. Did I even make us an alternate? I did. I forgot about this. In case you guys didn't know, we have an alternate jersey. For some reason, the font's all black, which I didn't make it like that, but we do have an alternate jersey. Okay, Cadillac says De Silva. If De Silva scores, that'd be pretty awesome, but regardless of who it is, let's hope it's somebody on our team. And let's see if we could tie the series up at 2. We're at almost 8.5 hours into the stream. At this rate, if we end up going to the Cup Finals, we might hit 10 hours of stream, which would be crazy. Well, let's see what happens. Who wants to be the OT hero for us? Let's see if it will be Kabina again. I want to buy one of those jerseys. Yeah, I wish these jerseys existed in real life. I don't know if there's a website where you could actually customize jerseys fully, because if there was, I definitely want to make these kind of like X-Tech did with the Seattle Storm Bears. Here we go, overtime in Vancouver. Griffin gets hit right off the bat. Here comes Park. He's got good speed, walking in. Throws it to the middle, low, drops it back to Eves, and that shot gets blocked. Huge block there by our guys. Sacrificing everything there. Here comes Kapitanov trying to get us a 7-6 win here. Kapitanov. El Capitan lost the puck. It's back with Eves again. Park with it now. This game looks very high flying and a lot of speed. Good hit by Kapitanov on the back check. Good play by Backer. And here comes Griffin with a lot of speed up. Across the blue line. Walking in. Shoots it as blocked. Griffin's still on it. Griffin walks, throws it to Kapitanov. Kapitanov out front, and that shot by Burns is blocked, but that was a great little play. That was a very close play there. Burns trying to battle for that puck. Park takes it away. Lavin gets poked. That's their 96 overall, guys, so we do not want him having the puck long. Eves carries it in. Gauthier Leduc shoots, and that almost bounced off a body and top cheese. Yikes. Gauthier Leduc drops it back. Here's low. Over to Campoli. Poke it away, please. Thank you. Burns up to Griffin. Morgan Griffin pulling off a crazy deke. Walks in. One-timer scores. Petrovicki. And we are tied again in this series at 2 apiece. Philip Petrovicki. Leave it to Mr. PP. But holy crap, what a goal. Petro with a huge goal. What a bomb. After a crazy deke by Griffin. Like, Griffin just went off in terms of deking. This series is tied again. Wow, what a bomb by Petrovicki. I knew he could shoot the puck, but that was a bomb of a shot. Wow. That was a crazy one. We almost lost it by like that little bit, and then Griffin just decides to go all ham and throws a crazy pass over and a bomb of a shot to win the game. Who knows, maybe Phillips will become a channel legend before our eyes. He's forced overtimes multiple times. Wait a second, what was that point? Chad Burns had 5 points in that game. And he's 37 or something. He gets third star. Eves had 4 points for them. And then Morgan Griffin, 5-point night. That is unreal. 5-point night for Griffin and a 5-point night for Burns. Wow. I mean, it was a 7-6 game, but still. Nasty deke by Griffin. Jeez. He pulls it off. He almost puts himself like offsides in a sense, but carries it in. And then he's freezes the defenseman who's the captain on the team. Throws it over. One-time bomb by Petro. Up there, top cheese. Good night game. There you go. Boom. What a... That's crazy. This series is comparable to the Seattle Stormers. I really appreciate you saying that, because Brent is a good buddy of mine, and his series has always been really good. It sucks that he's not doing YouTube anymore, but still. Griffin is tired of being called a choker. Yeah, pretty much. Look at that. 2 5-point players, and everybody else had 1 point. That was on the score sheet. Surprisingly, King had no points. But yeah, basically 10 points from our 2 older, probably oldest guys. So actually, Griffin's not the oldest guy on the team, but still up there. 3 goals on 5 shots. This series has caused at least a few heart attacks. Yeah, that it has. And Daryl goalie was terrible. Do you guys think goalie starts this next game, or do we go to Bradley to try and like tone down the series a bit in terms of offense? Yeah, Phillips had 1 goal and 1 shot. What a goat in his right. So what do you guys think? Daryl goalie for next game because of how bad he played, or do we just try and tone down that offense that the Canucks had with our best goalie in terms of the playoffs so far? Because we are 2 wins away from going to the conference finals, or 2 losses away from losing. Phillips did a second line. I don't know. I mean, he's 76. He is technically outperforming everybody, but he's got 10 points in 8 games. No, he doesn't have 10 points in 8 games. It must have been combined between the playoffs and the AHL. Yeah, it does. But he's got 5 points in 3 games here in the NHL. Keep it the same. So you guys think we should still run with Daryl goalie? I mean, he's got an 879 save percentage, but he's been winning games. Already go back to Bradley, who's got a 911 and a 2.17. What do you guys think? Bradley or goalie, or do we randomly just go for Benson? Do we call him Vlasic? just roll with this. Nick says. What about the rest of you guys? Keep goalie. Okay, got to keep on looking like we're keep on with goalie. Apparently he's good for the team morale, even though he's a really bad playoff goalie at some stages. But 14 points in 10 games for Griffin after that 5-point game. Let's see what happens. See if we could take a 3-2 series lead here and be 1 win away from the conference finals. Yeah, I cannot bench a goalie after winning 2 straight. Yeah, that's true. Let's see what happens. Will this game be as offensive as last game? Probably not, but you never know. First period of game number 5. Scoreless. Okay, that's much better. Much better defensive effort so far. I don't like those 2-2 periods every single period because that got a little bit too intense. Shots 14-7 in favor of us, so good offensive period for us getting chances, but we need to score goals as well after that 7-goal game. And yeah, good to see us play some good defensively. What will happen in the second period is the question. This is going to be a huge second period in terms of the series. We do have home ice advantage, right? So if we win this game, we also might have another home game in Game 7 if we go to Game 7, but we'll see what happens in the second period here. Second period, still scoreless. Wow. After having a 7-6 game, you think both teams would be able to score a lot of goals, but no goals so far through 40 minutes. Shots are 28-15, so their goalie is definitely keeping them in this game. And goalie has been good so far. No complaints from goalie. Sharpshooters in 6. I hope that's the case. Real-time simulation for the third period. Can we find a way to win this third period and be 1 win away from the conference finals? See what happens. Come on, guys. Come on, Jim Phillips. Penalty kill. Hey, Chad Burns. Chad Burns. Let's go. Chad Burns. He's 37, but he's had just a 5-point game, and he gets a big goal, but Lavin ties the game up. Ooh, that's a bit scary. Come on, boys. And we're going to OT again for the 3rd time this series. Do we watch this overtime? Do we watch this overtime? Shots are 37-25. Do we watch another overtime? It's on home ice. It might be the last home game of this entire series if we lose this game and then we lose the next game. Yeah, watch it. Jim Phillips in OT. Remember, Vancouver had 11 OT/shootout losses in the regular season. That's true. We have to do this series justice. Yeah, okay. Let's watch this another overtime. See if we can win our 3rd overtime game of the series against the Canucks. And if we'll be 1 win away from the conference finals or not. See what happens. See who is going to be the OT hero of this game if we do have one. And yeah, if Jim Phillips scores the OT winner, that would be pretty damn insane. But I don't think that's going to happen. Who knows? He's been really good so far, so we can't get him out. Let's see what happens. Come on, Chad Burns. You have 1 goal in this game. He wins it to Platt. Here's Platt. He dumps it in. Always when I say Platt, I'm thinking Palat, but I'm not saying Palat. I'm saying Platt. It's confusing. It's like Jeff Platt, not like Andre Palat. Here comes Lavin carrying it in. Nice poke check by Griffin. Chad Burns has the puck. Chad Burns, the captain, carrying it in, dumps it around. Let's see what happens here. Griffin steals the puck, but then gets hit. Park gets hit, but still has the puck for the Canucks. Chad Burns all over him, steals the puck. What a great defensive play. And then Eves goes in offsides after almost a bad turnover by Griffin there. I'm surprised my batteries on my controller haven't died yet because I've been streaming for this long. Because I do have 2 new batteries as well just in case this controller dies. But Burns at the draw, does not win it this time, but we do take the puck away. Here's Kapitanov. Kapitanov walks in, shoots it, and that almost caught the glove of the goalie. Backer to Griffin. Morgan Griffin a shot, and that just missed. Wow. That was close. Kapitanov had a great chance, and then Griffin had a good chance. Good defensive play again to steal the puck. We've had some really good defensive efforts and back checking and stuff when I've been watching these games. Kapitanov can't get by. Here's Campoli with it for the Canucks. Finding up to Pilstrom. He loses it. Here comes Backer. The young defenseman walks in with some moves. Finds Griffin, and almost a good chance for Griffin, but he can't get the shot off as it hit the defenseman in the skate, I think. Here's Dadonov for the Canucks, finding Lowe. Lowe to defenseman, walks in and shoots it. A big save there by Gerald goalie. Chad Burns battling for it, as well as number 68. I don't know who that is off the top of my head. There's a shot from Pilstrom, a big save again. And Chad Burns with it down low. He's going to kick it behind the net, which is a smart play. De Silva, that's who that is, okay? De Silva looks like a pretty big guy. He throws it up to Zigomanis. Zigomanis carrying it in. Zigomanis can't get by. Pilstrom up to Gauthier Leduc. Goalie is trying to change his narrative. Yeah, he is. After the last few years. Gauthier Leduc walks in, and De Silva with a good steal. Petrovicki up to Zigomanis. Zigomanis gets hit, but he stays on his feet. Petrovicki over to De Silva again. De Silva, the big man, walking in with it. Finds it over, doesn't get to the intended recipient, and then Pilstrom takes it away. Goddamn. Pilstrom carries it in, finds Gauthier Leduc, who walks in and got a crazy shot away. I don't know if that was a save or if it hit a post or what, but that was intense. King with the puck now. King walking in. Shoots a clap bomb, and that's a big save there. Petrovicki over to Zigomanis. That stopped loose puck in front of the net, and nobody can find it. Goddamn. Pilstrom to Gauthier Leduc. The Canucks walk in, and a big save there by Daryl Goalie again. And we have a whistle finally. Oh, goddamn. This is a crazy game so far. 5:59 left of overtime. Still 1-1. DuPont wins the draw. Zanata over to Liam Hedman. Our former player finds Poirier. Poirier down low. Can we steal it off him? Big scrum down low. Quint finds it to Petoli. Petoli up to Cabina, who had one game-winning goal so far. Oldridge Cabina drops it back. It's turned over. Little over to Poirier. Poirier carries it in. Finds it over to DuPont, but Jim Phillips with a great stick. Let's go, Jim. Scuderi lost the puck. Phillips trying to get back to it. Tyrone Little with it now. I left for half an hour and expected the playoffs to be over. Long series. I like it. Yeah, this is a second round has been way better than I expected. I didn't even expect to get to the second round with this team, but here we are. Cabina walks in. Scuderi shoots it, and a big save. Poirier again. Carries it in. Cabina steals the puck. Here comes Cabina. Finds it to Ernest Patan. Patan holds on to it. Walks to the front of the net. Shoots it. Stop, rebound, scores. Ernest Patan. That's his first goal of the playoffs. We've won 3 overtime games. And yes, we called up Jim Phillips, and he's been a hero in the second round. Like, really good player. But Ernest Patan, I believe the 37-year-old, has given us a 3-2 series lead, and we're 1 win away from the conference finals. As weird as that sounds. Big Ernie with the goal. Wow. 3 OT winners when we've been watching, which I feel like maybe is kind of weird because most of the time you lose those games. But Ernest Patan, or we should call him Ernie. We just need a Bert to play on this team. And we have Bert and Ernie. Wow. Great effort again from Daryl Goalie in net too. He gets second star of the game. Chad Burns got third star. And yeah, some big saves in that overtime from Daryl Goalie. And Bob Westcott, their goalie, gets first star. But Ernest Patan, the game-winning goal. Let's take a look at that one again. As Ernest Patan does this all kind of himself. As who was this that threw him the pass? Cabina throws over the pass. This is like the 4th line, I think, too. Is that offsides? It might be offsides. Yep, that's offsides, guys. I think our game winner was offsides. Unless, no, that's touching the blue ice, though. So this might be the Cale Makar rule. Or the puck was, actually maybe not. I don't know. It's touching the blue ice, so it might be fine. It's not necessarily the Cale Makar rule, but I don't know. That's pretty close. But Ernest Patan picks it up. Hayden carries it in. Walks to the front of the net all himself. Throws a shot on net that gets stopped. Big rebound, though. And he picks up the rebound. And a big heroic goal from the old man, Ernest Patan. And Big Ernie has pulled us within 1 game of the conference finals. Look at him go. Wow. Well, I didn't expect to be 1 win away from the conference finals, especially after having so many first-round exits with this team. This is damn impressive. Okay, so we're coming off back-to-back OT wins. I guess we got to keep the roster exact same. Griffin's got 15 points in 11 games now. Any changes you guys want to make, or do we just go with this? Because goalie's got 3 wins now. And his team is simulating really good too, so I think there's nothing we should do, right? No, roll with it. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Ernest Patan, 37 years of age. That was first goal of the playoffs. Glad we threw him back in. Yeah, we're going to keep the roster the same. Just got to win one more game, and then we get into the conference finals. Against it would be Anaheim if we get there, because Anaheim swept the second round. Florida and Ottawa are also into the next round. Let's see what happens. See if we can get ourselves to face Anaheim for the conference championship, I guess. Real-time simulation this game? I don't know. Maybe not real-time simulation since it's not elimination. But let's see what happens here. Game 6, the exact same roster. Can we win this series and go to the conference finals? First period. 1-0 Canucks. I guess I'll take it. 1 goal on 7 shots against isn't terrible, but offense needs to definitely find a way to wake up. It's been a little bit quiet the last 2 games, I'd say, in a way. Shots 8-7 in favor of us. We're down by a goal because of Dupont. Can we find a way to tie this game up in the second period? Please. Second period? Oh, no. We're going to a game 7 at this rate. Dadonov and Lavin score, and we're down 3-0. Shots are 19-14. Daryl goalie might be going back to his old routine of allowing goals on less shots. At this rate, I don't think we're going to tie this game up, but it could happen. But we'll try and let Bradley close out this potential series in next game, because it looks like we're going to be going to a game 7, more likely. We'll only call up Vlasic if for some reason like we really need to, but at the moment I don't think it's necessary. So third period, let's see what happens. But it looks like we're going to a game 7. Unless this team pulls off another comeback. Hamilton scores a shorthanded goal. Of course, we're going to allow a shorthanded goal at this point. But yeah, we're going to be going to a game 7 on home ice. So at least we have home ice. But, damn. Game 7, huh? Do not like these game 7 scenarios. We've been in too many of them in the past before. So we lose 4-0. And our offense has been kind of weak as of the last 2 games. Since that game where we scored 7 goals. I wouldn't necessarily pin that game on goalie, but I think we got to go Bradley. Change things up a bit. And then we might need to change the offensive core up a little bit again, as it has been quiet since that 7-goal game. Because that's only 2 goals in our last 2 games. So I think we might need to make some changes there. Our HL team's on to the conference finals, so that's good news. Phillips to the second line. We could try that, because he's been better than Zigumanis, who has no goals in the playoffs. So we'll try Phillips on the second line. And we will run Bradley. You guys say to bring back Radulov, but who are we going to take out for Radulov? Who are we going to take out for Radulov? Who's in the AHL? There's Jacobs, who we sent down. Not really much of anything else. A lot of 75 and lower overall type of players. So nobody we could really call up that's going to make an impact, I'd say, other than Vlasic. But yeah, I don't know what we could do. Like, we could give Jacobs another chance, but I don't know who I'd take him out of lineup for. We could put Radulov back in instead of somebody, but Scuderi's been really good at his overall. Patan scored that game winner. Like, there's not really anybody I would take out. McBain or Aegon, I don't know about that. Phillips as the prophet foretold you to have 4 points next game and ascend into folklore as the next great channel legend with a Stanley Cup playoff run, apparently. I mean, this guy's never played a regular season game, but he's got 5 points in 5 playoff games. So what do you guys think? Any forward changes other than the Jim Phillips scene, or any defensive changes? Like, we could try De Silva on the top pair and move Platt down. We could just readjust this entire defensive core if we want to. What do you guys think? The defensive core hasn't been the problem, I'd say. It's mostly been the offense the last 2 games since that 7-goal game we had. So I don't know if there's any changes we should make. Keep the team the same, because this might be the last game of the series. Dave Bradley getting a big opportunity here. Yeah, I guess we'll learn that this is the same. This might be the final team we see on paper for Houston if this is the last season, which more than likely it will be, I would assume. I'm trying to make sure my PC is not making a ton of noise because it's probably going to be making noise, but let's see what happens. We have made the needed changes for a Game 7 sim. Okay. So the team is pretty much the same, just Phillips has moved up in the lineup. Can this team find a way to the conference finals in Game 7? Or will they unfortunately lose in the second round? We win this game, we face Anaheim, we lose this game, and we're out in the second round. And we'll take a look at record book stuff, I guess, in a little bit. I don't know. Power play early, we do not score. Power play again, we do not score. Maybe I should have adjusted our power play. De Silva! Another guy we called up, but Gauthier Leduc answers back. Of course. But De Silva scoring a goal in this game is kind of neat to say. See, Cabina scores, and we have a 2-1 game after one. Shots 14-11 in favor of the Canucks, but we're up by a goal. So good to see our bottom six type of guys scoring, and then also De Silva scoring. That's great to see. But there's still a lot of hockey left, still 40 minutes. Can we find a way to get some insurance on this lead, if possible? This is a huge period. Come on, boys. Come on, Bradley. Come on, team. Let's get some insurance. Please. Please. Griffin, you had 5 points before. Eves ties the game up, of course. God damn it, Eves. Come on, guys. Hey, King scores. He hadn't scored in a while. 3-2 game. That's a massive goal to have near the end of the period. And we're one period away from the conference finals. Only up by a goal. So we definitely need some insurance markers here. Shots are 27-26. Can we please get not an OT winner here, not like an insurance marker here, because I do not feel safe with a 1-goal lead. Let's go down to 4 times because this is a crucial period. Can Dave Bradley hold off the Canucks? Third period underway. Let's see what happens. We need somebody to give us some more insurance markers, please. Come on, boys. Come on, Morgan Griffin. I believe in your speed, man. Petrovicki. Oh, no. Low ties the game at 3. That's not good. That's not good at all. This is a very back and forth game and series. Come on, guys. Come on. Please. Come on, please. I don't even know what to say at this point. We're going to intervene and watch the last 3 minutes because this could potentially be the last game you guys ever see the Houston Sharpshooters unless I bring them back in NHL 23. So we're going to watch this game because it might go to overtime. It might not. But we might as well see it happen at the end of it. So I think this is a perfect time to watch potentially the last Sharpshooters game or maybe a game that sends us to the conference finals. Alternate jersey this time? Yeah, we could try the alternate. I don't know why the font is all black though, which is kind of annoying because I thought I changed it. But we will go with the alternate jersey for this game since we've never worn it before. And yeah, let's see what happens. See if we're going to find a way to that conference finals or if this is going to be the last game in team history potentially. Because I'm pretty sure this is the last season, but I'm not 100% sure on that. So let's see what happens. Hopefully these alternates give us some good luck. Rocking the orange instead of the blue. We'll see what happens. Oh boy, looking like the Islanders almost in a sense with these jerseys, because these remind me almost of the Islanders alternate jersey they used to have in the 2000s. Backer with the puck. Backer, the young defenseman, finds it to De Silva, who's already got a goal in this game. He walked in and tried to get a shot, but he could not get anything going. Here's Frank finding it to Addison as the Canucks carry it up. Addison with it walks to the front of the net. A big defensive play there. Backer finds it to Griffin. Morgan Griffin out there for maybe one last shift. Who knows? Griffin carries it in, walks with the speed, and he shot it just wide. Morgan Griffin came that close to winning the game right there. Chad Burns finding Griffin. Here's Devin now for the Canucks. Get it away, boys. Just don't back up. You need to poke check this way. Devin shoots it at stop. Rebound stopped on. They score. No. Not like this. Not like this. Hamilton, their fourth line center. And yeah, Nick, I have a sinking feeling too after reading your comment too. Oh, you gotta be joking me. What is with this rebounds before we actually watch the rest of this? But looks like we're gonna end up losing in the second round. As Devin just walks right in. Shoots this. This is a massively big rebound that you should be able to get with the glove. That's popped right back out. Devin again. And then Hamilton just finds that rebound as Backer's not in the right spot. And yep, Hawks fan exactly with that emoji. Pulled the goalie. I don't have the coach's stuff turned on, so I don't think I can. Yeah, I don't have the coach thing turned on. I don't even know how to work the coach thing really that well, but I mean, I could try. Let's go to select sides. All right, is there a way to change it to goal? Wait, lock position. Oh, there's the coach one, the CO. That's good. And we'll pull the goalie once we get some more offensive zone time first, I think. Do we have an option to pull the goalie? Yeah, we do. Okay. What line do we have out there to start? Oh, we have the top line. Okay, that's good. Okay, so if this line gets some zone time, or offensive zone time quickly, we will pull the goalie and try and get this game tied up. This line gets to play out for the rest of the game for sure. Okay, Backer over to Griffin, and we're going to pull the goalie right away. Griffin's already got some zone time, so that's good. Let's pull this goalie and see if we could tie this game up with 35 seconds remaining. Kapitanov with a chance in tight, and he can't get it to go. Can't pull, he's carrying it up. Get it away from him. Nice steal there. I don't know who threw that hit, but it knocked down two players. Kapitanov. What are you doing? Oh my god, Platt with a terrible turnover. And that's it. That is it, guys. Lavin scores the empty net. An absolutely terrible turnover with the goalie pulled. We might as well pull the goalie again if we get another chance, but if this is the last season, we're going out in the second round, and we just lost the face-off too, so I can't even really pull the goalie at this stage. It's pointless because they're just going to score again. Eves walks in, Park shoots it, and he scores. Well, that's a goal you'd like to have back as well. Even after an empty net goal, Kenneth Eves, we just absolutely get destroyed in the last minute. Is that, I think, deflected off a stick? Actually, let me take a look at that. Yeah, what a choke job in the end. Let's take a look at this last goal for a second. Yeah, this one bounced off of a skate of the guy that scored the goal. They should have went upstairs for that, for kicking motion. No, I'm joking. But yeah, that just bounces off this guy and deflects through the 5-hole. Absolute cheese goal, and yeah, 3 goals in 30 seconds. And this team is unfortunately going to be ousted in the second round after what was a very good series without all the OT wins we had. And okay, we get 1 goal of 5.5 seconds left, just to give us at least something last to cheer about in Houston. Our last goal in Sharpshooters history. Joel King with a nice knocking out of midair. That was a nice goal. Unfortunately, it was a little too late. There's no way we could score 2 goals in 5.5, unfortunately. Maybe we shouldn't have pulled the goalie at this rate, but oh man. Unfortunate. And this series is pretty much over. And we lose in the second round in 7 games after 3 overtime winning games. So we almost could have lost every single game of the series, but we managed to force Game 7. And yeah, that's probably the last goal in franchise history. Unless for some reason there's another season left, which I don't think there is. Oh, yeah, it is sad, but I mean, this team had a good run. And my voice is literally trying to die on me completely at the end of this. Jim Phillips turned out to be a little bit of a legend near the end of it. But unfortunately, this team is going to go out in the second round and never win a Stanley Cup. Because of some brutal rebounds let in by Bradley. It's not Bradley's fault on that, I'd say. The defense should have picked up that 3rd rebound, especially. And then letting all those other goals. That's unfortunate. We're almost at 9 hours of stream time. Goddamn, guys. My voice is going to be completely dead when I record next, which is probably tomorrow. Who's the franchise leader in points? It would be Jaskalainen probably still. We'll take a look at the record book and stuff like that and wrap up this season, so we can kind of do a good wrap up on the series. But yeah, so Joel King, 2 goals in that game. Unfortunately, not enough. That last goal was really nice though. That goal might go down in photo book history, you know. 4 points for that guy. We could not contain their 96 overall player, apparently. Most of those were probably like last minute points. Empty netter and probably a couple assists in that ending too. And then Kenneth Eves, 4 points the first start of the game. But let's take a look at that last goal in franchise history potentially, because it probably is the last one, as it's a nice goal. King from Petrovic, as King starts off the play with a good pass. And then Phillips actually gets a shot that's taken away. So Phillips almost had a goal there. And then their captain turns it over off Petrovic's skate. Petrovic gets a chance that's stopped and then knocked out of midair by King. And there's the goal. Last goal potentially in this team's history. Do you guys think we should bring back the Sharpshooters for 23 as the draft glory, or do a different team? Because I could always bring them back if I want to. But there it is. Last goal in team history. Let's take a look at those player stats for that game. Calax says bring them back. I might have to as a draft glory team, because it would be cool to have like a second coming of this team. There's all the player stats. Unfortunately, Griffin had no points and was a -4 in the last game. Yikes. Yeah, he's a defensive liability when he plays offense. And yeah, Bradley was terrible in that game, unfortunately. And make all the legends created players. I don't know, as then they would be kind of cheating the system in a sense, but oh, that sucks to lose in round 2. Let's take a look at our player stats for the playoffs, and we'll do a final season wrap up. I think it would be fun to use a different team. It would be probably in a sense to make a new team, but I don't know where we would do it and what we would call them. I don't even remember why I called this team the Sharpshooters at the beginning. Maybe because of snipers and stuff like that, but I don't know. Let's take a look at these player stats. Tough series, man. So sad. Yep. Jim Phillips needs to be your next draft glory coach. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? So Chad Burns, 9 points in 13 games. Probably the last year of his career. But what a channel legend as well, I'd say. Over 1,000 points. Over 130 playoff points. Unfortunately, we don't get to see the retirements for the last season as well, because for some reason it doesn't show you that. Radulov, 3.7 games. Not great. 1 goal in 9 games for Patan, which was a game-winning goal. So at least there's that. The team gave you its all. Yeah, it did. Nerdevinovic, it came out and was not a first-round exit anymore, at least. So King had 10 points. Kind of slowed down, but had that last game where he had 2 goals, so that was good. Kabina, 8 points. Jim Phillips, 5 points in 6 games. Shot 27.3%. Wish I could have saw more of this guy in the NHL, but I didn't utilize him that well. He didn't develop that well. Would have been nice to use him as a career NHLer, because he does have some decent stats all around. Miles Keeler, 4 points, 13 games. Pretty solid, I'd say. Actually, let me take a look at some career numbers as well on a lot of these guys, because I know I will never be able to check this type of thing again, which is annoying. So Aldrich Kabina's career, 90 points only, but 14 playoff points. And then Zigomanis had no goals. So Zigomanis was a big concern this playoffs. I mean, having 79 points in the regular season and only 4 in the playoffs. Zigomanis let us down. Poor Ziggy. Let us down. No goals in 13 games, 4 assists. He got outperformed by Jim Phillips. So maybe we should have taken Zigomanis out of the lineup. Right wing wise, Kapitanov, 11 points, 13 games. Getting enough off his career with potentially 1,300 points and over 120 playoff points. That's unfortunate. Evan Scuderi, 11 points in 13 games. A solid playoff performance from this guy. Really underrated player in a sense for this roster as well. That was his best playoff since 2036-37. And then Petrovicki, 6 points, 13 games. He was not the best, to be honest. After having 54 goals, 4 goals in 13 games, not great. Even though he did have a game-winning goal in overtime, he was still not necessarily the best. And then Brock Holt, 2 goals in 13 games. He was dead quiet as well. His goal has just completely dropped off. In terms of defense, Morgan Griffin, 15 points, 13 games, -7 in the playoffs, though. He got completely crapped on. But point per game in the playoffs, he's going to wrap up with 65 points in 65 playoff games. Morgan Griffin, definitely a legend. Well, no, Trace. Nice try. Yeah, it was a close one. I mean, it was a lot of fun building this team up, and a lot of the players we've had in this series have been really great, so I can't complain too much. Sure, it sucks to not win a cup, but we got a lot of hardware between Griffin, Jääskeläinen in their careers, so I think all in all, if this is the last season, it was a great series. So, Sedin, 7 points, -5, so yeah, a lot of the defensemen really didn't do that well defensively in the playoffs. 88 playoff points for Sedin. Backer was not bad either. 6 assists in 13 games. Pretty good after only having 24 in the regular season. So there we go. De Silva had 2 points in 4 games. Wasn't the best defensively, but had to call him up for the playoffs just to see what he could do. So there's Abraham. Platt had 2 points in 13 games. So there you go. And then Umberger, 1 assist in 6 games. There you go. Derek Quint, 1 assist. Very defensive-minded, but -2 in the playoffs. And Pitolny had nothing in 13 games. More of a defensive defenseman as well. Goalie-wise, Bradley was pretty solid. Goalie was winning games, so at least that's good. And then Benson wasn't really that great in his few games that he played. But career-wise, Dave Bradley's going to wrap up 44, 27, and 6, which is not bad, with some solid playoff numbers as well. Yeah, I do wish this team had 2 more years as well. I mean, we'd probably lose a lot of these guys to retirement, though, is the only thing. And then, yeah, Daryl Goalie's playoff numbers, not great. Regular season's a little bit better. And Vic Benson wrapping up the season with 347 wins in his career. And a pretty solid playoff career as well. So there's all that. Our AHL team is still in the playoffs, I believe. Yeah, still in the playoffs with Hunter Rabbit up there in points, which is interesting. Good to see the AHL team is doing decent. Maybe the AHL team will win the Calder Cup in the last season. And yeah, Dominic Vlasic's been lighting it up down there. Absolutely doing really well. So maybe that AHL team wins the Calder Cup this season. But there we go. That is that. And the Canucks are on to the conference finals to play Calic AHL Calder Cup. There's a chance to see that. Jeez, Saturn, man, you're insane. You're insane, man. I really appreciate all the support you've been giving me this entire stream. Holy crap! Another $20. You've donated like $45, I think, so far. Like, man, I really appreciate that. A sad end to a fun franchise. At least you have the Coyotes, probably for the first time. Probably the first time anyone has ever said that. Use this to get yourself some food. And thanks, man. I appreciate that. I haven't eaten like since 1 o'clock, I feel like, at this point. I was going to have like maybe a break for dinner, but I didn't end up. So maybe I will have to use that for dinner. Okay, so there is all that. Let's take a look at some record book stats well before we get into seeing who wins the Stanley Cup and see if our AHL team could win the Calder Cup. But let's take a look at the record book. If there's any teams you want me to check other than ours, speak now and I will show you guys. Otherwise, I won't show the entire league teams, like every single team for this show. But if you want to see any specific team, let me know. So in terms of our career stats, Raimo Jääskeläinen, most points all time. Tara Tukin is going to finish first in seasons with 21 seasons. Calig wants to see the Bruins, so I'll show him the Bruins. Most assists is going to be Jääskeläinen Yeah, we'll show you guys the league as well for sure, the League of Things. Games played, Tara Tukin had 1,700 games. Most penalty minutes, Chad Burns with 1,334. Most shutouts, Daryl Goalie with 27. And wins is also Daryl Goalie with 204. So he just beat out Soderstrom, I'm pretty sure. Most goals, Gene Thornton, 648. Not even remotely close for Chad Burns, who had 438. Season records, Martin Baranek, most games played, but you can't have more than 82 games played, so that doesn't change. Daryl Goalie had the most shutouts in a season with 6 shutouts. Calvin Morales, most penalty minutes, 110. Most goals in a season in our last year, Petrovicki with 54. Most points in a season, Griffin with 111, and 94 assists as well is the team record. And Soderstrom had the most wins in a season with 34. Most rookie record stuff, we got Morgan Griffin with 54 assists. Vic Benson had 4 shutouts in a season. That's the most in a rookie season. Gene Thornton had 33 goals in a season. Daryl Goalie had 25 wins in a rookie season. And Gene Thornton had 73 points in a rookie season. So there's all that. Hard to believe Raimo is not in any of the records. Yeah, it's mostly just because, I don't know, he was more of a two-way forward, so maybe that's why. I don't know exactly. And then his records for points and stuff like that in the game stayed the exact same. Nick, I appreciate the $1, man. And any donation matters a lot. I really appreciate this, guys, because I do this streaming thing and this recording thing for YouTube for a lot of fun. Like when I started this series, not the series, but this YouTube channel back in 2016, I didn't even think I was going to be able to make any money for this. It's okay. $1 is a decent chunk of change, and it will definitely help out with anything that I need to buy. Like it could help with some bills and whatnot. So I really appreciate that there, Nick. Thank you for that. And yeah, so game records didn't change, unfortunately. For Cadillac, let's take a look at the Bruins. Is there any other records or team records you guys want me to check before we get close to the end of this? Let's go to career records. So Boston-wise, points is Numanen. He's probably the closest, but nothing really looks like it's been beaten for Boston. But Numanen was a really good player for them. Season record-wise, no records are broken except for Taylor Biggs had 42 wins in a rookie season, so that Jerry Sheaver's record, I think it was, got beaten. I might try and start making video myself soon. I'm going to ECU for sports management. Nice. Yeah, starting a YouTube channel is fun. Like if you just do it because when I first started, I did it as like a really small thing on the side. But yeah, now I've been able to do it as like a kind of like a thing that could bring me some side income, and it's really nice to do this type of thing. Saturn, I have to bounce. Appreciate all the work you put into this. Look forward to seeing what you've got coming up next. Thank you, Saturn. Have a great rest of your night, and yeah, I'll see you in the comments and all that type of thing. Really appreciate the donations and all that type of stuff that you've done for us tonight. So have a best rest of your night. I don't even know what I'm trying to say, but yeah, have a good rest of your night, man. So yeah, Biggs with 1 record for Boston. Rookie record wise, there was a few things broken. Tiny Thompson is 1928, not 2028. I thought that's it, 2028 for some reason. Eston Numanen, though, had the most goals by a Boston Bruins rookie, 57. And in game record wise, nothing was broken. So Boston didn't really change that much. Nick is also going, so thank you, Nick. I really appreciate you hanging out here today, man. Thanks again for the $1, and appreciate you watching as long as you did. Don't know how some of you guys almost stayed here for 10 hours, because that's crazy as hell. So have a good rest of your night, man, and yeah, see you in the comments probably, and all that type of thing. No problem, Cadillac. So is there anybody else that wants to take a look at any other specific teams, or should we just wrap up the series and sim up to see who wins the awards and all that stuff? If we could even see the awards, which we might not be able to. I almost forgot about that, because for some reason you can't take a look at the awards the last season. Any other teams you guys want me to take a look at? Hawks fan, if you're still here. I don't remember who's also was in the chat. There's a good amount of you still, 5 of you. Bryce, you want to take a look at Montreal, let me know if you're still here. That's pretty much, I think, the most of you guys. As we could take a look at those in case. I might just go through Chicago quickly, even though it's probably the same as we just last looked at, but I'll skim through this just in case Hawks fan is not here and he wants to take a look at this at the end. If he comes back to this. So C back. Yeah, it doesn't look like really anything changed as well for Chicago. I'm wondering who's the oldest player in the league is. That's interesting. I could definitely take a look at that. I definitely could take a look at that. I would have to do it in the player search, so we'll definitely take a look and see if there's any really old guys out there. And then also for Bryce, just in case he wants to take a look at Montreal, I'll show him this. Just put this there, and then you could take a look at this at the end if you didn't catch the last little bit of this. So there you go. So those are the records. Let's take a look at the NHL records and see if there's anything that changed. Looks like most things are probably going to stay the same, I'm assuming. Let's see. This is rookie records, and none of them changed. Season records. See anything change, but season records probably not, because Gretzky had a lot. So that's good. And career records. Anything change? Chiodo finishes second best in goals, and yet Scarabelli's the best goal scorer in the series, 990 goals. So he'll finish in first. And I think that's the only thing that really changed, because he scored more goals this season. So, and 15 50-goal seasons for Scarabelli is actually unreal. It's crazy. Almost his entire career has had 50-goal seasons. In 100-point seasons, Scarabelli's also had 10 of them. I don't know if we took a look at that last time. So there is that. Let's see the oldest player in the NHL. Who is the oldest player in the NHL at this point? And then that'll probably be it. So let's change this to 40 to 50. See if there's any 40 to 50-year-olds. There's one. The oldest player that's still playing is going to be Alfredsson in Seattle. Don't even remember this guy. 77. He's 40 years old, making over $7 million. I don't think I've ever seen a player play till 40. But this guy's had a really good long career. And he didn't retire. There's a chance that he might not even retire at the end of this. But having 56 points as a 40-year-old is actually kind of unreal. This guy was really good. Damn. Don't think I ever played this guy before. He took a few years in the AHL as well to be a NHL player, but to be 40 years old and have that type of career, this guy would probably be a Hall of Famer. We could say this guy's honestly the son of Daniel Alfredsson at this point. Damn. What a player. Any goalies that old? Yes. So there's also a goalie that's 40 years old that reached it, so Hemel's also that old. Galak's going to leave soon. Okay, Galak, I appreciate you hanging out if you're going to be leaving. I had a lot of fun with this stream too, so yeah, have a good rest of your night there, man. Appreciate you hanging out and watching the stream. And yeah, Hamel, I do recognize this guy's name, kind of. Oh yeah, Edmonton. He hadn't played in a few seasons, but this guy was 40 years old as well. So two 40-year-olds in the league to end off this franchise mode. And those are the oldest guys in the entire NHL. So that is that. Let's swim up to the last thing to see who's the Stanley Cup champion. I don't think we're going to be able to see the awards, which is unfortunate. So once again, regular season wise, just in case you want to make your own predictions on some of these awards, let's just do this quickly. So forward wise, looks like, yeah, Scarabelli is going to definitely win the Art Ross. He's definitely going to win the Richard. The best defenseman, I honestly don't know if Griffin wins the Norris this season because of the plus-minus factor. And then the best goalie, I'd say this season, in terms of getting a Vezina, would probably be Leopold. So, I finished the franchise. You can see the rewards. Oh, you can see the awards. Okay. Yeah, we'll take a look then and see if we can see the awards before this ends. So, let's sim a couple days at a time just to make sure. Let's go to the 17th. Is our AHL team going on to the next round? No, they're not. They're out in the conference finals. Florida and Anaheim in the Stanley Cup Finals for the last year. And the Florida Panthers are your Stanley Cup champions in the last season. Hershey's going to win the HL. And that is that. Let's take a look at these awards for the final season. Let's also take a look at that playoff tree to see how the teams got there. So, unfortunately, Vancouver ended up losing. So we didn't lose to the best team this year, which is impressive. I went to 6 games that series, and then Anaheim got swept by Florida. But Florida's your Stanley Cup champion. Any former players on our team on Florida? Probably not. Take a look at that as well for fun. No, this is the Florida team that won the Stanley Cup, though. In case any of you guys recognize any of these players from prior playoff rounds and stuff. Alan Bickle, a Stanley Cup champion. Let's take a look at those awards for this last season. So, Florida, the Stanley Cup champion. Toronto, the President's Trophy winners for the 2nd straight season. And Anaheim, Florida, Stanley Cup Finals. Individual awards. Scarabelli does take home the Art Ross as expected, and he does also win the Hart. Morgan Griffin is going to win another Norris. So he is going to end off with the Norris. Wasn't really sure on that because of the plus minus, but I guess the point totals just dictated that a little bit. But I think Griffin finishes with 7 Norris trophies maybe. I could be wrong with that. Literally just watched an entire baseball game while watching the stream. Damn. Baseball games that go 9 innings or more than 9 innings and stuff like that probably get a little bit boring after a while too, but damn. I've literally streamed as long as a baseball game. That's crazy. That must be a game that went to extra innings or something. Chung is going to win the Bing, so Griffin's Bing streak has been ended by a guy. But Griffin is going to win at least his 7th Norris, I think, or maybe it's his 6th. So that's interesting. Gauthier Leduc's going to win the Calder, Chung the Conn Smythe, Leopold the Vezina, Esposito the Jennings, and Corey the Masterton. Claude Giroux won the Jack Adams in the last season. Is this a sign that the Sens are going to win the Stanley Cup this season? I hope so. Claude Giroux. And he was coaching in Philadelphia too. It doesn't get much better than that. So keep note of this, Flyers fans. Claude Giroux is going to save your team and be the Jack Adams award winner for your team. That's crazy. It's cool to see him randomly show up. I was like, wait a second, we're this late and Claude Giroux's still here, but apparently he was a head coach in Philadelphia. So that's actually kind of cool. That Matthews guy wins a 2nd Selke, and Scarabelli the Lindsay and the Richard. Not a surprise. AHL awards. Anything for us? Does not look like it, surprisingly. Nope, that isn't. So that is it, guys. I don't know if there's anything you else want me to check before we finally see that game completed screen. Is there anything else you guys want me to quickly check before we end this? Because now is the last time we get to see anything. Player stats, all that type of stuff will go away once this ends. So, which is unfortunate. Anything you guys want me to check? Progress reports, contracts, that type of stuff. I don't really know. Draft class, just for funny names. Because I know we're almost 9 hours and 20 minutes into the stream, so I should probably get close to ending this soon. Hawks fan, do you want to see anything? I know there's only 3 of you guys watching still. I don't know if I'm included in those people watching or not, because game started at 6. I just thought it was kind of funny that is. Yeah, that's crazy. But is there anything you want me to show you, Hawks fan, before we see the game's completed screen? Because I don't think anybody else is wanting to see anything, it seems like. Like, do we want to take a look at, what is it, rankings and sales? Since we're on owner mode. You want to see income statements, operation budget? I don't know. Is there anything you want to see before we end this off? Because we could see how good we did in terms of hot dog sales or whatever it is. My voice is so dead. Holy shit. I don't think I've ever talked this much in my life. Yeah, you think you've seen everything you need to see? Okay. Let's sim up and see that game completed screen. There it is. Mode completed. Franchise mode has been completed. So at least we know the last year's 45, 46 now. And our Houston series is officially over. There's nothing we can do now. We can still look at player stats, which is interesting. But we can't take a look at the record book. Actually, we can take a look at the record book still. I don't know if EA fixed that. That's cool. So I can't go back to the record book if anybody on the YouTube side of things still want to watch stuff. But I think that's pretty much it, guys, for this stream. It's been a very, very long stream. 9 hours and 20 minutes pretty much. I don't think I ever thought I was going to stream this long, because this is like 3 times longer than my last stream. But I really appreciate all those that you that have hung out for hours and hours. Like, average view duration for you guys is 22 minutes, which is a long time to watch this. Like, I've kept you guys interested, it looks like, for the most part, for this long, which is crazy. So anyways, I'm going to end the stream here because it's been way too long and I need to find something to eat and all that stuff. So once again, appreciate the donations. Appreciate you guys checking out the series if you're watching on the YouTube side of thing. It's been a lot of fun. And yeah, hopefully see you guys in the comments. And once again, we'll start up our Hartford series on Monday, as long as my voice is still there in the mornings. So let me know as you guys think down below in the comments as well. And yeah, really appreciate you checking this stream out. And I'll see you guys hopefully next stream, which hopefully won't be as long as the last one, because it took like 9 months before I streamed again. So see you guys then.